In a desperate bid to avoid becoming mere fodder on the battlefield, a certain ninja resorted to detonating an explosive talisman, resulting in severe injuries. Meanwhile, I had anticipated being treated as a casualty and sent back to Konoha to my astonishment. The two subordinates under Danzo's command, upon hearing that the opposing forces had mobilized over 1,000 ninjas and a formidable B team, decided to abandon all injured comrades and immediately retreat from the battlefield. Overcome by a sense of bewilderment, I pondered whether I had become the fastest to perish among the invading army. Just as this thought crossed my mind, a wave of exhilaration washed over me as a mechanical voice echoed in my ears. Level up complete. Cheating mechanism activated successfully. Host detected to possess Uchiha bloodline. Eternity Mangeki Sharingan activated. Following this proclamation, a series of system notifications flashed through my mind. In that moment, I was rendered speechless. This meant that any jutsu I encountered would instantly reach its maximum potential. The thrill of this newfound power was intoxicating. As I reveled in the immense ocular prowess surging within me, a sudden reprimand from behind broke my mirth. Don't move. Your wounds have only just begun to heal. If they reopen, it will not bode well. That it was Shizen, her forehead slick with sweat, clearly drained from excessive chakra and physical exertion, being the sole medical ninja in our team. As she gritted her teeth, preparing to treat my injuries once more, I gently halted her with an outstretched hand. Do not worry, Shizen. My body has nearly recovered. You should rest. Yet, Shizen stubbornly shook her head. I cannot accept this. If I could be as powerful as Lady Tsunade and summon the great Katsuyu to assist in healing, none of you would have to be abandoned. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she spoke. I softly reassured her, you have already done more than enough. Rest assured, with me here, we will not abandon any of the injured. We shall return home together. With that, I tenderly wiped the tears from her face. The warmth of my hand caused her to pause, for in her memory, I had always been a shy, even self-doubting youth. Yet now, I exuded an aura of assurance that instilled in her an inexplicable sense of safety. Meanwhile, the meeting at the cave's entrance continued unabated. As I approached, I overheard the final resolution being proposed. Now, in the name of the captain, I propose we immediately abandon the injured and retreat. If you agree, please raise your hand. Yamashiro, a root ninja, suddenly spoke up, and Karina, another member, raised her hand in agreement. However, what followed from them sent a shiver through the assembly. I hope you all consider this carefully, and do not forget the fate of Konoha's White Fang. Such threatening words clearly forced the attendees to the brink of a dire decision. At that moment, I stepped forward and declared there is no need to choose. We are fundamentally different from you. We will not forsake our comrades so easily. My words resonated in the air. The expressions of those present shifted dramatically, sensing the change in my demeanor. So unlike the usual timidity and self-effacement they had come to know that my mind must have been rendered foolish by an explosive talisman. How dare you defy those in authority? As I witnessed my decisions publicly questioned, Yamashiro thundered, you are but a mere middleman, audaciously disregarding the captain's orders. You are courting death. The cold voice of Inu Kyujin chimed in. Now, I present you with two choices. First, obediently silence yourself and retreat to the side. Second, die. Her stern words caused a palpable shift in the atmosphere. At that moment, Shizen hurried forward, attempting to pull me back. Apologies, everyone, she began. Chinyu has just awakened from treatment, and his consciousness is still somewhat unclear. Yet before she could finish, I interrupted her with a swift gesture, addressing Inu Kyujin. If I understand your implication correctly, are you suggesting that comrades may turn against one another? May I then strike you down as well? This declaration immediately incited uproar among the crowd. Uchiha Chinyu, we have long suspected your clan's restlessness, but you are overly naive. With such meager strength, you dare to threaten me. Inu Kyujin laughed derisively, yet the next moment, he froze in place upon glimpsing the eyes within my gaze 9, Tomo, spinning within the Sharingan. With a tempestuous force centered around me, it erupted instantaneously. The overwhelming sensation of dread transformed the expressions of all present. What manner of eye is this? They whispered. Uchiha Chinyu, is that not a single Tomo Sharingan? How has he awakened the legendary Mangeki? Though few were familiar with the Mangeki Sharingan even within the Uchiha clan, the two root ninjas, loyal to Danzo, were well aware of its mysteries. How is this possible? Wasn't he merely a Chunin failure? Inu Kyujin's countenance shifted dramatically. After exchanging a glance with Yamashiro, he suddenly commanded, "Attack." Yamashiro F acted first, lifting his hands and pressing them forward, invoking the Yamashiro clan's secret technique, mind transfer technique. Simultaneously, Inu Kyujin expelled a cloud of black mist from his mouth, unleashing his secret technique, toxic dust technique. The sudden eruption tightened everyone's nerves, and Shizun's expression darkened as she urgently warned, "Be cautious. This black mist contains nano-sized, poisonous insects. Inhalation guarantees death." However, I remained eerily calm. "Fear not," I assured them, with my 9-tomo Sharingan spinning wildly. An instant later, a horrifying, fiery red skeleton materialized, filling the previously confined cave. The oncoming swarm of poisonous insects was incinerated in an instant, reduced to mere ashes scattered upon the ground. Witnessing this spectacle, Inu Kyujin's expression shifted once more. How did you evade the control of FS technique? Their combination has always been infallible. Yet, I merely chuckled coldly. Have you forgotten? The Uchiha clan excels not only in fire release, but also in illusion techniques. Inu Kyujin's face paled, and as he attempted to move, he discovered that his entire being felt as though ensnared by invisible shackles, observing him struggle with all his might. Drenched in sweat, I couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. "What's this? Are you only now feeling fear? It is far too late." With that, I commanded the skeletal claws of Susanoo, striking at the two with lightning speed. Upon witnessing this, Yujin Quijin's face twisted into a grotesque expression. "Since you wish for my demise, then you shall meet your end as well." Unlike Yamashiro Kaze, he had a different nature. Though his body was restrained, he could still issue commands to the parasitic worms. Secret worm explosion technique. The venomous insects coursing through his body detonated in an instant, releasing a wave of dark green poison that surged forth. "Everyone be cautious. Do not inhale the toxic gas," Jingyin exclaimed. Yet, as soon as the words left her lips, the entire landscape began to spin rapidly. When everyone regained their senses, they found themselves still within the cave, but this time it bore no signs of battle. Looking toward the platform, they found Yujin Kijin and Yashiro Kaze, both kneeling on the ground, grinning vacantly. What sorcery is this, capable of seizing the hearts and minds of us all in an instant? The sight instilled a lingering dread in everyone present at that moment. I cast a scrutinizing gaze over the entire assembly. Yamashiro Kaze and Yujin Kijin, devoid of humanity, dare to strike down their own comrades. Even if this were reported back to Konoha, they could not escape punishment. It would be better for me to end their lives myself. As I approached them, intent on resolving this matter once and for all, Jingyin suddenly interjected, "Chinyu, you cannot kill them. Danzo holds a grudge. Should Yashiro Kaze and Yujin Kijin be slain, he will undoubtedly label you a rogue ninja." Her face flushed. She added, "I do not wish for you to face trouble." I chuckled dryly. "Since you have spoken, I shall spare them for now. However, they may escape death, but not the consequences of their actions. Let's detain them for the time being." Recognizing the need for leadership in our ranks, coupled with the display of my strength, I soon found myself elevated to the position of captain of the 4th battlefield. Amidst the fervent support of my peers, I announced our intention to confront the Cloud Ninja forces in 3 days. All the ninjas dispersed to prepare their defenses. Just before they departed, however, a crucial thought struck me. "By the way, does anyone have a ninjutsu scroll in their person?" The room fell silent, with over 20 ninjas momentarily stunned. In a time of war, who would carry a scroll? After all, should one fall in battle, not only would they lose their life, but the scroll would likely be seized by others at that moment. However, Elder Yukangwu spoke up against the tide of dissent. "I do not know why you seek a ninjutsu scroll, but this is a first-level ninjutsu I prepared for my daughter. She and I intended to present it to her as a gift upon the completion of our mission. Rather than let it fall into the hands of the Cloud Ninja, I would rather give it to you." I responded calmly. "Do you all believe this battle is a certain death? If that were the case, why did you not support Yamashiro Kaze's decision to retreat earlier?" Elder Yukangwu hastily retorted, "Do not misunderstand that we are not individuals who fear death, for this pass is the principal pathway to our pastoral lands. Should the Cloud Ninjas breach this point and advance unimpeded, our livestock would be caught in a perilous predicament, placing our families and children in grave danger. Therefore, we would rather perish than retreat." Observing the unwavering determination in the eyes of my companions, I offered a confident smile, assuring them that as long as I was present, they would surely return safely. Wu's voice resonated like a tempest, sweeping through the crowd and stirring the very souls of all who heard it, causing Mitsuki Kawagu to feel a slight sting of emotion, clenching her fists in response. That young lad speaks the truth. Upon our return, I shall certainly introduce my daughter, Shiyin, to you. However, in the next moment, she suddenly narrowed her eyes and questioned, "What do you need the ninjutsu scroll for?" Learning ninjutsu now seems rather rushed. I took the scroll and replied, "Rest assured, I will master it swiftly." Old Yu Kawagu, upon hearing this, appeared skeptical. Just as he was about to offer guidance, I shook my head, declining his assistance. As I walked away with the scroll in hand, several ninjas in the crowd could not help but sigh quietly. Even the seasoned old Yu took 2.5 months to learn it. How could success be attained in merely 3 days? Soon, 3 days passed in a blur. I emerged from the concealed basin. The 27 leaf ninjas had gathered, each face solemn, their pupils reflecting a steely resolve to face death. At that moment, Mitsuki Kawagu could not help but advise Shiyu, "Do not lose heart if you have not mastered the first-level ninjutsu." Yet the next instant he lifted his gaze to the sky, noticing the ominous dark clouds that had suddenly appeared, as if something sinister lurked within, instilling a sense of dread that we initially feared a surprise attack from the cloud ninjas. However, I chuckled and said, "The timing is just right. I have already mastered the ninjutsu." Old Yu Kawaga was momentarily taken aback by my claim of learning a first-level ninjutsu in 3 days, but then he heartily patted my shoulder, jesting, "You rascal, joking at a time like this?" Yet this light-hearted exchange eased the tension somewhat. 30 minutes prior, according to reports from the scouts, the main force of the Cloud Ninjas had appeared 5 kilometers away, and orders had been issued. I did not respond to the skepticism directed at me, but upon hearing the 30-minute mark, I could not help but furrow my brow. Did I not specify that intelligence updates were to occur every 15 minutes? Mitsuki Kawaga's expression shifted dramatically. Overwhelmed by the pressure of assembling the team and the looming threat of death, they had entirely overlooked this detail. Just then, a subordinate responsible for the watch rushed over, exclaiming, "This is bad. Kazahana and Yujo have gone missing." At this revelation, everyone's nerves tightened. Though these two matters seemed unrelated, upon deeper contemplation, I suddenly shouted urgently, "Quickly, everyone retreat back into the cavern." At my command, the expressions of those present changed drastically, yet before they could react, thousands of shadows emerged from all directions. "Ha ha ha! Only now do you realize? I thought this time who from the hidden leaf sent to thwart the advance of our Cloud Ninjas?" It was, unexpectedly, a young man with a hearty laugh. In retrospect, it came without warning. At the forefront stood the fearsome duo, known to instill dread across nations. "We have fallen into a trap." The expression on Aizuki's face turned ashen as he gazed upon the Cloud Ninjas blocking our path. Only a fool would be oblivious to the snare laid before us. Yet, amidst the grim faces of all the Leaf Ninjas, I alone remained composed, seemingly unperturbed by the unfolding chaos. Had I been rendered senseless by fear? A laugh, unabashed and unrestrained, erupted from me, tightening the nerves of every Leaf Ninja to their limits, casting a pallor over the face of Konoha's quiet girl. I gently ruffled her hair, reassuring her that all would be well. I then turned to command everyone to retreat into the cave, seeking refuge within the protective barrier. I had anticipated this turn of events. After all, the roots of the original narrative were known to employ unscrupulous tactics to achieve their ends, which suited my purposes perfectly. For our next encounter, I would possess ample justification to obliterate the roots without hesitation. I observed the Leaf Ninjas orderly retreating into the cave. A young captain from the Cloud Ninja team could no longer restrain himself and inquired of Lord AI, "Should we intervene? If they enter the barrier, it may be detrimental to us." To this, AI responded with a dismissive scoff. "Detrimental? What worth has this ragtag army?" The intelligence provided by their roots indicated that this brash youth was merely a chunin. Lord AI was correct. These Leaf Ninjas were indeed following the orders of a mere chunin. They must either be foolish or driven to desperation. However, just as the 1,000 Cloud Ninjas wore expressions of derision, confident of their victory, my next words ignited their fury. "I offer you 2 choices. First, leave immediately. Second, I shall obliterate you all." Witnessing my audacity, a Cloud Ninja bellowed in rage, "Kill him." He swiftly drew a kunai and charged forth, followed closely by 69 other Cloud Ninjas. Yet, facing the rapid advance of 70 foes, I harbored no intent to evade. With remarkable speed, My hands wove a series of intricate hand signs. Aizuki, is that your lightning release? Lightning bolt technique? A leaf ninja gasped in astonishment. Had he lost his wits? To attempt such a technique in this moment of peril was madness. Aizuki, in utter disbelief, prepared to leap forth in aid. Just then, the heavens erupted with a low rumble of thunder, coinciding with the abrupt halt of my hand signs. Lightning release, lightning bolt. 70 bolts of lightning blazed forth, illuminating the sky with blinding brilliance. In the next instant, they surged toward me, striking the multitude of cloud ninjas from dozens of meters away with such speed that they had no time to react. All 70 were engulfed in a maelstrom of destruction, the force of which shattered the ground beneath them. A pale blue luminescence bathed the entire gorge. When tranquility returned, we beheld the immense craters left by the lightning strikes, each measuring 7 to 8 meters in depth, as I had instantaneously and precisely annihilated 70 cloud ninjas. The expressions of those present shifted with an air of astonishment that it was as though a first-class thunderstorm had erupted. Yet, even the most skilled among them could only summon 3 bolts of lightning. How could this young man command 70? There was something peculiar about him. We must disperse quickly. As the multitude of cloud shinobi hastily scattered, the scene descended into a slight chaos. However, in comparison to the cloud shinobi, the leaf ninja appeared even more astounded. After all, they were acutely aware that I had only begun to study this thunder technique 3 days prior. Not only had I mastered this first-tier ninjutsu, but I had likely also grasped its profound mysteries. Seeing this, the leader of the cloud shinobi, flickered with concern in his gaze. The opponent was merely an inconspicuous chunin, perhaps possessing some innate talent for lightning. Having comprehended the essence of this ninjutsu, "Sato, you are proficient in the lightning body flicker technique, bring him back," he commanded. The masked cloud shinobi beside nodded, but just as he was about to step forward, his eyes widened in shock as he froze mid-motion. Before him loomed a colossal fireball, exceeding 100 meters in diameter. What on earth was happening? Had I unleashed too much power? Was this even the great fireball technique? Observing the immense fireball I had conjured, everything it touched, rocks and trees alike, was instantly ignited. Sato, with a pallid complexion, could only hastily retreat. Even and Karabi felt their nerves tighten instinctively as they sought to evade the incoming fireball. However, in the next moment, they realized that the fireball was clearly misdirected, ascending at a 45-degree angle towards the heavens. As the massive fireball detonated in the void, flames danced through the sky, illuminating half of it. All onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment. Whether it was the earlier thunder technique or the current fireball, it was as if I had elevated low-tier ninjutsu to its strength level. Yet despite this, he maintained his bravado with a scoff. "It seems your chakra is excessively vast, causing a mutation in your ninjutsu. Unfortunately, your relentless pursuit of power has significantly compromised your accuracy." As words echoed, the tumult among the cloud shinobi gradually subsided. "Lord A is correct," they murmured. "We must not lose our composure. A person who cannot even control their ninjutsu cannot hope to defeat us cloud shinobi. Moreover, having unleashed 2 consecutively powerful techniques, his chakra reserves must be dwindling." At this, the eyes of the cloud shinobi sparkled with renewed vigor. Meanwhile, the leaf ninja within the cave engaged in animated discussions, astonished that someone like me could wield ordinary ninjutsu to such an extraordinary extent. If he were entrusted to the 3rd Hokage for personal training, our leaf village would surely see the emergence of even more formidable individuals in the future. The final remark struck a chord even with Yuzuki Kanwu. Yet, upon glancing at my unwavering composure, he couldn't shake the feeling that I was far from ordinary. "Clearly, he is not as simple as he appears," he remarked, noting how I remained calm despite the apparent deviation of my attack. As he casually gazed towards the sky, the scene that unfolded before him nearly caused his eyes to widen in disbelief. I could see the heart of the valley. It appeared as though an invisible hand was swiftly swirling the ominous thunderclouds that loomed overhead. Jagged bolts of lightning writhed within the clouds. While unaware of the turmoil, AI regarded my unperturbed stance. His expression darkened, and he barked orders to disperse and encircle me, exclaiming that he could not believe I would conjure any greater chaos. In an instant, hundreds of cloud ninjas surged forth moments ago. Their lightning and fireballs had been impressive, but they now faced utter humiliation. Meanwhile, my chakra was running low, presenting an opportune moment to strike down a beleaguered opponent. Yet, During this critical juncture, I found myself silently calculating the distance between them and me, attuning to the fluctuations of my chakra as it resonated with the tempestuous clouds above. From all directions, hundreds of cloud shinobi advanced, their dazzling lightning morphing into various assaults aimed directly at me. Observing my seemingly oblivious demeanor, Shizen was unable to contain her anxiety and was about to rush forward when she was abruptly halted by Ayazuki, who shouted that everyone must support the barrier with their full strength, lest we all perish. The Konoha crowd was momentarily taken aback, but the next moment, amidst the onslaught, a flash of lightning enveloped me, and I vanished as if summoned by a specter. It was the lightning release, body flicker technique. Those with keen eyes quickly discerned what had transpired, while Ace's expression tightened as he hastily glanced towards the nearby hilltop. What he beheld next caused his eyes to widen in terror. A tense expression crossed AI's face as he abruptly lifted his gaze towards the nearby hilltop. What he beheld was a scene that jolted his very nerves. The sky, there was something amiss. We must flee. AI bellowed urgently. Within the clouds, he sensed a chilling dread that even he found unsettling. At that moment, he finally comprehended why Chinyu stood there, seemingly dazed and unresponsive. This was a trap. My chakra may be insufficient to ensnare you all in an instant. Requiring vast range, immense destructive power, and an unavoidable speed. Hence, I contemplated harnessing the power of thunder. Chinyu stood resolutely atop the hill, the latent lightning coursing through him now fully revealed. The swirling, oppressive storm clouds crackled with energy, and from their depths emerged a colossal, thunderous Qilin. Farewell, adorably foolish cloud ninja. As those words barely left his lips, Chinyu sprang into action. With a forceful downward thrust of his right hand, the accumulated lightning transformed, and the Qilin emitted a deafening roar that reverberated through the heavens. Thunder split the earth as lightning consumed their vision. Boom! The Qilin plunged downwards with such velocity that the cloud ninja were caught utterly off guard. Bang! The explosion of lightning was so potent that it rivaled the power of tailed beasts. The entire gorge was instantly engulfed by the electric fury, obliterating trees and boulders alike, reducing them to mere fragments. The ascending lightning even pierced through the oppressive clouds above. When the chaos subsided, minutes had passed. The once vast gorge lay in utter ruin. No, it was more accurate to say that the remnants of the gorge had vanished entirely, replaced by a scorched expanse of barren earth. The trees and rocks had all but disappeared, with some hills flattened to the ground. As for the cloud ninja, not even a trace of them remained. Those who had narrowly managed to enact defensive measures might have preserved a limb or two. The battlefield lay in disarray. Am I dreaming? Without this cave, we would surely have met our demise. Are you blind? There is no cave left. Were it not for the foresight of Senior Mawit, who had sensed the impending doom and urged us to reinforce the barrier, we too would have been doomed. Even the barrier, which could withstand the cloud ninja's assault for 2 days, was utterly breached. The lightning technique we witnessed was the most terrifying and powerful forbidden art I had ever seen. The leaf ninjas bore expressions of survival after the storm. They understood that this strike was intended for the cloud ninja. Yet, having witnessed such a breathtaking spectacle, their hearts remained gripped by terror, especially upon seeing the remnants of the cloud ninja reduced to mere dust, their backs drenched in cold sweat. You wretched boy! How dare you set a trap to slay my subordinates? AI and Killer Bee emerged from the ruins, somewhat disheveled, but largely unscathed. Some of the cloud ninjas, who were initially close to them, did not partake in the encirclement and were thus rescued in time. However, even when counting AI and Killer Bee, there were merely 7 individuals. This stark contrast to their earlier grand display was striking. Who would believe, without witnessing it firsthand, that amidst such a significant disparity in numbers, a single Chunin from the AB team could annihilate over 100 elite warriors? The Slayer, undoubtedly, deserves to be slain. Are they not deserving of their fate? Chinyu remarked with a smile. Observing his warm smile, both the cloud ninjas and even the leaf ninjas felt a chill run down their spines. Very well, AI said, his expression darkening as he repeated the word twice, then declared sternly, I may fall into a trap once, but I shall not be ensnared a second time. You have unleashed 3 such powerful jutsu. Your chakra is indeed remarkable, yet it cannot last indefinitely. Today, I shall witness what further abilities you possess that can overcome me. Once this boy falls into my grasp, I will surely crush your bones, making you aware of the might and inviolable authority of the cloud ninjas. Chapter 9. Impenetrable Defense. The resolute voice echoed over the ruins. Observing Chinyu, who effortlessly dispatched over 100 adversaries, gave rise to a flicker of hope in the hearts of Ayazuki and his companions. However, The looming presence of the infamous AB duo from the Cloud Ninja realm cast a shadow of anxiety upon them, tightening their nerves once more. Aizuki-senpai, shall we intervene? Jingyin inquired, urgency lacing her tone. Aizuki turned his gaze toward Chinyu and declared, Chinyu, we shall lend our assistance. No need. Chinyu replied with a warm smile. You all can join in. I, too, wish to ascertain the extent of my own abilities. Haha, you arrogant lad. I see you are merely a fa-ade of strength, bold enough to utter such audacious claims. AI retorted, his laughter soon replaced by a grim expression. I shall make you wish you were never born. With a resounding thud, AI unleashed the latent lightning chakra within him, erupting forth like a tempest. His first strike was a testament to his mastery of ninjutsu, lightning release chakra mode. If Namikaze's Monado embodied golden lightning, then AI was the embodiment of blue lightning. As his foot struck the ground, fissures erupted beneath him, and in an instant, AI had traversed 100 meters, appearing before Chinyu with astonishing speed. The onlookers, Aizuki and the others, found their pupils narrowing in disbelief. To their astonishment, Chinyu stood rooted in place, observing the unfolding scene as if rendered motionless by the spectacle. Boy, unable to keep pace with my speed, you still dare to be insolent? Prepare to meet your end. AI jeered. A malevolent grin stretching across his face as he tightened his fist, unleashing a dazzling bolt of lightning. Without any embellishment, he launched a devastating strike. Lightning fist. Boom. The air shattered under the force of the blow, as AI's colossal fist surged toward Chinyu's face. The remaining Cloud Ninjas couldn't help but chuckle at what seemed to be an inevitable demise for Chinyu. In that moment, they envisioned his defeat. Thunderous echoes of collision reverberated suddenly. The unyielding lightning fist, with the weight of 1,000 burdens, struck just mere meters from Chinyu. As if colliding with an invisible iron wall, its momentum abruptly halted. A tempest of lightning and crimson energy surged forth, creating a colossal shockwave. AI's expression shifted dramatically, as if he had struck a solid barrier. Witnessing the instant his gaze was engulfed by a blood-red hue and the 9 spinning tomo. AI nearly burst his eyes with disbelief. Ribs composed of scarlet chakra materialized before Chinyu. What is this? Could it be a creature from the realm of illusions? AI pondered, recognizing the Sharingan, yet the patterns were entirely distinct from the Uchiha clan's single, double, or triple tomo. What on earth is happening? As he observed the transformation in Chinyu's aura, a sense of oppressive dread began to settle within him. The kaleidoscope Sharingan with 9 tomo. Although Chinyu's chakra was limited, his ocular strength remained virtually unscathed. Confronted with the renowned speed and power of the lightning release chakra mode, the Susanoo stands as the most effective countermeasure. It's my turn, Chinyu suddenly declared. In an instant, the 9 tomo Sharingan spun wildly, its crimson gaze exuding an aura of impending doom, sweeping forth like a tempest. A massive shockwave erupted from Chinyu's center. With a sudden pop, a scarlet skeletal arm emerged ominously from the ribs, striking with no embellishment, shooting towards AI with lightning speed. Be careful, Karabi shouted urgently. Sensing the danger, AI's lightning aura surged to its peak. Without any flourish, he forcefully stomped down, retreating swiftly. With a thunderous crash, the ground shattered instantly. Rocks flying as another arm pursued AI relentlessly. The scene unfolded with such suddenness that it caught everyone off guard. Gazing at the Susanoo, which had rapidly coalesced behind Chinyu, towering at 12 to 13 meters and radiating a flame-like vitality, left everyone in awe. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 arms struck in succession, conjuring fierce gales. Wrapping himself in lightning, AI dodged the assaults with remarkable agility, appearing rather flustered. Heh, is dodging all you can do? Chinyu remarked with a faint smile. It must be said that in the world of Naruto, few possess the ability to wield chakra to such an extent. Ninjutsu. Beyond the precise manipulation of chakra attributes, one must also possess a physique as formidable as a beast to endure the lightning release chakra mode. Even in the vast Cloud Village, only a handful of powerful individuals have mastered it. This indeed sparked Chinyu's interest. For outsiders, the lightning release chakra mode may seem daunting to learn. Yet for Chinyu, equipped with a max-level system, it posed little challenge. The difficulty lay in how to acquire the lightning release chakra mode from AI's grasp. Arrogant brat, don't think that hiding in your shell makes you invincible. AI's voice suddenly echoed. A figure enveloped in blue lightning appeared above the Susanoo. Lightning release, heavy flow. AI roared, his right hand glowing with surging lightning, resembling a battle axe as it swung towards the Susanoo's head. I see it. Chinyu's eyes shifted suddenly. He had activated the max-level Meijiki Sharingan. However, It was still his first time employing it, and mastering its use would require time. Although AI's speed was astonishing, Chinyu could still perceive it. If he attempted to counter with his body, he might struggle to match AI under the lightning release chakra mode. Yet, with a mere thought, the Susanoo acted instantaneously. A massive palm lunged forward, crashing against AI's hand with a resounding roar. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, lightning scattering like dazzling fireworks across the sky. A figure was sent flying, landing several meters away. It was Lord AI. He unleashed the overwhelming power of the Susanoo, yet found himself at a disadvantage. Alas, that creature bore not even the slightest crack. A deft roll brought AI to the ground, shattering the earth beneath him, while a sharp sting coursed through his right hand. Beholding the Susanoo, which had merely sustained a slight decrease in power, AI's countenance turned ashen. It instilled within him an unsettling illusion of invincibility. I had forewarned you. You should have combined your efforts with the AB group, for alone, you stand no chance, Chinyu remarked with a faint smile. In the original narrative, the Susanoo wielded by Uchiha Madara was a formidable force that even the 5 Kage struggled to breach. Presently, while Chinyu may not possess the same vigor as Uchiha Madara, the full realization of the Manjiki Sharingan Susanoo exhibited considerable defensive prowess. Humph, you arrogant wretch. Your shell is indeed sturdy, yet your speed cannot match mine. Thus, your defeat is inevitable, AI retorted coldly. I shall observe how long you can endure. Suddenly, a sound akin to the tearing of air erupted, and in a flash, AI's figure shifted, appearing before the Susanoo like a specter. Chapter 10. The Unquenchable Flame. With a swift motion, AI transformed his right hand into a blade, unleashing a furious torrent of lightning that crackled with intensity, warping the very air around him. Break it, he bellowed repeatedly. The blade descended upon Susanoo with a speed that was nearly imperceptible. Thundering crashes echoed as blue lightning strikes rained down, creating a dazzling spectacle. In a mere few seconds, their clash reached a staggering 12 or 13 exchanges. Yet, despite AI's relentless and fierce onslaught, Susanoo remained an unyielding bastion. This is madness. The expression of the Cloud Ninja darkened as he observed the scene. If even AI, renowned for his unmatched speed and attack, could not breach this defense, who else could possibly succeed? After playing for so long, it's my turn to strike. Chinyu remarked with a faint smile directed at the recently steadied AI. AI's countenance darkened to an extreme, crackling with relentless lightning as he declared. While I may not yet penetrate your defense, you cannot keep pace with my speed. Let us see who endures longer. The victor shall emerge. So, that is what you were contemplating, Chinyu mused, a hint of amusement gracing his features. Unfortunately, your reasoning is flawed. Amaterasu. The 3-Tomo Sharingan suddenly spun, and an inexplicable aura of death swiftly enveloped AI's heart. Brother, be careful. Karabi shouted in alarm. A massive octopus tentacle swiftly ensnared AI. Before he could react, dark flames surged forth violently. The black fire, akin to a tidal wave, radiated an inexplicable heat, dramatically elevating the temperature amidst the ruins. Most astonishing was the rapid spread of these black flames, which consumed the majority of the 100-meter tentacle in the blink of an eye. Is this fire release? A skilled Cloud Ninja called out. Quickly use water release to extinguish the flames. Water release. Water Dragon Bullet. A Cloud Ninja proficient in water release swiftly formed hand seals, drawing upon the water elements in the surrounding environment. As the water dragon coalesced, it surged forward to confront the black flames. Boom! The water dragon shattered instantly. And amidst the rising steam, the black flames only grew more fervent. This bizarre scene caused the expressions of all present to shift dramatically. These are flames that cannot be extinguished, a Cloud Ninja exclaimed in shock. Roaring, the Eight-Tails, Kaibai, released a thunderous cry, its raging chakra erupting skyward. The sudden spectacle even elicited a hint of envy from Chinyu. Having a tailed beast is truly different. It is a capital to be squandered. Little 8. Do not act impulsively, Karabi warned, his expression shifting. However, before he could react, Chinyu's Sharingan spun once more. Tsukuyami. Karabi felt the world around him begin to spin. The entire sky was engulfed in crimson, the blood-red 3-Tomo Sharingan flickering ominously in the heavens. 1, 2, 3, 100. The overwhelming multitude sent shivers down the spines of all who beheld it. However, regardless of how Kirabai struggled, he was utterly immobilized upon the cross. Surrounding him were silhouettes emerging, one of which bore a familiar visage. It was me. Kirabai's expression shifted dramatically. Unfortunately, before he could fully comprehend the situation, Countless approaching figures thrust their crimson blades directly into him. The anguished cries reverberated through the heavens and earth, echoing with a chilling intensity. This seemingly intricate scene unfolded in the external world in the blink of an eye. Observing the sudden blankness in Kira's demeanor, AI's expression altered instantaneously. This is an illusion. Lord AI, swiftly sever the eight tails tentacles. Otherwise, the black flames will consume Lord Kirabai. A cloud ninja urged urgently. Without the luxury of further contemplation, AI summoned forth lightning in his right hand, transforming it into a blade that he brought crashing down upon the tentacles. The sound of a splatter was heard as a torrent of green liquid erupted skyward, and as the tentacles fell to the ground, they were quickly engulfed by the black flames. Witnessing the very ground ignited by the inferno, both the Cloud Ninjas and the Leaf Ninjas felt a chill run down their spines. Illusion dispelled, AI hastily called out, his hands moving swiftly to form seals as he bellowed. However, despite attempting 7 or 8 different methods to break the illusion, Kirabai, ensnared in Tsukuyami, remained unresponsive. Lord AI, what on earth is happening? Within the Leaf Village, both the Akimichi and Uchiha clans, masters of illusion techniques, had exhausted all their means to no avail. Chaos erupted as the remaining 5 Cloud Ninjas began to waver in resolve. A single technique, Kirin, had obliterated over 100 elite warriors. Initially, they believed that with the combination of their powers, they could turn the tide and defeat Chinyu, achieving victory. Yet, the successive measures only expanded their understanding of the situation. Faced with such an insurmountable opponent, how could they break the impasse? The only options left were to forcibly dispel the illusion by either killing the caster or employing a more powerful chakra to create an internal disruption. AI's countenance darkened to the utmost degree. However, upon seeing Chinyu donning an impenetrable shell, AI swiftly abandoned the first option. As for the second, considering Kirabai's status as the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, AI questioned whether he could match the chakra levels. It was utterly unfeasible. What is the matter? Unable to make a decision? Chinyu smiled warmly. The solution is straightforward. Simply distance yourself from me, the caster, and this illusion will soon dissipate. Tsukuyami is one of the most potent genjutsu ever encountered in the world of shinobi. Yet, the duration of the illusion is intrinsically tied to the caster's ocular power. Kakashi's escape on that fateful day was also due to Uchiha Itachi's insufficient ocular strength. Nonetheless, Kakashi remained unconscious for 7 or 8 days following the ordeal before fully recovering. Recalling that moment still instills a sense of trepidation. Of course, I shan't make it so simple for you to escape. Chinyu's smile grew even more pronounced. His cheeks twitched as he spoke. Young man, do not be overly arrogant. I have already seen through your methods. I may be unable to breach your defenses. Yet you equally cannot vanquish me. Chinyu, without denying this, smiled and replied, indeed, you are correct. Therefore, I propose a transaction. If you impart to me the technique for cultivating the lightning release chakra mode, I can dispel the illusion. I must inform you that within this illusionary realm, a mere second may equate to several days and nights. Upon hearing this, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Neither the Leaf nor the Cloud Shinobi, not even A himself, had anticipated that Chinyu's intent was to acquire the lightning release chakra mode from him. Lord A, you must not divulge this technique. It is a secret art of our Cloud Shinobi village, and if it falls into the hands of the Leaf, it would pose a tremendous threat to our village. Lord A, please consider this carefully. We of the Cloud Shinobi are indomitable in battle, unafraid even in the face of death. Chapter 11. The battle after becoming Hokage no. Compared to Killer B, this mere secret technique is utterly insignificant. A, with a swift motion, produced a scroll from his person and cast it aside. Furthermore, this secret technique is not something just anyone can master. A momentary lapse in control could lead to an uncontrollable surge of chakra, resulting in one's own demise. With that, I turned his gaze toward Chinyu and remarked, I trust you won't mind my candidness. Chinyu was taken aback by A's possession of the scroll. After receiving it, he did not linger on it for long and smiled warmly, saying, thank you for your warning. I hope that when we meet again, you will not be taken aback. Allow me to dispel the illusion, he continued. As his words fell, Chinyu's 9-tomo Sharingan suddenly ceased its rotation. The Eight Tails, previously ensnared in the illusion, unleashed a furious roar. I've broken free. You wretched brat, I shall slay you. Killer Bee exclaimed. How could you fall unconscious? I still wish to fight. At the moment the illusion was dispelled, Killer Bee barely managed to open his eyes before succumbing to unconsciousness once more. Chinyu was not surprised by this turn of events. In truth, Had it delayed for just a moment longer, the 8 tails would have shattered the Tsukuyami, and Killer Bee would have been liberated. After all, Shinyu had to instantaneously activate Susanoo, Amaterasu, and Tsukuyami, all while maintaining Susanoo, which consumed a considerable amount of his ocular power. Moreover, Tsukuyami primarily affected Killer Bee. Kid, is Killer Bee going to be all right? A inquired. Having attempted various methods to revive Killer Bee, all to no avail. This was a severe loss of consciousness. Had Killer Bee not achieved complete synchronization with the 8 tails, the beast would likely have gone on a rampage the moment he lost awareness. However, it was merely a drain on mental energy. A period of rest would suffice for recovery. Shinyu raised the scroll in his hand and stated, "Thank you. You may take your leave." Shinyu. This is a golden opportunity. Inazuka-kin was anxious, but he was silenced by a glance from Yuzuki Yugao. A scoff derisively, saying, "A bunch of spineless fools. If it weren't for the emergence of yet another genius from the Uchiha clan, I would have already eliminated you." The insidious Umbu, failing to gather even such crucial intelligence, was a source of frustration for A. In his eyes, had they been aware of Uchiha Chinyu's existence earlier, they would have undoubtedly avoided such significant losses. Nevertheless, "Young man, should you find yourself unable to remain in Konoha, feel free to seek me out in Kumobukir. I will always welcome you." A produced another scroll and tossed it forth, saying, "This contains intelligence that may prove advantageous to you. I hope you return to Konoha safely. By the way, they say that the one most likely to become the 4th Hokage is Minato Namikaze, yet I believe you are equally deserving, Bloody Dajura." With those parting words, a supported Killer Bee and turned to leave. "When we meet again, I hope it will be as shadows. I shall pierce your shell." As they departed, the remaining 5 Cloud Shinobi felt a lingering resentment but hastened to follow. In an instant, the vast ruins were left desolate and empty. Victorious, we managed to thwart the formidable forces of the Cloud Ninjas, along with the AB duo. How absurd. It was solely Chinyu who dispatched them with astonishing swiftness, driving back the AB duo through his singular prowess. I never anticipated that within the Uchiha clan, apart from the Shunshin no Jutsu, there existed a prodigious talent like Chinyu. That recent technique, Kirin, sent chills down my spine. The leaf ninjas within the cavern were instantly elated, their faces radiating relief as if they had narrowly escaped death. Initially, faced with the onslaught of the Cloud Ninjas, despair had already gripped them, especially after learning of the betrayal by Yamanaka Kaze and Aburame Toryu. In their eyes, it was a certain death trap. However, the current outcome shattered their previous notions. The thought of that technique that could annihilate hundreds, the impenetrable Susanoo, the inky black flames that could not be extinguished, and the unparalleled Jinjutsu. These feats transcended the very definition of a jonin. According to AI's assessment, Chinyu had reached the level of a shadow candidate, colloquially known as a half-shadow. Did you hear that? AI even proposed to Chinyu to become his partner in future battles, bestowing upon him the moniker of Blood-Colored Azura. "It is Blood-Colored Azura, you fool." Observing the animated discussion among the Leaf Ninjas, Chinyu sighed with relief. The moment his Sharingan with 9 Tomo dissipated, the Susanoo surrounding him vanished into thin air. "Chinyu, are you injured? I will treat you immediately." Ino rushed over, her pretty face betraying a hint of anxiety. "Foolish girl, he couldn't even breach my defenses. How could I be harmed?" Chinyu chuckled, playfully ruffling Ino's nose. With concern in her heart, Ino. You cannot blame Chinyu. Aizuki Kangwu approached with a smile, though his expression was more one of admiration. "Well done, young man. I never imagined you concealed your abilities so profoundly. Thanks to you, we have been saved. As for other matters, upon our return to Konoha, we shall certainly support you." In Konoha, the Uchiha clan's standing is quite precarious, entangled in the undercurrents of power struggles among the Umbu, Root, and the security force. From Aizuki Kangwu's perspective, Chinyu, as a genius, had long endured in silence, entirely to evade these turbulent whirlpools of trouble. Of course, Chinyu would not challenge Aizuki Kangwu, who had concocted excuses for himself upon his appearance. Casting a glance at the blushing Ino, Chinyu unfurled another scroll, which clearly detailed their defensive arrangements and the precise locations of the sentries. Damn it, our defenses and sentry placements change daily. Only Yamanaka Kaze and Aburame Toryu could describe them with such clarity. The group led by Inazuka-kin quickly approached. Upon seeing the intelligence inscribed on the scroll, their faces turned ashen. If it weren't for Chinyu's intervention this time, we would undoubtedly face death. Upon our return to Konoha, we must report this matter to Lord Hokage. Otherwise, How can we gain the trust of the people? The actions of Root are utterly despicable. Even with Danzo in the shadows. Chinyu, rest assured, we shall undoubtedly support you. Observing the fervent crowd of Konoha ninjas, Chinyu chose not to elaborate further. In this world, the strong reign supreme while the weak remain mere playthings of the powerful. Presently, Danzo indeed holds a certain stature within Konoha, capable of stirring up trouble. However, with his one-button leveling system, Chinyu is confident that, given time, he will swiftly ascend in strength. Even the formidable Uchiha Madara, one of the shadowy antagonists, does not intimidate him. He certainly has no fear of a mere Danzo. If provoked, he would not hesitate to take a few lives. Feeling fatigued, Chinyu decided to take a brief respite. "In, why don't you accompany me to see if there is any assistance Chinyu might require?" Aozuki Kangwu interjected, cautioning against hasty comments regarding the higher-ups of Konoha and the Uchiha clan. At the very least, until Chinyu speaks, they should refrain from jumping to conclusions. Provoking Chinyu's displeasure is something Aozuki Kangwu wishes to avoid at all costs. Chapter 12. The lightning released chakra mode as Chinyu departed. The atmosphere once again ignited with fervor. The gaze of Atsuki just moments ago was utterly mesmerizing, rendering one unable to meet her eyes. Inuzuka couldn't help but edge closer. Captivated. The formidable lightning release techniques, coupled with extraordinary ocular and illusionary jutsu, seemed unattainable. Even Ai, the next inheritor of the Reikage title from the Cloud Ninja Village, proclaimed that Chinyu possessed the qualifications to succeed the Hokage. Who do you believe stands a better chance against Minato Namikaze? This query instantly captivated the crowd. Atsuki's expression subtly shifted as she surveyed the curious faces around her, exhaling a resigned sigh. The current situation is far more complex than you perceive. The winds of the mountains and the oil woman Tsukun have fled back to Konoha, and with Danzo's animosity towards the Uchiha clan, he will undoubtedly shelter the two. Should Danzo learn that we are still alive, he may very well resort to lethal measures against us. The expressions of Inuzuka and the others stiffened at her words. Atsuki, have you perhaps overestimated the gravity of the situation? What should we do now? Should we alert Chinyu? Inuzuka inquired urgently. Atsuki shook her head resolutely. Inuzuka, do you truly believe that someone so deeply concealed would be ignorant of such matters? From my deductions, Chinyu has likely already devised a countermeasure. The crowd fell into a contemplative silence, exchanging glances. The memory of the recent battle remained vivid in their minds. With such immense power, having lain dormant in Konoha for so long, his ambitions must be significant. However, if we can manage to repel the Cloud Ninja this time, the credit will undoubtedly belong to Chinyu. Once word gets back, the upper echelons of Konoha will have no choice but to take notice. Chinyu is indeed remarkable. Not only capable of vanquishing the AB duo, but also seizing the taijutsu of the Cloud Ninja Village. If he were to present this lightning-released chakra mode to Konoha, it would be a considerable achievement. The crowd erupted into animated discussions once more. After all, the battle had been overwhelmingly shocking. Do you think that with his mastery of lightning release techniques, Chinyu might attempt to learn the lightning release chakra mode? Inuzuka suddenly interjected. Everyone's nerves tensed at the unexpected remark, and Atsuki's countenance faltered slightly as she mused. Perhaps it is indeed a possibility. However, I still find it hard to believe that he could comprehend the essence of lightning within 3 days and develop a technique worthy of S-rank status, such as the lightning release Kirin. Atsuki, are you perhaps saying this out of embarrassment? Inuzuka teased. Why don't we make a wager? Very well. If Chinyu can truly achieve it, I shall arrange for my precious daughter to date him, Atsuki declared, thumping her chest confidently. Pfft, Atsuki, is that truly a wager? It sounds more like an excuse to push your daughter into Chinyu's arms. Count me in. I'll wager that if Chinyu truly masters it, my 2 daughters will be at his disposal. Old man Mu, you have quite the audacity. Your daughters, one is 30 and the other resembles a bear. How could they possibly be presentable? If Chinyu were to take a liking to either, it would be a case of sheer blindness. In the depths of the cave, Chinyu was oblivious to the fact that he had gained several prospective fathers-in-law. As he walked, he was engrossed in studying the scroll detailing the lightning release chakra mode. Chinyu, are you truly uninjured? Jingyin inquired again, her cheeks flushed. Chinyu cast her an exasperated glance and retorted, you have already asked that question 10 times. If you doubt me, would you like me to remove my clothing for you to see? As he spoke, he began to unfasten his buttons. You are being inappropriate. Jingyin's face deepened in color. With a glare, she turned and departed. Watching her leave, Chinyu found himself with some idle time. His chakra and ocular power had been considerably depleted. In other words, he felt utterly drained. He lacked the physical strength and impulse for any mischief. Finding a suitable corner, he sat cross-legged and commenced his practice of the lightning release chakra mode. During the earlier battle, Chinyu had discreetly utilized his Manjiki Sharingan to observe the moment when AI entered the mode. Now, comparing it meticulously with the explanations in the scroll, he found no discrepancies. It seemed AI had never anticipated his own downfall. After thoroughly reviewing the scroll, Chinyu stored it away and entered a meditative state to recuperate his chakra. After a brief period, he opened his eyes, realizing that the sky outside had begun to darken. Following the daytime skirmish, the ninjas of Konoha had clearly resumed their respective duties. Some were reassigned to guard various lookout positions. Thus, in the vast cave, Chinyu remained alone. His chakra had mostly returned, and he finally understood the plight of Kakashi, who often struggled with insufficient chakra. Chinyu sighed in resignation. Having exhausted 2/3 of his chakra with just 3 major techniques, he worried about the horrors of running out in the midst of a prolonged battle. He decided to set aside thoughts of increasing his chakra capacity for later and focused on mastering the lightning release chakra mode. With that, he closed his eyes slowly, envisioning all that was explained in the scroll. After 3 or 4 seconds, he abruptly opened his eyes, his hands moving swiftly to form a series of hand seals. As his chakra surged within him, arcs of electricity began to manifest on his body. In the next moment, the information he had copied from AI using his Manjiki Sharingan flashed through his mind, and his hand seals transformed abruptly. The once gentle flow of chakra within him changed instantaneously, erupting like a stampede, producing a deep rumble from within. Countless ferocious blue arcs of electricity erupted from Chinyu's body, illuminating half the cave. However, just as the lightning arcs emerged, they swiftly dissipated into the air. The change in chakra attributes within him faded, returning to its normal state. A flicker of relief passed across Chinyu's face as he murmured to himself, "Fortunately, I managed to sever the fluctuation of chakra in time. Otherwise, the sudden surge of elemental change could have led to my immediate demise." No wonder that individual so readily entrusted the secret technique scroll to me. Ding. The host has mastered the lightning release chakra mode. Would you like to level up to maximum with one click? Level up immediately. After a brief attempt at self-study, Chinyu relinquished the notion of learning independently. To forego the system would be an act of self-torture. Congratulations, host. The lightning release chakra mode has reached maximum level. As the system's notification faded, Chinyu exhaled a deep breath of stale air. With a renewed focus, the chakra within him began to undergo another transformation. With a series of crisp crackles, arcs of blue lightning erupted from his body. In an instant, stimulated by these electrical arcs, Chinyu felt his cells and body rapidly invigorated. Chapter 13. The leaf's reinforcements. This sensation is truly peculiar. A flicker of delight crossed Chinyu's face. Even when one is accustomed to their own weight, there are moments when it feels as though they are burdened. However, in the state of utilizing the lightning release chakra mode, Chinyu felt as light as a feather. Yet, the internal chakra expenditure was not to be underestimated. With his current chakra reserves, he could sustain this state for no more than 20 minutes. Should he employ any jutsu, the duration supported by the lightning release chakra mode would likely diminish further. It is perhaps for this reason that AI developed the body technique. To mitigate his own chakra consumption, let us test my speed. Chinyu took a step forward. With a crackle, accompanied by a faint flicker of lightning, he shot forth like a bolt of blue lightning, racing out of the cavern. The Konoha ninjas stationed just outside the cave were momentarily taken aback, then unable to resist rubbing their eyes. "What is wrong with you?" Inoho and Yuzuki Kawagu approached slowly. "I think we just saw a flash of blue light," one of them stammered. But before we could discern it clearly, it vanished into thin air. A flash of blue light? Inoho and Yuzuki Kawagu exchanged startled glances, then quickly probed, did it resemble AI's lightning release chakra mode? "Now that you mention it, it does seem somewhat similar," replied the younger ninja. "Are you suggesting that the Cloud Ninja has returned for revenge?" A hint of apprehension crossed the faces of the two younger nin. The battle had only recently concluded, and while they had Chinyu as their stalwart pillar, the Cloud Ninja had suffered greatly last time. They were unlikely to fall into the same trap again. "No. I would rather believe the Cloud Ninja has returned to stir trouble than entertain the fears in my heart." Yuzuki Kawagu and Inoho exchanged knowing glances. It was evident they shared the same thought. "Let us go check the cave and see if Chinyu is still inside." Upon hearing this, the two younger Konoha ninjas suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. If that flash of lightning was indeed identical to the lightning release chakra mode, then the one wielding this secret technique could only be AI, the heir of the Raikage, or perhaps Uchiha Chinyu. It had only been a short while since the battle's conclusion and the acquisition of the scroll detailing the lightning release chakra mode. If Chinyu had indeed mastered this secret technique, how could one even begin to describe him? A genius? A prodigy? A monster? Or perhaps the god of ninjutsu? Several kilometers away, Chinyu was blissfully unaware that his actions had instigated such profound astonishment among them. In the lightning release chakra mode, his speed had reached a level approaching supersonic. In the blink of an eye, he traversed hundreds of meters. Furthermore, through cellular activation, his neural reflexes, offensive power, and sensory perception had seen a substantial enhancement. He could even hear the chirping of insects from hundreds of meters away with crystal clarity. "Stop. We are Konoha ninjas." A piercing voice called out urgently. In an instant, Chinyu pinpointed the origin of the sound. Although he lacked the extraordinary perceptive ninjutsu, he was still able to gauge the number of individuals involved through auditory cues. 7 assailants were surrounding 2, which piqued his interest. A subtle smile curled at the corners of his lips as he decided to investigate the situation among the Konoha ninjas. Within the forest, in a clearing, 2 slender figures stood back to back, vigilantly surveying their surroundings, while various menacingly masked ninjas loomed nearby. "We are Konoha ninjas. This is our identification," declared a pale-faced boy, no older than 12 or 13. Behind him stood a girl with striking purple hair and a delicate, radiant visage. Judging by their identification, these 2 were newly promoted CH Nin. In the context of the original narrative's peaceful era, attaining the rank of CH Nin required passing a rigorous examination, evaluated by the feudal lords of various nations. Regrettably, during the Third Great Ninja War, the majority of CH Nin were forcibly promoted. Firstly, the simultaneous opening of 3 battlefronts had drained Konoha's core forces. Secondly, the prolonged conflict relied heavily on the attrition of personnel, rendering Konoha's limited combat strength unsustainable for long. Thirdly, the abrupt elevation to CH Nin ranks was a tactic to deceive the enemy, revealing a facade of strength that masked their inherent weaknesses. According to Chinyu's recollections, the assessment for CH Nin merely required a team to successfully complete a B-rank mission and return alive to apply for the promotion. He vividly remembered that during the Third Great Ninja War, even Obito, who was at the bottom of the hierarchy and had not activated his Sharingan, managed to be promoted to CH Nin under Kakashi's leadership for a special mission. This served as a testament to the superficiality of the CH Nin rank. "Yuin, stay close behind me and be cautious. We are not far from the outpost. These Umbu must have mistaken our identities for that of the enemy's impersonators. As long as I clarify the situation, everything will be fine," explained Tsukiki's ship. A flicker of anxiety crossed the face of Yuzuki Yuin. This marked her first official foray into the battlefield since graduating from the Ninja Academy. Until now, she had only undertaken minor tasks, such as searching for lost pets or guarding the village of Konoha, along with participating in relatively harmless skirmishes to gain experience. 3 days prior, she had been unexpectedly promoted to CH Nin due to the urgent circumstances at the front lines, necessitating a swift mobilization of forces from Konoha's rear for support. Initially, Yuzuki Yuin had contemplated ways to evade the battlefield. However, upon hearing of the Cloud Ninja's surprise attack, her father, Yuzuki Go, was called to action. To urgently deliver the flying thunder god Kanai of the Golden Flash, Minato Namikaze, to the battlefield, he volunteered for the mission. Tsukiki's ship, driven by an inexplicable feeling, could not resist accepting the task as well. After 3 days of relentless travel, they found themselves not far from the outpost. I had anticipated a smooth arrival, never expecting to be intercepted by the Umbu at such a critical moment. Esteemed seniors, I'm the newly appointed CH Nin of Konohagakure, Moonlight Gale. My father is Moonlight Knight, one of the 8 colors of Konoha, and this is the emblem of my family. Moonlight Gale hastily invoked the name of his lineage. Unlike Aizuki Sawaguchi, his father, Moonlight Knight, is indeed one of the 8 colors of Konoha, mastering the Moonlit Flow's 3 crescent blade techniques and the bloodline limit of phasing. He is a formidable assassin on the battlefield, instilling fear in all who hear his name. Within the ranks of Konoha, he stands out as a preeminent jonin. According to Moonlight Gale's calculations, by merely clarifying his identity and invoking his father's name, these Umbu shinobi, filled with awe, would surely release him. With a stroke of luck, they might even escort him to their stronghold. Chapter 14. The prodigal son, eliminate them, commanded the leading Umbu ninja, his voice suddenly breaking the tension. The smile of Tsukikage Jifing abruptly froze, and even Yuzuki Yuyue, standing behind him, was no exception. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air pierced the atmosphere as two root ninjas sprang into action, swiftly appearing before Tsukikage Jifing. In their eyes, dealing with merely two overly inflated nin was an effortless task. The sudden turn of events left Tsukikage Jifing's expression rigid, as he witnessed the glinting short blades growing larger in his vision, marking a grave miscalculation on the battlefield. He had let his guard down. A fleeting glimmer of amusement flickered in the depths of the two attacking Root ninjas' eyes. Just half a day prior, they had been stationed at a secret outpost of Root, located dozens of miles away. Upon receiving the command to eliminate all Konoha ninjas, they hurriedly set off. Yet, before reaching the checkpoint, they stumbled upon two inexperienced foes. They would not pass up the opportunity to relish in the thrill of overpowering novices. Moonlight Flow Sword Technique, Crescent Shadow Dance. A crisp, delicate voice rang out as a graceful figure suddenly emerged, launching an attack from behind Tsukikage Jifing. The kunai in her hand radiated a faint chakra pulse. In the blink of an eye, she transformed into three, charging directly at the two Umbu. The unexpected assault caught the two Umbu off guard. They had certainly heard of the Moonlight Flow Sword technique wielded by Tsukikage Kuroya, and now, faced with the illusory yet lethal attack, they had no time to think. They hastily retreated, creating distance between them and the swift threat. Seeing the unfolding situation, Yuzuki Yuyue swiftly pulled Tsukikage Jifing behind her, simultaneously flinging several shuriken. Jifing, if there's a chance, you must escape first. Only if you reach the checkpoint for help can we hope for salvation. Leave you behind? I cannot do that. Tsukikage Jifing exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. We either perish together or not at all. A flicker of emotion crossed Yuzuki Yuyue's face as she regarded Tsukikage Jifing's resolute demeanor, feeling a surge of warmth in her heart. To utter such words in the face of impending doom was a testament to their bond, forged in adversity. Yet, before she could dwell on this thought, a large hand suddenly erupted from the ground beneath them. Watch your step, Jifing. Yuzuki Yuyue cried out, instinctively leaping into the air. In that moment, she realized that the earlier attack from the two Umbu was merely a feint. The squad leader had already identified the perfect opportunity to ambush from below. However, what disheartened Yuzuki Yuyue was seeing Tsukikage Jifing still standing there, dazed and bewildered. He had not detected the presence of the enemy, and with her warning, he was already a beat too late. Now, frozen like a deer in headlights, he was clearly unable to escape. Earth Release, Earth Slicing Technique. The Umbu ninja seized Tsukikage Jifing's ankle with a firm grip. The ground around them began to churn as if it were a swift river. Moonlight Gale was abruptly roused, attempting to break free from the assault, only to realize he had been ensnared within the flow of earth. In the next moment, as his chakra dissipated, only his head remained above the surface. The sudden turn of events caused a dramatic shift in the expression of Miku Yuin. She had never anticipated that Moonlight Gale would be captured so swiftly on the battlefield. With 7 opponents against her solitary self, the only course of action to rescue him lay in fleeing to the stronghold for aid. Little girl, this is hardly the time for you to lose your composure. Oh, came a mocking voice. Two ninjas swiftly launched shurikens at her in a deceptive arc. The kunai were equipped with specialized ropes. A slight misstep could result in her being bound instantly. Yet, suspended in midair, Miku Yuin had no means to evade. Surrounding her were the watchful eyes of the Umbu ninjas. Any hint of vulnerability could spell her doom. As the ropes closed in, a bittersweet expression crept onto Miku Yuin's face. Casting a glance toward the distant stronghold, she managed a wry smile, just as a shuriken suddenly shot forth from the shadows. Clang! Sparks flew as the two kunai were instantly deflected. The unexpected scene caused a palpable shift in the atmosphere. Such exquisite shuriken technique, executed with a single shuriken deflecting two kunai, left the Umbu squad leader hidden in the earth gasping in astonishment. With no time to ponder further, he quickly scanned the surroundings and issued a command. Immediately scout for enemies. If detected, eliminate them without mercy. The resolute words left his mouth, and he expected his subordinates to spring into action. However, upon witnessing the terror reflected in their eyes, his own nerves tightened instinctively. Are you here to kill me? Came a taunting voice from behind. The Umbu leader's expression shifted dramatically as he hastened to perform the earth underground technique, seeking an escape. Yet, just as he burrowed into the soil, a chilling aura of death enveloped him. I found you. With that declaration, a fist crackling with lightning descended like a war axe, accompanied by a thunderous roar, crashing down onto the ground. Boom! The sound erupted like a clap of thunder. As the fist struck the earth, The solid ground shattered with a resounding crack. Spiderweb-like fissures rapidly spread in all directions. The Umbu squad leader, who had just submerged into the soil, had his head burst open like a watermelon. Scalding blood erupted, resembling a dazzling firework display, yet evoking a visceral sense of horror. Flee, we must escape. The remaining 6 Umbu ninjas were instantly thrown into a panic. As they trembled, they prepared to retreat, ever mindful of Qin Yu's presence. However, the moment they shifted, that fearsome figure vanished into thin air. Thunderstorm Blade. With a swift motion, Qin Yu transformed his right hand into a blade, unleashing a sonic speed assault powered by lightning chakra. In an instant, he materialized before the first fleeing Umbu ninja. Without the slightest flourish, he swung his right hand forcefully towards the ninja's neck, causing blood to splatter violently. The look of terror on the ninja's face had yet to dissipate when his massive head was unceremoniously sent flying into the air. This shocking spectacle rattled the nerves of everyone present. Unfortunately, against the figure of death incarnate that was Qin Yu, all defenses appeared futile and weak. In a blink, 5 flashes occurred, and they could only catch a glimpse of the blue lightning. By the time they comprehended the situation, it was far too late. In their minds, they merely registered a silhouette entwined in lightning, followed by the sight of a severed head soaring through the air, accompanied by a torrent of blood. Once Qin Yu halted his advance, the 6 heads thudded to the ground, splattering hot blood like rain on banana leaves. Mizuki Shiyong had just regained her footing when she beheld Qin Yu, bathed in lightning, wearing a warm smile reminiscent of a neighborly youth. Unable to suppress her instinct, she took a step back. Now it is your turn, Qin Yu remarked with a playful grin. You, my dear, possess quite the charm. Why not entertain me for a moment? His softly spoken words left Mizuki Shiyong and Moonlight's swift wind momentarily stunned. They had never anticipated that the person before them was not a savior, but rather a wayward scoundrel. Chapter 15. Faster than a rabbit. What do you intend to do? Ujetsu Saigen instinctively took a step back. After witnessing Qin Yu effortlessly eliminate 7 members of the Umbu, she would rather confront those assassins than endure such flippant remarks. I need not speak. You surely understand. Qin Yu smirked, directing his gaze towards Tsukikage Shippu. I now offer you a chance at survival. Will you allow us to leave? Tsukikage Shippu's face brightened, and he hurriedly replied, My father is Tsukikage Kuroya. If you let us go, he will surely reward you handsomely afterward. As he spoke, he contemplated a way to escape with Ujetsu Saigen. It seems you have misunderstood. What I mean is, only one among you may leave alive. Qin Yu interjected suddenly. Both Tsukikage Shippu and Ujetsu Saigen paused, their expressions frozen. Was this not a death match? Fear not. You shall decide who lives and who dies. The act of killing, of course, will be mine. Qin Yu chuckled mockingly. If you believe you are stronger than those 7 Umbu, feel free to come forward and meet your demise. His words echoed through the forest, adding an inexplicable weight to the already tense atmosphere. Unable to suppress her gaze, Ujetsu Saigen looked towards Tsukikage Shippu. What she beheld left her momentarily stunned. Saigen, wait for me. The outpost is merely a few kilometers away. I can reach it faster than you and surely bring back reinforcements. With those words, Tsukikage Shippu turned and fled with astonishing speed, as if he had summoned every ounce of strength within him. In mere moments, he vanished into the depths of the forest. Do you not think it is in times of crisis that one's true potential is unleashed? Qin Yu remarked with a smile. Ujetsu Saigen's complexion paled slightly, and she retrieved a shuriken from her gear, aiming it at her throat. Clang! Qin Yu swiftly threw a shuriken, sending the one in her hand flying. Saigen's expression shifted, and she exclaimed urgently, Did you not say it was a matter of life and death? Can I not take matters into my own hands? Of course you can. Qin Yu replied with utmost seriousness. However, I was merely trying to frighten you. I did not anticipate that lad would flee faster than a rabbit. Let us go, otherwise Uncle Ujetsu will worry about you. With that, Qin Yu turned and made his way back to the outpost. Ujetsu Saigen was left bewildered. She had already resigned herself to death. No one could have foreseen this outcome. Watching Qin Yu's retreating figure and recalling Tsukikage Shippu's hasty escape, a hint of self-mockery crept onto her face. Help! Uncle Ujetsu, please hurry and rescue Saigen. Tsukikage Shippu had barely reached the outpost when he was spotted by a sentry. The earlier battle with Qin Yu had also been detected by the sensing ninjas. Thus, Ujetsu Kawagu and Anufuku had already rushed out with their men. Shippu, what brings you here? Ujetsu Kawagu's expression changed. What were you saying? What has happened to Saigen? Uncle Yuzuki, a grave situation has arisen. Moonlight Gale hastily explained. Xian and I were tasked with delivering the flying thunder god Kanai to Senior Watergate for precise spatial calibration. However, we were ambushed by the route operatives from several kilometers away. Just when we were in dire straits, a young man, ensconced in crackling lightning, intervened and dispatched the route members. Yet, he was captivated by Xian's beauty and insisted that one of us leave. My speed surpassed hers, hence I rushed here for help. Observing the anxious and flustered expression on Moonlight Gale's face, everyone exchanged glances. "You fool," Uncle Yuzuki Kangwu retorted, delivering a sharp slap. The crisp sound reverberated through the air, leaving Moonlight Gale momentarily stunned as he held his cheek. "Uncle Yuzuki, why did you strike me? We must save Xian. We may still have a chance." "To hell with it." Yuzuki Kangwu nearly kicked him. "One of you must survive, and you chose to flee first. Should anything happen to Xian at the hands of Qinyu, I shall hold you responsible. No matter your lineage as Moonlight Black Knight, I care not." In Yuzuki Kangwa's eyes, both Moonlight Gale and Yuzuki Xian were akin to childhood friends. Furthermore, Moonlight Black Knight had imparted the Konoha-style swordsmanship to Yuzuki Xian. Thus he held some esteem for Moonlight Gale. Had the circumstances been different, he might have allowed their relationship to flourish. But now, faced with a life-and-death decision, Moonlight Gale's retreat was more akin to that of a frightened rabbit, leaving Yuzuki Kangwu feeling utterly blind to their true nature. "Uncle Yuzuki, what are you saying? Xian is still in the hands of that madman." Moonlight Gale's expression froze. "Ah, were you looking for me?" A familiar voice drifted in. "I happened to stroll by and saw two Na'vi youths, so I lent a hand." Startled, Moonlight Gale hurriedly turned towards the voice, only to be met by the cold, merciless visage of Qinyu. To his astonishment, Yuzuki Xian approached, her expression icy. "You, how are you unharmed?" Moonlight Gale blurted out, unable to contain himself. "You are quite amusing. You fled like a rabbit moments ago, and now you inquire if I have harmed Xian?" Qinyu chuckled. "I am still young and know not of such matters." "You." Moonlight Gale seethed, vividly recalling Qin Feng's lecherous expression. "Xian, allow me to explain." He rushed forward. A sharp slap echoed once more. "It seems there is nothing to explain between us, Gale," Yuzuki Xian replied coolly. "Dad, I am here to report on the mission." "Very well, let us discuss it further inside." Yuzuki Kangwu cast a cold glance at Moonlight Gale, adding, "Girl, you must learn to discern people. Some do not reveal their true selves until the crucial moment, and should you choose wrongly, there will be no turning back." As the unfazed Mitsuki Yuin strode away with unwavering resolve, the expression of Moonlight Swift turned a somber shade. "You must be Qinyu, and I wish to challenge you." Moonlight Swift exclaimed, covering his still stinging cheek, his voice rising in urgency. "Are you seeking a duel? Bring it on. For I have yet to quench my thirst for battle." Qinyu retorted with a mocking grin. "A duel indeed. Qinyu, do proceed, so we may wager upon it. Yet, your odds seem rather unfavorable." Observing the sudden uproar around him, Moonlight Swift's face flushed crimson as memories of the 7 swiftly vanquished root ninjas flooded his mind, leaving him utterly dispirited. "I shall take my leave. I must attend to my mission," he declared, pivoting with agility to depart, prompting another round of hearty laughter from the onlookers. "Qinyu, have you truly mastered the lightning release chakra mode?" Inazuka suddenly interjected. Chapter 16. Sold yet assisting in counting money in the vast ruins, an inexplicable silence enveloped the scene, with everyone fixated on Qinyu. "No," Qinyu exclaimed, feigning seriousness. "No." Inuho rolled his eyes, retorting, "You're quite the master at hiding things, aren't you? Let me share a secret. That guy, Mizu, has wagered that if you master the lightning release chakra mode, he will arrange a marriage meeting between you and Xian. At your ages of 14 or 15, it's about time to settle down." Qinyu nearly coughed up blood. According to Inuho, he had just been sold and was now counting money for it. Within the cavern, Mizu Xian handed the flying thunder god Kanai to Mizu Kangwu. "Father, according to the 3rd Hokage's description, once this Kanai is activated, Senior Minato will be able to sense its coordinates and perform a space-time jump," Mizu Xian urged. "The Cloud Shinobi army is approaching rapidly, and intelligence suggests that the AB team will personally lead them. Only Senior Minato can confront such an enemy." As she spoke, Mizu Xian opened the scroll to activate the flying thunder god Kanai. "Xian, it's unnecessary," Mizu Kangwu interjected, stopping her with a gentle hand and a wry smile. "You're already too late." "Father, what do you mean? Haven't we made it in time?" Mizu Xian pressed urgently. "This time, the Cloud Shinobi army comprises over 100 members, An AI from the AB team is the successor designated by the third Reikage. If they invade, we cannot withstand them. Time is of the essence. We must activate it quickly. Xiyin, truly, there is no need, Mizu Kangwu reassured her, patting her hand. Qin Yu has already repelled them. No. It would be more accurate to say he eliminated them, he added, a hint of reverence creeping onto his face. Mizu Xiyin froze momentarily, her voice rising with urgency. Father. What on earth happened? You just mentioned that the one who dealt with the cloud shinobi was Qin Yu? Was it solely his achievement? Indeed, it was solely his achievement. Mizu Kangwu replied, his voice trembling as he recounted the battle. If you had witnessed it, you would feel as I do. He single-handedly faced the cloud shinobi army, harnessing the power of thunder to unleash the S-rank lightning release Qilin, obliterating over 100 cloud shinobi with a single strike. He wielded formidable ocular techniques to summon a bloodthirsty Azura, unleashing an unquenchable black flame, and employed an overwhelming genjutsu to suppress the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Mizu Xiyin was momentarily stunned. It was her first time witnessing her father, usually so composed, speak with such admiration for a youth. However, as Mizu Kangwu described the events, vague images of that battle began to surface in her mind. Father, if what you say is true, could it be that Qin Yu is a hidden genius from the Uchiha clan? With such power, he might even contend for the position of Hokage. Mizu Xiyin stated thoughtfully. By the way, AI mentioned before leaving that the next decisive battle will be conducted in the capacity of a Kage. In a state of excitement, Aizuki Kangwu exclaimed. They even referred to Qin Yu as the blood-colored Azura. Aizuki Xiyin's expression shifted noticeably. She had certainly heard of the Yunrin AB duo, particularly of AI, the heir to the next Reikage, given Qin Yu's elevated acclaim and the endorsement of the forthcoming Reikage. To claim he lacks the qualifications to become Hokage would be utterly false. By the way, Xiyin, there's something I wish to discuss with you, Aizuki Kangwu said. Rubbing his hands together, his demeanor awkward. Aizuki Xiyin furrowed her brows, responding, Father, with your excitement just now, you haven't done anything to betray me, have you? Ahem, Xiyin. Please don't say that. Father merely thinks highly of Qin Yu and intends to introduce him to you for a potential match, Aizuki Kangwu replied with a cough. Father, you would actually sell me out. Aizuki Xiyin's face turned pale. She had never anticipated that Aizuki Kangwu would make such a decision upon their first encounter on the battlefield. It felt as though she had been sold off, and worse, she was counting the coins for someone else. Xiyin, do not be so agitated. You witnessed how that brat Jifeng abandoned you in a moment of life and death, fleeing alone. But Qin Yu is different. He stood his ground and faced the incoming Yunrin attack alone. The distinction between strength and weakness is clear to anyone with eyes. Aizuki Kangwu's face darkened with anger. He could not help but imagine the dire fate that awaited Aizuki Xiyin if her encounter had not been with Qin Yu. Step aside, make way for me. I must see Xiyin. Came the voice of Yueguang Jifeng from outside the cave. Xiyin, I will handle him. Do not get entangled with him any longer. Aizuki Kangwu's expression grew grave as he prepared to rise. Father, allow me to go. This is my matter, Aizuki Xiyin interjected, stepping forward towards the exit of the cave. The commotion caused by Yueguang Jifeng captured the attention of those around. Make way. I must see Xiyin. I have something to say to her. Yueguang Jifeng called out urgently. Unfortunately, no matter how loudly he shouted, the two Konoha ninjas stationed outside the cave remained unmoved. Yueguang Jifeng, cease this ruckus. This is a critical area. As a Chunin, you cannot enter without permission. Step aside and do not disturb others, Inu Feng advised in a low voice. Uncle Inu Feng, whom am I disturbing? I merely wish to clarify things with Xiyin. I was only acting out of desperation to save someone and intended to return with reinforcements, Yueguang Jifeng hastily explained, glancing back. To his astonishment, an unexpected figure came into view. You are blocking my way, Qin Yu stretched lazily, stating, it's getting dark. I must return to rest properly. Remember to inform me when dinner is ready. Rest assured, Qin Yu, we will not be lacking your share. The two previously indifferent Konoha ninjas quickly donned smiles. Witnessing this scene, Yueguang Jifeng was left utterly bewildered. Uncle Inu Feng, did you not say this cave is a critical area where Chunin cannot enter freely? Why is he allowed? Yueguang Jifeng exclaimed in confusion. Upon the utterance of those words, the atmosphere among the Leaf Ninjas grew instantly tense. In this regard, Inaho was no exception. With a cold demeanor, he remarked, Konoha's Moonlight Gale, there are times when one must exercise restraint. If Qin Yu were to be deemed a Chunin, then it is likely that the position of Hokage would no longer exist in this world. Indeed, beings like you, who are driven by fear of death, should consider themselves fortunate that, despite your status as a fellow Leaf Ninja, Moonlight Black Knight remains one of the 8 colors of Konoha. Otherwise, we would never permit someone of your ilk to enter. Moonlight Gale, if I were in your position, I would obediently remain on the sidelines and refrain from further embarrassing myself. Moonlight Gale was left in a state of bewilderment. For a long time, bolstered by the support of Moonlight Black Knight and the legacy of his bloodline limit, he had been regarded as a prodigious talent. Chapter 17. Whose speed is greater? Are you deliberately isolating me? Xian and I have been childhood friends. She will surely listen to my explanation. The Wind of Moonlight exclaimed, a hint of madness flashing across his face. Let me in. Xian will definitely forgive me. Enough, Moonlight Wind. The voice of Mitsuki Xian echoed through the cave. Soon, 2 figures emerged from within. This does not concern me. Chinyu shrugged helplessly, saying, he is the one clamoring to explain, so you can handle it yourself. Watching the instigator, Chinyu, turn away nonchalantly, Mitsuki Xian was momentarily taken aback, her brows knitting tightly. Chinyu, could you stay for a moment? Stay for what? Chinyu cast a doubtful glance at Mitsuki Kangwoo, instantly sensing the unfolding situation. Xian, why do you want him to stay? Go over there into the bushes. I will explain to you alone. Moonlight Wind hastily reached out toward Mitsuki Xian, but before he could make contact, she deftly evaded him. Moonlight Wind, please refrain from making any rash movements in front of my partner. Otherwise, I will sever our friendship. Mitsuki Xian's sudden declaration rendered everyone present momentarily speechless. All eyes turning towards Chinyu. He felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He finally understood what it meant to be caught in the crossfire. Xian, what are you saying? Who is your partner? Moonlight Wind demanded anxiously. It is Uchiha Chinyu. My father has already consented to my relationship with Chinyu. So please do not disturb us in the future, Mitsuki Xian replied coldly. Him? Moonlight Wind was momentarily taken aback. That is impossible. I refuse to believe it. You must be saying this to provoke me. You and Uchiha Chinyu hardly know each other. Among the younger generation, it had long been instilled that the Uchiha clan was the root of rebellion, prompting many to avoid them altogether. Enough, Moonlight Wind. A flicker of disdain crossed Mitsuki Xian's face. The Moonlight Wind of yesteryear had appeared to her as a sensible, talented, and responsible genius. She had never anticipated encountering such a situation upon her first venture outside the village. No, I am not enough. Grant me an opportunity to explain, Moonlight Wind pleaded urgently. Love-struck fool. Chinyu shot him a glance of exasperation. If she finishes explaining, will you cease your ruckus? Yes, as long as Xian finishes her explanation. I will leave obediently, Moonlight Wind insisted with stubborn resolve. Very well, just watch, Chinyu said as he wrapped his arms around Mitsuki Xian's waist and, with a sudden force, pulled her into his embrace. Without any hesitation, before the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he leaned in and kissed her. It was a brief kiss. Nonetheless, it resonated in Mitsuki Xian's mind like a thunderclap, leaving her momentarily blank. What? What are you doing? Moonlight Wind was abruptly awakened. This was the first kiss he had long coveted for 7 or 8 years, yet it remained elusive. In a moment of disbelief, Chinyu had been brazenly robbed. A reality he found utterly unacceptable. Are you finally resigned? Chinyu said, raising his hands in feigned innocence. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave to rest. Observing the nonchalant demeanor of Chinyu after their unexpected kiss, the expression of Moonlight Swift twisted dramatically as he turned to depart. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly retrieved a shuriken from his waist and aimed it at Chinyu's back. The proximity of the attack caused the faces of onlookers to pale in astonishment. They had never anticipated such reckless audacity from Moonlight Swift. Yet, in the face of this impending danger, Chinyu appeared utterly unfazed. With a sudden thrust, the shuriken pierced Chinyu's body, releasing a plume of white mist that momentarily left the frenzied Moonlight Swift in shock. Fool, I'm right behind you, Chinyu declared, his right hand morphing into a knife-like strike aimed directly at Moonlight Swift's neck. The latter's expression shifted drastically, however. He had no time to evade the impending blow and could only brace for impact. Suddenly, a flash of golden light erupted. Before anyone could react, an unexpected figure appeared before Chinyu, gripping his wrist firmly. The sudden appearance of this individual caused the crowd's pupils to constrict in unison. With his golden hair, Chinyu could not help but smile. Minato, after evading for so long, I thought you were reluctant to show yourself. It was the Golden Flash, Namikaze Minato, who had arrived. Only with the space-time ninjutsu could one traverse 2 battlefields in such a brief span. reaching this location. If anything, it is only Minato's speed that could intercept Qin Yu's attack. Otherwise, Moonlight Swift would surely face dire consequences, he mused. That brat won't learn without some hardship. However, let's not dwell on it for now. Many in the crowd harbored discontent towards Moonlight Swift for abandoning his companions on the battlefield, especially after his earlier reckless behavior that had garnered him considerable animosity. This was a battlefield, not a place for impulsive actions fueled by personal sentiments. I truly did not wish to intervene. After witnessing the Yunin's assault being repelled by you, I considered returning to the land of Earth. Alas, had I not acted, this fool would have faced dire straits, Minato remarked with a wry smile. Lord Minato, it was he who toyed with me in the forest, leading to Shiin's misunderstanding. You must take my side. Moonlight Swift implored urgently. Shinyu chuckled and shook his head. Minato, you have seen it for yourself. If he is to be quieted, let him learn from his folly. Furthermore, who I choose to discipline is beyond your intervention. With a sudden burst of white mist emanating from him, Shinyu vanished without a trace. Is that the shadow clone technique? Minato's expression shifted as he hurriedly turned to look. At the same moment, with a swift flick of his right hand, the kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique was instantly released, emerging from behind the swift winds of the moonlight. Shinyu wore a smile, and with a subtle shift of his form, he glided sideways like a wraith. The Flying Thunder God kunai narrowly grazed past him, its attack falling short. It has appeared. Someone gasped in astonishment. The tension in the air heightened, and an urgent glimmer flickered in everyone's eyes. The Flying Thunder God technique. Without any visible action from Minato Namikaze, he vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already above the kunai. He reached down towards Chinyu's shoulder to seize him. I've caught you, Minato Namikaze remarked, a trace of amusement gracing his features. It had been a long time since he encountered anyone daring enough to challenge his speed. Chinyu's actions undoubtedly ignited within him a desire for competition. Is that so? Chinyu replied with a smile. However, your assumptions are rather naive. His words, though soft, resonated powerfully. In the next moment, arcs of lightning erupted around Chinyu. Amidst the rampant surge of lightning, the Chinyu, who was meant to be captured, vanished into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already behind the swift winds of the moonlight. His right hand, transformed into a blade, sliced downwards towards the back of Minato's neck with the swiftness of a thunderclap. Chapter 18. Only a friend, not an enemy. Suddenly, a dull thud reverberated through the air. A swift hand strike descended upon Tsukikage Shippu's neck, and under the force of the blow, his eyes rolled back, plunging him into unconsciousness as he collapsed to the ground. The startling scene rendered everyone present speechless, their expressions a mix of disbelief and astonishment as they beheld the dissipating lightning aura surrounding Chinyu. Just moments ago, their conjecture regarding Chinyu's mastery of the lightning release chakra mode had stemmed solely from Tsukikage Shippu's one-sided account. Yet, witnessing it firsthand altered the significance entirely. In a mere half-day's time, Chinyu had acquired one of the most formidable secret techniques of the Cloud Ninja Village, the lightning release chakra mode. What words could encapsulate such staggering speed? Terrifying? Extraordinary? Beyond description? Moreover, there was no comparison, no injury inflicted, even in the face of the legendary Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. Chinyu was able to chastise Tsukikage Shippu, suggesting that he might even surpass him in speed. A chuckle escaped Chinyu's lips as he mused, apologies, Minato, but those I intend to discipline cannot be deterred, not even by myself. In days gone by, the Uchiha Chinyu would have groveled before the illustrious heir of Konoha. Yet now, equipped with a system of unparalleled potential, the notion of bowing to anyone seemed absurd. His words carried weight. Showing mercy to Tsukikage Shippu was already a considerable lesson in itself. Minato Namikaze, as a new generation of peace-loving ninja, held a close relationship with Uchiha Fugaku. Referring to each other as brothers, they had always been mindful of the issues surrounding the Uchiha clan and shared a desire for peaceful resolutions. Had it not been for their bond, Fugaku, who had awakened his Mangeki Sharingan, might have long since rebelled against Konoha, fully believing in Minato's ideals. Regrettably, as the Third Great Ninja War approached its conclusion, the threads of fate were already woven. A year hence, Minato would meet his demise, leading to a cascade of events orchestrated by Danzo and the higher-ups. Yet, Chinyu was unfazed by it all. With his system at his disposal, there were countless places to retreat to in this vast world. Should he be cornered, he could effortlessly unleash a couple of powerful techniques and depart without a trace. No one able to impede his escape. Well then, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave to rest. It has been quite taxing, Shinyu said, patting Minato on the shoulder. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he strode into the cave. To them, Minato was an almost untouchable figure, hailed as the most qualified to inherit the mantle of Hokage, treated with the utmost respect, even by the elders. They had never before encountered someone like Shinyu, who exhibited such audacity, devoid of any reverence. After bidding farewell to Shinyu, Aizuki Kangwu approached with a wry smile and said, "Lord Watergate, please do not blame Shinyu. His contributions were pivotal in repelling the Cloud Ninja, alongside the AB combination. Moreover, at merely 15 or 16 years of age, he lacks a full understanding of decorum. In comparison to the 20-something Lord Bluffing Watergate, Shinyu can truly be regarded as a junior. Furthermore, when juxtaposed with the long-held prestigious status of Bluffing Watergate, Shinyu indeed seems somewhat lacking in etiquette. Senior Kangwu, you are addressing me as Lord again." Bluffing Watergate replied with a resigned shake of his head. "In your presence, I find myself rather fond of Shinyu. However, to my knowledge, Shinyu is not particularly distinguished among the younger generation of the Uchiha clan. When he emerged, Fuyue had even asked me to look after him, indicating that he possesses hidden depths." At this remark, the expressions of those present turned contemplative. One could not help but recall the descending Kirin and the frost emanating from the kaleidoscope Sharingan. "Lord Watergate, your status has changed. You are now entitled to have us old souls address you as such," Aizuki Kangwu remarked with a smile. "However, we must convey a matter of concern. It appears that Shinyu intentionally wishes to remain uninvolved in the conflicts between Konoha and the Uchiha clan, thus opting for concealment." As Aizuki Kangwu recounted this, the previously warm expression of Bluffing Watergate shifted to one of gravity. "Senior Kangwu, are you suggesting that Shinyu possesses formidable lightning-style ninjutsu, along with a unique Sharingan and an innate talent for learning ninjutsu?" Watergate could not restrain himself from asking. Observing the nods of agreement from those around him only heightened his urgency. "Senior Kangwu, I will leave the Moonlight Gale to your care. I must seek out Shinyu," he declared. "Rest assured, Lord Watergate." However, in the Cloud Ninja Village, the next Lightning Shadow Heir, AI, has previously claimed that Shinyu possesses the qualifications to become the next Hokage. "I hope you do not take offense," Aizuki Kangwu hesitated before continuing. This time, Danzo's confidants, Yamashiro and Aburame Torian, not only escaped but also leaked our stronghold's intelligence to the Cloud Ninja. If Danzo learns that Shinyu disrupted his subordinates' plans, he is likely to target him. We hope that you, Lord Watergate, can lend assistance at a critical moment. In the eyes of Aizuki Kangwu and the others, external foes could be vanquished through might, yet internal strife was akin to a visible arrow easily dodged, while a hidden dagger was far more treacherous. "Senior Kangwu, rest assured. I understand what must be done," Bluffing Watergate affirmed with a nod. "I will first report this matter to the third Hokage. With the third Hokage's intervention, Danzo will likely temper his actions." Aizuki Kangwu sighed in relief. "Let us arrange matters thus for the time being. Our subsequent defense will rely on our collective efforts." Bluffing Watergate patted Aizuki Kangwu on the shoulder and said, "I will go and speak with Shinyu." After watching Bluffing Watergate depart, Aizuki Shiyin could no longer contain her anxiety. "Father, are you suggesting that once Shinyu returns to Konoha, he may face retaliation from Root? What is the matter? Are you already concerned about your little lover?" Qianfeng jested. Yuzuki Shiyin shot him a glare and retorted, "Who is his lover? I simply do not wish for the Hidden Leaf Village to lose such a formidable warrior. Such individuals are akin to comrades, an undeniably powerful support. However, if they were to become adversaries, the consequences would be utterly terrifying." Suddenly, Yuzuki Kangwu interjected. Upon his words, the expressions of everyone shifted, just as Yuzuki Kangwu stated. In the face of someone like Shinyu, the only course of action is to be a friend, not a foe. Even if one cannot become friends, they must remain mere passers-by. Chapter 19. Calculating the wind and water of the wave within the cavern, Shinyu sat cross-legged, recuperating his chakra. Simultaneously, he contemplated how to swiftly resolve his shortage of blue chakra. After engaging in 2 battles, his chakra reserves had been significantly depleted. Were it not for the support of his ocular power, he would have struggled to confront his adversaries. After much deliberation, Shinyu distilled his thoughts into 2 potential solutions. Firstly, to form a contract with Mount Myaboku and learn the Sage Mode, thereby allowing him to absorb natural energy for a rapid replenishment of chakra. Secondly, to become a Jinchuriki for the tailed beasts himself. These were the most expedient methods he could conceive. However, the summoning contract with Mount Myaboku had long been held by Jiraiya. Since Orochimaru's betrayal and escape from the Hidden Leaf Village, Jiraiya had assumed a protective role, shadowing Orochimaru. Finding Jiraiya within a short time frame seemed a daunting task. As for becoming a Jinchuriki, glancing around the shinobi world, aside from the three tails, the remaining 8-tailed beasts resided within their respective Jinchuriki. During this wartime, every village was exceedingly cautious in protecting their Jinchuriki. Hence, leveraging this method to address his chakra depletion appeared even less feasible than the first. With this thought, Chinyu let out a resigned sigh. This is quite the dilemma. Chinyu, if you are facing any challenges, feel free to share them with me. The voice of Minato Namikaze suddenly echoed. As Minato approached, Chinyu's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Minato's ninjutsu could be considered among the elite. With his signature technique, the Flying Thunder God, and his powerful Rasengan, he was a formidable opponent, even against the likes of the reanimated. Aside from these three techniques, Chinyu recalled that Minato had not employed many others. Yet, among them, he particularly valued the Flying Thunder God technique, as its lightning release chakra mode could dramatically enhance his speed when it came to fleeing or striking with surprise. No jutsu could rival the efficacy of the Flying Thunder God. Chinyu, are you concerned that Danzo may pose a threat to you? Minato inquired tentatively. Chinyu raised an eyebrow, surprised that Minato had deduced such a possibility. He had been contemplating how to cleverly persuade Minato to impart the Flying Thunder God technique to him, but now he could forego extensive explanations and simply stated, "It is a trivial matter. Should Danzo truly seek to harm me, I can always choose not to return. The world is vast, and there will always be a place for me to hide." Minato's expression faltered. This was precisely what he feared. According to the accounts of his comrades, Chinyu's strength was sufficient to reach the level of AJ Nin, possibly even surpassing that, coupled with his extraordinary talent for ninjutsu. Should Chinyu abscond from the Hidden Leaf Village, it would constitute a significant loss and a potential threat. Chinyu, do not let your thoughts spiral into despair. I share a good rapport with Fugaku and will ensure that Danzo does not act against you recklessly. Wolfing Minato hastily advised, moreover, I shall report this matter to Lord Third Hokage in advance. With his sagacity, he will undoubtedly handle this affair with fairness. You need only to rest assured and accompany me back to Konoha. Chinyu, having gleaned some understanding of Wolfing Minato from the original text, recalled the adage that good-hearted individuals often meet untimely ends. Thus, he did not harbor significant doubts regarding Minato's intentions. However, his objective was to acquire the Flying Thunder God technique. To dismiss him with mere words would be tantamount to undermining his intelligence honed over 2 lifetimes. I too wish to return, but regrettably, my means of self-preservation are few. Should you be willing to impart the Flying Thunder God technique to me, I might consider it. Chinyu said with a smile. Wolfing Minato was momentarily taken aback, then responded with a wry smile. It appears that from the very beginning, you harbored this intention. It seems you have not regarded Danzo with much concern. However, the Flying Thunder God technique is a forbidden art developed by the second Hokage. Even if I wish to teach it to you, I would require the third Hokage's consent. With a hint of resignation, Wolfing Minato added, if you truly desire to learn, I can share with you the ninjutsu I have developed myself. You mean the Rasengan? Chinyu replied, rolling his eyes in exasperation, convincing Wolfing Minato, a man of principles, to secretly teach him the Flying Thunder God technique would likely be more difficult than taking his life. It seemed he would have to devise alternative methods. You are aware of the Rasengan. Wolfing Minato's face lit up with delight. This technique requires no hand seals, has a modest chakra requirement, and I have even developed a systematic learning approach. Allow me to demonstrate it for you now. Rasengan. As he spoke, Wolfing Minato's right hand tightened slightly. Chakra swirled around him, and in an instant, a blue sphere of chakra materialized, resembling a miniature starry sky. Indeed, to judge the Rasengan merely by its appearance would be a grave mistake, often leading to one's downfall. In the original narrative, there is a humorous quip, there is no adversary that the Rasengan cannot defeat. If one opponent proves insurmountable, simply employ 2. And if that fails, one can always vary the technique. A successful outcome is inevitable. Did you observe clearly? Wolfing Minato dissipated the Rasengan in his hand and inquired. I shall demonstrate it a second time. With your aptitude, as long as you practice diligently and master the flow of chakra, you should be able to learn it within a week. Faced with Wolfing Minato's enthusiastic demeanor, Chinyu found it difficult to refuse. Moreover, in the original work, Naruto's wind release Rasengan was indeed formidable, requiring less complexity than the lightning release Kirin. As he sensed buffing Minato's chakra circulating once more, Chinyu activated his Manjiki Sharingan. Within the world of Naruto, the Sharingan serves as a native enhancement. It would be foolish not to utilize it. Observing Chinyu intently, buffing Minato felt as if his very essence were being scrutinized with clarity. In that fleeting moment of raising his gaze, their eyes met, causing his pupils to involuntarily constrict. The chakra he had been gathering suddenly dissipated with a resounding crash. Is this the kaleidoscope Sharingan? Minato Namikaze could not help but inquire. Chinyu was not taken aback by Minato's astute observation. The kaleidoscope Sharingan was not an unprecedented phenomenon in the annals of Konoha's history. At the very least, all information regarding Uchiha Madara had been meticulously documented by the second Hokage. As Minato Namikaze stood as a prime candidate for the position of fourth Hokage, he had taken a keen interest in resolving matters concerning the Uchiha clan. Thus, his awareness of the existence of the kaleidoscope Sharingan was hardly surprising. Is it not curious that an unassuming junior possesses such an extraordinary ability? Chinyu had no intention of concealing this fact. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and machinations are but trifles. Minato exhaled a deep breath, nodding in acknowledgement. I finally understand why they say you possess a remarkable talent for learning ninjutsu. Chapter 20. The Assault of the Mist Ninjas. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan inherently possesses the ability to replicate jutsu, although not every member can utilize this skill. After a fleeting glance, Minato Namikaze averted his gaze. Yet, within the clandestine intelligence of Konoha, there exists a description of the Uchiha clan's Manjiki Sharingan, which, upon awakening, grants its wielder unique ocular techniques. If my conjecture holds true, then the colossal Azura, the black flames, and the formidable ninjutsu are all manifestations of those eyes. Minato's speculation had long been anticipated by Chinyu. From the outset, he resolved to repel the Cloud Ninjas in the AB combination, employing Susanoo, Amaterasu, and Tsukuyomi. Knowing this matter could not remain concealed for long. Nodding slightly, he remarked, "You speak the truth. No wonder you are a favored candidate for the next Hokage." Upon hearing this, Minato offered a bittersweet smile, saying, "There are many exceptional individuals within Konoha, Fugaku, Shursui, the legendary Sannin my teacher is part of, and of course you. I merely thrive on the front lines, lacking any political backing, which makes me more palatable to the masses. If we were to truly compare strengths, Jiraiya-sensei, Fugaku, and Shursui would be far more suited." Observing Minato's modest demeanor, Chinyu rolled his eyes and replied, "One should display their abilities when the moment calls for it. Otherwise, what is the purpose of becoming so powerful? Is it to hide your strength from others? That seems rather pointless. Humans are inherently selfish. To be a hero while keeping secrets is beyond my capacity." Minato chuckled wryly. "I did not expect you, Chinyu, to possess such enlightening insights. Although I cannot impart the Flying Thunder God technique to you, I shall consult with the third Hokage upon our return to Konoha. He is likely to acquiesce. For now, let me demonstrate the Rasengan once more." As he spoke, Minato began to gather chakra within him once again. However, before the Rasengan could fully take shape, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. "Lord Minato, this is dire news. An informant has reported the presence of mist ninjas 3 kilometers away, and their numbers are considerable. The identity of their leader remains unknown." Urushi Kanwu burst in urgently. Upon witnessing the dissipating Rasengan in Minato's hand, he realized that the timing was indeed rather off and displayed a hint of regret on his face. "Chinyu, I apologize. We shall postpone the Rasengan demonstration until I return. You have expended a significant amount of chakra in the previous battle. Rest at the base for now while I deal with those mist ninjas." With that, Minato hurriedly dashed out. After throwing an apologetic glance at Chinyu, Urushi Kanwu swiftly followed suit. Once the two departed, the vast cavern returned to its tranquil state. It was unexpected that even the mist ninjas had initiated a flanking attack. It seemed they were intent on kicking a man while he was down. Chinyu mused with a wry smile. Initially, he had intended to seek out a tailed beast as a source of chakra, hoping to capture a minor leader to glean information about the whereabouts of the 3 tails. However, for now, he would focus on mastering the Rasengan, for it might lead to unforeseen surprises. As Chinyu pondered, memories of the moment when the kaleidoscope Sharingan replicated the scene of Minato Namikaze executing the Rasengan for the second time flooded his mind. The meager chakra remaining within him surged and coalesced rapidly in his right hand. The complexity of the Rasengan, which could be mastered through systematic practice, was even within the reach of someone as inexperienced as Naruto. Now, with the aid of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, Chinyu thoroughly analyzed the operational structure of the Rasengan. making its execution significantly more efficient. Rasengan. Chinyu's fingers slightly tightened as the blue chakra erupted forth, swiftly gathering in the palm of his hand. In the next moment, accompanied by the high-pitched sound of chakra swirling, the Rasengan was instantly formed. Ding! A-level ninja technique Rasengan detected. Would the host like to upgrade to maximum level with one click? Hearing the system's voice, Chinyu raised an eyebrow. The Rasengan had already been perfected and formed by Minato Namikaze. What would happen if it could be upgraded further? Upgrade to maximum level immediately. Without hesitation, Chinyu issued the command. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Big Ball Rasengan. Ding! Host's lightning attribute chakra detected. You have acquired lightning style, Rasengan. The two consecutive notifications left Chinyu bewildered. Initially, he had merely intended to replicate the original technique, mastering the Rasengan before moving on to wind-style shuriken. He had not anticipated that with the system's one-click upgrade, he would also gain access to the Big Ball Rasengan and lightning-style Rasengan. As for why other elemental attributes had not manifested, it was likely because the system could not detect any changes in the chakra within him. It seemed he would need to cultivate a sage body to explore all attribute variations of the Rasengan. Shaking off his thoughts, Chinyu returned to the present. Outside, facing the sudden appearance of the mist ninjas, everyone's nerves were taut. After Minato had left the cave and issued several strict commands, he hurried with a small team to the location where the threat had emerged. This was the area closest to the Leaf Village and the Land of Water. Unfortunately, Minato had been dispatched to the battlefield in the Wind and Earth countries and had not left behind any Flying Thunder God techniques in the vicinity of the Land of Water. Otherwise, a mere spatial leap would have allowed him to reach the destination swiftly. Once Minato and his group departed, the base, which had originally housed 26 individuals, saw its defensive strength plummet to 12. This number included the presence of Yuzuki Yugao and Moonlight Gale. Dad, do I need to do something? Yuzuki Yugao couldn't help but voice her concern. The enemy's numbers are unknown, and I worry they might launch a flanking attack on the base. Her words cast a heavy pall over the atmosphere. The remaining defenders tensed at this thought. However, just as this worry began to take root, Yuzuki Kawaga glanced back at the cave where Chinyu was located and secretly breathed a sigh of relief, patting Yuzuki Yugao on the shoulder. Silly girl, don't fret. While our numbers are indeed insufficient and Lord Minato is absent, we must not forget we still have Chinyu. Upon reaching this point, Aozuki Esko turned to the already awakened Moonlight Gale and solemnly cautioned, Gale, I implore you to exercise restraint during your next encounter with Chinyu. He is a being beyond your reach. Moonlight Gale's expression darkened, his fists clenched in indignation as he defiantly lifted his chin and replied, Uncle Aozuki, you need not worry. My intelligence escort mission has been accomplished. With someone like Chinyu present, my presence here serves little purpose. I shall now depart from the base and return to Konoha to report. Having uttered these words, Moonlight Gale began to stride towards the exit of the base. However, after taking only 3 or 4 steps, a colossal shadow descended from the heavens. Without the slightest flourish, it crashed down upon him. Bang! Moonlight Gale was forcefully pinned to the ground. As he felt the warmth and metallic tang of blood on his face, he struggled to lift his gaze, only to be met with a sight that drained the color from his face. Chapter 21. The 7 Ninja Swordsmen. It was a corpse. Moonlight Gale's eyes widened in horror as he beheld, mere feet away, a lifeless leaf ninja, utterly devoid of life. A sudden tremor coursed through his legs, accompanied by an inexplicable warmth and dampness that honorably stained his trousers. The pungent scent of urine wafted through the air, prompting the surrounding leaf ninjas to regard Moonlight Gale with a mix of apprehension and mild disdain. Yet, one could hardly fault him. It was his first encounter on the battlefield. He had already faced the peril of being hunted by the Umbu, endured the taunts of Chinyu, and now found himself staring into the vacant eyes of death. The fact that he had not succumbed to sheer terror was a small consolation. Figures darted in all directions. Upon learning of the Cloud Ninja's failure to breach the stronghold, the Mist Village swiftly mobilized its forces for a second wave of assault. In their eyes, the Leaf Ninja's ability to withstand the initial onslaught could only stem from 2 possibilities. Either they had paid a heavy price, or they possessed formidable ninjas as their backbone. When they observed the departure of the renowned Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, from the Leaf, the stronghold was left with a mere handful of Leaf Ninjas. To the Mist, this presented an unguarded opportunity. Thus, from the outset, they employed a strategy of misdirection, using ordinary ninjas as bait to draw Minato away, only to regroup their elite forces for a surprise attack on the stronghold. They had considered the possibility that Minato would not be easily lured away. However, the outcome exceeded their expectations. Once they breached this stronghold, the Mist Ninjas could penetrate deep into the heart of the leaf, disrupting their defenses and shattering the equilibrium of the three major conflicts. Crucially, the Mist Village had dispatched ninjas less formidable than the notorious Cloud Ninja AB team. Yet leading them were two fearsome members of the infamous Seven Ninja Swordsmen, emerging from the blood-soaked era of the Blood Mist. The Seven Ninja Swordsmen were ruthless elites forged in the crucible of violence, faced with a stronghold manned by a mere dozen or so leaf ninjas. Their victory was all but assured. Attention, everyone, be on high alert. We are confronted with a formidable presence, shouted Mizuki Kanwu, his complexion paling as he beheld the two leading ninjas, the Seven Ninja Swordsmen, Kisame Hashigaki and Raiga Kurasuke, as their names echoed through the air. A collective gasp escaped the leaf ninjas. Behind them trailed 50 elite mist ninjas. Kisame stood over 2 meters tall, his figure robust and seemingly amiable. Yet, from the depths of the Mist Village, no ninja emerged unscathed from the turmoil of the Blood Mist era. These were individuals capable of betraying even their comrades for personal gain. As for Raiga, he was lean, with raven hair, clad in a flowing black robe, wielding 2 glimmering blades that crackled with electric energy. Crimson droplets of blood cascaded down the edge of the blade. The recent sentry had undoubtedly fallen victim to his lethal intent. Mere trifles, especially that little wretch over there, who has soiled himself in fear. Leia laughed mockingly. Confronting such feeble adversaries posed no challenge for beings of their bloodthirsty nature. Now, let us not forget the formidable figure of Namikaze Minato. We must swiftly dismantle this stronghold. Even if he were to return afterward, it would be of no consequence. Shigwa Mountain cast a cold, eerie glance around the surroundings. Chapter 22. The fury of the spiraling sphere in the vast expanse of ruins, a multitude of mist ninjas, far surpassing the number of those from Konoha, cast their predatory gazes upon everything before them, thickening the atmosphere with an inexplicable sense of oppression. Particularly, the presence of Suigetsu from the Seven Ninja Swordsmen and Raiga was striking. It felt as though an invisible hand was gripping one's heart in a vice-like hold. Hurry! We must summon Chinyu to confront them, or we shall all perish, urged Tsukazuki Kazuha, hastily scrambling to his feet. Chinyu? Raiga raised an eyebrow, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Who is this individual? I have not heard of him. Are you merely grasping at straws, hoping to throw someone our way to distract us? However, unlike the Cloud Ninjas, we Mist Ninjas thrive on fear. As soon as he spoke these words, raucous laughter erupted from the crowd. A playful smile danced across Suigetsu's sturdy visage as he remarked, enough of the theatrics. Let us swiftly deal with them. However, I must admit, it is rather surprising to find such a lovely young lady in this front line. I shall take her for myself. You all can handle the others. Tsukazuki Yuin's fair face paled at Suigetsu's unexpected declaration. Yuin, I will hold them off for a moment. You must hurry to the cave and inform Chinyu. With Lord Minato absent, he is our only hope, Tsukazuki Kazuha commanded sternly. Brothers, activate the barrier immediately. The remaining Konoha ninjas, their nerves taut, responded without hesitation to Tsukazuki Kazuha's orders, forming hand seals to initiate the barrier. It is far too late to act now, Suigetsu sneered maliciously. Without warning, a thick white mist swirled up, enveloping the entire battlefield. With no flourish, Suigetsu sprang into action. His seemingly hefty frame belied an agility that allowed him to traverse several meters in the blink of an eye, appearing before Tsukazuki Yuin. It is the silent killing technique, the forte of the Mist Village. Tsukazuki Kazuha's countenance shifted dramatically as he sensed the shifting air around him, urgently warning. Yuin, be careful. Haha, now you think of caution? It is far too late. Suigetsu laughed boisterously. This woman is mine. Amidst the fog, Tsukazuki Yuin's expression turned ashen, desperately attempting to evade. Unfortunately, in the impenetrable darkness, there was no refuge to be found. Just as despair began to creep onto her features, a magnificent blue sphere, reminiscent of a starry sky, zoomed past her side. A gentle gust of air parted the mist, revealing Suigetsu's mocking expression. However, upon noticing the spiraling sphere hurtling towards him, his smile faltered instantly. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew the blade, Samahata, from his back, positioning it defensively across his chest. Boom! The spiraling sphere collided with Samahata, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that surged forth like a raging tide. Boom! A thunderous explosion suddenly resonated, creating a tempest that swiftly dispersed the surrounding mist. The colossal form of Watermelon Mountain shot forth like a cannonball, As it barreled through, several mist ninjas that dared to leap out were sent flying. Ultimately, it crashed heavily against a tree 100 meters away, barely coming to a halt. However, the immense force resulted in the tree being severed in half. The scene that unfolded left everyone, including Leia, in a state of shock. He was acutely aware of Watermelon Mountain's formidable power and under the silent assassination technique. The mist ninjas had thrived. Yet, Watermelon Mountain had been ambushed at a critical moment, which was beyond his expectations. Chapter 23. The Great Spiraling Sphere Enemy Attack. Quick, defend. Stay calm. Such an assault poses little threat to Sukha Mountain. Dispel the silent killing technique. As he beheld the enormous tree cleaved in two, Leia of the Black Hope barked his orders. The mist that enveloped the surroundings swiftly dissipated. Once reputed as the most formidable silent killing technique among the mist ninja, it had now inadvertently aided the adversary. Should word of this incident spread, it would undoubtedly bring shame upon the mist village. As the fog cleared, although the leaf ninja were equally flustered, a flicker of joy graced their faces upon witnessing the fallen Sukha Mountain, whose fate hung in the balance amid the ruins. The remnants of destruction scattered across the ground hinted at a glimmer of hope. Yes, it must be Qin Yu. He has surely intervened. With him here, we shall be saved. Fool, do not forget that over 100 cloud ninjas fell to Qin Yu's hands, and even the AB duo was forced to retreat. As the previously panicked leaf ninjas displayed expressions of relief, the faces of the mist ninja darkened. Lord Leia, should we retreat? A mist ninja could no longer contain his anxiety. However, scarcely had the words left his lips when Leia swung his blade in a swift motion. Thud! The massive head flew into the air, blood splattering in a gruesome display that was shocking to behold. Disturbing the morale of the troops is tantamount to courting death. Leia treated the act as nothing out of the ordinary. As the corpse thudded to the ground, he barked, "Cowards hiding in shadows, have the courage to show yourselves." Are you seeking me? Qin Yu stepped forth, casting a glance at Mao Shiyan. No one dares to jest with my little girlfriend. Those who spoke disrespectfully have already met their end. A mere brat? Leia paused briefly, then erupted into boisterous laughter. I was under the impression we were being ambushed by someone formidable, but it turns out to be just a chunin from the leaf. Sukha Mountain, do not feign death. With the J-Neen blade in hand, you can hardly sustain significant injury. Huh, Leia, couldn't you keep my secret? Such revelations might frighten the great hero of the leaf away. Rising from the rubble, Sukha Mountain shook himself awake. The bandages that had once wrapped around his weapon, the J-Neen blade, were now fully unveiled. The sight of the menacing edge evoked a sense of suffocating dread. Father, is this one of the 7 ninja swords of the mist? Mao Shiyan, now preoccupied with more pressing matters than verbal sparring, inquired. Mao Kanwu nodded solemnly. Qin Yu, be cautious. According to intelligence, the sword Sukha Mountain wields is named Samahata, possessing the ability to devour chakra. Your recent attack was likely absorbed by it. By the way, how did you master Lord Minato's Rasengan? In the Leaf Ninja Village, who was unaware of the legendary jutsu of Namikaze Minato? You mean the Rasengan? Qin Yu grinned knowingly at Samahata. I have just recently learned it. I was contemplating how to resolve my shortage of blue chakra, completely overlooking the presence of Samahata. This is precisely the weapon I require. A subtle sound swept through the arena, causing both the Leaf and Mist ninjas to exchange puzzled glances. Was this an audacious act of robbery? Huh, young one, that is the most ludicrous jest I have ever heard. Suigetsu erupted into raucous laughter. Allow me to enlighten you. Your recent assault, though impressive in force, has completely depleted your chakra, which I have effortlessly siphoned. If I were to say that your valiant strike has resulted in all your chakra becoming mine, what expression would grace your face? As his words fell, Suigetsu flaunted his superiority, beckoning the chakra to flow back into him through the Samahata. Observing this spectacle, the gazes of many fell upon Qin Yu. It seems you are quite fond of my chakra, Qin Yu remarked with a warm smile. However, I hope you can still find joy in a moment. His cryptic words caused a momentary pause. In the next instant, arcs of lightning surged around Qin Yu as the lightning release chakra mode was instantly activated, transforming him into a streak of lightning. Almost simultaneously, the flash of lightning revealed Qin Yu standing behind Suigetsu. The sudden turn of events left everyone on edge. Suigetsu, be careful, Raiga shouted urgently. Suigetsu was quick to react, his ample form exhibiting no hint of sluggishness as he gripped the Samahata tightly, preparing to block once more. However, what he beheld made his pupils constrict in shock. Rasengan. Qin Yu's right hand tensed, chakra surging like a stampede of wild horses, rapidly coalescing into a sphere roughly a meter in diameter. With a fierce display, he hurled it directly at Suigetsu. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated, akin to a clap of thunder. The turbulent chakra currents, like a tempest, instantly engulfed Suigetsu and the Samahata. The immense force erupted, sending Suigetsu hurtling backward like a cannonball, carving a deep gash into the ground as he flew. Trees crumbled under the force, ultimately crashing against a rocky wall a kilometer away. Boom! The wall shattered. Spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spreading outward. The violent shockwave snapped trees in half all around. Suigetsu, he has been sent flying again. Witnessing Suigetsu's second flight, the mist ninjas could no longer muster a laugh. This assault was at least tenfold stronger than the last. Raiga's face turned ashen as he urged, Suigetsu, get up quickly. With Samahata by your side, such an attack cannot possibly harm you. His frantic words echoed through the forest. Unfortunately, as the echoes faded, Suigetsu remained motionless beneath the rubble. Just as Raiga began to lose patience, a streak of lightning appeared without warning above the debris. It's that kid. His speed is remarkable. When did such power emerge from the leaf? His speed, one might say, rivals that of the golden flash of Konoha. The expressions of the mist ninjas shifted dramatically. What they had perceived as a one-sided battle, akin to capturing a turtle in a jar, was suddenly upended by the emergence of this young boy. Apologies, but it seems he has been overwhelmed by chakra. Shinyu smiled warmly, casually retrieving the fallen blade, Samahata. Observing this scene, Leia's eyes flickered with a hint of delight. A flaw, lightning release, falling thunder. In an instant, Leia raised his lightning blade, channeling chakra into it, directing it skyward. The arcs of lightning danced and intertwined with the thunder above as a pale blue bolt struck towards Shinyu. As one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, he understood that each of these 7 blades possessed unique characteristics. Among them, Samahata was undoubtedly the most untamable. Chapter 24, The First Use. A bit clumsy thunder rumbled as a bolt of lightning tore through the sky. At the same moment, Thunder Fong unleashed its fury, as his hands clashed with the thunderous blade, sending arcs of lightning soaring into the heavens. The pent-up heavenly thunder, drawn forth, instantaneously transformed into 7 or 8 bolts that struck directly towards Shinyu. The might of the thunder approached with blinding speed, as Shinyu found his escape routes completely sealed off by the descending bolts. A flicker of delight appeared on the faces of the mist ninjas, for it was the perfect opportunity to test their blades. Shinyu smiled warmly, wielding the shark's skin, and slashed toward the sky. In an instant, as the gaping maw of the blade opened, the torrent of lightning was cleaved apart with a single stroke. Thunder erupted, accompanied by the splattering of electric arcs. The spectacle left Thunder Fong's expression drastically altered. Impossible! Why has the shark skin not backfired on you? As one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Thunder Fong understood the wild nature of the shark's skin, which was capable of rebelling against any who sought to control it. Even those of considerable strength, upon first contact, should have experienced a backlash. The fact that Shinyu could wield the shark's skin with such ease was entirely beyond his comprehension. It is now even more peculiar than a sun. Thunder Fong suddenly lifted his gaze. Under the gaze of his 9-tomo Sharingan, even-tailed beasts could be easily subdued. Not to mention a mere blade like the shark's skin. He sensed a trickle of chakra that had surged through the lightning and returned to him. After executing a great ball Rasengan, the chakra within him, slightly depleted, had evidently increased a notch. Though it was not substantial, it was indeed a commendable weapon. Shinyu turned to Thunder Fong and inquired, if you 7 ninja swordsmen were to lose your blades, how would you be addressed? How dare you lay your hands on us, the ninja swordsman? Thunder Fong's expression darkened. I finally comprehend who you are, to speak with such audacity. The peculiar Sharingan and extraordinary speed. You're from the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shursui. Shinyu couldn't help but roll his eyes. No, in fact, everyone present was unable to suppress their disbelief. Lord Thunderfong, it seems you have made an error. Uchiha Shursui is known as Shursui of the body flicker, specializing in body flicker techniques, and neither his Sharingan nor his age aligns with that of this youth. Silence. If you do not speak, no one shall assume you are mute. Lord Thunderfong is undoubtedly correct in identifying him as Shursui of the body flicker. Thunderfong's cheeks trembled as he gazed at the suddenly emerging Shinyu and barked, Boy, who exactly are you? Who am I? Shinyu replied with a gentle smile. I am the one who will slay you. With those words, the lightning surrounding Shinyu surged, and with a single step, he surged forth like a thunderclap. Prepared to unleash all defensive ninjutsu, Thunderfong bellowed in fury. Since becoming one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, He had never been so contemptuously disregarded. Around him, 30 to 40 mist ninjas, some of whom quickly began forming hand seals. As the handprints danced in the air, the chakra surged forth, and a resounding cry filled the atmosphere: water release, water barrier. In an instant, towering walls of water erupted around them, forming a defensive line of 100 meters in size. The remaining mist ninjas exchanged glances, evidently members of the elite squad under Raiga's command. With the completion of their seals, they unleashed torrents of river water. Water release, great waterfall technique. Streams of water surged forth, rapidly cascading outward, creating gigantic waves that engulfed the surroundings, inundating the terrain over a vast area. Mizuki, Kanwu, and the others had already reacted, swiftly activating the defensive barrier of their encampment to keep the deluge at bay. The Leaf Ninjas present wore grim expressions as they witnessed the transformation of the landscape within mere seconds. The ninjas emerging from the land of Water's blood mist were undeniably superior to those from other villages, be it their chakra reserves or their teamwork. Their timing was impeccably precise. If they were to face these opponents directly, defeat would be inevitable. "Where are you running off to, boy? Are you afraid?" Raiga sneered, raising his lightning blade high, summoning the accumulated thunder from the heavens. With a resounding crash, a bolt of blue lightning descended from the sky, striking the river with a deafening crackle. The moment the lightning met the water, its power surged exponentially, arcing like thick snakes, voraciously sweeping outward. Mizuki and his companions' expressions shifted drastically as they shouted urgently, "Increase chakra output. We cannot allow the barrier to break." The barrier shimmered with radiant light. Yet the incoming arcs of electricity struck it like a relentless whip, causing it to shudder violently. "Huh, if you hide away, then I shall shatter this barrier and force you to beg for mercy." Raiga cackled maniacally. The lightning blade in his hand crackled with energy, and the thunderbolts within the clouds grew increasingly frenzied. A torrential downpour of lightning descended, enhanced by the water, manifesting as multiple streaks that violently collided against the barrier erected by Mizuki and his allies. "Mizuki-senpai, we cannot endure this assault for much longer. Think of something," one of the Chunin exclaimed, unable to contain his anxiety. They need not face direct attacks. Yet the constant expenditure of chakra to bolster the barrier was taking a toll on them, the sweat rolling down their cheeks and shattering upon the ground. "Hurry. Do not hold back. Otherwise, we will all perish," Mizuki suddenly urged, his face pale as he gazed into the distance, his eyes filled with dread. Every nerve in the group tightened in response. They quickly looked up, following his line of sight. Chinyu floated in midair, his Rasengan radiating a violet blue hue. Arcs of lightning danced around him, wreaking havoc in the surrounding space. An indescribable sense of danger permeated the air. "Apologies for my initial clumsiness. I seem to have wasted a bit of time, but now I offer my prayers for you." Chinyu smiled warmly. The lightning-released spiraling sphere in his hand was instantly hurled forth. With a whoosh, the air was rent asunder, and beneath the onslaught of lightning, it descended with the force of a meteor. It struck directly into the water below. Boom! The frenzied accumulation of lightning erupted in an instant. Its form compressed to the utmost, combined with the all-pervasive nature of the lightning attribute, fine tendrils of lightning, as slender as a strand of hair, transformed under the immense explosive force of the spiraling sphere into veritable lightning bombs. Harnessing the potent conductivity of water, the altered terrain became a formidable weapon in Chinyu's hands. Chapter 25. 3 Dumplings Resolve a War Thundering. The sound of thunder resounded through the heavens, creating a sensation akin to the tearing of eardrums. Blue lightning illuminated the entire expanse, blinding all in its wake. The ferocious force of the explosion instantly shattered the water shield formed by dozens of mist ninjas. Delicate, hair-like lightning rods pierced through their bodies with lethal precision. The overwhelming voltage, coupled with the devastating force of destruction, obliterated their physical forms in an instant. In the next moment, they erupted into a crimson mist. Merging with the sea, dozens of mist ninjas transformed simultaneously into blood mist, a sight so shocking it felt as though one's very eyes might burst. The only solace lay in the fact that the lightning release, spiraling sphere primarily targeted the mist ninjas. Otherwise, the protective barrier of Konoha would have likely been breached in an instant. The river, deprived of its chakra support, struggled to maintain its form and soon dissipated into the earth, flowing away. When calm returned, the battlefield, once engaged with cloud ninjas, now bore a colossal crater several hundred meters in diameter. The edges of the crater were riddled with countless small indentations, the remnants of lightning strikes. 2 lightning blades were skewered into the ruins, while the bodies of the mist ninjas had long since been reduced to flesh and blood, washed away by the river. The Konoha ninjas, witnessing this scene, were left utterly astonished, their jaws agape. It had been merely half a day since the Cloud Ninja assault, during the previous encounter. A single lightning release, Kirin had decimated over 100 Cloud Ninjas. Now, faced with dozens of Mist Ninjas, another lightning release, Spiraling Sphere had once again annihilated them. With such ease, 2 waves of assault had been dismantled. Was this still war? Chinyu descended into the ruins. Observing the arcs of electricity dancing around the lightning blades as they seeped into the soil, a playful smile gracing his face. Lightning Fong. It appears you are the last one left. Where have you hidden yourself? What happened to your earlier bravado? Chinyu inquired. A pale hand emerged from the soil of the ruins, grasping the lightning blade. Soon, onlookers beheld Lightning Fong, bloodied and tattered, emerging from the debris. Without a moment's hesitation, he roared with a fierce countenance. You brat, I will fight you to the death. The chakra lying dormant within Lightning Fong surged wildly into the lightning blade. He understood that against this youth, likely possessing the strength of a Kage, his only option was to carve a bloody path through him. Excellent chakra, just what I needed. Chinyu's smile widened. He retrieved the shark's skin from his back without a hint of flourish and struck directly at Lightning Fong. With a ripping sound reminiscent of fabric tearing, the chakra erupting from Lightning Fong was swiftly devoured by shark skin. The once flickering lightning blade, bereft of chakra, flickered for but a moment before vanishing into the ether. The sharp stabs of shark skin sliced through his chest like a multitude of blades. Blood splattered, revealing the stark, white bones, evoking a profoundly shocking sensation. The violent scene left Leia utterly dumbfounded. As a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, he had never imagined he would ultimately perish by the very blade he wielded. You are certainly not an unknown being. Who on earth are you? Leia stammered. The one who will take your life. Chinyu replied with a teasing smile. The dead have no right to know my name. You. Leia spat out a mouthful of blood, ultimately succumbing to his injuries, collapsing lifelessly onto the ground. Amidst the swirling dust, a group of dazed Konoha ninjas finally began to comprehend the situation. Chinyu sheathed the lightning blade and remarked, "This is now your responsibility. If there are no further issues, I shall retire to rest." With that, he seemed to regard the entire affair as trivial. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze, accompanied by Inuzuka and others, arrived at a location several dozen kilometers away, discovering the remnants of the Mist Ninjas. After a strenuous search, they finally encountered a few of them. With a swift motion, Minato's kunai severed the throat of the last Mist Ninja. Observing the fallen foe, a shadow of concern crossed his face. Lord Minato, this one was also a Chunin. Judging by the traces, there should have been over 100 Mist Ninjas present, yet we have only encountered 8 Chunin, Inuzuka remarked. Examining the lifeless body of the Mist Ninja, his impatience growing. This may be a feigned retreat to lure us away, Minato suddenly realized. Inuzuka was taken aback. Lord Minato, are you suggesting that the Mist Ninjas intend to draw our main force away and send others to attack our base? However, with Chinyu at the base, we need not worry excessively. After witnessing his battle against the Cloud Ninjas, he instills a sense of security among us Konoha ninjas, Inuzuka reassured. No, while Chinyu is indeed formidable after his recent battle, I still harbor some concerns, Minato expressed, his face revealing worry. Here is my Flying Thunder God Kunai. Take it. If anything arises, activate it with chakra, and I shall arrive post-haste. I will return to the base to check if the Mist Ninjas have made a move. With those words, Minato vanished like a specter from the spot. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique marks he had left along the way, Minato leaped several times before finally appearing within the base. Be cautious, we are under attack. Azuki Kangwu shouted urgently. Kunai whistled through the air toward Minato. The sudden assault caught him off guard, but he swiftly disappeared from the spot, reappearing beside Azuki Kangwu, just as he intended to pat his shoulder in reassurance. The immense crater before him caused his pupils to constrict. The attack had missed, and the Konoha ninjas present were momentarily stunned by the familiar spatial ninjutsu. It is Lord Minato. Azuki Kangwu regained his composure, a hint of pride crossing his face as he looked at the astonished Minato. Lord Minato, you have once again missed the mark. You had scarcely departed when the Mist Ninjas launched a surprise assault, their numbers exceeding 40 or 50. Led by the formidable Toad Demon from the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, Suigetsu, and the fearsome Raiga of the Black Hoe. You did not witness it. But as Chinyu made his entrance, a singular Rasengan sent Suigetsu hurtling away. Remarkably, Suigetsu rose unscathed. only for Chinyu to unleash an immense Rasengan that ultimately claimed his life. Following this, Raiga commanded the Mist Ninjas to alter the terrain. Yet Chinyu retaliated with a lightning-infused Rasengan, annihilating them in a spectacular explosion of crimson mist. Observing the incessant chatter of the loquacious Aozuki Kangwu, Aozuki Shiyin cast a disapproving glance and remarked, "Lord Minato, please pardon my father's crude depiction. Moments ago, Chinyu had engaged the Mist Ninjas and dispatched them with merely 4 moves. According to my understanding, the first was Lord Minato's Rasengan, the second an oversized Rasengan, and the third a lightning-altered Rasengan. After employing these 3 techniques, only the severely wounded Raiga remained on the battlefield, ultimately meeting his end at the hands of Chinyu's shark skin technique in a desperate final stand. Upon hearing this explanation, the expression on Namikaze Minato's face was one of utter bewilderment. He was well aware of the Rasengan's potency, recognizing it as a peak-level ninjutsu. From his perspective, it seemed to have been perfected to its utmost potential. However, he could never have anticipated that, having just imparted this knowledge to another, it would be wielded in such creative manners. Moreover, to think that 3 Rasengans could resolve an entire conflict was truly remarkable. Chapter 26, Konoha Reinforcements. Where is Chinyu? Minato Namikaze inquired urgently. Initially, he harbored doubts regarding Chinyu's aptitude for learning ninjutsu. However, the talent displayed now transcended mere mastery of the Rasengan. To his astonishment, Chinyu not only elevated the form to an unprecedented level, but also integrated elemental transformation. If anyone were to witness this, Minato would find it hard to believe. Lord Minato, Chinyu is resting in the cave, reported Ajetsu Kangwu, momentarily taken aback. When had he ever seen the esteemed Minato, often regarded as the most likely candidate to become the 4th Hokage, exhibit such a loss of composure? I shall return shortly, Minato declared, vanishing in an instant with the Flying Thunder God technique. Within the cave, Chinyu had just stretched lazily when his expression sharpened. With a slight curl of his right fingers, chakra surged forth, coalescing into a Rasengan in an instant. Without any embellishment, he hurled it backward. As Minato reappeared, he beheld the rapidly enlarging Rasengan, his expression shifting dramatically as he promptly executed another space-time leap, landing several meters away. I didn't expect you to leave so many Flying Thunder God markers, Chinyu remarked, dissipating the Rasengan in his hand. Minato chuckled helplessly. You truly are extraordinary. Not only have you mastered the Rasengan, but you've also refined its form to a new level, seamlessly blending an elemental transformation. Do you wish to learn more? Chinyu smiled playfully. Minato shook his head. No, I've spent so long trying to perfect the Rasengan, and it seems it suits you better. However, I do possess knowledge of some basic ninjutsu. Would you like to learn? Chinyu did not decline this offer, since he could not yet learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Acquiring other ninjutsu was not an unwelcome endeavor. 3 days swiftly passed. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Chinyu exclaimed as the wind chakra surged within him, expanding dramatically before being unleashed. A tempest roared forth, transforming into razor-sharp wind blades that cleaved through everything in their path, instantly clearing the surrounding forest. Unbelievable. He learned wind release so quickly, Minato mused, shaking his head in disbelief. In his own youth, it had taken him 3 days to master this technique, while Chinyu achieved it in merely half a day. The disparity was astounding. Of course, that half-day was merely a FAA crafted by Chinyu. Had Minato known that he had reached the pinnacle of this technique in the blink of an eye, his jaw would have surely dropped in astonishment. Ding! The system detected that the host's wind release chakra attribute was ready to be maxed out. Confirm? Yes, Chinyu promptly commanded. During these 3 days, aside from studying some fundamental ninjutsu, he also delved into various elemental transformations. In addition to wind release, he explored fire release and water release as well. Various spiraling spheres had long been developed by Chinyu. However, to avoid being too sensational, he chose not to reveal them. Congratulations, host. Your wind release chakra attribute has reached its maximum level. Congratulations, host. You have activated the wind release spiraling sphere shuriken at full capacity. Hearing the familiar prompt from the system, Chinyu smiled knowingly. Chinyu, Lord Minato, the reinforcements from Konoha have arrived, said Yuzuki Yuin, casting a glance at Chinyu, her eyes flickering with concern. Reinforcements from Konoha? Chinyu replied with a gentle smile. Do they seek me by name? It seems they do not come with good intentions. The expression of Namikaze Minato shifted slightly. He had lingered here for 3 days, initially tasked with guarding the pass. Upon discovering Chinyu's presence, he could have departed early. However, out of concern for Chinyu, he chose to remain. Chinyu, wait a moment. I will take the lead if needed, Namikaze Minato advised. He was wary of how the higher-ups in Konoha might react to Chinyu's emergence. Having witnessed Chinyu's remarkable learning abilities firsthand, Minato attributed this to the unique Sharingan, which granted him powerful ninjutsu copying and extension capabilities, allowing him to master techniques in a short span of time. 3 days prior, he had relayed this information back to the third Hokage. With reinforcements from Konoha on the way, Minato hoped it represented the will of the third Hokage. Within the cavern, under the moonlight, Uchiha Fugaku and a masked Anbu Nin led 50 Konoha ninjas to their destination. Following Minato's intelligence report, the third Hokage immediately issued an urgent summon. Recalling one of Konoha's elite, the Moonlight Knight, and also summoned Uchiha Fugaku, who was originally tasked with leading Konoha's guard. The third Hokage's intent was straightforward. Since Uchiha Chinyu had awakened a special Sharingan, only Uchiha Fugaku, as the current clan leader, possessed the qualifications to investigate and comprehend the mysteries of the Sharingan. Despite the meticulousness of the operation, the large troop movements and the fact that the pass had not been breached led to Danzo's route becoming aware of the developments, prompting them to intervene. Under the guise of assisting in guarding the pass, their true intentions remained unclear. Where is Yuzuki Kangwu? Why is Chinyu absent? One of the root ninjas suddenly inquired. Uchiha Fugaku's expression faltered as he replied, someone has already gone to notify him. I heard he is with Minato. Let us wait a moment. As the commander of Konoha's guard, Uchiha Fugaku held some authority. However, outside the Uchiha clan, such power was not highly regarded. At the very least, the root, under Danzo's command, maintained a hostile attitude towards the Uchiha clan. The intentions and identity of Uchiha Chinyu remain ambiguous, and the significance of this checkpoint cannot be overstated. His unilateral departure from the outpost disregards the safety of our Leaf Village and constitutes a dereliction of duty. A ninja from the root organization scoffed and remarked, what if he harbors ulterior motives and takes vital intelligence from our Leaf Village to ally with external foes? What then? The expressions of the ninjas present shifted dramatically. For any village, the utmost priority is loyalty. Whether it be the second Hokage or the current high-ranking officials such as Danzo, there has always been a tendency to regard the Uchiha clan with suspicion. This very reason has led to their marginalization and the relocation of their enclave to the periphery of the Leaf Village, all in an effort to guard against potential treachery from the Uchiha clan. Chapter 27. Baseless accusations. Shanzhong Longye, your remarks seem rather excessive. Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow. Chinyu is with Minato, and I have personally watched him grow. He bears no ill will towards Konoha and would never divulge its secrets. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Chinyu share an uncle-nephew bond. For a long time, Uchiha Fugaku has invested considerable effort in nurturing the Uchiha clan. Unfortunately, in his eyes, Uchiha Chinyu is merely an ordinary clan member. Were it not for their familial relationship, he might not have felt compelled to caution Minato to look after him during critical moments. Yet, Uchiha Fugaku never anticipated that Chinyu would conceal such depth. Not only had he awakened the legendary Mangeki Sharingan, but he also possessed an extraordinary prowess in ocular techniques. Moreover, it was Chinyu's sudden display of unparalleled strength, so starkly contrasting with his previous mediocrity, that provoked much discussion among Konoha's higher-ups. Among them, Danzo was quick to assert that Chinyu harbored ulterior motives. Fugaku. Are your words a defense of Chinyu as a clan leader or as an uncle? Shanzhong Longye scoffed, stating, if I were in your position, to maintain the appearance of fairness, I would advise you to return to Konoha and submit to surveillance, while relinquishing your involvement in this matter, allowing us to investigate Chinyu. If Uchiha Chinyu is indeed innocent, we shall not trouble him. Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened. Such words undoubtedly indicated Danzo's intention to bypass the third Hokage and detain Chinyu preemptively. Given Danzo's prejudices against the Uchiha clan, whether Chinyu could return safely from his grasp remained uncertain. Captain Shanzhong, I, Awazuki Esko, am willing to stake my life to guarantee that Chinyu harbors no ill intentions. Not only did he repel the Cloud Shinobi at a critical moment, but he also thwarted the invasion of the Mist Shinobi. Awazuki Esko could no longer contain himself. Therefore, we, the Konoha Shinobi present, are prepared to vouch for Chinyu with our forehead protectors. Upon hearing this, the Konoha Shinobi stationed at the pass, whom Chinyu had rescued, solemnly echoed their agreement. Uchiha Fugaku and Tsukikage Kuroya could not help but change their expressions. They had never imagined that in just 2 or 3 days, Qinyu's reputation would ascend to such heights. Nonsense. Do you intend to rebel? Shan Zhonglongya barked. Whether Uchiha Qinyu is guilty is a matter for Konoha's higher-ups. You have no right to interfere. Should this happen again, I shall take you back to Konoha for interrogation. I do not wish to hear such words a second time. Awazuki, do not forget that your clan has only just joined Konoha. Do not let personal recklessness lead to any unjust treatment of your family. Awazuki Go's expression shifted. Their clan had indeed maintained a long-standing alliance with Konoha. It can be likened to mercenaries, yet, regrettably, due to the incessant warfare and the stealthy assaults from the Avengers, the population of their clan has gradually dwindled. With their combat prowess significantly diminished, they are left unable to ensure their own safety. Ultimately, they join the Hidden Leaf Village, becoming a part of it. Given that the Yuzuki clan is now reduced to merely 3 to 5 members possessing true combat strength, the higher-ups of Konoha naturally regard them with disdain. Moreover, this is a crucial wartime period. The emergence of 3 battlefronts has rendered Konoha increasingly desperate for military strength. Thus, Yuzuki Keigo's induction seamlessly led to his promotion to Jonin. Now, upon speaking, Yamanaka-ri also resorts to threats concerning the clan, rendering Yuzuki Keigo powerless in an instant. What's the matter? Lost for words? Yamanaka-ri scoffed. Hurry and escort Uchiha Chinyu back. Until we ascertain his intentions, this matter will be handled by our root division. Everything is for the safety and stability of the Hidden Leaf Village. At this pronouncement, both Uchiha Fugaku and Yuzuki Keigo's expression stiffened. Yamanaka-ri's actions, without prior interrogation, were akin to delivering a severe punishment, directly implicating Chinyu in guilt. I did not expect Root to wield such authority. Just as we dispatched 2 insignificant pests, another old troublemaker appears. A flippant voice suddenly resonated from outside the cavern. Uchiha Chinyu strode confidently forward, followed closely by Namake's Minato. They had been listening intently to everything outside, and particularly the pallor of Minato's face was strikingly grave. When transmitting information back to the Hidden Leaf Village, he had repeatedly emphasized the necessity of employing a conciliatory approach towards Chinyu. Even if they could not become allies, they must absolutely avoid becoming adversaries. Regrettably, Minato never anticipated that Danzo would insert himself into such a pivotal moment. You insolent brat, how dare you speak disrespectfully? It seems you have long been lurking within the Hidden Leaf Village with ulterior motives. Yamanaka-ri immediately retaliated. Seize him. 4 of the root ninjas under his command surged forth towards Chinyu. Get lost. Chinyu retorted coldly, a tremendous surge of crimson chakra erupting like a raging tide. The 4 Umbu ninjas' expressions shifted dramatically, emitting muffled grunts as they staggered back 2 or 3 steps. Furthermore, this overwhelming aura did not merely affect the 4 Umbu. The entire cavern became filled with this ominous force. As they felt this immense presence, Yamanaka-ri, along with Uchiha Fugaku and Tsukuyami Kuroya, underwent a profound transformation in demeanor. They had speculated about Chinyu's strength, yet the aura now unleashed far exceeded their expectations. They had never envisioned that a boy of merely 15 or 16 years could possess such power. Indeed, it was the power of the direct awakening of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, as inscribed on the tablet, thought Fugaku to himself. It signifies a profound ability to trace back to one's origins, presenting an opportunity to awaken the powers of the Rinnegan. However, the formidable ocular prowess emanating from Chinyu transcends mere perception. It exudes an ominous aura even more foreboding than that of the tailed beasts. This sensation is one that only manifests in the presence of the 9 tails. Arrogant fool, we are the captain stationed at this stronghold, and you, a mere ch-nin, dare to show us disrespect. The expression of the dragon in the mountain shifted. Committing such an act of insubordination is a violation of military discipline and warrants immediate detention. Konoha Minato, Uchiha Fugaku, are you not swift enough to apprehend Chinyu? Such baseless accusations flow forth, suggesting a familiarity that reeks of premeditation. It appears that Danzo orchestrated this from the very beginning. Chapter 28. No one can save you. The expressions of Minato, Namake's, and Fugaku Uchiha became tense. It was evident that Yamashiro Ryo had discerned their favorable relationship with Chinyu. He deliberately issued such an order to restrain Chinyu's resistance, while also sparing his subordinates from intervening, thereby minimizing casualties within the root. This strategy was indeed a clever 2-pronged approach. How shameless of the root. Chinyu remarked with a sardonic smile. You accuse me of insubordination, Yet what of Yamashiro Kaze and Yornaka Toraikane, who betrayed our stronghold's intelligence to the Cloud Shinobi? Did you execute them, or did you hand them over to the third Hokage for punishment? Or perhaps you dealt with them internally, imprisoning them yourselves? The expressions of the Konoha ninjas shifted dramatically. They had caught wind of the betrayal concerning the intelligence leaked by Yamashiro Kaze and Yornaka Toraikane. Initially, they had calculated that 100 elite Cloud Shinobi, under the command of the AB duo, would easily breach the pass and eliminate Uchiha Shinyu. Provided that everyone within the stronghold was dead, their actions would then go unnoticed. Yet, they could never have anticipated that Shinyu would emerge as a variable at this critical juncture. Not only did he possess formidable Sharingan, but he also annihilated over 100 Cloud Shinobi and repelled the AB duo. This incident, upon returning to Konoha, caused a significant uproar. Moreover, the next generation of Reikage evidently suspected Yamashiro Kaze and Yornaka Toraikane of providing him with false intelligence, tossing the scroll to Shinyu. If this truly was a scheme to ensnare the enemy, it would indeed be a monumental achievement for the root. However, they had clearly misunderstood the intentions of Yamashiro Kaze and Yornaka Toraikane, which led him to hand the scroll over to Shinyu. A murmur of questioning echoed within the cave. Yamashiro Rya's face was grim, his gaze fixed menacingly on Shinyu. As the father of Yamashiro Kaze and a former student of Danzo, he had taken on this mission to clear Kaze's name, casting aspersions upon Shinyu. He had not anticipated that Shinyu would cut to the chase upon his arrival. Glaring at the seemingly unfazed Shinyu, Yamashiro Rya scoffed. A mere Chunin has no say in this matter. Yamashiro Kaze and Yornaka Toraikane are our root members. Their transgressions are for us to address. Minato Namikaze and the others furrowed their brows at this statement. The idea of dealing with one's own in such a manner was utterly unacceptable. It seems the root believes itself to be the arbiter of justice, Shinyu replied with a warm smile. If that is the case, then should I not handle my own affairs? You insolent brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Yamashiro Ryu barked sharply. Are you questioning the fairness of the root and Lord Danzo? Such a notion is a grave insult to the higher echelons of Konoha. Guards, seize him. For root ninjas, originally standing in formation, exchanged glances before stepping forth once more. Witnessing this scene, Shinyu's smile widened as he remarked, "It seems that might is the ultimate truth. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness." As his words fell, the arcs of lightning crackled around him. In the next moment, he vanished like a ghost, reappearing before Yamashita Rya in an instant. Such remarkable speed. Both Tsukuyami Kuroya and Uchiha Fugaku could not help but be taken aback, let alone Yamashita Rya, who was directly facing Shinyu. He had never anticipated that Shinyu would strike at him amid such overwhelming pressure. Without any flourish, Shinyu swiftly grasped his neck. "You seek death." Yamashita Rya bellowed in anger, yet secretly relished the moment. If Shinyu acted against him in plain sight, the baseless accusations against him would be solidified. However, as he attempted to regain control of his body, his gaze met Shinyu's blood-red eyes, causing his expression to shift dramatically. "Can you not move?" Shinyu smirked. Having already ensnared Yamashita Rya's body with the hypnotic abilities of his Sharingan, had he not deliberately preserved his consciousness, Rya would have likely succumbed to the illusion long ago. For an individual, nothing is more terrifying than the inability to govern one's own destiny. "Uchiha Shinyu, what do you intend to do? Release me at once. I represent Lord Danzo." Yamashita Rya shouted anxiously. Shinyu paid him no heed, smiling as he replied, "I act on my own accord. You are quite detestable, so perish." "Shinyu, show mercy," Bofen Suman urgently pleaded. Unfortunately, dark flames suddenly surged, engulfing Yamashita Rya. The searing heat and agonizing pain enabled Rya to break free from the illusion's hold. Before he could react, Shinyu flung him out of the cavern. Thud. Yamashita Rya crashed to the ground and, without a moment's thought, began to roll desperately, attempting to extinguish the black flames consuming him. However, to the onlookers, including Mizuki Esko, this struggle appeared futile. "Help me. Why won't this fire go out? Use water jutsu. Those skilled in water jutsu, hurry and save me." Yamashita Rya screamed in despair. The four root ninjas exchanged glances and promptly unleashed their water jutsu. Water style, water wave. Water style, water burst. Water style, water dragon bullet. Water style, water whip. Observing the last two root ninjas employing both the water dragon bullet and water whip, Shinyu felt an impulse to inquire if they bore a grudge against Yamashita Rya. However, accompanied by the barrage of water jutsu striking Yamashita Rya, the scene unfolded dramatically. The pitch-black flames showed no signs of extinguishing. This bizarre scene evoked a chilling sensation that crept up from beneath one's feet. No, Chinyu, spare me. I am merely acting on Danzo's orders. This has nothing to do with me. I do not wish to die. The dragon of the mountain pleaded in despair, struggling to crawl towards Chinyu. Unfortunately, all efforts appeared futile as the moisture-laden Amaterasu blazed even more fiercely, instantly engulfing the dragon of the mountain. Accompanied by a scream, everyone felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, gaining a deeper understanding of Amaterasu. Unless one mastered the art of sealing or kept their distance from the black flames, there would be no salvation once struck. As the cries faded, the dragon of the mountain was reduced to mere ashes. The acrid scent of charred remains permeated the air, inducing a wave of nausea. The gaze directed at Chinyu now carried a mixture of reverence and terror. A single misstep could lead to lethal black flames, and once unleashed, no aid could be rendered, instilling a sense of despair in others. As for whether one still had the audacity to provoke him, it would surely depend on a careful assessment of one's own capabilities. Chapter 29. An untouchable existence within the vast cavern. A charred aroma lingered in the air. All eyes turned towards a slender figure, and a flicker of inexplicable fear danced within their pupils. With a single strike, he had annihilated Yamano Ryuya, a ninja of considerable prowess. Such a display of power suggested at least a strength on par with that of a shadow. Do you still intend to capture me? Chinyu inquired, directing his gaze at the 4 Yinbiyu root ninjas. Their expressions instantly shifted, and they hastily shook their heads. No, we are merely following orders, they stammered. Chinyu, they are not acting of their own volition. Wolfing Shuimin interjected urgently. In their eyes, should Chinyu unleash his wrath, it would indeed be a nightmare. Humph. Return and inform Danzo not to provoke me. When I am driven to madness, even I fear myself, Chinyu scoffed. The 4 root ninjas appeared as though a great weight had been lifted, fleeing in disarray. Shuimin, I wish to speak with Chinyu privately, Uchiha Fugaka suddenly expressed. Yue Guanghai hesitated, words on the tip of his tongue, but was halted by Bufing Shuimin's hand. Brother Fugaku, we are in a time of war. Please exercise caution. Rest assured, we shall return shortly. Uchiha Fugaka cast a grateful glance at Bufing Shuimin before turning his attention to Chinyu. Uncle Fugaku. Chinyu shot him an exasperated look, fully aware of Uchiha Fugaku's intentions. Let us step outside to converse. As Uchiha Fugaku and Chinyu departed, the oppressive atmosphere within the cavern remained unshaken. Surely you are curious as to why I did not intervene just now? Wolfing Shuimin gazed at Yue Guanghai. The expressions of all Konoha ninjas froze, their faces riddled with questions. Nodding, Yue Guanghai replied, Shuimin, with your speed and strength, rescuing Yamano Ryuya should not have posed a challenge. I, too, wish to know why you refrained from acting. Is it because of your disdain for Danzo? In Konoha, there existed various political factions. Nevertheless, at the core, there were only Danzo's Hawks, the conciliatory third Hokage, and the undecided Uchiha clan. Wolfing Shuimin, being a disciple of Jiraiya, the third Hokage, clearly aligned with the latter faction. No, Yue Guang Senpai, you underestimate Chinyu. His strength and talent can only be described as terrifying. Regardless of whether the jutsu is A rank or S rank, or what elemental transformation it entails, once he sets his mind to it, he can master it within half a day. If you were confronted with such a formidable youth, possessing such immense potential, how would you choose between him and Danzo's root? As those words fell, the expressions of the ninjas in the room faltered. Yue Guanghai's countenance turned pale with shock. Senpai, I hope you do not allow trivial matters to hinder Konoha's greater affairs. We are in a critical moment of war. Any variable could plunge Konoha into irretrievable chaos. Wolfing Shuimin cast a glance at Yue Guangjifeng. Aware of his grievances against Chinyu, Yue Guanghai's face darkened. Shuimin, I will exercise discretion. That is all I can hope for. I shall step outside to observe. Wolfing Watergate uttered these words and turned to leave. Father, did you not say you would teach that Chinyu a lesson? With your strength, dealing with him would be effortless. Yue Guangjifeng's face was filled with resentment. Be silent. I know how to handle this matter. After casting a glare at Yue Guanghai, he gestured for the other ninjas to rest. In the vast cave, only Mitsuki Kangwu and Inufuka remained. Kangwu, I wish to know your assessment of that boy. Remember, this concerns the evaluation of Uchiha Chinyu by the higher-ups of Konoha, Yue Guanghai spoke. Mitsuki Kangwu and Inufuku exchanged glances, responding, he is not to be provoked. This succinct reply caught Yue Guanghai off guard, prompting him to instinctively look at Inufuku. Not to be provoked. The identical answer left Yue Guanghai momentarily stunned. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the cave. In the next instant, a tempest surged forth like a tidal wave. The scene unfolded so rapidly that Yue Guanghai and the others' expressions changed dramatically, and without a moment's hesitation, they hastened away. 1,000 meters away. In a desolate clearing within the woods, Uchiha Fugaku had followed Chinyu. Upon seeing the slender figure before him, his expression hardened, and he vanished into thin air. Body flicker technique. Uchiha Fugaku reappeared behind Chinyu, kunai in hand, thrusting it towards his back. Clang. Chinyu countered the attack in a swift motion. Uchiha Fugaku's expression shifted. He pivoted on his right foot, delivering a lightning-fast kick aimed at Chinyu's head. At the same time, his right hand reached for his waist, releasing 3 shurikens. In an instant, the 3-pronged assault thoroughly sealed off the upper, middle, and lower paths to Chinyu. "Uncle, your probing is rather tedious," Chinyu remarked with a resigned glance. A crackling sound erupted from his body as he immediately entered chakra mode. Amidst the raging lightning, Chinyu retreated like a specter, distancing himself by several meters, while Uchiha Fugaku's kick missed entirely. The 3 shurikens, entwined with specialized metal wire, collided and flew back toward Chinyu. Fire style, dragon fire technique. Uchiha Fugaku's hands moved with grace, showcasing his remarkable combat experience. With a surge of blazing chakra, the flames raced along the steel wires, hurtling toward Chinyu. The inferno transformed into 300-meter-long fire dragons, displaying their fearsome might. "Chinyu, it has been a long time since we last faced each other. Our Uchiha clan excels in fire techniques. Let me see how much you have progressed," Uchiha Fugaku declared solemnly. "I only know the great fireball technique," Chinyu replied with a weary glance. "Well, even if there is a 2-grade disparity, let me show you. It's better to disillusion you." His inexplicable words momentarily stunned Uchiha Fugaku. In the next moment, witnessing the astonishing speed at which Chinyu formed hand seals, akin to a whirling wheel, his expression shifted dramatically. No, it should be said that his eyes are about to bulge out. Fire release, great fireball technique. The hand seals of Chinyu abruptly halted, and the scorching chakra accumulated within his mouth was instantaneously expelled. A tidal wave of heat surged forth, and the blazing flames coalesced into a colossal fireball, measuring several dozen meters in diameter. No, it would be more accurate to describe it as a sun. The trees along its path shattered with a resounding crack, and the 3 fire dragons appeared diminutive in comparison to the sun-like fireball. In the brief span of 100 meters, they collided in the blink of an eye. Boom. The fire dragons were instantaneously crushed, while the enormous fireball, merely momentarily stalled, continued its relentless advance toward Uchiha Fugaku in a crushing manner. As a fellow practitioner of fire release ninjutsu, Uchiha Fugaku believed he had mastered the technique to perfection as the clan leader of the Uchiha. He never anticipated that Chinyu's initial strike would embody the essence of an S-rank ninjutsu. Chapter 30. The Stance of Forbidden Techniques in C-rank ninjutsu. A scorching wave of heat surged forth, leaving a parched sensation in its wake. The ground, marred and charred along the path, bore witness to the relentless intensity, with even the rocks succumbing to the molten embrace. As the fireball rapidly expanded within his gaze, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes widened in astonishment. The kaleidoscope of the Sharingan, a pale blue luminescence suddenly enveloped Uchiha Fugaku. An ethereal figure of a skeletal warrior swiftly coalesced. This was, without a doubt, Susanoo. Boom. The colossal fireball struck Susanoo with tremendous force. The raging flames erupted like a tidal wave, sweeping forth with overwhelming might. Trees along the path snapped in unison, consumed by the inferno that reached skyward. The explosive force enveloped a radius of 1,000 meters. Fugaku, what on earth is happening? Minato Namikaze was the first to arrive. As he felt the searing heat, he deftly performed the seals for a water release technique. Water release, water dragon bullet. With a mighty roar, 3 water dragons materialized from thin air, one of which plunged directly into the endless sea of flames, extinguishing the oncoming inferno in an instant. Simultaneously, Uchiha Fugaku emerged from the fiery abyss, his kaleidoscope Sharingan having reverted to its ordinary form. Water release, great waterfall technique. An immense surge of chakra erupted, submerging the surrounding land in an instant. The searing flames were utterly obliterated, giving rise to a thick mist. Wind release, great tornado. Minato continued his assault. As the whirlwind swept through, the enveloping mist finally dissipated. "Minato, what has transpired?" Kagaya Tsukikage hurriedly arrived. Observing the charred trees within the 1,000-meter expanse, he exclaimed. It cannot be that Chinyu attempted to flee and unleash some forbidden technique. Dad, it must be so. You and Lord Minato must join forces to capture Chinyu. Kagaya Shikaze echoed urgently. Yet, they were soon startled by the descending figure before them. What is this? Are you speaking ill of me? Chinyu glanced at Kagaya Shikaze with a warm smile. Kagaya Shikaze could not contain a stammer, retreating a half-step and stumbling to the ground. Knight, Minato, do not misunderstand. I was merely assessing Chinyu's strength. The earlier explosion was caused by the great fireball. Uchiha Fugaku followed suit. As his words fell, the expressions of those present froze. Their gazes fixated on the charred trees within the 1,000-meter radius, their faces a portrait of bewilderment. Fugaku, you must be mistaken. I heard from Yuzuki that Chinyu possesses knowledge of certain forbidden techniques. Such a wide-range attack must surely be the work of a forbidden jutsu. Kagaya Tsukikage could not help but interject. With this statement, the other ninjas remained silent, but their expressions betrayed their thoughts. In their eyes, the great fireball technique was merely a C-rank ninjutsu within the realm of fire release. The Uchiha clan, masters of the fire release technique, could elevate the power of the great fireball to extraordinary heights. Achieving such an S-level prowess, or even the mastery of forbidden techniques, is evidently beyond reach. Indeed, the great fireball technique was witnessed with my own eyes, though its size was rather formidable, with a diameter estimated to be around 60 to 70 meters. Namikaze Minato cast a glance at Uchiha Fugaku and nodded in agreement. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, with all the Konoha ninjas exchanging incredulous glances. Even Tsukuyami Kuroya's expression darkened significantly. Were it anyone else speaking such words, they would undoubtedly dismiss them as mere fabrications. However, the individual before them was none other than Namikaze Minato. The weight of his words carried an entirely different significance. A nin capable of unleashing the potency of forbidden techniques with a mere C-rank fireball. What chance would special J-nin or even regular J-nin have in such circumstances? If there are no further matters, I would like to converse with Chinyu. If that poses no issue. Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback, never anticipating that a simple test would stir such a tempest. Be cautious, he urged. Minato nodded in agreement. Is there any way to avoid this? Chinyu shot an exasperated glance, but seeing Uchiha Fugaku's obstinate demeanor, he resigned himself and led the way. As the two figures departed, Minato exchanged a glance with Tsukuyami Kuroya, choosing not to linger any longer and returning to the base. Chinyu's abilities repeatedly surpassed his comprehension. He needed to report the events that transpired here to the third Hokage as swiftly as possible. Dad. Tsukuyami Jifing struggled to rise. Silence. Tsukuyami Kuroya barked, you incompetent fool. Unable to withstand a mere glare. I ask you now, you did not attempt to take Chinyu's life, did you? Initially taken aback, Tsukuyami Jifing's face soon lit up with excitement as he replied, Father, you weren't present. How could I dare to lay a hand on him? Rest assured. I have devised numerous plans, and once you act, I shall make him regret crossing me. A sharp slap resounded suddenly. Tsukuyami Jifing was momentarily stunned, covering his stinging cheek. Be silent, you worthless wretch. I warn you, do not lay a finger on Chinyu. Such an act could bring ruin upon our clan, Tsukuyami Kuroya admonished fiercely. It appears that the Uchiha clan has given rise to a presence more terrifying than Shunshin no Mizukichi. This statement caused a dramatic shift in the expressions of the Konoha ninjas present. If the legendary ninjas of the previous generation, renowned throughout the shinobi world, included Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade, alongside the 8 colors of Konoha, then the current pinnacle of power is represented by the Golden Flash, Namikaze Minato, and Shunshin no Mizukichi. Following closely are the likes of Ino Shikacho. The emergence of an Uchiha Shursui has already instilled a sense of crisis among many. Now, with the advent of an even more formidable Uchiha Chinyu, it is likely that the balance within Konoha village will shift. Be mindful of your actions, if possible. Even if you cannot befriend Uchiha Chinyu, do not make him your enemy. After delivering these words under the moonlit night, Moonlight turned and departed. The swift breeze left Moonlight dazed. No. It should be said that the Leaf Village ninjas present were equally taken aback. They had never anticipated that one of the esteemed 8 colors of Konoha would utter such a statement. Several thousand meters away, upon a rocky outcrop, Chinyu stood against the wind, with Uchiha Fugaku positioned behind him, a look of gravity etched upon his face. Feel free to inquire, Chinyu urged, Uncle Fugaku. There is no need for you to be so reticent. I never expected you to dare to reveal your Manjiki Sharingan in plain sight. Uchiha Fugaku was momentarily taken aback. not anticipating that his secret would be so swiftly uncovered by Chinyu. Since the Second Shinobi World War, after awakening his Manjiki Sharingan, Uchiha Fugaku had refrained from demonstrating it in front of outsiders. He understood all too well that this power could safeguard the Uchiha clan, yet it could also lead them to ruin. Chapter 31. The existence of Uchiha Madara upon recalling the formidable fireball that resembled a forbidden technique. Uchiha Fugaku could only manage a resigned smile. I had thought my concealment was sufficiently profound, yet you have hidden yourself even more adeptly. Not only have you awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, but your extraordinary talent enables you to wield ninjutsu to such an impressive degree. However, I must clarify one matter, for it pertains to the very survival of the Uchiha clan. Chinyu would not deign to explain the misunderstandings surrounding Uchiha Fugaku. It would be futile to grasp Uchiha Fugaku's hand and implore him with heartfelt words. The original Uchiha Chinyu had perished. He had traversed dimensions, awakening the Manjiki Sharingan merely days ago with the aid of a leveling system. Were I to voice this truth, it is likely that I would be deemed a lunatic. You inquire whether I have encountered Uchiha Madara? At that moment, Chinyu turned to Uchiha Fugaku, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his visage, his pupils brimming with incredulity. Although Fugaku quickly masked this expression, it did not escape Chinyu's keen observation. From Fugaku's subtle changes, Chinyu deduced that the original narrative did not elucidate why Uchiha Fugaku had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. It was probable that a significant portion of the reason stemmed from Uchiha Madara himself. Perhaps, from the very beginning, Uchiha Madara's intention to overturn Konoha was not aimed at Uchiha Obito, but rather at Uchiha Fugaku. After aiding Fugaku in awakening the Manjiki Sharingan, the potency of Fugaku's ocular techniques proved too formidable for the aging Madara to control, ultimately leading to his loss of dominion over him. Subsequently, Uchiha Madara shifted his focus to Uchiha Obito, gradually directing the spear of vengeance at the Uchiha clan, compelling Obito to conspire with Danzo and urging Itachi to enact the clan's extermination. You indeed possess knowledge of Uchiha Madara's existence. Was your Sharingan awakened by his assistance? Uchiha Fugaku suddenly grew anxious. Chinyu gently patted Fugaku's shoulder and reassured him. Uncle, rest assured, my Manjiki Sharingan is innately awakened and does not require his aid. Moreover, do you truly believe that I, who dares to slay even the dragon of the mountains, would become a puppet of that ancient relic? After casting a reproachful glance at Chinyu's audacity, Uchiha Fugaku felt a sense of relief. Even he found Chinyu's earlier behavior somewhat audacious. It was evident that Uchiha Madara would find it exceedingly unlikely to subjugate Chinyu. Now that you have spoken thus, I feel reassured. I will not pry into your matters, but please, do not divulge anything regarding Uchiha Madara. That individual is quite mad, Uchiha Fugaku intoned gravely. However, with your emergence, I believe he will soon seek you out, and when that time comes, I hope you will reiterate what you have said today. In Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, it was rumored that Uchiha Madara had been gravely wounded and ultimately slain by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, in the Valley of the End. In the aftermath, the first Hokage succumbed to complications from numerous old injuries. When Uchiha Fugaku beheld Uchiha Madara standing before him, he was indeed filled with astonishment. Yet, tempted by the allure of power, he ultimately chose to embark on this irreversible path. Rest assured, Uncle Fugaku, I am not one to dither, Chinyu remarked, casting a glance towards the vast forest below. Have you ever contemplated leading the Uchiha clan away from Konoha? What are you suggesting, Chinyu? Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback. He quickly surveyed his surroundings and exclaimed, do you mean to suggest a mass defection? That would only exacerbate tensions. No ninja village would ever permit such an act. In Fugaku's eyes, all hope rested upon Minato Namikaze. As long as Minato became the fourth Hokage, their bond would surely lead to efforts to ease the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. Chinyu's sudden proposition struck Fugaku as potentially emblematic of the younger generation's radical ideas. I understand you place your hopes in Minato, but it is far better to seize your own destiny rather than entrust it to others, Chinyu replied calmly, though he had unexpectedly found himself in this body. His emotional ties to the Uchiha clan were tenuous. Nevertheless, he did not wish to stand idly by in the face of calamity, prompting him to voice such thoughts. Uchiha Fugaku's expression shifted as he fell into silence. After a prolonged pause, he said, I do not wish for the Uchiha clan to bear the burden of infamy. Chinyu, you are still young and do not comprehend the concept of righteousness. Righteousness? Chinyu chuckled dryly. That notion can be quite crushing. However, he continued, given your perspective, I shall refrain from meddling further. If If the people of Konoha do not provoke me, I have no desire to court trouble. Yet, should they cross me, they must not expect mercy. As he observed the composed Chinyu, Uchiha Fugaku felt a sense of unfamiliarity. If the previous Chinyu had exuded an aura of timidity and insignificance, the current Chinyu struck him as a razor-sharp blade, a double-edged sword at that. Let us dispense with the trivialities, Chinyu said, giving Fugaku's shoulder a reassuring pat. As clan leader, if the opportunity arises, do reach out to Shursui. He has awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. Moreover, extend more care towards Itachi. Should they flourish, they could undoubtedly become formidable forces in the ninja world. With those words, Chinyu turned to depart, leaving Uchiha Fugaku alone atop the rocky precipice, ensconced in silence. If moments ago he had engaged Chinyu to ascertain his true nature, he now found himself even more perplexed. He had taken note of Uchiha Shursui and harbored suspicions regarding his connection to Uchiha Madara. However, it was utterly unexpected that Uchiha Shursui would awaken the Manjiki Sharingan at such a tender age. Furthermore, Uchiha Madara had indeed overlooked Itachi, who was beginning to reveal his brilliance. Chinyu, who exactly are you, concealing yourself so deeply? Is it for the position of Hokage in Konoha? Uchiha Fugaku mused to himself. After parting ways with Uchiha Fugaku, Chinyu couldn't help but furrow his brow. He had long anticipated Fugaku's decision. Moreover, the Uchiha clan was currently plagued by numerous internal issues. Setting aside the external pressures from Konoha, many of the younger generation harbored a mindset akin to that of thugs, often exploiting their status within the police force to extort protection fees or engage in other reprehensible activities. Though Uchiha Fugaku had attempted to rectify these issues, the deeply ingrained mindset had given rise to a pernicious nature. To a certain extent, it was nearly impossible to alter the thoughts of some clan members. Even if Uchiha Fugaku were to lead the entire clan in defection, it was likely that these individuals would seize every opportunity to retaliate against Konoha. Once the time arrived, Konoha would have a pretext to annihilate the Uchiha clan. Chapter 32. The Decision of the Moonlit Night Chinyu. Have you concluded your matters? In the depths of the cave, Bofeng Shui Min cast a glance at the returning Chinyu, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. No. It would be more accurate to say that everyone present, including Moonlit Night, was engaged in a gamble. They were wagering on whether Chinyu would betray them and abandon the Hidden Leaf Village. After witnessing Chinyu wield even C-rank ninjutsu, as if it were forbidden technique, it became clear that he understood the essence of Moonlit Night's words. He would rather be a stranger than an enemy. What's wrong? Do you believe I would flee? Chinyu glanced at Bofeng Shui Min. Rest assured, in this world, there is no one I find daunting. Observing Chinyu's unwavering confidence, though his words might come across as somewhat arrogant, none dared to dispute him. Bofeng Shui Min shook his head with a bitter smile. I am well aware of that. However, the assault from the Mist Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi has been repelled by you, and for the time being, they would not dare to encroach upon this place. Thus, the stronghold will be taken over by Moonlit Night, and you and I shall return to the Hidden Leaf Village. If you have any objections, feel free to voice them. As his words fell, everyone's nerves tensed, all eyes fixed on Chinyu. Is it an emergency concerning the Kamiyuki Bridge? Chinyu only had a vague understanding of the war's timeline and was unaware of the specifics. If it were indeed a crisis at the Kamiyuki Bridge, it would signify that the Third Great Ninja War was nearing its conclusion. How did you know? Bofeng Shui Min was momentarily taken aback. Just a guess. Do you believe it? Chinyu patted Bofeng Shui Min on the shoulder. When do we depart? Tomorrow morning, Bofeng Shui Min replied, revealing a look of relief. Their greatest concern was that, during such a sensitive time, Chinyu might misunderstand the urgency of summoning him back to the leaf. That poses no issue, Chinyu affirmed. His primary motivations for returning to the leaf were to observe those forbidden techniques and to prepare for the dark transformation of Obito. Soon, Rin would undoubtedly become a target for the Mist Village, serving as a weapon of the Jinchuriki to disrupt the peace of the leaf. Should circumstances allow, Chinyu would have the opportunity to locate the Three Tails, tame it, and use it as a source of chakra. I'm hungry. Let's step out for a meal. Bofeng Shui Min called out before leading a group of ninjas out of the cave. Chinyu was not one to lag behind and quickly followed suit. Dad, are you truly allowing me to return with Uchiha Chinyu? Moonlit Jifeng asked, his face etched with anxiety. Aren't you concerned he might turn on me midway? The thought of Uchiha Chinyu's terrifying prowess filled Moonlit Jifeng with regret. To offend a being whom even his father feared, all for the sake of a mere woman, seemed unwise. If Chinyu were to survive, he would undoubtedly haunt him for a lifetime. Do not worry. I have devised a plan. He has concealed himself so deeply. Yet at the crucial moment, he struck down the cloud and missed Shinobi, proving that he still holds some loyalty to the leaf. Moonlit Knight spoke solemnly. If you sincerely wish to apologize, and if I offer him my most treasured possession, it should suffice to resolve these minor frictions. Yue Guang Jifeng was momentarily taken aback. Then urgently exclaimed, Father, that item is the key to our family's survival. Wouldn't this be too extreme? No. Yue Guanghai shook his head and declared, if he accepts it, it could present opportunities for our Yue Guang clan. Moreover, I am resolute in my decision. I hope that through this experience, you will mature sufficiently to discern whom to provoke and whom to avoid. Yue Guang Jifeng fell silent, and after a prolonged moment, he nodded in agreement under the watchful gaze of Yue Guanghai. Let us depart. It is getting late, and it seems as though a campfire feast is underway outside. Beyond the stronghold, the once formidable canyon had been reduced to mere rubble after 2 astonishing battles. 70 to 80 leaf ninjas were seated around a colossal bonfire, illuminating the night. The flames danced in the wind, raising the temperature significantly and creating an atmosphere that felt somewhat stifling, mirroring the tension in the air. Many of the leaf ninjas stole furtive glances at Qinyu, appearing noticeably uneasy. Ahem, I have returned with 3 old mountain goats. Let us feast on roasted lamb tonight. Mitsuki Kangwu coughed, attempting to shatter the oppressive silence. However, seeing the ninjas remain unmoved and evidently wary of Qinyu, fearful of inadvertently touching a nerve, he could only manage a wry smile. I shall be departing tomorrow. Allow me to prepare a meal for you. Minato Namikaze also saw it to lighten the atmosphere. Yet, as he stood, Qinyu reached out to haul them. I have also delved into the culinary arts. Let me take charge, Qinyu said, patting Minato's shoulder. To the astonishment of all present, he stepped outside. As a ninja, hunting 3 wild goats posed little challenge. Among them, one goat bore numerous scars on its twisted horns, exuding a majestic presence, evidently having been a source of sustenance during wartime. Mitsuki Kanwu did not spare even the leading goat. Qinyu, do you believe you can manage? Mitsuki Kanwu couldn't help but inquire. Qinyu shot him a glance. Do not question a man's abilities. If a man falters, a woman may lose interest. Does anyone have a chakra knife to lend me? A stifled laugh erupted from various corners of the gathering. Minato Namikaze could only shake his head with a smile. Only Mitsuki Shien and Shizune, the 2 young girls, looked utterly perplexed. Daddy, what does Qinyu's remark mean? Mitsuki Shien pressed. Mitsuki Kangwa's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he scolded. Young lady, why all the questions? Just stay quietly to the side. Seeing Mitsuki Kangwa's reprimand, many who had been stifling laughter burst into hearty guffaws. Observing how Qinyu had effortlessly broken the tension, both Minato Namikaze and Mitsuki Kangwa appeared quite taken aback. Qinyu, I never anticipated you possessed a sense of humor. If we were to debate whose chakra knife is superior, it should undoubtedly be mine. The moonlit night approached with a swift breeze, perfectly coinciding with the spoken words. Without a moment's hesitation, the moonlit knight drew a short blade from its thigh and cast it forth. Qinyu, fully aware of the intention behind this gesture, did not refuse, instead accepting the weapon with ease. The chakra-infused short blade was swiftly unsheathed, its pale blue blade emanating a luminous glow under the chakra's influence. However, at the instant Qin Feng initiated the transformation of lightning nature, the electric arcs dazzled like fireworks. This chakra blade is quite remarkable, Qinyu remarked with a gentle smile. The moonlit knight nodded in agreement, recognizing this as a pivotal moment in breaking the ice of their relationship. If you desire, I can present it to you. Chapter 33, The Culinary Enthusiast Delayed by Ninjas. If you wish, I can offer it to you. The moonlight black knight fixed an unwavering gaze upon Qinyu. As soon as these words fell, the expressions of those present momentarily froze. As one of the 8 colors of Konoha, it was utterly unexpected for the moonlight black knight to lower his status to curry favor with Qin Feng. I appreciate your kindness, but we are all quite hungry. So let us not waste time, Qinyu replied, shaking his head in refusal. The moonlight black knight appeared momentarily taken aback, his countenance slightly faltering. Do not take offense. Moonlight Senpai, Qinyu possesses the skin of the shark and the thunder blade. Your chakra blade is commendable, yet it pales in comparison, explained Mitsuki Shien in a hushed tone. The blades of the 7 Mist Ninja? The moonlight black knight was taken aback, only to hear gasps from the crowd. Qinyu's eyes widened, and in an instant, his Sharingan unfurled like a blooming flower. With his left hand, he seized the lifeless wild goat and flung it into the air. In his right hand, the chakra short blade shimmered with electric light, slicing through with astonishing speed. The onlookers were left dizzy, and by the time they regained their senses, The goat had been effortlessly dismembered by Chinyu. If one were to encapsulate this scene in a single phrase, it could only be described as the butcher's art. In the blink of an eye, 3 goats were reduced to uneven chunks of meat, bloodied and falling into a pot with a diameter of 2 to 3 meters. Upon witnessing Mitsuki's go return with the 3 wild goats, Chinyu resolved to prepare a huaxia delicacy, braised lamb, to astonish this group of individuals who were accustomed only to ramen and grilled meat. Furthermore, this braised lamb, having been meticulously cut with lightning precision, would lock in the juices, enhancing its flavor when simmered in its own blood. What sort of cuisine is this? The cooking method is so peculiar. Look, you're missing the point. The way he dismembered that goat using chakra transformation and the Sharingan, his movements are so deft. And the speed is astonishing. Such skill is not something the average person can rival. He must be a professional butcher thwarted by the path of a ninja. The crowd stood in stunned silence, particularly Uchiha Fugaku. He had never imagined that Chinyu would employ the legendary Meijiki Sharingan in the role of a butcher. If Uchiha Madara were to learn of this, he might very well burst with indignation. However, when Uchiha Fugaku noticed Chinyu's brow furrow, a more absurd thought crossed his mind. Is he planning to use fire release? As soon as this thought was uttered, the crowd fell silent, their eyes widening as they beheld the hand seals flying from Chinyu's hands. Fire release, spark. The searing chakra, expelled from Chinyu, caused the water in the pot to boil furiously around the lamb. Indeed, to an outsider, this scene would appear utterly bizarre. Yet, among ninjas, witnessing Chinyu's precise chakra control nearly left them aghast. If the chakra was too little, the technique would fail. If too much was used, the entire pot of lamb would explode. Now, Chinyu was skillfully boiling the lamb, and it seemed that even the legendary Borufeng shaman would feel inferior in comparison. Soon, as the water reached its boiling point, Chinyu discarded the bloody water and replaced it with clean water to continue cooking. He added a handful of luscious wild scallions, a sprinkle of Sichuan pepper, and a piece of pine wood he had prepared earlier, covering the pot as the enticing aroma filled the air. Once ready to serve, a pinch of salt would transform it into a culinary delight. Bring me a stone, Chinyu instructed. Without hesitation, Mitsuki Kangwoo hurriedly fetched a large, smooth stone. As Chinyu embedded it into the fire, heating it fervently, the rich fat from the goat sizzled upon contact, creating a delightful crackling sound. He deftly spread the dough, originally intended for making noodles, onto the stone. With a quick flip, as the sizzling intensified, he sprinkled another handful of scallions, completing a fragrant scallion pancake. When the lamb was sliced and rolled within, it would be an exquisite treat. Chinyu prepared over 100 scallion pancakes, and upon noting the lamb was nearly ready, he lifted the pot lid. The aroma of the lamb wafted through the air, silencing the surroundings. Turning to survey the scene, he discovered Mitsuki Kangwoo and the others had gathered, their eyes wide with anticipation, eagerly sniffing and swallowing as they gazed at the lamb. Had it not been for their respect for Chinyu, they would have likely rushed in without hesitation. With a dismissive glance, Chinyu rolled several lamb-filled wraps and, under their hungry stares, slipped away from the crowd. You all can help yourselves. I've demonstrated the method, he declared. Instantly, the ravenous onlookers surged forth. Let me go first. How dare you push me aside? Wulan, don't forget, you call me brother, so let me have a turn. Humph, even if you were my mother, I wouldn't yield. Leave some for me, or I will challenge you to a duel. Faced with such delectable Chinese cuisine, the mingling fragrances of various spices not only captivated their sense of smell but also tantalized their taste buds. Observing the chaotic scene, Chinyu shook his head in resignation and approached Mitsuki Shiyin and Jingyin. Go ahead, the taste is quite delightful. Hiki, it seems I, the old man, have disrupted the atmosphere. We no longer enjoy the same treatment as Watergate, Mitsuki Kangwoo remarked, casting a few glances before joining the fray. Thank you, Chinyu. I never expected you could create such unique delicacies. Whoever marries you will be truly fortunate. A dog named Hound proudly carried 2 scallion pancakes while clutching 3 in his hands, clearly having fought hard to procure them. As he spoke, he winked at Mitsuki Shiyin and Jingyin, causing their cheeks to flush deeper. They could only lower their heads and eat in silence. Do I get some too? As Namikaze Minato gazed at the scallion pancake handed to him by Chinyu, he unexpectedly accepted it and remarked, Chinyu, if you return to Konoha and open a culinary establishment, it might overshadow Ichiraka ramen. I find it quite peculiar that you, who have always been so inconspicuous, have suddenly transformed into a multifaceted individual. It leaves me somewhat unaccustomed. Uchiha Fugaku shared a similar sentiment regarding these words. With a smile and a shake of his head, Chinyu replied, Perhaps it is merely a matter of interest, having played the role of a fool for too long. It is time to embrace the role of a dragon among tigers. Both Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Fugaku were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances before falling into a contemplative silence. Since Chinyu was reluctant to divulge further, they chose not to press the matter. Following the meal, the atmosphere noticeably lightened. The Konoha ninjas, who had initially harbored some reservations about Chinyu, now regarded him with a hint of goodwill. This, perhaps, is the remarkable effect of socializing over a feast. As is often said in Huaxia, as the hour grew late, Chinyu dusted himself off and declared, "I shall take my leave to rest." Everyone present nodded in acknowledgement of his departure. However, no one seemed to notice the exit of the Moonlight Black Knight and Moonlight Swift Wind. Chapter 30, For I Have Learned. The chilly night breeze carries an inexplicable sense of coldness. Chinyu did not return directly to the cave to rest. Instead, he turned and walked into the nearby dense forest, coming to an abrupt halt. After following for so long, it was time for them to meet. Two figures emerged from the darkness in response to his presence. Illuminated by the mottled moonlight, they were none other than Moonlight Black Knight and Moonlight Gale. Indeed, the apprentice had surpassed the master, as they were able to detect my presence. Moonlight Black Knight possessed the art of stealth. Under such a rare bloodline limit, he had become the most formidable silent assassin in Konoha. Initially, Chinyu believed he would gain the upper hand, but he was instantly seen through. "You have been publicly showing goodwill towards me since earlier, and now you are following me. Surely, there is a reason for this," Chinyu remarked. Glancing back at Moonlight Gale, "Your clan's stealth technique is impressive, but with this burden you carry, how could you possibly evade my notice?" Moonlight Black Knight chuckled helplessly. He was hailed as one of the 8 colors of Konoha, but in comparison, Moonlight Gale indeed fell short. Moreover, when juxtaposed with the terrifying youth before him, the difference was even more pronounced. "Chinyu, do not misunderstand. I have followed you this time to resolve the grievances between you and Moonlight Gale." Moonlight Black Knight stated straightforwardly, "Our clan, in addition to possessing a bloodline limit, excels in swordsmanship. Among our techniques, the Konoha 3 Moon Dance is our family's most treasured skill. The outside world often compares me to Konoha's White Fang, Hatake Tsukumo, precisely because of this technique." Chinyu was somewhat taken aback by Moonlight Black Knight's proposal. However, after acquiring the Shark Skin and Thunder Blade, he had indeed contemplated learning some sword techniques. Otherwise, wielding a ninja sword while only knowing the basics of slashing would be a source of shame. He had considered seeking out Kakashi Hatake upon returning to Konoha to inquire if there was a way to learn Hatake Tsukumo's sword techniques. Little did he expect that an opportunity would present itself so readily. "Chinyu, I seek nothing in return. As long as you can protect Moonlight Gale during a critical moment, we can put the past behind us, and I shall impart the Konoha 3 Moon Dance to you," Moonlight Black Knight urged earnestly. Chinyu furrowed his brow, glancing at the visibly anxious Moonlight Gale. "Forget it. Threatening me with a mere boy is not a trade I desire," he replied, preparing to leave. Observing Chinyu's intent to depart, Moonlight Black Knight's expression faltered. And he quickly added, "Chinyu, do not misunderstand. I have intended to teach you this sword technique from the very beginning." As Moonlight Black Knight used the body flicker technique to appear before him, his expression filled with urgency. Chinyu was struck for the first time by the greatness of paternal love. For such a trivial matter, he was willing to offer the family's most prized sword technique. However, this serendipitous turn of events was precisely what Chinyu had hoped for. "Chinyu, you must accept it. Otherwise, Gale will never find peace," Moonlight Black Knight implored. "When it comes to confronting a powerful adversary, there are only 2 approaches. The first is to eliminate the powerful foe." For 2 consecutive days, I lived in a state of trepidation, plagued by the anxiety that this formidable individual might one day, in a fit of displeasure, decide to take lethal action regarding this matter. Moreover, when faced with Chinyu, it was evident that the Moonlight Swift Wind had only one option left. When something is offered on a silver platter, it is wise to accept it. Thus, I graciously acquiesced and accepted the gift. Chinyu unfurled the scroll, and as he gazed upon the contents, a voice echoed in his mind, announcing the discovery of an S-rank sword technique, the Konoha's Crescent Moon Dance. The system inquired whether the host wished to upgrade it to the maximum level. Without a moment's hesitation, Chinyu chose to do so. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Konoha's Crescent Moon Dance is now at maximum level. After feeling an influx of memories regarding the Crescent Moon Dance in his mind, Chinyu meticulously stored the scroll and returned it to the Moonlight Black Knight. "Chinyu, what is the matter?" Moonlight Black Knight inquired, taken aback. In his perspective, only a brief minute or two had elapsed since Qin Yu had received the scroll. Surely you do not believe this scroll to be a forgery? A person who extends a favor is most concerned about being misunderstood, and this was precisely the mindset that Moonlight Black Knight adopted. Having offered a treasured item from his family's collection, any suspicion would indeed be disheartening. No, I have already mastered it. Keeping the scroll is of no use to me. Qin Yu replied nonchalantly. Observing Qin Yu's earnest demeanor, both Moonlight Black Knight and Moonlight Swift Wind were momentarily stunned. As a descendant of the Moonlight clan, Moonlight Black Knight possessed extraordinary talent and had dedicated an entire year to mastering the Konoha's Crescent Moon dance. Moonlight Swift Wind, though slightly less gifted, had still invested over 2 years in his training. Nonetheless, both were lauded as the most talented heirs since the clan's founder, who had originally developed the Crescent Moon dance. Moonlight Black Knight, one of the 8 colors of Konoha, was particularly revered for his role in promoting this technique. For as long as they could remember, they had taken immense pride in the Konoha's Crescent Moon dance. Yet, now Qin Yu, with a mere 2 minutes of effort, claimed to have mastered it, a notion that seemed incredulous. Do you not believe me? Qin Yu asked with a faint smile. Moonlight Black Knight was initially taken aback, but then, steeling himself, he nodded in agreement. He had imparted the Konoha's Crescent Moon dance to Qin Yu in hopes of resolving their grievances and sowing the seeds of goodwill. If Qin Yu had not truly mastered it, all his efforts would have been in vain. Moonlight Black Knight wished to avoid antagonizing Qin Yu, yet under the circumstances, he had no choice but to proceed. To prevent any harm, let us use branches as substitutes, Qin Yu suggested, extending his right hand into the air. 2 3-foot-long branches promptly fell into the hands of the two. Chakra-infused threads. This is the essence of a puppeteer. Moonlight Black Knight's expression changed. Once again astonished by Qin Yu's formidable control over chakra. Let us proceed without further ado, Qin Yu declared, unfazed. As he turned his gaze toward Moonlight Black Knight, he stepped forward. Moon Shadow? Moonlight Black Knight's expression shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, I swiftly turned and thrust backward. The sound of impact echoed. Although the branch I wielded under the moonlight was merely an ordinary piece of wood, in my grasp, it transformed into a formidable blade. As the air sliced through, a surge of chakra enveloped it, amplifying its cutting power amidst the howling winds that entwined the branch. Simultaneously, the branch pierced into Qin Yu's body. However, this strike did not result in a spray of blood. Instead, the figure of Qin Yu behind me began to twist and distort into a phantom. I am behind you. The familiar voice resonated once more. The countenance of Moonlight Dark Knight changed dramatically. Sun and Moon Reflection Strike. This was a technique from the Konoha's 3 Moon Dance. It employs afterimages and shadow clones to confound the adversary, initiating a preemptive strike. A mistake in this maneuver could lead to a fatal blow upon attacking the illusory target. Initially, Moonlight Dark Knight believed Qin Yu was jesting. Yet now, witnessing that Qin Yu not only mastered the Moon Shadow but also the Sun and Moon Reflection Strike, it completely surpassed his understanding. Chapter 35. The right bet. The Moonlight Black Knight let out a fierce roar, gripping the branch tightly in both hands, infused with chakra. With a swift turn, he lunged directly at Qin Yu. As the attack commenced, a brilliant display of light erupted, transforming into a myriad of fleeting shadows that enveloped the air with an inexplicable oppressive aura. The blood will slash of sun and moon. Qin Yu remained undaunted. The Moonlight Phantom Slash, a blend of reality and illusion, could best be countered with sheer force. The moment chakra coursed through the branch, it radiated a dazzling brilliance. And in the next instant, he cleaved towards the Moonlight Black Knight. With a single stroke, it manifested as a crescent moon blade, striking down upon the sea of shadows with tremendous force. A thunderous roar echoed as the two attacks collided, sending shockwaves that forced the Moonlight Black Knight to stumble backward. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Qin Yu. Father, did he truly execute the Crescent Moon Dance? The Moonlight Gale inquired urgently. Fool, as a direct descendant of the Moonlight clan, how could you not recognize this? The Moonlight Black Knight reprimanded. You must train harder upon our return, lest we bring shame to our clan. Nothing to worry about. I shall take my leave, Qin Yu declared, discarding the broken branch in his hand. The recent clash had merely been a test of his abilities. To truly unleash the Crescent Moon Dance, a superior chakra blade was essential. Only with a potent chakra conductor could one effectively condense chakra and modify its attributes, thereby amplifying the technique's might. In the realm of ninjas, there existed the Iron Country, known for its mastery of chakra, not through traditional ninjutsu, but by integrating chakra into their swordsmanship. Among them, The three ships of the Iron Country honed their techniques to rival that of the legendary Sanine. However, due to the incessant wars, many samurai had been eliminated, and the country maintained a stance of neutrality amidst the power struggles of larger nations, resulting in a dwindling number of skilled swordsmen and diminished opportunities for the exquisite arts to be passed down. Return home first. I wish to provide some guidance to Gale, the Moonlight Black Knight said, not pressing Qin Yu to stay. At this moment, Qin Yu's displayed talent had far surpassed his expectations. Regardless of whether he had grasped the essence of the crescent moon slash, such astonishing aptitude warranted his investment. In this instant, he understood why figures like the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, held Qin Yu in such high regard, even risking the ire of the formidable Danzo. Are you alright, Moonlight Senpai? Minato suddenly appeared, startling the pensive Moonlight Black Knight, who quickly shook his head. I am fine, just exchanging insights with Qin Yu. Father, is this truly just an exchange of insights? You have imparted the crescent moon dance to him. Moonlight Gale couldn't help but interject. However, it was not entirely fair to blame Gale for revealing this. The opportunity to learn the Konoha crescent moon dance was exceedingly rare, and among those, Moonlight Gale was a standout, often hailed as a prodigy. Suddenly, a prodigy named Qin Yu has emerged, and the so-called halo of genius he possesses is likely to be overshadowed in an instant. Mind your words. Moonlight Black Knight shot a glare. With a smile, Wave Wind Minato shook his head and said, Elder Moonlight, do not be too harsh on Gale. Your gamble is not entirely misplaced. Moonlight Black Knight was momentarily taken aback and inquired, Minato, do you also believe that Uchiha Qin Yu will achieve great heights in the future? No, I do not share that belief, Wave Wind Minato replied, shaking his head. Moonlight Black Knight paused, thinking he had made a poor wager, when Minato's voice echoed once more. I believe Uchiha Qin Yu has yet to demonstrate his true capabilities. Minato, what are you saying? Moonlight Black Knight exclaimed in surprise. According to the intelligence he had received, Uchiha Qin Yu had single-handedly defeated both the Cloud and Mist Shinobi. Moreover, he had also repelled the AB combination, earning the recognition of the next-generation Raikage from the Cloud Village. This was an immense honor for any shinobi. However, now Wave Wind Minato was suggesting that Qin Yu was merely coasting. The disparity was too great to fathom. I can only hope that Danzo does not act foolishly. Otherwise, we in Konoha may face a formidable adversary, Minato remarked, his gaze flickering. At dawn, as the first light broke, Qin Yu and his companions departed from their base. Since Silent was the only medical shinobi within the stronghold, she could not accompany Qin Yu. However, with Moonlight Black Knight, one of Konoha's 8 colors, and several newly added shinobi fortifying their ranks, the base's defenses had been significantly enhanced. Should any issues arise, they could rely on Wave Wind Minato for support. It could be said that Minato, skilled in the Flying Thunder God technique, served as a mobile support anchor. Originally, Yuzuki Yugo intended to remain at the base to assist Yuzuki Kangwu. Unfortunately, Yuzuki Kangwu harbored ulterior motives. Not only was it due to his loss in a wager, but he also recognized the immense potential of Qin Yu. The Yuzuki clan already held a lowly status within Konoha. If, in the future, Qin Yu were to ascend to power and become a prominent figure in the village, then Yuzuki Yugao, as Qin Yu's partner, would undoubtedly rise in status as well. Even if one were to consider a hypothetical scenario, the formidable combat prowess demonstrated by Uchiha Qin Yu in these 2 battles, coupled with his protective nature, would ensure that Yuzuki Yugo would not be mistreated or underestimated by any means. It was precisely this line of thinking that led Yuzuki Kangwu to encourage the shinobi within the base, who had daughters, to promote their offspring to Qin Yu. Just last night, they nearly broke down Qin Feng's door in their fervor. Thus, as dawn broke, Qin Yu hurriedly gathered his belongings and departed ahead of schedule. As Yuzuki Kangwu bid him farewell at the base, he draped an arm around Qin Yu's shoulders, wearing an expression that implied he understood the underlying intentions. His demeanor suggested a desire for something to transpire between Qin Yu and Yuzuki Yugao on their journey back to the village, ideally leading to a union of sorts. Such behavior prompted Qin Yu to lament the premature maturity of relationships in the world of Hokage. However, gazing upon the 12 or 13-year-old Yuzuki Yuya, her physique evidently reflects a considerable development. Inside the vast Hokage office of Konoha, the third Hokage wore a rather somber expression as he regarded Tsunade Haruno and Mito Gate Kurenai. In a grave tone, he remarked, Danzo has violated our agreement by issuing orders independently, prompting Yamashiro Ryu to challenge Uchiha Qin Yu. Sarutobi, have you received the report from Minato? What is the outcome? Midogate Kurenai responded with a serious demeanor. Yamashiro Ryo, under Danzo's influence, had already attained the level of an elite J-nin and was adept in binding techniques. Has Uchiha Kinyu encountered any misfortune? Tsunade Haruno rarely displayed a hint of amusement as she nodded and said, "That boy conceals himself too well. If we could use this opportunity to deliver a subtle reprimand, it might not be a bad thing after all." Chapter 36. Danzo's resolution. Koharu was not mistaken. Until the intentions of Uchiha Kinyu were clarified, such intimidation was inevitable, and having Danzo play the role of the fool was indeed the most favorable outcome. Midogate and Izuma nodded in agreement. "Fools, have you all lost your senses?" The third Hokage suddenly admonished. "Do not forget Minato's report. We must not drive Uchiha Kinyu into a corner, or he will become our foremost enemy in Konoha." Such inexplicable words rendered Midogate, Inazuma, and Koharu Tsurugi momentarily speechless. "Sarutobi, what do you mean? What transpired between Yamashiro Aoi and Uchiha Kinyu?" In their eyes, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had always been a figure of tranquility. His emotions had never surged so dramatically. Something unusual must be afoot. He is dead, slain by Uchiha Kinyu in a single strike. The third Hokage produced a scroll and tossed it to Midogate Inazuma. "This is the intelligence sent by Minato. Examine it and devise a countermeasure." Yamashiro Aoi has been killed in a single blow? Midogate Inazuma's expression changed abruptly as he hastily unfurled the scroll to read. As time passed, the countenance of both him and Koharu Tsurugi grew increasingly grim. To them, Yamashiro Aoi was a master of the mind transfer technique, having undergone inhuman training within the roots. He specialized in binding and perception-based ninjutsu. If the two had engaged in battle with Yamashiro Aoi's formidable perception abilities, he should have sensed any changes or movements from his opponent. Yet, the scroll described that Yamashiro Aoi had not even reacted before being ensnared by an illusion. Subsequently consumed by an unquenchable black flame, reduced to ashes. Although they had not witnessed the battle, the chilling descriptions alone sent shivers down their spines. According to Minato's account, Uchiha Kinyu had only displayed a fraction of his power thus far and possessed an extraordinary aptitude for ninjutsu, likely linked to his unique Sharingan. The third Hokage spoke gravely. "Minato has mentioned that Uchiha Kinyu has always avoided troublesome entanglements, which is why he concealed his abilities. His recent display of power was compelled by circumstances, and he even repelled the main forces of the Cloud and Mist Ninja. He has slain formidable foes such as the Mist Seven's Kisame Hashigaki and the Raijin of the Black Hoe. Such achievements are rare, even among the elite of Konoha." At this juncture, the third Hokage cast a glance at Koharu Tsurugi and Midogate Inazuma. "You must now inform me of your decision." The expressions of Midogate Inazuma and Koharu Tsurugi shifted dramatically. Previously, they had perceived Uchiha Kinyu as merely a young rogue akin to Uchiha Shisui, someone easily manageable through familial coercion. However, Uchiha Kinyu had not only remained hidden for over a decade, but had also displayed such overwhelming power upon emerging, even daring to slay Danzo's subordinates. This was truly audacious. "Humph, it seems you are regressing with each passing day." Danzo suddenly thrust open the office door. "Hokage-sama." The expressions of the two guards stationed at the entrance were complex. "Leave us," the third Hokage gestured dismissively. He had long anticipated Danzo's arrival. Within the Hidden Leaf, Danzo was a unique figure. His root organization functioned independently of the Hokage's Umbu. In a certain sense, the existence of root did not conform to the power structure of the Hokage. Consequently, Danzo frequently dispatched members of root to surveil the entirety of the village, including the Hokage's office. "Humph, Sarutobi, you truly are regressing. You can't even handle a mere child. I believe you are unfit to bear the mantle of Hokage." Danzo remarked coldly as he approached. "If I hadn't taken precautions beforehand, I fear you would have already made some irreversible decision." "Danzo, do not misunderstand. Sarutobi harbors no such intentions." Mito came and interjected. He was well aware of his old classmate's temperament. "Humph, Mito, it seems you also believe the third's views are correct. How disappointing." Danzo sneered. "Now, the Hidden Leaf is precarious. Foreign nations dare to intervene and bully us, all due to your inherent cowardice. Had you heeded my advice early on to adopt a firm approach, we would not be forced to engage on 3 fronts simultaneously." Mito's expression faltered as he shook his head and sighed. "Danzo, do not misconstrue. We are all here to ensure the prosperity of the Hidden Leaf, Sarutobi included. If you have any opinions, please share them so we may discuss them." "Danzo, Mito speaks truthfully. If you have insights, do voice them." if they benefit the hidden leaf. I shall consider them, the third Hokage stated solemnly. Tsunade had remained silent but subtly indicated her agreement. Humph, it is unnecessary, Danzo snorted. Since that Uchiha Chinyu is such an unpredictable variable, he poses a threat to our village. Furthermore, do not forget that if the Uchiha clan becomes aware of such a rebellious presence among them, it will only embolden their arrogance. Therefore, I have already dispatched someone to deal with him. The revelation caused the expressions of the third Hokage and others to change drastically. They had just been deliberating on how to pacify Uchiha Chinyu for the benefit of the hidden leaf. Now, Danzo had secretly dispatched someone to confront him, completely undermining Minato's plans. Danzo, have you lost your mind? Time and again, you strike against Uchiha Chinyu. You are practically forcing him to defect. The third Hokage exclaimed in anger. If Uchiha Chinyu escapes the village, given his current strength and accomplishments, any village would eagerly extend an olive branch. At that point, he could become a dagger aimed at our hidden leaf, and you would bear the greatest responsibility. Zhuan Xiaochun and Mito Minyan could not help but change their expressions. It was their first encounter with the typically composed Sarutobi Hiruzen in such a state of fury. Furthermore, in Sarutobi's eyes, achieving the position of the third Hokage had left him with a sense of indebtedness towards Danzo. Thus, he had allowed the root, an organization operating beyond the Hokage's control, to persist. However, now the third Hokage was infuriated with Danzo due to the issues surrounding Uchiha Chinyu. This clearly illustrated the third Hokage's regard for Uchiha Chinyu. Danzo, I now warn you, summon him back immediately, or do not blame me for being impolite, the third Hokage admonished in a grave tone. Chapter 37. The poison of premature ideologies within the expansive confines of the Hokage's office, an inexplicable atmosphere of oppression settled. Faced with the ire of the third Hokage, both Tsurugi Kamaru and Mito Gaten appeared visibly distressed. However, they also harbored dissatisfaction regarding Danzo's covert actions. Humph, Sarutobi, you have indeed lost your former vigor. Danzo scoffed, his demeanor noticeably softening. Throughout the years, no matter what schemes he devised in the shadows, Sarutobi Hiruzen was always able to see through them. Time and again, Danzo had sought the position of Hokage, only to be thwarted by Sarutobi's unwavering resolve. Were it not for their shared history and the genuine intention for the betterment of Konoha, the root organization would likely have ceased to exist long ago. Rest assured, the individuals I dispatched this time are not from our village. They are merely wandering ninjas. Regardless of the outcome, they will remain oblivious to my identity. Danzo stated in a somber tone. Should we fail, Uchiha Chinyu will mistakenly believe it to be the work of another ninja village, especially considering his recent display of prowess. With that, Danzo turned and departed. As the office door closed behind him, the third Hokage could not help but massage his throbbing temples. Sarutobi, what do you intend to do now? Mito Gaten could not contain his concern. Tsurugi Kamaru remained silent, her gaze fixed upon the third Hokage. They understood well that Danzo's words represented his utmost concession. The final outcome now relied solely on the Hokage's decision. Danzo truly is a source of frustration. The third Hokage sighed in resignation. Send someone to inform Minato. There are reports of wandering ninjas within the borders of the Land of Fire. They must exercise caution. In the Hokage's eyes, Danzo's motivations stemmed from a genuine concern for Konoha's safety. Moreover, they were only aware that Danzo had established contact with these rogue ninjas through certain means. The identities of these wandering ninjas remained a mystery to all. Thus, it was impossible to prevent their actions. The only course of action was to alert Namake's Minato to heighten vigilance. If Uchiha Chinyu were to return alive, it would signify strength. However, should he fall victim to an assassination en route, it would merely be fate. Sarutobi was not mistaken. This was the only feasible course. Mito Gaten nodded in agreement. The situation in the Land of Fire is currently tumultuous, and the pace of attacks and troop deployments from the Land of Earth has also shifted. It appears that this protracted tug-of-war, which has lasted 2 years, is nearing its conclusion. Once Minato arrives in Konoha, he should lead his team to the Land of Earth for the final mission. In the outside world, as Danzo left the Hokage's office, Yamanaka-fu and Aburame Torian emerged from the shadows. Lord Danzo, is everything progressing smoothly? Yamanaka-fu inquired, unable to contain his impatience. You must help me avenge my father. Yamanaka Ryu, Fu's father and one of Danzo's most capable subordinates, had volunteered to take action after hearing of the death of Yamanaka Ryu at the hands of Uchiha Chinyu. They never anticipated that this resentment would not only remain unvented, but would also cost them their lives. Rest assured, Fong, The wandering ninja I have contacted this time hails from a fallen clan, and within their ranks lies a long-standing monster. With his intervention, that lad, despite his formidable strength, has been so discreet for so long that he must surely lack substantial combat experience. Danzo chuckled coldly. Shan Zhongfeng's expression faltered as he inquired, Lord Danzo, are you referring to the monster that has recently been prowling the various battlefields, executing bounties and assassinations? The oil woman, who had remained silent until now, felt her complexion change dramatically at this revelation. If Danzo had indeed enlisted the aid of that legendary figure, Uchiha Chinyu would undoubtedly be facing certain death. The distance from Konoha to their base would take at least 4 days of relentless travel. However, due to the urgency felt by Minato Namikaze to return to Konoha and assess the situation, he had employed the Flying Thunder God technique to leave early. Although Minato had mentioned the possibility of using the technique to transport them together, Chinyu had declined the offer. The Flying Thunder God technique is quite similar to Sasuke's later use of the Rinnegan for spatial jumping. However, while Sasuke could utilize the Rinnegan to open spatial gates in all directions, Minato could only leap using the seals of the Flying Thunder God technique. Moreover, the number of people being transported significantly increases the consumption of chakra and mental energy, thereby shortening the distance of spatial jumps. Thus, Chinyu had opted to decline. Chinyu, there's a post station ahead. Perhaps we should rest here for a while, Moonlight Shifeng tentatively suggested. Throughout their journey, he had maintained a respectful distance from Chinyu. But the relentless travel was taking its toll on him, notwithstanding the fact that they were only 20 miles from Konoha. Unable to suppress his exhaustion, he proposed this idea. Chinyu, we are nearing the alert zone of Konoha. It might be wise to take a brief respite. After wiping the sweat from her brow, Azuki Shiyin revealed a hint of weariness. If Azuki Kanwu were aware of the unspoken occurrences that could take place between Azuki Shiyin and Chinyu on their urgent journey back, he might be left speechless. Having spent all their time on the road, one can only imagine the expression on his face. Chinyu took the initiative to pause, arriving at the post station and eyeing the bustling merchants within with a playful smile. Let us proceed. It appears lively here, and perhaps we might encounter an unexpected delight. His cryptic remark momentarily stunned Azuki Shiyin. The Moonlight Shifeng had already dashed inside. Boss, bring me a pot of tea and 3 servings of dumplings. As soon as Moonlight Shifeng shouted this, he recalled that this time, Moonlight Knight had designated Uchiha Chinyu as the leader. Hastily addressing the swiftly approaching Uchiha Chinyu, he added, I ordered the dumplings for you. Observing the flustered Moonlight Shifeng, Chinyu chuckled and shook his head, saying, You can have those. I am not hungry. Guests, your tea and dumplings are ready. An elderly man, his visage etched with the marks of time, emerged from the kitchen. Young man, he urged, I recommend you sample the dumplings from our inn. Merchants from distant caravans invariably make a detour to savor them. Once you taste them, you shall undoubtedly return. Such exquisite flavor, is it? Mao Shiyin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. They were certainly not as peculiar as Chinyu, and this was her first venture on a long journey. After such extensive travel, her stomach had begun to grumble. Upon hearing the old man's enthusiastic endorsement, she could not resist the temptation and hastily reached for a dumpling. Perhaps it is best to refrain from eating that. Everyone is watching you, Chinyu interjected, suddenly grasping Mao Shiyin's hand. The unexpected gesture left her momentarily taken aback. Her cheeks flushing crimson as she exclaimed, There are many people here. Please retract your hand. Observing Mao Shiyin's youthful demeanor, Chinyu could only roll his eyes in exasperation. The speed at which her thoughts wandered was astonishing. It seemed that the early maturity often seen in the world of Naruto had its drawbacks. Chapter 38. The assassin steeped in greed, make your move. The shout suddenly reverberated through the air. The once frail shopkeeper, in an instant, exhibited an astonishing agility. Reaching out a hand towards Yuzuki Saigen, Saigen was taken aback, never having anticipated that this seemingly unassuming elder could conceal such depth. At such a close proximity, there was no escape. The elder's face lit up with delight as he witnessed the scene. To him, capturing a hostage meant that dealing with the too inexperienced Nin would pose little difficulty. Suddenly, a thunderous crackling echoed. A fist enveloped in lightning surged forth, as if the very air had ignited. Boom. The elder was sent flying hundreds of meters away. Everything in his path, be it wooden planks or towering trees, was shattered as he barreled through. Upon crashing against a rocky wall, he barely managed to halt his momentum, only to spit out a mouthful of blood before his head tilted, lifeless. Inside the station, the merchants who had intended to spring into action stood in stunned silence. The intelligence they had received indicated that they were to confront 3ch Nin of Konoha, among them the formidable and fearsome Namikaze Minato, who had already departed. To them, this mission had seemed a lucrative opportunity. The clan leader, who was he? He appeared to differ from the information they had received. One of the wandering ninjas could no longer contain himself. The leader, a middle-aged man disguised as a merchant, cast a glinting gaze towards Chinyu, a hint of malice creeping into his expression. Humph, merely swift. Let us not forget, we have gathered as a clan. If we can claim this brat's head, the bounty will suffice to see us through the war. We fight for survival. Indeed, we battle for our very existence. The group of over 10 wandering ninjas echoed in unison. The leader of the wandering ninjas fixed his gaze on Chinyu, his voice sharp. Let us settle this swiftly. We must not allow him to seize the bounty before us. The thought of the man exuding the stench of money and danger sent a chill down the leader's spine. It seemed another formidable figure had arrived. Chinyu smiled warmly. Since you are not the main course, you have no right to question me. As the words fell, the floor beneath his feet shattered. In the next moment, he vanished like a phantom, reappearing before the leader of the wandering ninjas. Rasengan. This was the most elementary of his offensive techniques. With chakra infused, he swiftly molded it into a sphere, devoid of any flamboyance, and launched it directly at the wandering ninja leader. No. The leader's pupils dilated in shock. This was unlike any Nin he had ever encountered. Boom. In the instant the Rasengan made contact, the wandering ninja leader hastily raised his arms in defense, only to hear the sickening sound of his bones snapping. The immense force propelled him through the air. The structure was shattered directly, crashing onto a tree 100 meters away. Compared to the earlier masquerade of the old man, the wandering ninja was in a far worse state, unable even to cough up blood. His chest was caved in, a victim of sudden death. Dead. The clan leader was truly dead. Flee, we must escape quickly, or our Wind Demon clan will face annihilation. The echoes of terrified roars reverberated through the air. The wandering ninjas present had no time for contemplation and scattered in all directions. Chinyu, hurry and pursue them. These wandering ninjas dare to commit violence outside Konoha village. If you encounter others weaker than yourself, it would spell disaster, urged Mitsuki Shien, her urgency palpable. After recovering from the earlier shock, she swiftly drew her chakra blade, preparing for any eventuality. She was not surprised at Chinyu's instantaneous defeat of the wandering ninja leader. Go, I will protect Shien, declared Moonlight Jifeng, eager to seize the opportunity for merit. However, witnessing Moonlight Jifeng's legs trembling like twisted dough, his confidence appeared somewhat diminished. No need, they won't get far. Chinyu remarked indifferently, gazing towards the nearby forest. As the wandering ninja leader had mentioned, a formidable presence had indeed arrived. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Mitsuki Shien's expression changed. Chinyu, could it be Lord Minato has arrived? In her eyes, Namikaze Minato possessed the flying thunder god technique. Being on the outskirts of Konoha village meant that patrolling umbu or sentries were inevitable. The sounds of the earlier battle were sufficient to alert Konoha. Once Minato learned of the situation, he could traverse the short distance in mere moments with his technique. What is that? Moonlight Jifeng's countenance turned pale. However, before he could fully comprehend, Chinyu's right foot struck like lightning, sending Moonlight Jifeng flying. Simultaneously, Chinyu enveloped Mitsuki Shien in his arms, swiftly darting to the side. Bang! The spot where the three stood was instantly pierced. As the earth flew, two arms, connected by black veins, reached out, grasping at nothingness. Chinyu landed with Mitsuki Shien several meters away, while Moonlight Jifeng did not enjoy such close protection and crashed outside the post station, his face paling at the sight of the eerie hands emerging from the soil. Had it not been for Chinyu's timely intervention, he would have likely fallen victim to that monstrous grasp. Indeed, it is you, the one reeking of copper. Chinyu directed his gaze toward the forest. The two hands probing from the ground suddenly tensed, forcefully turning the soil over, revealing a figure shrouded in a cloak, obscuring its features as it stepped forth from the trees. Yet, as it emerged, behind it, gnarled black veins writhed, each adorned with a lifeless body. Those were unmistakably the wandering ninjas who had fled moments earlier. Chinyu, who is this person? Quite terrifying, isn't it? Yuzuki Yuin's face turned pale. If the wandering ninjas that had just appeared were mere ordinary foes, then the individual before them was a true anomaly. Moreover, he had effortlessly dispatched 17 or 18 fleeing wandering ninjas in an instant. Such an achievement is not something an ordinary ninja could accomplish. Have you heard of Takinen village? Chinyu scrutinized the adversary before him with keen interest. He never anticipated that shortly after arriving in the world of Naruto, he would encounter a future member of the Akatsuki organization, Kakuzu. Takinen village? Yuzuki Yuin paused for a moment and remarked, I have heard that 2 or 3 decades ago, a rebellion broke out within Takinen village. Once a powerful stronghold, the village's leadership was annihilated overnight, leading to its eventual decline as it retreated behind the waterfall to recuperate. Chapter 39. Do we make a bet? Is it the hidden mist village that possesses the tailed beasts? The Moonlight Gale was taken aback. With a pallid expression, he could not help but exclaim, Chinyu, you cannot be telling me that he is the rogue ninja who slaughtered the upper echelons, can you? Indeed. Chinyu replied with a smile, nodding his head. I did not expect to encounter you, Kakuzu, so swiftly. As these words fell, both Yuzuki Yuin and Moonlight Gale turned ashen. This was an S-rank rogue ninja who had almost annihilated a village. His power was on par with that of the Kage. Despite the efforts of the 5 great ninja villages, capturing S-rank rogue ninjas had always been an arduous endeavor. Yet now, one stood before them, was this not a nightmare? Chinyu, should we flee? Moonlight Gale urged anxiously. The distance to Konoha was merely a few miles. If we mustered all our strength, we should be able to reach the sealing gate swiftly. By then, the station personnel would come to our aid. Faced with the arrival of Kakuzu, Moonlight Gale's fighting spirit instantly evaporated. Gale, silence yourself. Yuzuki Yuin reprimanded coldly, casting a glance at the still smiling Chinyu. In a low voice, she added, do not bolster another's spirit at the expense of Chinyu's prestige. Look at his expression. He does not display an ounce of fear. It is possible he can contend with this S-rank rogue ninja. Yet, the question loomed. Why had this S-rank rogue ninja set his sights on them? Unlike Moonlight Gale, Yuzuki Yuin, as a young girl, possessed a more intricate mind. Since Chinyu had referred to the man before them as a bounty hunter steeped in copper stench, and the earlier wandering ninja clan had similarly flaunted their bounty, did this imply that they had been marked for a reward? Chinyu, have we been targeted? Yuzuki Yuin asked urgently. Chinyu chuckled, patting her shoulder. It seems you are not lacking in wit. We have indeed been placed under a bounty. And the one who issued it is no ordinary person. It would take at least 20 to 30 million Ryo to entice Kakuzu into action. What? The expressions of Yuzuki Yuin and Moonlight Gale shifted dramatically. As ninjas, earning about 100 Ryo a month was typical. Accumulating 2 to 3,000 Ryo in a year was already commendable. Now, according to Chinyu's estimation, someone had the audacity to place a bounty of 20 to 30 million Ryo. The one who issued the assassination order was undoubtedly not an ordinary individual. Chinyu, are you suggesting that someone within Konoha wishes to kill us? Yuzuki Yuin could not help but probe. In recent days, nothing significant had transpired between Yuzuki Yuin and Chinyu. Nevertheless, confronted with Chinyu's indulgence, regardless of their relationship, Yuzuki Yuin found herself increasingly concerned. It is indeed a matter of life and death. You are merely collateral damage, Chinyu replied with a serene smile. If you are afraid, you may leave first. He will not pursue you. Your lives hold little value. Observing Chinyu, who still had the audacity to jest in such dire circumstances, Mitsuki Yuin shot him a glare and stubbornly declared, Chinyu, I refuse to leave. I believe you can surely defeat him, right, Gale? The moment the thought of retreat flickered in Moonlight Gale's mind, he found himself nodding in response to Yuin's earnest gaze, despite the grimace on his face. Have you finished speaking, boy? Kakuzu, having absorbed the chakra of the wandering ninjas, suddenly raised his head. The black veins adorning his body not only remained exposed but writhed menacingly, creating a horrifying spectacle. Kakuzu, you still reek of copper. How about we make a wager? If you win, I shall surrender my head to you. If I win, you will become my subordinate, Chinyu proposed with a smile. This wager was indeed quite advantageous. Should you triumph, you could slay me, yet if I were to prevail, you would not meet your demise but instead serve under me. Do you not find that quite honorable? His soft-spoken words left Mitsuki Yuin and Moonlight Gale in a state of bewilderment. Was he truly attempting to recruit an S-rank rogue ninja? If this were to spread, it would surely cause an uproar. Boy, your tongue is quite adept. It has been ages since I encountered such an amusing little brat, Kakuzu remarked as he shed his cloak, revealing a grotesque body interconnected by black veins, which appeared even more repulsive. Particularly unsettling were the veins protruding from his mouth, resembling a serpent's tongue, instilling an inexplicable sense of dread. Noticing Chinyu's unflinching demeanor, Kakuzu sneered, I did not expect you, little brat, to maintain your composure in the face of my appearance. I accept your wager. I hope you become my bounty and can last 4 or 5 exchanges under my command. Otherwise, I shall grow bored. Chinyu's rise had transpired in a mere 7 or 8 days. Even those within the Hidden Leaf Village were largely unaware, let alone a rogue ninja like Kakuzu. After all, in Kakuzu's eyes, a mere chunin from the leaf could hardly stir much commotion. Rest assured, I shall ensure you experience both pain and joy. Chinyu suddenly chuckled. Kakuzu's expression darkened as he observed the pressure he exerted failing to phase Chinyu, effectively extinguishing the last remnants of his patience. He coldly commanded, "Boy, I hope you can still laugh after a brief wait." Lightning release, dark thunder. Kakuzu's back suddenly unleashed a mask of lightning, and with a gaping maw, torrents of lightning erupted forth, crashing towards Chinyu like a tidal wave. "Step back, everyone. The battle is about to commence," Chinyu stated with a calm smile. Mitsuki Yuin and Moonlight Gale's expression shifted dramatically. With no time to ponder, they swiftly retreated. They had witnessed Chinyu's prowess firsthand. To utter such words now was undoubtedly not mere bravado. However, the thought of facing an S-rank rogue ninja loomed ominously in their minds. They possessed confidence in Chinyu's strength, yet whether he can swiftly conclude the battle remains another matter entirely. In but the blink of an eye, the short distance of a few dozen meters, beset by the assault of dark thunder, was traversed. By the time Mitsuki Yuin and Tsukikage found their footing, the impending attack had already thunderously struck Chinyu. Boom! The lightning erupted, akin to a thunderclap tearing through the sky. Everything within the station was violently shredded by the frenzied arcs of lightning, stirring up vast clouds of dust. "You insolent brat, daring to underestimate me. I shall ensure your demise is swift." Kaku's voice dripped with disdain. In an instant, the fire release mask on his back materialized. Fire release, head engraving technique. A searing inferno erupted from his mouth. Having absorbed the chakra of over 10 wandering ninjas moments ago, the extent of the firestorm clearly expanded to 20 or 30 meters, engulfing the entire station. However, before Kaku could fully comprehend the situation, the rising inferno suddenly began to whirl like a vortex. In the next moment, the sky was filled with flames that were abruptly blown away. Chapter 40. Resolved by 2 Orbs Buzz. A sharp, piercing sound resonated through the air. Emerging from the remnants of the fiery inferno, Chinyu advanced slowly, wielding a swiftly rotating wind release, spiraling sphere shuriken that resembled a miniature comet. Kakuzu's expression shifted dramatically. What manner of wind release technique is this, capable of refining both form and elemental properties to such an extraordinary extent? I cannot afford to be struck, otherwise. I fear for my very life. Chaotic thoughts flitted through Kakuzu's mind. Yet, as he gazed at Chinyu, a glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. Within that chakra, he sensed an unusual purity. If he could seize the heart of this individual, might he not also learn this formidable ninjutsu? Just as this avaricious thought began to take root, Kakuzu's pupils abruptly constricted. The ground beneath Chinyu erupted, collapsing like a spider's web. Kakuzu barely registered the flash before a bolt of lightning surged toward him. When he could finally comprehend the situation, the attack was nearly upon him. "Your delivery of orbs has arrived. Please sign for it." Chinyu smirked playfully. The wind release, spiraling sphere shuriken plunged directly toward Kakuzu's chest. Buzz! A sharp tremor in the air momentarily halted the scene. In the next instant, an overwhelming force of a hurricane erupted forth. As the deafening sound of a sonic boom echoed, the shockwave surged upward, obliterating everything within a 100-meter radius. Rocks, trees, all were instantly shattered. At that moment, Kakuzu felt as though he were being sliced apart by countless blades. Were it not for the earth release hard enhancing his defense, he would have surely perished under such an onslaught. Now, he merely needed to sacrifice one heart to endure this wave of attack. By feigning death, he could await the opportune moment to launch a surprise counterattack and slay this enigmatic youth. However, as this thought formed in his mind, the sight before him nearly made him spit blood. The lightning-infused orb in Chinyu's hand sent shivers down his spine. One wind release, spiraling sphere had already made him question his existence. Now, another lightning release, spiraling sphere shuriken was on its way. His earth release body would likely prove utterly ineffective against such a strike, especially as he found himself immobilized under the onslaught, reduced to a mere target. Faced with his own impending demise, Chinyu seemed intent on delivering the final blow, showcasing his caution and unexpected might. For the first time, Kakuzu doubted whether his avarice had led him astray. "No, don't kill me. Have you forgotten our wager? I can submit to your command." Kakuzu hastily roused himself from his feigned death. Chinyu chuckled with amusement. The authority now lies with me. Prepare to taste the lightning release orb. As the words fell, Chinyu did not pause for a moment, swiftly channeling the electric arc and launching a lightning-imbued spiral shuriken, akin to a thunderball. No, Kakuzu screeched. The lightning spiral shuriken collided with the wind release, and the electric light surged like a frenzy, engulfing Kakuzu entirely. Countless compressed arcs of lightning pierced through Kakuzu's body like innumerable needles. Under the restraint of lightning against earth attributes, Kakuzu's defenses were rendered utterly ineffective. A thunderous explosion echoed, resonating for over half a minute before dissipating into the void. Gazing upon the scarred ruins, they beheld a body riddled with wounds, resembling tattered cloth. Moonlight Gale and Yuzuki Yugao were left utterly bewildered. Was this truly the infamous S-rank rogue ninja? The very being who had slaughtered all the high-ranking officials of the Takigakure? With just 2 jutsu unleashed, he was decisively vanquished by Chinyu's 2 orbs. The sheer audacity was astounding. You do not honor your promises. Kakuzu struggled to lift his head amidst the rubble. The 4 masks behind him lay shattered, evidence that he had barely survived the 2 orbs, costing him 4 of his lives. Moreover, the last mask bore a crack. Had the previous assault continued for another 7 or 8 seconds, Kakuzu would have met his end in the ninja world. What is the matter? Still unwilling to concede? Chinyu remarked with a warm smile. Kakuzu's expression froze momentarily. Then he roared with fury, "You shall die." The earth beneath Chinyu's feet erupted, as myriad veins transformed into countless tendrils, lunging directly at him. The proximity of the assault, overwhelming in its scope, created an impression of unavoidable doom. Yet, Chinyu appeared entirely unfazed, his smile only deepening. A blood-colored, ethereal form enveloped him, and the multitude of tendrils were effortlessly repelled by Susanoo. Witnessing this sudden apparition, Kakuzu's expression solidified. I still have water, earth, and fire release orbs yet to conjure. Would you care to experience them? Chinyu chuckled playfully. Should Danzo witness this, the ace he had high hopes for, capable of eliminating Chinyu, would be reduced to mere mockery, likely feeling as hopeless as Kakuzu. No, kill me. Just kill me. Kakuzu bellowed with a grotesque expression. Danzo, I have long suspected your intentions were nefarious. Yuzuki Yugao and Moonlight Gale were momentarily stunned. They had speculated that this assassination was likely connected to Konoha. However, it could also be a scheme from the Mist and Cloud villages, seeking vengeance after suffering significant losses at Chinyu's hands. But now, with Kakuzu affirming it himself, everything had changed. The external threats, regardless of their origin, instill no fear. Yet the current assassination attempt hails from Konoha, a treacherous betrayal from behind. Such a reality inevitably chills the heart. To lay everything bare, would that not make one a good child? Chinyu chuckled softly and remarked, rest assured, I shall not take your life. You are a rare stronghold. Without you, the shinobi world would lose much of its vibrancy. Moreover, I appreciate your candid and unrefined nature. As his words lingered in the air, the Susanoo enveloping Chinyu dissipated in an instant. He seemed utterly unconcerned by the multitude of blood vessels lurking outside. Ready to strike. Are you not afraid I might kill you? Kakuzu could not resist inquiring. Chinyu smiled knowingly and replied, Isn't this a matter of fundamental trust? Or perhaps I simply believe you are incapable of killing me. Kakuzu paused, momentarily taken aback. Had anyone else uttered such words, he would have undoubtedly taken offense. However, having witnessed Chinyu's formidable prowess firsthand, where an S-rank rogue ninja succumbed to mere dumplings, was nothing short of a nightmare. I concede, Kakuzu finally admitted after a prolonged silence. The blood vessels concealed within the earth rapidly retreated. Witnessing the once mighty S-rank rogue ninja surrender was a shock that left both Tsukikage and Yuzuki Yugao utterly astounded. The transition from assassination to capitulation was indeed a staggering one. Chapter 41. The next target, the vast ruins, appeared exceptionally chaotic. The once mighty S-class rogue ninja Kakuzu lay there like a desiccated fish. Should Danzo witness this, he would surely find it difficult to accept that his prized bounty hunter had been reduced to a mere lapdog before Chinyu. Rest assured, you will soon realize that this decision is indeed prudent. Chinyu patted Kakuzu on the shoulder. Now that you have rendered 4 hearts useless, I happen to have an excellent target in mind. Should you succeed in acquiring it, your strength will undoubtedly ascend to a new echelon. Had Kakuzu not personally witnessed Chinyu's formidable prowess, he might have been skeptical of such claims. However, after enduring the torment of 2 of the tailed beast transformations, he now yearned desperately for strength, eager to rise in Chinyu's presence. What do you mean by power? Kakuzu grasped Chinyu's arm tightly. Feeling the strength emanating from his fingers, Chinyu couldn't help but smile. In this world, there is nothing more fearsome than a person devoid of ambition. If one wishes to empower another, one must amplify their ambitions without limit. For instance, Uchiha Obito transformed from a mere underdog to the ultimate antagonist, a perfect illustration of this principle. You must have heard that the catalyst for the Third Great Ninja War was the disappearance of the third Kazekage from Sunagakure, correct? Chinyu gazed at Kakuzu. Having operated in the shadows for so long, Kakuzu possessed more intelligence channels than the average bounty hunter, despite the outside world's ignorance of such matters. In Kakuzu's world, there was no issue that money could not resolve. I am aware that this incident has stirred quite the uproar, but I do not know who is responsible, Kakuzu admitted, shaking his head. The third Kazekage has a bounty of 10 million ryo in the black market. Surely it cannot be the work of your Leaf Village? It was not. Chinyu shook his head. I want you to locate a certain individual and, upon finding him, devise a way to seize the third Kazekage's heart from him. With the iron sand, your power will reach new heights. Kakuzu's Doton, Daidara could acquire this chakra transformation through the plundering of others' hearts. Iron sand, much like the lightning release of the Cloud Ninja, represents a unique mutation, distinct from bloodline limits. While others may find it unattainable, Kakuzu stands as an exception. However, there is one aspect that perplexes Chinyu. Why, in the original narrative, were formidable ninjutsu often squandered despite their potential? Could this be what is referred to as a plot-induced demise? Sensing the shift in Chinyu's gaze, Kakuzu managed a wry smile as he struggled to straighten his posture. Boss, I know you must think that possessing such a powerful secret technique as Doton, Daidara would render the quest for special individuals unnecessary. It is not that I do not wish to, rather, I cannot achieve it alone. In response to Kakuzu's plight, Chinyu felt a certain admiration. His own rise to fame was largely attributed to the assassination of the first Hokage orchestrated by the Takigakure. Standing at a distance, after releasing a shuriken, he was already terrified by the piercing gaze, fleeing in a disheveled manner. The Takigakure village, fearing exposure, hastily fabricated an unfounded accusation upon Kakuzu's return. Kakuzu, indignant, seized the secret technique, the grudge of the earth. The overall strength of Takigakure was already lacking, as in the later stages of the original narrative. A single jonin could easily overpower an entire village. Faced with a being like Kakuzu, who embodied monstrous power, they were little more than a target. Do you know the whereabouts of the third Kazekage? Kakuzu inquired impatiently. In the distance, Tsukikage and Yuzuki Yuyuki momentarily halted, preparing to approach. Suddenly, Chinyu's Sharingan spun, instantly mesmerizing the two. While Chin Feng did not distrust Yuzuki Yuyuki, he was reluctant to involve her, aware of the scrutiny from Danzo and the Umbu. Should coercion arise, it would be even more disastrous. Observing Chinyu's casual glare that hypnotized Yuzuki Yuyuki and Tsukikage, he was astonished and began to discern the unusual. Boss, your Sharingan is akin to that of Uchiha Madara, isn't it? On that day, only two individuals in the ninja world could induce such fear in Kakuzu with a mere glance. The first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. As a survivor of the first Great Ninja War, Kakuzu was no stranger to the latter. More or less, Chinyu did not conceal the truth. If one wishes to ensure unwavering loyalty from another, instilling fear is paramount. Without it, how could one expect them to pledge their life? Returning to the matter at hand, Chinyu redirected the conversation. You possess considerable connections in the black market. Find someone named Sasori of the Red Sand for me. If you locate him, persuade him to hand over the heart of the third Kazekage. He requires numerous materials to create human puppets, and they must remain alive during the transformation. The unique aspect of human puppets is their ability to utilize the jutsu they possessed in life. Although they similarly require a puppet core, it would be advantageous for Chinyu if Kakuzu could acquire the iron sand. However, securing Sasori's allegiance would be equally beneficial. Moreover, should we chance upon Orochimaru, we could pursue reproductive cultivation, achieving a perfect outcome. Are you referring to that little brat? Kakuzu's expression faltered. Chinyu raised an eyebrow. You know him? Of course. Kakuzu nodded. That little brat has a penchant for crafting puppets. He occasionally purchases still-living corpses from me and even issues bounty tasks for capturing the living. I never anticipated he would be audacious enough to target the third Kazekage, his village's leader. Chinyu felt a sense of exasperation. He had not expected that the individuals he sought to recruit would be one steeped in avarice and another with peculiar inclinations. It seemed that within the Akatsuki organization, an assembly of eccentrics gathered. Yet, if they were not of the same ilk, how could they traverse the same path? Since you are aware of his whereabouts, you may proceed first. A few root ninjas have just arrived over there. I trust you can handle them. Chinyu cast a glance at the nearby forest. The three root ninjas, who had just arrived and were concealed within, were suddenly stricken with alarm. With no time to ponder, they hastily planned to retreat. Their purpose for coming this time was to surveil the battle between Jiao Du and Chinyu, then report back to Danzo. However, they were utterly unprepared for what transpired. They had anticipated a protracted conflict, never suspecting that upon hearing the explosion, they would find the battle already concluded. Rest assured, boss, they won't escape my grasp. I shall seek that fellow while I first tend to my heart, Jiao Du remarked with a sinister smile. Within the dense forest, dark tendrils of blood surged forth, enveloping the three root ninjas like an immense net. Chapter 42. The Return on. Three piercing screams suddenly echoed through the air, only to be abruptly silenced. Utilizing the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, Chinyu observed below as a multitude of blood vessels erupted without warning, piercing through the bodies of three root ninjas. Accompanied by the consumption of their blood, the previously weakened Kakuzu gradually regained his vitality. The three hearts were brutally extracted, directly taken in by Kakuzu. Feeling a slight restoration of his strength, Kakuzu let out a sigh of relief and finally stood up. Boss, I will take my leave now. Is there anything you need me to handle regarding Danzo? A flicker of murderous intent crossed Kakuzu's face. Danzo's recent intelligence blunder had nearly cost him his life. Had it not been for Chinyu, he might have already become a lifeless corpse. No need for that. You do not need to concern yourself with this matter. I will handle it myself. Chinyu patted Kakuzu's shoulder. Let us go. Kakuzu was momentarily taken aback and said, Boss, don't you need to employ any tricks on me? What if I just run away? That would be a loss for you. In Kakuzu's eyes, there were numerous spies and undercover agents from various nations. Each of them, for the sake of safety and secrecy, would resort to illusions, secret techniques, and forbidden arts to manipulate remotely. The most difficult aspect for Kakuzu to accept about surrendering was enduring the pain of being controlled. No need. Employing petty tricks on you would only feel counterproductive. Chinyu replied with a smile. Moreover, I have faith in my own charisma. With a mere display of my might, the entire ninja world shall tremble. This statement, seemingly jestful, nonetheless altered Kakuzu's expression. Having witnessed Chinyu's formidable capabilities firsthand and the blood-red moon eyes reminiscent of calamity, he understood that this young man was not merely boasting. Taking a deep breath to clear his thoughts, Kakuzu said, Boss, I shall take my leave now. Should there be any news, I will contact you promptly. As he watched Kakuzu depart, Chinyu approached Maui Shien and Tsukiakari Shift. Release. With a swift hand sign, the slumbering Tsukiakari Shift and Maui Shien awoke. Chinyu, why did I fall asleep? I seem to have dreamt of an S-rank rogue ninja attempting to assassinate us. Maui Shien murmured, rubbing her bleary eyes. Upon seeing the ruins before her, she was utterly bewildered. This was likely no dream. Let us move. Time is of the essence. If we linger here any longer, Konoha may send someone to find us. Chinyu affectionately ruffled Maui Shien's hair. As Maui Shien regained her senses, she shot him a glare. Chinyu, must you always treat me like a little girl and ruffle my hair? In comparison to Chinyu, Maui Shien was of a similar age. However, in terms of height, Chinyu has already reached a stature of 1.7 meters, clearly towering over the slightly more than 1.5 meter tall Mizuho Shien. Not only can he see over her head, but he can also comfortably pat her head. In front of the Konoha ceiling gate, the emergence of Uchiha Chinyu, with his formidable presence, has decisively vanquished the cloud and mist ninjas, garnering significant attention from Konoha's upper echelons. Indeed, it could be said that even the younger generation of the Uchiha clan is profoundly astonished. They had believed that with the emergence of Uchiha Shursui, they had already secured a leading position in this era. Not long ago, even the clan leader's young apprentice had shone brightly, being hailed as a prodigy upon entering the ninja academy. Now, suddenly, a long-bullied genius has surfaced, one who had been lying in wait for over a decade. This stark contrast is somewhat difficult to accept. For this reason, the Uchiha clan has dispatched a security team to await developments. Opposing them are Minato Namikaze and the rarely seen Danzo. Just moments ago, after dealing with trivial matters, Minato returned to Konoha only to unexpectedly find Danzo, who is typically elusive, appearing at the city gate. In his astonishment, Minato's heart raced. Recalling the events that had transpired at the base, Danzo's appearance here is clearly akin to a weasel paying a visit to a chicken during the new year. It cannot be. The agreed-upon time has passed. I must take a look, thought Minato, glancing at the Chunin stationed at the gate, unable to suppress his urge to act. Ah, Minato, you've just returned. Where are you off to now? Danzo's gaze was fixed on Minato, as Minato formed the seals for the Flying Thunder God technique. Danzo hurriedly interrupted, Lord Danzo, the 3 Chunin I led have exceeded the agreed time, and I am concerned that something may have occurred. So I wish to check on them, Minato replied solemnly, a hint of coldness lacing his words. Minato harbored dissatisfaction regarding Danzo's repeated interventions against Chinyu. However, at present, he could not directly refute the delay concerning Chinyu and the others. Ah, Minato, you are indeed a prime candidate for the next Hokage. Always so cautious in your endeavors, Danzo chuckled, though internally he was calculating the time it would take for Kaku to deal with Chinyu. Observing Minato's anxious demeanor, Danzo's smile widened. In his eyes, the longer they delayed, the greater Minato's chance of having to collect corpses would become. 15 minutes have already passed. With the strength of an S-rank rogue ninja and the assistance of a wind manipulator, eliminating a mere Chunin should not pose a significant challenge, even if that Chunin harbors secrets. Lord Danzo, are you intentionally obstructing my attempts to rescue them? Minato's expression darkened. It was originally his responsibility to lead the team. Should anything happen to Chinyu and the others, he would bear the blame. Minato, your words wound my heart, Danzo said, though his smile only grew more radiant. You see, everything I do is for the sake of Konoha. Moreover, I find myself at a loss regarding your discourse. I merely ventured here amidst the lively commotion to observe what individuals you might be awaiting. At this juncture, Danzo chuckled softly and shook his head. However, judging by your expression, it seems that the opportunity you seek may be slipping away. I shall take my leave now, and I hope that the companions you await will arrive safely. 15 minutes have elapsed, yet the watchers he dispatched have not signaled any reports. From Danzo's perspective, the fate of Chinyu and his companions appears grim. It is precisely for this reason that lingering here holds little purpose. Minato, what brings you here? Chinyu's voice suddenly echoed. The step that Danzo had just taken, along with the smile that adorned his face, instantly froze. Chapter 43, A Clash of which Chinyu. Did you encounter any difficulties on your way? How could you be delayed by 15 minutes? The expression on Bo Feng Shuiman's face was one of delight. However, when he glanced at Danzo, there was an added hint of provocation. Just moments ago, he had insisted that such an event was impossible. Yet Chinyu's sudden appearance was undeniably a slap in the face. Nothing happened. We were simply fatigued and took a moment to rest, Chinyu said with a smile, patting Bo Feng Shuiman on the shoulder. If there are no further matters, I shall return to rest. This scene immediately stirred the guard stationed not far away. Did you see that? That worthless Uchiha Chinyu is acting chummy with Bo Feng Shuiman. Their relationship seems rather good. Konoha sure knows how to win hearts. No wonder he is a popular candidate for the next Hokage, remarked the leader of the guards, a lean young man in his early 20s, whose eyes glinted with hostility. Chinyu recalled that he was called Uchiha Sure, a wielder of the double Tomo Sharingan, before Uchiha Shursui rose to prominence. He had been regarded as a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, a beacon of hope. Unfortunately, in an instant, Uchiha Shursui's fame overshadowed him, rendering Uchiha Sure insignificant. Now, with another Uchiha, Chinyu, emerging, it was likely to stir feelings of resentment within him. Yet, Chinyu paid little heed to such matters. In this world where strength reigns supreme, no issue is insurmountable when approached with force. If one blow does not suffice, then another shall follow. You are indeed Uchiha Chinyu. A hero emerges from youth. Despite the perils faced along the way, you have successfully reached Konoha village. It appears the legends hold truth. Danzo remarked with a smile that seemed more like a mask concealing a blade, enveloping him in an inexplicable aura of oppression. Thank you for your concern. Aside from a few pesky flies, I truly encountered no troubles, Chinyu replied with a warm smile. Or perhaps it is merely my good fortune. While some of your subordinates are simply unfortunate, lost on their way back. As he spoke, Chinyu unabashedly met Danzo's gaze, his smile growing ever more radiant. Danzo, do you believe that a rabid guard dog should be put down? Should I encounter those 2 beasts, I assure you, I will show no mercy to anyone. As his words fell, Chinyu's Sharingan suddenly began to spin. In an instant, immense ocular power erupted like a tempest, sweeping through the air. However, this potent aura was fleeting, dissipating almost as quickly as it had emerged. What formidable ocular power! Danzo's expression faltered momentarily. Yet, within the depths of his gaze toward Chinyu, a glimmer of greed emerged. His feelings towards the Uchiha clan were complex, filled with both admiration and disdain. While he despised the clan, he could not help but covet their Sharingan. Moreover, Intelligence has revealed that the eyes possessed by Chin Yu are distinctly unlike the ordinary Sharingan of his clan, having witnessed them firsthand. Danzo is now even more convinced that these eyes bear a striking resemblance to the Manjiki Sharingan recorded by the second Hokage. Most importantly, the immense ocular power displayed moments ago cannot be adequately explained unless measured against the Manjiki Sharingan. Uchiha Chin-yu, you are indeed extraordinary. You have awakened the legendary eyes, perhaps destined to surpass Uchiha Shisui and become an unparalleled genius of the clan, Danzo bluntly stated. The expressions of Uchiha Stone and the other members of the security team shifted noticeably. As members of the Uchiha clan, they felt joy at the emergence of a strong individual within their ranks, yet who wouldn't desire to be that very strong individual? Now, the once downtrodden has risen to be called an unparalleled genius by Danzo, having awakened the mythical Sharingan. Such circumstances are enough to twist one's heart with envy. Haha. Lord Danzo, you truly possess a sense of humor. Perhaps I am not yet worthy of comparison with you. Chin Yu chuckled dryly. If you have no further matters, I must proceed to report. Ah, yes, I almost forgot about that. Minato Namikaze quickly interjected. The third Hokage and the two advisors from Konoha have been waiting for quite some time. Let us go report now. Yuin and Shifeng, you should return and rest. You have been weary during this period and should refrain from wandering about. Upon hearing this, Moonlight Shifeng felt a wave of relief. He glanced at Chin Yu, expressed his gratitude, and promptly turned to leave. Uzumaki Yuin felt a twinge of reluctance, yet sensing the atmosphere, she understood that it was not the appropriate time to linger. After casting a worried glance at Chin Yu, she too turned to depart. In an instant, the vast city gate was imbued with an inexplicable weight of oppression. Minato, let us be on our way, Chin Yu said, patting Minato's shoulder. We must not keep the third Hokage waiting. Lord Danzo, should you wish, you may remain here. Perhaps your hopes shall come to fruition. With that remark, Chin Yu took the lead toward the Hokage building. Minato Namikaze smiled wryly, feeling helpless. However, he too did not concur with Danzo's actions. The fact that Danzo had been outmaneuvered brought him joy, and he had no inclination to nurture Danzo's fragile pride. As they watched Chin Yu and Minato depart, Uchiha Stone left with a grim expression, leading the security team away. Lord Danzo, will you continue to wait? My shift has come to an end, inquired the Nin guarding the sealed gate, his voice timid. Get lost. Do you possess the right to question Lord Danzo? Yamashiro Kaze emerged from the shadows, accompanied by Aburame Toryun, both appearing visibly displeased. Danzo remained silent, still mulling over Chin Yu's prior remarks, though they were somewhat veiled. The thought of the Sharingan he had painstakingly collected on his arm, coupled with his secret dealings with Orochimaru, filled him with a sense of being scrutinized. As the founder of the Root organization and a high-ranking official of Konoha, Danzo possessed an intellect and strategic acumen that he believed surpassed even that of the third Hokage. However, this time, not only had the assassination attempt failed, but he also found himself unable to fathom the actions of a mere child. For the first time, Danzo truly grasped the sensation of being confounded. Lord Danzo, did you not send the S-rank rogue ninja from Takigakure to eliminate Uchiha Chin-yu? How is it that he remains unharmed? Yamashiro F was growing impatient. The thought of Riya Yamashiro's death ignited a burning desire for vengeance against Chin Yu within him. Calm yourself, F. Perhaps that boy altered his route, causing Kakuzu to miss his target, said Aburame Toryun in a low voice. Otherwise, given the nature of this child, if Kakuzu had indeed failed, he would have surely retaliated by now. Danzo silently nodded in agreement with this assessment. Gather some people, contact Kakuzu, and check the relay station. I require results within 30 minutes, he commanded. Rest assured, Lord Danzo, I shall leave at once, F replied, unable to contain his agitation. With that, he dashed out of the ceiling gates, eager to validate Toryun's assertion. Yet, another thought lingered in his mind. Chapter 44. A glimpse of the Sharingan within the confines of the Hokage's office. The third Hokage, along with Tsunade and Mito Minyin, sat in contemplative silence, enveloped by an inexplicable air of tension. Do you think he will come? Mito Minyin suddenly broke the silence. Tsunade turned her gaze toward the third Hokage. Following this inquiry, a brief stillness settled over the room before the third Hokage replied, I have faith in Minato. I believe he will undoubtedly arrive. If he cannot navigate through these perils, how can we expect to repel the cloud and mist ninjas? Even A from the AB duo acknowledges his prowess. Tsunade and Mito Minyin were momentarily taken aback. This response was clearly not aligned with their expectations. Are you, Sarutobi, Perhaps underestimating the situation? Mito Minyan remarked. Before long, a shadowy ENBU ninja appeared in the office like a specter. I have obtained information regarding the bounty hunter in connection with Danzo. Aside from the Fma clan, there is also Akatsuki, who once ambushed the first Hokage and assassinated the higher-ups of the Takigakure. The ENBU ninja produced a scroll. Is it him? Both Mito Minyan and Tsunade's expression shifted dramatically, though a glimmer of relief flickered in their eyes. The third Hokage's aged visage displayed a change in demeanor. Notify Minato to come see me at once. Initially, the third Hokage had maintained a semblance of calm regarding Minato's regard for Chinyu. However, upon learning that Danzo had summoned such a formidable adversary, his composure began to wane. Sarutobi, you are overreacting. If that boy perishes, it is of little concern to us. Let us not forget that we are in wartime, a crucial moment indeed, Tsunade interjected suddenly. Mito Minyan nodded in agreement, saying, Tsunade is correct. Lessening our burdens is beneficial for Konoha. Observing the responses from the two esteemed advisors of Konoha, the third Hokage hesitated but ultimately decided to stride towards the door, preparing to take matters into his own hands. Hokage-sama, I have brought Chinyu. Just as the third Hokage opened the door, he was met with the sight of Minato and a somewhat unfamiliar face. Is it him? Mito Minyan and Tsunade couldn't help but change their expressions, rising instinctively. Gazing at Chinyu standing alongside Minato at the threshold of the office, they felt a momentary disorientation. In their eyes, Chinyu appeared exceedingly youthful. At merely 14 or 15 years of age, he possessed the capability to single-handedly repel both the Cloud and Mist ninjas, a feat they could not fathom matching. If he were to mature, his future strength was beyond imagination. Are you Uchiha Chinyu? The third Hokage exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. Please, come in and rest for a moment. You are different from what I had anticipated. As the third Hokage gestured for Chinyu to enter, he walked in with an air of confidence, disregarding any semblance of restraint. Minato, taken aback, helplessly touched his nose before following suit. Humph, such an impolite brat, Tsunade scoffed. However, the moment the words escaped his lips, they met Chinyu's gaze. In that fleeting instant of eye contact, a vivid crimson hue rapidly spread within Chinyu's pupils. The nine-tailed Sharingan, in a sudden whirl, emanated an inexplicable aura of calamity. The expression of T-Rune Komatsu dramatically shifted. You dare, you little brat. Mito Minyan's form flickered, swiftly appearing beside Chinyu, his right hand morphing into an eagle's claw, reaching directly for him. Sealing technique, water chain binding. An esoteric seal formation unfurled, centered around Mito Minyan's right foot, swiftly expanding outward. Concurrently, for chains forged from water, materialized from thin air, hastening toward Chinyu to ensnare him. However, as this assault was unleashed, Mito Minyan sensed the very fabric of reality shifting, as if the stars had realigned. Genjutsu release. The third Hokage exclaimed urgently. Mito Minyan suddenly awoke, gasping for breath, only to discover that the water chain binding he had just executed had ensnared his own limbs. Beside him, T-Rune Komatsu was drenched in sweat. Chinyu, what are you doing? Mito Minyan bellowed furiously. Someone, seize him at once. His enraged roar reverberated throughout the office. Yet, none of the surrounding Umbu shinobi made an appearance. Do not be so agitated. I understand your curiosity regarding my ocular techniques. I merely provided a brief demonstration, Chinyu replied with a gentle smile. The hypnotic eye technique. Anyone who makes brief eye contact with me will be instantly entranced. Of course, if a shinobi possesses exceptional strength, unwavering will, and considerable battle experience, such a simple hypnotic gaze would be ineffective. Release. As Chinyu's nine-tailed Sharingan faded, the illusion was instantly dispelled. The concealed Umbu members, 8 in total, materialized within the office. Each exuded an aura of seasoned warriors. You mock us with your hypnosis. Mito Minyan's expression darkened as he barked. Someone, apprehend him immediately. The 8 Umbu shinobi exchanged startled glances, turning to the third Hokage for guidance. They were the Hokage's direct Umbu, bound to heed only his commands. T-Rune Komatsu and Mito Minyan were high-ranking officials and advisors of Konoha, but compelling them to act was utterly impossible. Stand down. The third Hokage gestured dismissively. Without a moment's hesitation, the 8 Umbu shinobi vanished from sight. T-Rune Komatsu and Mito Minyan's expression soured. Sarutobi, what do you mean by this? He has attacked a high-ranking official of Konoha and caused chaos within the Hokage's office. He should be punished. T-Rune Komatsu implored urgently. Mito Minyan remained silent, yet the memory of having fallen victim to the Genjutsu and being ensnared by his own water whip left him with a sense of humiliation. Very well, the third Hokage stated without a hint of doubt. Just now. Chin, you merely provided a brief demonstration. I shall handle this matter, and you need not say more. I am the Hokage, and if you're uninjured, I suggest you remain silent. The expressions of T-Rin SHKO and Mito Gate shifted noticeably. They understood that Sarutobi Hiruzen, typically a figure of prudence, would only display such resolve when the fate of Konoha was at stake. After casting a glance at Chinyu, Mito Gate snorted coldly and declared, "Since the Hokage deems our presence unnecessary, as advisors of Konoha, SHKO, and I shall take our leave. We hope the third Hokage refrains from actions that could jeopardize the very foundation of Konoha. Otherwise, we would not hesitate to pay a visit to the daimyo." Chapter 45. The third Hokage's determination having cast down their threats, Mitarashi and Tsunade Sakura turned and exited the Hokage's office. As they departed, their lethal gazes seemed as though they wished to devour Chinyu whole. "All right, Minato, please close the door," the third Hokage remarked, not taking their words to heart. As the Hokage of Konoha, his reputation remained formidable. If he were to be easily intimidated by Mitarashi and Tsunade Sakura, how could he undertake any significant matters? "Lord Hokage, such an ending might push the two advisors towards Danzo's camp," Chinyu interjected first. Just as Minato Namikaze closed the door, he felt a throbbing headache. He had anticipated that Chinyu's unruly nature would inevitably complicate matters. He had never imagined that upon entering the Hokage's office, Chinyu would directly confront Tsunade Sakura and Mitarashi. What surprised Minato even more was the overwhelming power of the Sharingan's hypnotic ability, which had ensnared even two of Konoha's high-ranking advisors unexpectedly. "Uchiha Chinyu, you truly conceal your depths with your intellect and audacity. I find myself at a loss for words," the third Hokage chuckled, shaking his head. "Possessing such formidable strength yet remaining in the shadows for over a decade, I could liken your mind to that of a demon." In response to this appraisal, Chinyu merely smiled in silence. After all, he could hardly reveal to the third Hokage that he was a traveler from another realm, having seized the body of this short-lived soul and, through fortuitous circumstances, transformed into a being of great power. Moreover, the third Hokage was already concocting excuses on his behalf. Chinyu saw no reason to object. Observing Chinyu's serene smile, the third Hokage furrowed his brow and shifted his approach. "Chinyu, I wish to understand your motivations. Why have you acted in such a manner? And after concealing yourself for so long, why did you choose to intervene? Is it to prevent the loss of the stronghold, to avert further deaths? Or perhaps there are others you hold dear whom you wish to protect?" At this juncture, Minato also turned his gaze toward Chinyu. He silently nodded in agreement with the third Hokage's direct inquiry. During his interactions with Chinyu, he had come to grasp the latter's character. "Chinyu, remember? Any response you provide will determine your future in Konoha. I sincerely hope, like Minato, you can become a formidable new force for our village," the third Hokage added earnestly. Gazing at the solemn expression of the third Hokage, Chinyu smiled warmly. "As for the position of Hokage, I harbor no interest. Nor do I possess any sense of belonging in your factional struggles. However, I detest underhanded tactics. If anyone has grievances against me, let them come forth openly. I do not mind taking down those who dare challenge me, be it one or a pair." His smile grew ever more radiant as he paused before adding, "I simply wish to live my life peacefully." Peacefully. Both Minato Namikaze and the third Hokage were momentarily taken aback. They found themselves at a loss for words in response to such an unconventional descriptor. "Chinyu, what exactly is a salted fish?" Minato could not help but inquire. Upon hearing this, even the Umbu lurking in the shadows exhibited a flicker of urgency. After all, Chinyu's earlier remarks suggested that his stance could potentially alter the fate of Konoha. A salted fish is one that basks in the sun at leisure, enjoying the days ahead and behind, Chinyu explained while stroking the tip of his nose. In the context of his previous life, such a lifestyle was emblematic of success. Imagine, while others toil away at their jobs, one lounges beneath the sun and sand, occasionally assisted by a stunning beauty in scant attire, helping to flip and apply sunscreen. Is that not the very essence of a salted fish? Minato was left in a state of bewilderment. In fact, even the third Hokage and the Umbu, concealed in the shadows, wore expressions of disbelief. This notion of a salted fish lifestyle seemed utterly absurd. "Chinyu, are your demands truly so simplistic?" The third Hokage could no longer contain his impatience. "If you are willing, I can promote you to an elite jonin, and even publicize your achievements, granting you authority comparable to Minato's." The proposition from the third Hokage startled even the Umbu ninjas. Minato had long been regarded as the heir to the Hokage title, possessing a status that was unparalleled. Now, with the third Hokage's offer, it implied that he acknowledged Chinyu's eligibility to compete for the position of Hokage. No, thank you. Being Hokage is a troublesome affair. I have no desire to age prematurely, suffer hair loss or grayness, and face the possibility of sacrificing myself for the village. Such noble spirit is better suited for Minato, Chinyu replied nonchalantly. If there are no other matters, I shall take my leave to rest. With that, he turned and departed. Minato, witnessing this, hesitated, intending to dissuade him, but he caught the third Hokage's head shake, signaling him to refrain. As the office door closed once more, the third Hokage pondered for a moment before speaking. Minato, what are your thoughts? Is there any truth to what Chinyu described as a salted fish? Reflecting on Chinyu's theory, the third Hokage found himself experiencing a twinge of headache. It was indeed quite a stretch. Lord Hokage, I believe Chinyu is trustworthy, Minato responded after a moment of contemplation. From the very beginning, he has been acutely aware of the Uchiha clan's predicament. Not only does he harbor no animosity, but during the Cloud Ninja's raid, he even chose to reveal a long-hidden secret to save us, showcasing that his heart remains with Konoha. After repelling the Cloud Ninja, he fully understood that Danzo would undoubtedly seek retribution against him due to the incident involving the Wind of the Mountains and the Oil Woman. He not only refrained from fleeing, but also thwarted the ambush by Mist Shinobi once more. Now, he has returned to Konoha with me. Given the prowess he has just displayed, who could possibly intercept him should he decide to slip away unnoticed? At this point, Minato Namikaze cast a glance towards the third Hokage. He understood that, regardless of how much he spoke, the one who would ultimately make the decision was still the third Hokage. Minato, I am well aware of your thoughts, the third Hokage replied after a moment's contemplation. As for the matter concerning Uchiha Kinyu, I entrust it entirely to you. I hope you can mold him into a formidable weapon for Konoha, shining as brightly and fiercely as you do. The departure of the three legendary Sannin was, in fact, a significant catalyst for the Third Shinobi World War. Chapter 46. All perished. A faint sound reverberated within the office. The expression of Namikaze Minato momentarily froze, plunging him into a brief silence. During the Second Shinobi World War, Hanzo of the Salamander conferred the title of the legendary Three Ninjas upon Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. It could be said that, for a time, the trio was at the pinnacle of their prowess within the vast shinobi world. Their presence on any battlefield was sufficient to sway the tides of war. Were they to be placed in the current conflict, the major nations would think twice before daring to offend the Land of Fire. Regrettably, Orochimaru's betrayal, Tsunade's lingering trauma, and Jiraiya's departure constituted a devastating blow to Konoha. If only the newly emerging force of Chinyu could join, it would be most opportune to bring an end to the ongoing Third Shinobi World War. Rest assured, Hokage-sama, I share a good rapport with Fugaku. With his assistance, Chinyu is likely to be little more than a mere bystander. As Minato concluded his statement, he recalled Chinyu's earlier words and could not help but smile wryly. The third Hokage similarly shook his head with a resigned smile, saying, with your assurance, I too feel at ease. Regarding the Kamikaze Bridge, fresh intelligence had returned. And I hope you can make time to visit soon. The Rock Shinobi have mobilized a significant number of elite forces, and their confrontation with the Cloud Shinobi seems to be nearing its conclusion. Outside, Uzumaki Konohamaru and Mito Minion exited the Hokage building with somber expressions. It's Danzo. Mito Minion's brow furrowed. Let us go take a look. With that remark, Uzumaki Konohamaru hastened forward. What brings you down here? Where has that brat gone? Danzo was about to return to the Hokage building. Humph, that kid was far too arrogant, casting genjutsu on us within the Hokage's office. However, his eyes are terrifying. He must be well-versed in illusions, Mito Minion stated indignantly. Danzo, did you not send the S-rank rogue ninja, Kakuzu, to eliminate him? Why did you fail? Powerful genjutsu? Danzo's expression shifted slightly. It seems Saratobi's intelligence network remains formidable. They even know whom I sought. Indeed, I did enlist the rogue from Takigakure, Kakuzu, along with the Fma clan to carry out the assassination. However, judging by that brat's demeanor, he likely altered his route and escaped. Humph, as I suspected. He is merely a coward afraid of death. How could he possibly contend with an S-rank rogue ninja like Kakuzu? Mito Minion scoffed. That boy is far too unruly. I fear he may not be of use to Konoha. Danzo, you must promptly contact Kakuzu and find a way to resolve this. Uzumaki Konohamaru remained silent. Yet her expression conveyed her sentiments clearly. Observing the two who had previously stood in Saratobi's camp, a faint smile crept across Danzo's face. Rest assured, the decision made by Saratobi has already jeopardized the very foundation of Konoha. I shall promptly reach out to Kakuzu in an effort to eliminate that young man. However, regarding the position of the next Hokage, I believe it is time for you to contemplate that matter as well. For Danzo, this represents the most opportune moment to seize the Hokage title. If we have both Tsunade and Mito Minin in high positions, along with evidence of Saratobi's failed decisions, he would possess sufficient leverage to contend with Minato before the daimyo for the next Hokage position. Mito Minin and Tsunade were momentarily taken aback. They had anticipated this, but did not expect Danzo to be so blatant about his intentions regarding the Hokage title. Lord Danzo, Yamashiro Fu has returned, interrupted oil woman Torigane suddenly. Danzo glanced at the hesitant expressions of Mito Minin and Tsunade before stating, "There's no need for you to rush your decisions. I will have Yamashiro Fu contact Kakuzu and ensure that he swiftly deals with Chinyu. You should reflect on this further. We are at a critical juncture in this war. The four great nations are simultaneously attacking our land of fire, and the daimyo is furious. All of this stems from Saratobi's so-called prudent strategy, his talk of recuperation. Had he heeded my counsel sooner and employed a firm hand to intimidate the four nations, who would dare to challenge us while we stand as the dominant force in the Hidden Leaf Village?" Mito Minin and Tsunade fell into a profound silence. Yamashiro Fu hurriedly arrived, drenched in sweat and bearing an anxious expression, as if he were about to speak, but was struggling to catch his breath. "Fu, take your time. They are now part of our faction," Danzo remarked with a smirk. "You must contact Kakuzu immediately. The target has returned to Konoha. We will create an opportunity for him to act. This time, success is imperative, and failure is not an option. If we fail, Lord Danzo, Kakuzu and the Fu clan may not survive." Yamashiro Fu interjected, urgency evident in his tone. Danzo's smile faltered, his face twitching as he inquired, "Fu, what are you saying? What has transpired?" In Danzo's perspective, Uchiha Chinyu, no matter how formidable, could not possibly compare to a long-established S-rank rogue ninja who had previously slaughtered high-ranking officials. They are dead. The entire elite of the Fu clan has been annihilated. And there are extensive signs of battle within the station, Yamashiro Fu replied, his expression grave. The destruction evident from certain ninjutsu traces suggested a power reaching S-rank. What? The countenance of Danzo, as well as that of Mito Minin and Tsunade, shifted dramatically. Although Chinyu was accompanied by two others, they could scarcely believe that the newcomers, Moonlight Shippu and Yuzuki Yuin, could wield such formidable ninjutsu. Moreover, if the so-called S-rank ninjutsu originated from Kakuzu, then it was impossible for Chinyu to have survived. After careful consideration, it became increasingly evident that this S-rank ninjutsu was likely executed by none other than Chinyu himself. His survival signifies that the highly anticipated S-rank rogue ninja, Kakuzu, has likely fallen. The mere thought of this caused Mito Minin and Tien Koharu's faces to turn ashen. Moments ago, they had been in a heated exchange with Uchiha Chinyu. Had they inadvertently succumbed to his illusory techniques, and had the third Hokage not intervened in time, they would have surely faced a grim fate. "Mito, Koharu, do not forget what you promised me," Danzo urged, hastily redirecting the conversation. Koharu replied, "Indeed. The weather is splendid today, and it has been ages since we last enjoyed a cup of coffee together." Mito Minin suddenly interjected, "That sounds pleasant. It feels as though we haven't gathered in quite some time." Observing the two turn away, dismissing the conversation, Danzo's expression darkened to a profound shade of fury. "Fools. Insufferable fools," he seethed. This should have been his closest opportunity to ascend to the position of Hokage. Yet now, even Kakuzu had been slain by Chinyu. A turn of events that surpassed his expectations. "Lord Danzo, what shall we do now?" Effa the Mountain Clan could hardly contain his anxiety. If even an S-rank rogue like Kakuzu cannot take down Uchiha Chinyu, are we to simply watch him roam freely through Konoha? "Calm down, Effa. Lord Danzo will have a strategy," urged Aburame Shino, though even he found himself at a loss for solutions. If even Kakuzu could not contend with Chinyu, who among them would dare to act? "Rest assured, I have a promising candidate in mind." Chapter 47. Your confidence is lacking. The Uchiha clan's residence is situated at the northwestern corner of the Hidden Leaf Village. Nestled against the village's edge and bordered by towering mountains, it exudes an aura of fortification and impenetrability. Nevertheless, for the village, safeguarding the entrance to the Uchiha clan is a task of paramount importance, ensuring vigilance against any potential defection from within. After departing from the Hokage building, Shinyu made his way toward the Uchiha clan stronghold. Having lived 2 lives, he had grown increasingly cautious. Yet, an intrinsic attachment to this place resonated within his very soul. Perhaps it was the only remnant the previous soul had bequeathed to him. Shin Feng lifted his gaze to the modest entrance not far ahead, where the Uchiha clan's emblem was intricately engraved. Suddenly, a sound akin to the tearing of air pierced the silence. With a raised brow, Shinyu swiftly retaliated, hurling 3 shurikens that transformed into streaks of darkness, darting toward a nearby threat. Clang! The metallic clash reverberated as the shurikens were deflected. Fire release, great fireball technique, a youthful voice proclaimed. With a resigned glance, Shinyu beheld the approaching fireball, which spanned 4 to 5 meters in diameter. His hands flew through a series of hand seals with remarkable speed. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A water dragon surged forth, colliding with the fireball. The ensuing explosion echoed like thunder, sending plumes of mist skyward. Enough, Itachi. If we are to fight, let it be another time, Shinyu declared, appearing as if by magic amidst the chaos, gripping Itachi's shoulder from behind. Startled, Itachi, who had been hastily forming seals, had not anticipated Shinyu's extraordinary swiftness. He barely grasped the movement. At merely 6 years of age, awakening the Sharingan, Itachi, you are indeed formidable. Shinyu affectionately patted his cousin's shoulder. Despite his previous life as Uchiha Shinyu, he held a deep affection for this younger relative. Itachi, too, showed concern for his somewhat timid and introverted cousin. Brother, you truly conceal your abilities well, Itachi remarked, turning to face him. A hint of displeasure etched on his face. Shinyu, with a touch of helplessness, rubbed his nose and replied, I merely wish to avoid trouble. However, it seems this time, there is no escaping it. Weren't you supposed to be at the Ninja Academy? Surely you haven't resorted to using Shadow Clone Jutsu to skip class? Itachi's expression faltered, clearly pricked by the truth of the matter. Please don't let Dad find out, he implored anxiously. For the young Itachi, who had just entered the academy, he was still an innocent dreamer. But as he graduated, his demeanor grew increasingly reserved. The weight of knowledge and responsibility began to bear down upon him. Ultimately, the death of Uchiha Shursui plunged Itachi into a labyrinth of despair. Rest assured, your father is not a bother to me. That is already a blessing, Shinyu reassured, giving Itachi's shoulder a gentle pat. Casting his gaze towards the nearby grove, he raised an eyebrow and executed the body flicker technique. Brother. Uchiha Itachi began to speak, but before he could complete his thought, he witnessed Uchiha Shinyu vanish into thin air. The speed of that lightning release body flicker technique surpassed even that of Shursui. Uchiha Itachi's expression faltered, prompting him to hasten his steps in pursuit. As he stepped into the thicket, he heard a voice pleading for help. Shinyu, I am so sorry for the trouble I've caused you. Udzuki Yuin, wielding a chakra blade, appeared disheveled and weary. I merely intended to bring you some food. But I didn't anticipate that he would claim I was trespassing on the Uchiha clan's territory. At this point, Udzuki Yuin lowered her head, feeling a sense of injustice. Do not take it to heart, Shinyu replied, shaking his head as he turned his attention to the 3 individuals obstructing Udzuki Yuin, his expression darkening. If memory served him correctly, the leader among them was Uchiha Stone, one of the vice captains, once lauded as a prodigy, accompanied by 2 lackeys. However, his reputation had since waned, overshadowed by the emergence of Uchiha Shursui. Shinyu, is this your friend? Have you forgotten that non-Uchiha members are forbidden from entering within 500 meters of the security team's base? Uchiha Stone mocked with a grin. This time, he had deliberately sought trouble, aiming to showcase his dominance over Shinyu. Uchiha Stone, I recall that there is no such regulation within the security team, and my father would never establish such a rule, Uchiha Itachi interjected. Release her at once, or you will be violating clan regulations. The Uchiha clan had always aspired to the position of Hokage, yet they consistently fell short in the voting process, despite their considerable numbers, which made them a significant clan within the ninja world. In comparison to the entirety of Konohagakure, however, they were hardly comparable. Thus, Uchiha Fugako had made extensive preparations for this coveted Hokage position, only to be outshone by the unparalleled talent of Namikaze Minato. With Fugako absent, I am the law, Uchiha Stone declared in a low voice. In truth, we are of the same clan, as long as you heed my words from now on. We can overlook this incident of her trespassing into our security team. Otherwise, do not blame us for resorting to harsher measures. Uchiha Itachi's expression shifted slightly. casting a glance at Chinyu with newfound hesitation. It would be best if you stayed out of this mess. Just observe from the sidelines, Chinyu said, patting Uchiha Itachi on the shoulder before addressing Uchiha Stone. Is there truly no room for negotiation? Uchiha Stone was momentarily taken aback, then sneered. I forgot to mention that I have just been promoted to Elite Jonin. Do you believe there is any room for discussion in this matter? Elite Jonin? Chinyu chuckled warmly. No wonder you feel emboldened to alter the rules. You've risen to the rank of Elite Jonin. It seems there are not many of those in Konoha. As he spoke, a broader smile graced Chinyu's face, yet the next moment, a hint of coldness seeped into his words. Unfortunately, your confidence appears somewhat lacking. No sooner had the words left his lips than arcs of electricity crackled around him. Bang! As the ground beneath him shattered violently, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, traversing several dozen meters in the blink of an eye. By the time Uchiha Stone and the others registered the change, Chinyu had already materialized before them. Heavy flow strike. With a fierce grip, Chinyu clenched his right hand into a fist, eschewing any superfluous flair, and delivered a formidable blow directly to Uchiha Stone's abdomen. Chapter 48. An unexpected encounter with three ninjas. Boom. Like the resounding crash of thunder, the brilliant flashes of lightning rendered all defenses utterly impotent. The overwhelming force propelled Uchiha Stone backwards like a cannonball. With a dull thud, he collided with a massive tree, severing it in half. The spectacle, coupled with Chinyu illuminated by the lightning, left the remaining two subordinates aghast. Without a moment's hesitation, they swiftly drew their kunai and lunged toward Chinyu's chest. Yet, in the face of this assault, Chinyu appeared oblivious. Clang! The two dark kunai struck his chest, but were immediately deflected amidst the chaotic crackle of electricity. What kind of monster is this? The two subordinates turned pale, retreating a step before a colossal fist loomed large in their vision. Bang! The two figures were sent sprawling like projectiles, crashing into two towering trees. Blood splattered as they collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. This power is overwhelming. Uchiha Itachi stood frozen, disbelief etched on his face. He had learned of his cousin's transformation from Uchiha Fugaku, but Itachi had presumed that such a change would merely elevate him to the level of a J-nin or perhaps an elite J-nin. Upon witnessing Uchiha Stone and his two lackeys, he had contemplated intervening, never expecting that Chinyu would dispatch the elite J-nin so effortlessly. Are you hurt? Chinyu gently ruffled the still-dazed Awazuki Siren's hair. If you're injured, I can assist with your healing. During their time at the base, Chinyu had seized every opportunity to learn medical ninjutsu from Shizen. Now, his mastery of healing arts and minor ailment extraction techniques had reached their zenith. I'm fine. It was just the lunchbox I brought for you that got damaged, Awazuki Siren lamented. Let us go enjoy a bowl of Ichiraku ramen. Chinyu shook his head in resignation. Is that permissible? Awazuki Siren hesitated, her cheeks flushing. In her eyes, this felt akin to a date. And what about that little one over there? If you don't mind. Chinyu glanced at the bewildered Uchiha Itachi. At just over 6 years old, Itachi was not yet graduated from the Ninja Academy, still possessing only a single Sharingan, his strength barely surpassing that of a Ch-nin. Is this your younger brother? Uchiha Itachi? Awazuki Siren exclaimed, clearly having heard of this prodigy. I certainly don't mind. Itachi is quite adorable, she said, pinching his cheek. One can only imagine the expression on the faces of those in the future if they were to see Itachi treated in such a manner. I could actually opt out of going, Uchiha Itachi stammered, coming to his senses. Don't you wish to uncover the depths of your brother's hidden prowess? Awazuki Siren teased, smiling playfully. If we join forces, perhaps we can extract his secrets. Moreover, you would not wish to know how he single-handedly repelled both the Cloud and Mist Shinobi. Would you? Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Itachi hesitated momentarily before biting his lip in agreement. Let us proceed. Chinyu, with a resigned glance, turned and took the lead. Along the way, the enchanting presence of Yuzuki Yuin attracted considerable attention, particularly when onlookers noticed her walking alongside members of the Uchiha clan. Expressions of disdain appeared, albeit to varying degrees. For all this, Chinyu paid little heed, yet he was taken aback by the extent of animosity the Leaf Village harbored against the Uchiha clan. Welcome, a girl of about 12 or 13 emerged. Ta, please greet our guests and have them seated while I prepare the ramen. The sound of hand-pulling noodles echoed from the kitchen. I shall have a chashu ramen. Chinyu nonchalantly seated himself. This establishment, humorously dubbed by fervent fans as the one that would never falter, Ichiraku Ramen, was renowned for its enigmatic allure. Some even speculated that the true identity of Uncle Ichiraku was that of the most elusive Tsutsuki, hiding within the hidden leaf village. I want chashu too. Yuzuki Yuin eagerly chimed in. In her eyes, sharing the same dish as Chin Yu was the essence of a date. I suppose I shall have the same. Uchiha Itachi resignedly remarked. However, the two quickly delved into a lively discussion. When Yuzuki Yuin mentioned Uchiha Chin Yu's dazzling display of lightning release, annihilating hundreds of cloud shinobi, the look in Uchiha Itachi's eyes clearly reflected a newfound shock and reverence directed toward Chin Yu. Hand-pulled noodles, I would like a chashu ramen. A somewhat fatigued voice called from outside. Chin Yu raised an eyebrow as he observed a silver-haired man, burdened with a large scroll, taking a seat beside him. Lord Jiraiya, I did not expect your return at such a critical juncture. S.H. Ta, emerging from the kitchen, bore a look of delight upon seeing him. As an ordinary merchant within the leaf, S.H. Ta was only vaguely aware of the war's status. Nevertheless, who would not be concerned upon learning about the simultaneous activation of 3 battlefronts? Jiraiya, a figure renowned from the Second Shinobi World War, served as a reassuring presence for the leaf. S.H. Ta, you remain unchanged, Jiraiya remarked as he broke open his chopsticks. Gesturing to S.H. Ta for the snacks that had been brought. I have returned merely to report intelligence to the 3rd Hokage and shall depart shortly. The resolution of this conflict is imminent. S.H. Ta's expression shifted, and he quickly gestured for silence. Lord Jiraiya, there are juniors present. Such information cannot be shared so freely. Moreover, it would be prudent to abstain from alcohol this time. Last time, you revealed far too much. And had it not been for the timely arrival of the Hokage, I would have faced dire consequences. S.H. Ta promptly removed the sake from Jiraiya's table. Very well. It is indeed an inopportune time for drink. Jiraiya, surprisingly, did not engage in a dispute with Hand, but instead turned his gaze towards Chin Yu. Hand, not one to be easily deceived, quickly discerned the subtle shift and returned to the kitchen with Chang Pu. The ramen would be ready in 10 minutes. Jiraiya recognized this as Hand's discreet reminder. Observing the youth before him, who seemed to have recognized him from the very beginning, Jiraiya let out a deep sigh. He had not anticipated that Minato summoned him back for this young boy. It was said that you single-handedly repelled both the Cloud and Mist ninjas. Such prowess is nearly on par with that of a Kage. Within the entirety of Konohagakure, there are but a few who could best you. Both Yuzuki Yugao and Uchiha Itachi remained silent, taken aback by the esteemed Sanin's assessment of Uchiha Chin Yu, their hearts filled with astonishment. Chapter 49. The Art of Summoning Lord Jiraiya. You flatter me, Chin Yu remarked with a casual smile. I originally intended to lead a life akin to yours. Writing frivolous tales, such a life is quite poetic. Had I not been conscripted, I would not have stirred up such troubles. At this point, Chin Yu sighed helplessly. Alas. My kind heart is unable to resist taking action. Observing Chin Yu's nonchalant demeanor, Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, as the sentiments expressed echoed those of Minato and Namikaze. However, this was not the outcome Jiraiya desired. Chin Yu, you must understand that once you expose yourself, there is no turning back. Often, choices must be made, Jiraiya stated gravely. I have returned solely to ascertain your thoughts on the outcome of Konoha in this 3rd Shinobi World War. The decisive battle at the Kamizukyo Bridge was imminent. In this context, the most significant variable was Uchiha Chin Yu. Given his displayed prowess, he could easily contend against thousands. Should he rampage in the heart of Konoha, it would spell disaster for the village. Rest assured, I intend to visit the battlefield, Chin Yu replied with an indifferent smile. In the battle at Kamizukyo Bridge, Konoha shall prevail. Jiraiya was evidently surprised by Chin Yu's prompt agreement. Nonetheless, this alleviated his concerns regarding Konoha. Rather than harbor Uchiha Chin Yu as an unpredictable factor within the village, it would be wiser to have him join Minato on the battlefield, thereby stabilizing the rear lines. However, I have a condition, Chin Yu suddenly interjected. Jiraiya was taken aback and asked, what condition do you have? As long as it does not jeopardize Konoha's safety, I can acquiesce. Fear not, do not regard me as a threat. I have stated before, I would rather be a mere bystander than seek the limelight. However, fame is a burden, and I am left with no choice. Chin Yu chuckled softly. Initially, he had been disappointed not to find the summoning scroll of Myaboku Mountain with Minato. He had not anticipated that Jiraiya would present the opportunity to him. Such a fortuitous offering should not go unseized. Are you interested in the summoning technique? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Minato has mentioned your desire to forge a summoning contract with the toads of Myaboku Mountain. This is not an issue. But I must caution you, do not entertain any ill intent towards Myaboku Mountain. Otherwise, I shall revoke your contract. As a sage of the Mayaboku mountain toads, Jiraiya possessed numerous exceptional privileges, including entry to Mayaboku mountain and the ability to merge with the two great sages. Fear not, for I am a benevolent person. Let us first finish this ramen, and then we shall proceed with the contract, Chinyu said, smiling as he glanced at the freshly served noodles. The aroma of the ramen had already begun to waft through the air. Seeing that no conflict had arisen between Jiraiya and Uchiha Chinyu, the chef felt a wave of relief wash over him. The ramen has arrived, Lord Jiraiya, along with the sake. Why must you insist on having me drink again? Are you not concerned that I might get intoxicated and speak indiscreetly? Haha, Lord Jiraiya, you are accompanied by 3 little ones. They can conveniently escort you home. During this meal, Itachi Uchiha and Yuzuki Yukari remained silent, consuming their food with remarkable speed. Noticing their eager expressions, Chinyu understood that they were anxious to witness the signing of the summoning contract. In the world of shinobi, very few possess the ability to forge a summoning contract. And even among those who can, many of the summoned beasts lack formidable strength. Compared to the renowned wetland of the strongest, the Dragon Cave, and Mayaboku Mountain, they pale in comparison. These 3 great summoning locations gained their fame due to the rise of the 3 legendary Sannin. Now, the fact that Chinyu could establish a contract with Mayaboku Mountain serves as a testament to his prowess. We have finished our meal. Thank you for your hospitality. Itachi and Yuzuki spoke in unison. Feeling the intensity of their gazes, Chinyu found his appetite waning. Moreover, the thought of having signed a summoning contract and the possibility of acquiring Sage Mode afterward filled him with an inexplicable urgency. You 3, stop staring at me. It has diminished my enjoyment of the drink, Jiraiya lamented, patting his wallet. Let me cover the bill this time. It's rare to return to Konoha. And I shouldn't squander money on you little ones. How much better it would be spent on the lovely ladies at the hot springs. The mere thought of those enchanting attendants brought a wistful expression to Jiraiya's face. Let us go. Do not flaunt your status as Sannin while appearing like a fool. It's embarrassing, Chinyu remarked with a glance, leading Itachi and Yuzuki out. Kid, what nonsense are you spouting? You are still young and have no comprehension of the adult world. How about I lend you paradise of affection for a glimpse? It could open up a second worldview for you. So you needn't remain a mere bystander. Life can indeed be colorful, Jiraiya exclaimed as he hurried to catch up after settling the bill. Once the 4 departed, a figure emerged from the shadows, swiftly making their way toward the route. Under Itachi's guidance, Chinyu finally arrived at a secluded basin outside the village. Observing the sparsely populated surroundings, he noted the clearing in the center, which was bound with numerous straw dummies intended for shuriken practice, alongside scattered traces of attacks. It seemed that Itachi's reputation as a truant was not unfounded. Surprisingly, the Uchiha clan had produced 3 prodigies this time, at merely 7 years old. They had honed their shuriken techniques to such a degree. Jiraiya, having spent half his life as the underachiever, now mastered sage arts, undoubtedly making him the strongest among the 3 Sannin. Perhaps this was the resurgence of the diligent genius. Kid, how about I take you on as my disciple? Come wander with me, Jiraiya suddenly proposed. Itachi Uchiha couldn't help but pause for a moment, then shook his head and said, No need. I wish for my brother to guide me. To be accompanied by such a monster? Jiraiya glanced at Uchiha Chinyu and remarked, remaining by the side of such a creature could easily lead to psychological trauma. If you were with me, I could provide you with a different form of enlightenment. You must understand, this world is vast, and there are experiences so exhilarating that they feel akin to entering paradise, once you have tasted them. You will find it hard to leave. Observing Jiraiya's incessant chatter, Chinyu rolled his eyes in exasperation and said, Jiraiya, if you wish to cause mischief, go back and bother Minato instead. The situation at Kamikaze Bridge is urgent. We must first attend to serious matters. You little rascal, you are nothing but a blockhead. No wonder you neglect the lovely ladies around you, Jiraiya scoffed. Nevertheless, he promptly retrieved the contract scroll from his possession. Young man, this is the contract scroll of Mount Mayaboku. A contract can only be summoned after you sign it on this scroll, allowing you to call forth the toads of Mount Mayaboku. Jiraiya unfurled the scroll, revealing the names of those who had signed contracts with Mount Mayaboku throughout the ages, including the name of Kagaya's son, Hagoromo. Boy, if you have other summoned beasts, you must first dissolve those contracts. The toads of Mount Mayaboku have quite the temper. Should they discover that you are juggling multiple allegiances, you will certainly find yourself in trouble. Chapter 50. Mastery of Summoning Techniques. Jiraiya, rest assured, my temperament is quite formidable as well. I hope the toad does not provoke me, Chinyu remarked with a smile. Is your bravado truly so grand? Jiraiya retorted, casting a sidelong glance. Just wait a moment. Do not come crying to me for assistance later. First, bite your index finger and inscribe your name upon it. Then, I shall perform the incantation. Once the contract is established, you must not betray Myaboka Mountain casually, lest you be transformed into stone. Jiraiya concluded with a final note of caution. As Chinyu observed the unfurled scroll, he bit into his finger, and at the moment the blood flowed. He swiftly inscribed his name upon it. The instant his hand retracted, Jiraiya swiftly formed a series of hand seals, culminating in a radiant display of 5-colored light that he pressed onto the scroll. With vapor rising, the sealing technique in Jiraiya's hands swiftly converged with Chinyu's signature, coalescing into an esoteric summoning seal. When the luminescence dissipated, Chinyu sensed an inexplicable connection to another realm. Well done, the contract has been successfully established. You may attempt to summon, though I advise you to proceed with caution. Do not embarrass yourself, Jiraiya remarked as he stowed the scroll away once more. By the way, I have yet to learn the hand seals for the summoning technique. Could you kindly instruct me? Chinyu recalled an important matter. Having spent over a decade as a mere layman, he had not fully mastered even the basic ninjutsu, let alone such advanced summoning techniques. You are unfamiliar with the summoning seals? Jiraiya expressed surprise. After all, he had learned of the legendary talents hidden within Konoha, including Chinyu, and had returned to the village to investigate further. Now, hearing Chinyu's admission of ignorance regarding the summoning technique exceeded his expectations. Watching Chinyu shake his head once more, Jiraiya sighed. Very well, I shall demonstrate, though your chances of success are a mere 90% failure. Do not take it to heart. Now, watch closely and do not blink. Sage Jiraiya of Myaboka Mountain, Jiraiya proclaimed, his voice rising as he bit his thumb and swiftly performed the hand seals with a flourish. When the final seal was executed, Jiraiya struck the ground forcefully with his right hand. Summoning technique. The intricate seals unfurled like a web, enveloped in swirling mist. A figure, approximately the size of a human, materialized before everyone's eyes. It was a toad adorned with arm guards, reminiscent of the creature Jiraiya summoned during his battles against Hoshigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itachi. Is this the summoning beast? Yuzuki Yugao's eyes brightened as she remarked, I have heard that once a contract is signed, summoning a beast on the battlefield doubles one's combat strength. Moreover, these beasts are steadfast allies who will never betray you. Chinyu could not help but internally scoff at this notion. If the great snake Orochimaru were to hear this, he would undoubtedly burst into laughter. It devours its master. Orochimaru never jokes. Brother, do you have confidence in this? Uchiha Itachi could not help but inquire. Chinyu gently patted Itachi's head, smiling as he said, Do you wish to witness my folly as well? I shall make an attempt. Perhaps I will succeed. As he spoke, Chinyu communicated with the system within him. Ding. The host has acquired the summoning technique. Would you like to upgrade it to maximum level instantaneously? Level up immediately, Chinyu commanded. Ding. Congratulations, host. The summoning technique is now at maximum level. A surge of information regarding the summoning technique flooded Chinyu's mind, granting him a profound sense of clarity. If you still lack confidence, you may return and reach out for assistance. There is no need to rush, Jiraiya said, patting Chinyu on the shoulder with a grin. Do not be disheartened. Not everyone possesses my genius, succeeding in their first attempt at summoning. Casting a sideways glance at the overly familiar Jiraiya, Chinyu retorted. You merely haphazardly summoned yourself to Mount Myaboka on your first try. I'm not like you. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback. This was indeed his secret. Aside from the third Hokage, who knew a bit, he had boasted about it to Tsunade and even flaunted it before Orochimaru. It seemed this was not much of a secret at all, and he decided to disregard it entirely. You certainly have a bold tone, kid. I hope you can still find amusement upon witnessing a tadpole without legs, said Jiraiya. Meanwhile, Yuzuki Yuin waved her small pink fist at Chinyu, clearly offering encouragement. Uchiha Itachi remained silent, maintaining a cool demeanor, yet his gaze towards Chinyu bore a hint of urgency. Taking a deep breath, Chinyu exhaled slowly. The blood on the fingertip of his right hand had yet to dry, and as he wiped it across his palm, his hands began to move with the rapidity of wheels spinning. Witnessing this, Jiraiya's expression shifted dramatically. Initially, he believed that even if Chinyu managed to learn the technique on his first attempt, it would be awkward at best. However, the fluidity of his hand signs utterly shattered their preconceived notions. The summoning technique. As the final hand sign was completed, Chinyu slammed his palm down onto the ground. Feeling an overwhelming surge of chakra being drawn from within him, his expression changed. Boom. A powerful sound erupted, and amidst the swirling white mist, three colossal figures, akin to small mountains, materialized out of thin air. The force of the summoning sent a shockwave that overwhelmed Yuin and Itachi, leaving them momentarily blinded. However, compared to them, Jiraiya nearly widened his eyes to the point of rupture. Before him stood the three legendary toads of Mount Myaboku, Frog Wunta, Frog Ken, and Frog Hero. Jiraiya's face was one of utter disbelief. Jiraiya, what on earth has transpired? Did you stumble into a particularly troublesome foe during the Third Shinobi World War, summoning all three of us at once? The toad, with a pipe in its mouth, exhaled clouds of smoke and remarked, "This will come at a considerable cost. At the very least, one must procure several thousand pounds of insects. Otherwise, do not even think about dismissing us." Toad Jian and Toad Guang couldn't help but glance around them. However, within their perception, there was not a hint of danger. Only two astonished individuals and a bewildered Jiraiya stood before them. "Jiraiya, you two must speak up. There is absolutely no danger here. While you may summon us at will, do not think you can send us away so easily," Toad Guang interjected, unable to contain himself. Chapter 51. Stunned by a glance as the words of Toad Hiroshi fell, both Toad Wenta and Toad Ken turned their gazes towards Jiraiya. Their predatory expressions suggested that without a satisfactory explanation, they might retaliate with ferocity. Jiraiya, momentarily lost in thought, was jolted back to reality. After glancing around, he forced a wry smile and said, "Can I claim that I am not the one who summoned you?" "Not you?" Toad Winter raised an eyebrow, exhaling a plume of smoke. "Is it that guy Minato? I did not see him around." In this era, it was possible that others had also forged contracts with the toads. Yet, few possessed the immense chakra necessary to summon the three great toads. Apart from Jiraiya and Minato, they truly could not think of anyone else. "It is him." Jiraiya directed his gaze towards Chinyu, offering a bitter smile. "Kid, you're on your own now. Having one giant summon is already quite the ordeal, and you're attempting to summon all three at once. Good luck with that." With that remark, Jiraiya promptly initiated his escape, swiftly distancing himself from the scene. Both Yuzuki Yuin and Uchiha Itachi wore expressions of deep concern. Nevertheless, in the face of these three toads, each as formidable as a small mountain, they gritted their teeth and endeavored to position themselves beside Chinyu. "Step back. This is my responsibility," Chinyu said, looking up at Toad Winta. "It is a pleasure to meet you for the first time and forge a summoning contract." "Humph. So it is merely a brash young lad. I thought it was someone bold enough to summon us all at once," Toad Winta scoffed. "However, do not presume that once summoned, you can simply dismiss us." Toad Hiroshi and Toad Kin evidently regarded Toad Winta as their leader. Although they remained silent, their intentions were unmistakable. "Do you have any solutions?" Chinyu's smile widened. He was well aware that the mightier the summoning beast, the stronger their personalities. Until they were tamed, they would remain obstinate. "Humph, indeed there is a way. If you can defeat the three of us, we shall consider it settled. Otherwise, you will be tasked with gathering insects for us for a month." Toad Winta's eyes narrowed. The thought of delectable insects being delivered right to their mouths was indeed a most enticing prospect. "I find that solution quite agreeable," Chinyu replied warmly. Toad Winta was momentarily taken aback before meeting Chinyu's blood-red gaze. The Sharingan with 9 Tomo. As the blood moon-like eyes unfolded, Chinyu's aura underwent a dramatic transformation. An overwhelming power emanating like a surging tide, causing the expressions of Toad Winta and the others to shift dramatically. "It is the calamity I spoken of by the sage. I never expected to encounter it here." Toad Winta's expression darkened. "Be cautious. This ocular technique is no trifling matter," Toad Winta shouted repeatedly. And just as he reached for the short blade at his waist, he caught sight of Chinyu moving. No, it would be more accurate to say he saw Chinyu's eyes widen. Tsukuyami. Using the moon reading technique on the three great toads at once was an enormous strain for Chinyu. Perhaps it could only restrain them for a fleeting moment. Yet, in the context of such a fierce confrontation, that brief moment was more than sufficient. Jiraiya and the others merely observed a momentary pause in the movements of the toads. Fumida, Kin, and Hiroshi. In the next instant, as lightning coursed through Chinyu's body, the ground shattered beneath him. He transformed into a streak of light, traversing the heavens. And in the blink of an eye, he landed atop Fumida's head. By the time the three great toads regained their senses, Chinyu's figure had already vanished from their sight. "Looking for me, Fumida? I am right above you," Chinyu said with a smile, playfully patting Fumida's head. The suddenness of the scene left Fumida's expression frozen in shock. Under normal circumstances, he would have erupted in fury, but this time he dared not act out. Neither Fumita nor Kin, nor even Hiroshi, made a move. They understood all too well that in that brief moment of being ensnared in an illusion, the opponent had demonstrated the capability to effortlessly ascend to their heads, signifying the power to obliterate them in one swift strike. In such a scenario, the victor was already determined. "Young man, I did not expect you to possess such impressive skills. I am duly impressed," Fumita remarked, retracting his hand that had reached for his weapon. After taking a deep drag from his pipe, he continued, "Let this suffice for now. When you next summon us, I hope it is for a matter of urgency, as we do not wish to emerge merely for a reunion." He turned to Kin and Hiroshi, declaring, "Let us return." With that, the three of them transformed into a cloud of white mist and vanished without a trace. Was it really that easy to resolve? Jiraiya stood dumbfounded, recalling his first encounter in Myobokuzen, where he had been thoroughly bullied by the toads, especially during that dreadful insect feast, which wriggled in the bowl to maintain its freshness. Just thinking about it made his stomach churn with unease. As Chinyu descended, he was met by Itachi Uchiha and Yuzuki Kiyomi, who hurriedly approached him. "Rest assured, I am unscathed," he assured them. "Brother, was that your Sharingan just now?" Itachi couldn't help but ask. In the eyes of others, Itachi was regarded as a prodigy because he awakened his single Tomo Sharingan before the age of 7, a source of great honor. However, witnessing how Chinyu had effortlessly ensnared the three legendary summoned beasts with merely a glance rendered Itachi's own ability seemingly inadequate by comparison. That is the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, the pinnacle of the Uchiha clan's ocular prowess. "You will possess it in due time, Itachi," Chinyu said, ruffling Itachi's hair. It could be said that the Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, and Susanoo he currently wielded were all manifestations of ocular techniques developed at their peak, reflecting Chinyu's own cognitive transformation. In a sense, he had appropriated Itachi's ocular abilities. Is that true? Itachi displayed a rare hint of youthful innocence. Chinyu chuckled as he patted his head. "Indeed it is. As the evening deepened, you all should return first. Jiraiya and I have matters to discuss." After a moment of hesitation, Yuzuki Yuin and Uchiha Itachi exchanged a glance with Chinyu before ultimately turning to leave. In an instant, the vast expanse was left with only Chinyu and Jiraiya. "Young man, your skills were indeed remarkable. Even I did not anticipate the potency of your ocular technique, which ensnared the three great toads of Myoboku Mountain in an illusion. Had I not witnessed it myself, I would hardly believe it." Jiraiya exhibited no trace of wariness, rather a sense of relaxation washed over him. In his eyes, Chinyu's unabashed display of power before him was more than sufficient. "Heh, merely some minor tricks, they pale in comparison to your sage mode." Chinyu replied with a dry chuckle, retrieving 2 bottles of sake from his backpack, tossing one to Jiraiya. Engaging in conversation over drinks is a customary practice, after all. Chapter 52. The objective of cooperation. Jiraiya caught the sake, hesitating for a moment before settling into a cross-legged position. "Kid, I never expected you to possess such knowledge." Observing Chinyu, he noticed the latter had also produced a plethora of dried meats and snacks, prompting Jiraiya to indulge. After taking a sip of the sake, he remarked, "From the outset, your intention was not merely to employ the summoning technique, but rather to achieve Sage Mode, correct?" Sage Mode, one of the most formidable combat techniques following the decline of power in the later years of the Hokage, has long been coveted by Orochimaru. Chinyu had previously contemplated that Orochimaru had sought the location of the Dragon Cave as well, aspiring to attain Sage Mode, yet he was ultimately met with rejection. As for how Orochimaru became aware of the existence of Sage Mode, it likely stemmed from a confrontation with Jiraiya, where he was soundly defeated in Sage Mode. It was akin to how Orochimaru attempted to acquire Itachi's Sharingan, only to be swiftly vanquished by Genjutsu, subsequently turning his attention to Sasuke Uchiha. That seems about right. Chinyu made no effort to conceal his amusement, sitting beside Jiraiya with a smile. In this world of the strong, it is the mightiest fists that dictate the discourse. Wouldn't you agree? Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback. Did you not claim to aspire to be a mere salted fish? This seems to contradict your intentions. According to Chinyu's interpretation, a salted fish was one that lay basking in the sun, first on one side, then the other. In a realm rife with power struggles, lacking absolute strength, even the desire to be a salted fish becomes a challenge. Chinyu took another sip of sake. "Rest assured, I shall attain Sage Mode, yet I prefer not to resort to violence. I believe in letting things unfold naturally. However, I advise you to refrain from fixating on Orochimaru. Remember to visit the Hidden Rain Village. That place has the potential to alter the entire landscape of the ninja world. Shinyu recalled Yahiko and his companions. According to the original narrative, Danzo was soon to make his move against the Akatsuki led by Yahiko. Should Yahiko be slain, Nagato would spiral into rage, and the very essence of the Akatsuki would undergo a seismic transformation. Jiraiya was momentarily stunned, casting an uncertain gaze upon Shinyu. Kid, it seems you are privy to many secrets. It appears your years of concealment were not in vain. Jiraiya exhaled a heavy sigh. Kushina mentioned that your aptitude for ninjutsu surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Upon witnessing your initial execution of the summoning technique, where you summoned Gamabunta and the others, I realized I do not wish to stand against you. I hope you will not pose a threat to Konoha in the future, otherwise, it would become quite troublesome for me. I shall indeed visit the Hidden Rain village. I have frequently heard tales of those 3 kids. I wonder how they are faring now. Jiraiya brushed off the dust from his clothes, speaking as he turned to depart. As he watched Jiraiya's retreating figure, Shinyu shifted his gaze to the woods on his left. When the 3 great toads were summoned moments ago, he had sensed someone approaching, who had been observing from a distance. Though they were separated by 600 or 700 meters, they were still not beyond Shinyu's perception. As for who it is, even one could deduce it with the slightest effort. I truly wonder what Danzo will do next. This monotonous life indeed requires some audacious individuals to spice things up, or else it becomes unbearably dull. Shinyu chuckled as he stretched lazily, not in a hurry to depart, instead savoring his drink alone. Meanwhile, in the route, Danzo stood atop a rooftop, squinting against the wind. Behind him stood a tall, pallid man, whose subtle smile evoked a chilling sensation. Lord Danzo, urgent news. A ninja from the route appeared beside him, unable to resist glancing at the pale-faced man. Upon recognizing his identity, his expression changed dramatically. Do not be alarmed. Henceforth, he shall be our ally. Speak freely, Danzo said, leaning on his cane with indifference. He had not anticipated that the person he sought had coincidentally infiltrated the Hidden Leaf village, thus sparing him considerable effort. Understood, the root ninja responded, stating, according to our intelligence, after Uchiha Shinyu departed the village with Jiraiya, they simultaneously summoned 3 giant toads. As for who initiated the summoning, we arrived just in time, but were unable to discern clearly. The only one capable of summoning 3 toads simultaneously, aside from Jiraiya, is someone I cannot believe exists. A soft voice interjected suddenly. The scarlet tongue flicked out, extending like a serpent, an alarming sight to behold. To think that after my departure from the leaf, Jiraiya's strength has grown considerably. In the presence of the terrifying man, akin to a serpent, the root ninja instinctively took a step back, creating what he deemed a sufficient distance for safety. Facing one of the legendary Sannin, who had been expelled from the village due to eccentricities in human experimentation, Orochimaru was a far more formidable presence than the others. However, despite the unease, the root ninja mustered his courage to assert, no. Our final deduction is that the 3 toads were summoned by Uchiha Shinyu. They engaged in a wager. But this contest was resolved with a mere glance from Uchiha Shinyu. At this point, a look of astonishment crossed the root ninja's face. The expressions of Danzo and Orochimaru also shifted. To be able to summon 3 legendary beasts simultaneously was a feat they believed only Jiraiya could achieve. Yet now, they were informed that Uchiha Shinyu had accomplished such a remarkable act, and the disparity was staggering. As the root ninja recounted the events, a weighty seriousness settled upon Danzo and Orochimaru's faces, yet their pupils gleamed with fervor and urgency. Are you saying that Uchiha Shinyu ensnared the 3 toads in a genjutsu with a mere glance? Orochimaru reiterated, his expression igniting with excitement upon seeing the root ninja's affirmative nod. In legend, the kaleidoscope of the Uchiha clan, a treasure exclusive to Uchiha Madara, has inexplicably manifested in the form of a mere adolescent, which explains his audacious demeanor. Orochimaru, with a sinister grin, remarked, Danzo, I never anticipated that your summons would bring forth such a monumental opportunity. How splendid it would be to claim this vessel for myself. Under the aegis of Orochimaru's immortality technique, a pristine body presents an irresistible temptation. Moreover, this kaleidoscope Sharingan, belonging solely to the illustrious Uchiha Madara, is regarded as a paragon capable of rivaling the first Hokage. For Orochimaru, whose passion lies in human experimentation, this is the quintessential specimen. Orochimaru. Have you forgotten the terms of our collaboration? Danzo retorted coldly. When Orochimaru defected, Danzo had extended his assistance. Additionally, they had engaged in clandestine dealings. including the acquisition of his right arm and right eye. Although he has yet to obtain Shirsui's kaleidoscope, he has diligently amassed a considerable collection of Sharingan during this time. Danzo's ambition is to seize the revered would-release cells of the first Hokage, hailed as the strongest in the ninja world, along with Uchiha Madara's Sharingan. With these two formidable foundations in his grasp, Danzo believes he will one day surpass Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 53. The psychologically distorted Kakashi in the early morning. The sunlight enveloped the entire Hidden Leaf village like scattered gold. Before the sealed gate, Chinyu stifled a yawn and stretched lazily. The battle at the Kaminari Bridge was pivotal, shaping the trajectory of the entire Hokage narrative. Whether it was to honor Jiraiya's request or to address his own chakra deficiency in search of the whereabouts of the Three Tails to remedy his shortcomings, Chinyu knew he had to embark on this journey himself. "Hello," a bright and youthful voice suddenly rang out. Following the sound, Chinyu turned to see Rin. At 14 or 15, Rin stood out in the Hidden Leaf for her beauty, with a gentle and kind disposition. She would later become the object of affection for the future antagonist, Obito. "Are you here for a mission?" Rin couldn't help but inquire. In her mission scroll, it was noted that this time to the Kaminari Bridge, only she, Kakashi, and Obito were assigned. Their teacher, the yellow flash of the leaf, Minato Namikaze, was supposed to lead them. Now, with someone unexpectedly appearing at the rendezvous point, Rin felt compelled to ask. "You must have been drafted into the team at the last minute," Chinyu replied with a faint smile. "Drafted?" Rin paused in surprise, then laughed. "You needn't worry. With Minato-sensei and Kakashi here, we will be safe. Let me share a secret. Kakashi has just been promoted to Jonin, which signifies his strength." As Rin spoke, she couldn't help but scrutinize Chinyu. "So, you, like me, are also a Chunin. Is this your first mission? No wonder you arrived so early. Perhaps you are a bit anxious. Rest assured, I am a medical ninja. Should anything happen, I will ensure you receive proper treatment." Observing Rin's enthusiastic demeanor, Chinyu couldn't help but roll his eyes. She was indeed a naive and sweet girl. It was no wonder so many were fond of her. Upon meeting, she was already so familiar, and her constant talk of injury might provoke someone with a less stable mindset. "By the way, when did you graduate? Kakashi is quite impressive," Rin continued, engrossed in her own chatter. With a hint of exasperation, Chinyu glanced toward the nearby bushes and called out, "Kakashi, if you're here, come out already. If you delay any longer, my ears will develop calluses." "Kakashi?" Rin paused in confusion, but soon enough, a shadow darted from the thicket, charging directly toward Chinyu. The speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he covered the short distance of several meters. Before Rin could react, Kakashi's chakra-infused short blade was drawn in an instant, transforming into a streak of white light as it surged toward Chinyu. "Kakashi, no!" Rin exclaimed in alarm. However, in the next moment, her expression faltered. A crackling arc of lightning flickered past Chinyu, then vanished into thin air. Kakashi's blade had missed its target entirely. Just as Chinyu regained his footing, a sense of peril loomed behind him. A chilling blade rested directly against his throat. "Do not move. My knife is exceedingly sharp." Chinyu smiled gently. However, this smile, upon reaching Lin and Kakashi, caused their pupils to contract in surprise. The speed was astonishing. "Chinyu, could you not show a modicum of mercy? I merely arrived a moment late, and you treat my students so harshly. Like a specter." Wavewind Minato executed the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing beside Chinyu. Observing the seemingly equal camaraderie between Minato and Chinyu, Kakashi and Lin's confusion deepened. "Minato, how can you even justify being late? Had you arrived sooner, I would not have been misunderstood, nor would I have needed to intervene." Chinyu sheathed the lightning blade, storing it within a scroll. Glancing at the bewildered expressions of Kakashi and Lin, he remarked with a touch of amusement, "Minato, I believe it would be prudent for you to clarify the situation." Chinyu did not bear any malice towards Kakashi. It was only natural for him to feel twisted emotions after losing his father. Furthermore, amidst this nearly invulnerable and monotonous existence, having these audacious little ones to liven things up was quite delightful. As these words left his lips, Kakashi and Lin could not help but turn their gazes towards Wavewind Minato. "Yes, I did not arrive late, did I?" A hurried shout echoed from a distance. Shortly thereafter, Uchiha Obito, wearing his signature eye mask, landed swiftly before Kakashi. "You are indeed late," Kakashi replied coolly. "However, we presently lack the inclination to address you. Minato-sensei, the completion rate of our mission relies on adherence to protocol. When we accepted the task, it clearly specified a 4-person team. Why has an unfamiliar individual appeared? Observing Kakashi's singular-mindedness, even daring to confront Wave Wind Minato, Shinyu could not suppress a chuckle. The matter of repelling the cloud and mist ninjas was known only to the higher-ups of Konoha and certain elites within the Uchiha clan. For Kakashi and the others, it remained a secret. You are Uchiha Shinyu? Obito, as a member of the Uchiha clan, albeit among its less distinguished, recognized his clan brother who had awakened the Sharingan. Weren't you assigned to guard the Northwestern Pass? What brings you here? Shinyu rummaged through his memories and recalled that he and Obito shared a slight acquaintance. Thus, it was not surprising that he was aware of Shinyu's assignment. However, with the sudden upheaval of events, Shinyu found it challenging to elucidate matters to Obito. Ahem, Obito, do not be impolite. Wave Wind Minato coughed lightly, equally at a loss for words. He could hardly explain that the Uchiha Shinyu before them was a genius who had lain dormant for over a decade. Not only had he returned from the Northwestern Pass, but he had also activated the Manjiki Sharingan, capable of overwhelming even the very air itself. Minato-sensei, have I said something inappropriate? Obito could not help but rub his eyes, saying, I merely stopped to assist an elderly woman crossing the street, which caused a slight delay. Additionally, some sand has found its way into my eyes. Witnessing Obito, with his goggles on and mouth agape as he attempted to dislodge the sand, Shinyu couldn't help but roll his eyes. Surely, if one were to concoct an excuse, it ought to be more convincing. Well, the timing is just right. It is rare for Kakashi not to engage in a debate with you. We should be on our way. We can discuss any matters en route. Minato then turned to Shinyu and paused before stating, there are 3 announcements to be made today. The first is to welcome the elite Jonin Shinyu to our team. Chapter 54. I no longer want this, Captain. The expressions of Kakashi and the others momentarily froze, particularly Rin, who could not help but exclaim, Teacher Minato. The symbol on him is not that of a Chunin headband. How can he be classified as an elite Jonin? In the hierarchy of ninjas, ranks are divided into Genin, Chunin, Special Jonin, Jonin, and Elite Jonin. Notably, a Special Jonin possesses strength surpassing that of a Chunin but falls short of Jonin status, distinguished by exceptional personal talents that enable them to barely meet Jonin qualifications, hence the designation of Special Jonin. For instance, in the original narrative, a ninja such as the Swift Moonlight of the Leaf Village, adept at the Moonlit Dance Sword technique, or someone skilled in a particular genjutsu, may exhibit extraordinary abilities in specific fields. As for the elite Jonin, they represent the Sea Army de la Sea Army among Jonin. Yesterday, he was specially evaluated by the 3rd Hokage as an elite Jonin, and since the announcement had yet to be made, he had not had the opportunity to replace his headband. Wave Wind Minato wore a helpless expression. Explanations were not his forte. Were it not for the 3rd Hokage's strict confidentiality order, he would have willingly divulged everything regarding Shinyu. Personally promoted by the 3rd Hokage, Uchiha Obito could no longer contain himself. Shinyu, you wouldn't have awakened the double Tomo Sharingan, would you? Or perhaps, like the clan leader, you have unlocked the 3 Tomo? Kakashi, observe this. This is the genius of our Uchiha clan, far superior to your Chunin. With a haughty demeanor, Uchiha Obito seemed oblivious to the fact that Shinyu is now an elite Jonin. Shinyu rolled his eyes helplessly and remarked, Kakashi has also been promoted to Jonin today. The soft utterance left Uchiha Obito momentarily stunned. He had always regarded Kakashi as a rival, believing that upon awakening his Sharingan, he could surpass him. However, now he was informed that Kakashi had achieved Jonin status even before he had unlocked his Sharingan. This should have been monumental news. Yet it paled in comparison to Chinyu's title of elite Jonin. Obito, you haven't forgotten, have you? Rin swiftly interjected to ease the tension. We promised to prepare a gift for Kakashi. This is my gift. Though it may appear somewhat unrefined, it proves invaluable in critical moments. Wave Wind Minato said as he produced the Flying Thunder God Kunai. Beside him, Rin promptly presented her specially crafted medical kit, saying, Kakashi, I made this with my own hands. I hope it serves you well. Listening to this unconventional blessing, Shinyu felt an overwhelming urge to pinch Rin's delicate nose. However, before he could act, Wave Wind Minato shot him a knowing wink. Shinyu, as a senior, shouldn't you express something? Kakashi, taken aback, accepted the kunai and medical kit, stating, Teacher Minato, I do not require his items. Observing the somewhat obstinate Kakashi, Wave Wind Minato couldn't help but feel a headache approaching. Kakashi, this is a rare opportunity. If it weren't for my acquaintance with Shinyu, I doubt anyone could extract any benefits from him. Benefits? Kakashi furrowed his brow and said, Minato-sensei, could his belongings possibly surpass the flying thunder god Kanai? If such a treasure exists, I would merely wish to broaden my horizons. I have no intention of taking it. In Kakashi's eyes, Chinyu was of a similar age. On what should have been a joyous occasion, he had not only been subdued by Chinyu with a single move, but had also been overshadowed by the might of his elite Genin status. Now, to lift his spirits would be a task more arduous than climbing to the heavens. Well, since you are resolute in your decision, I beseech Chinyu to enlighten you. Minato gazed at Chinyu with a sense of resignation. Minato, can't you exhibit a bit more maturity? Chinyu replied, exasperated. Nevertheless, he deftly summoned a sealing scroll. With a resounding thud, amidst swirling white mist, the fearsome Samahata and the Raijin blade appeared in Chinyu's grasp. Ah! To wield the Samahata and Raijin blade of the 7 ninja swordsmen right from the outset, you truly are extravagant, Chinyu, Minato remarked, his eyes gleaming. Why not? In a spirit of magnanimity, bestow Kakashi with a token gift? No way. Chinyu swiftly retracted the Samahata and Raijin blade back into the scroll. I shall keep them for my collection. Witnessing the opportunity slip away, Minato felt a twinge of regret. However, compared to him, Kakashi and the others were unable to contain themselves. The renown of the 7 ninja swordsmen resonated throughout the ninja world. The 7 blades were considered their lifeblood. With the saying, as long as the wielder lives, so too does the blade. Yet now, one of the 7 blades, the Samahata and Raijin blade, had fallen into the hands of Chinyu, signifying the demise of 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Moreover, they had perished at the hands of this youth before them. Kakashi-sensei, Uchiha Obito was the first to lose his composure. Before he could fully articulate his thoughts, he noticed Minato nodding with a wry smile. Kakashi, it seems fortune has not favored you this time. I had initially planned to seize the opportunity. However, you were not mistaken. One reason Chinyu has ascended to the rank of elite Genin is due to slaying 2 members of the Mist 7 ninja swordsmen. At this point, Minato turned to Chinyu and stated, due to the urgent situation at the Kamizukan Bridge, we will be dividing into 2 teams for our mission. I shall operate independently, while the 3 of you will be led by Chinyu. What? Obito and the others were taken aback. Kakashi could hardly contain himself, exclaiming, Minato-sensei. Teamwork is paramount in any formation. While Chinyu may possess formidable strength, forcing him into our team might not be prudent. Observing the normally reticent Kakashi rebuffing Obito, Minato understood that Kakashi was reluctant to remain in Chinyu's company. With a resigned sigh, he remarked, Kakashi, this is the command of the 3rd Hokage, and it is an urgent military deployment. A command? Kakashi paused momentarily, then with a stoic expression, replied, since it is the 3rd Hokage's directive, I shall comply. However, I must caution that no matter who it may be, one must not disrupt the established order, lest they invite scorn. Observing the expression of utter despair on Kakashi's face, Chinyu could only roll his eyes in exasperation and said, rest assured, I have never been one to abide by rules. And the orders of the 3rd Hokage are no exception. I shall forego this leadership. From now on, you 3 will form a team under Kakashi's guidance, while I shall proceed alone. Alone? Uchiha Obito exclaimed in bewilderment, urgently replying, Chinyu, this is the command of the 3rd Hokage. If you disrupt the established order, you may find yourself scorned upon returning to the village. Scorned? Chinyu replied with a calm smile, waving his hand dismissively. What of it? Why should I allow their expressions to dictate my actions? I care not for scorn. Even if the sky were to fall, I would remain unperturbed. Minato. The hour grows late. Let us set forth. This group of youngsters is already giving me a headache. You play the role of the carefree leader so well. Perhaps we should switch places, and you can lead while I take care of the more lethal matters. Chapter 55. You rush out. You are bound to perish observing the utterly unconcerned expression on Chinyu's face. Kakashi and the others were left utterly bewildered, rendered speechless. Even the esteemed Minato Namikaze found himself at a loss. Surveying the assembled leaf ninjas, it seemed that only Chinyu possessed the audacity to utter such words. After all, not long ago, another legendary figure of the leaf, Tsukumo Hatake, had met a tragic end due to the violation of rules, succumbing to despair. Lord Orochimaru. They have already departed, reported Kazekage. Indeed, how exhilarating, Orochimaru's new guise emerged with an air of confidence within the confines of Konoha village. His crimson tongue delicately caressed his parched lips as he remarked, I had anticipated considerable effort would be required to lure Minato Namikaze away. It appears fortune favors me after all. Keep a close watch on him. I shall soon follow. The Mangeki Sharingan is destined to be mine. With that, Orochimaru vanished into thin air. Kazekage and the late-arriving oil woman Taki exchanged glances before she spoke. Let us commence our actions. Do not forget to leak information to the rock ninjas. If we can utilize their hand to eliminate Chinyu, it would be most advantageous. Lord Danzo once mentioned that Orochimaru is a double-edged sword. If not wielded carefully, he may inflict harm upon us. The oil woman nodded and replied, everything is for the sake of the root. Let us proceed. After a considerable duration, Chinyu and his companions finally reached the outskirts of their target. Very well. We shall rest here and clarify the present situation, Minato Namikaze declared, producing a terrain map. This time, our adversaries are the rock ninjas. We are separated from the rock village by a grass ninja village. The existence of the grass village serves as a buffer for us, providing a defensive line in the event of an attack from the rock village, thus granting us precious time for defense. However, upon our discovery, the rock village's formidable force of over 1,000 has already breached the defenses of the grass village, now merely 3 kilometers from our own line of defense in Konoha. What? Kakashi and the others' expressions shifted dramatically. The grass village had managed to survive amidst the clash of great nations primarily due to the tacit agreement between the two. After all, if the borders of the two nations were to converge, even nighttime would no longer offer a peaceful slumber. To alleviate tensions between the rock village and Konoha, the grass village became a necessary entity. Yet now, the rock ninjas had unknowingly traversed the defenses of the grass village, leading to only 2 possible outcomes. First, the grass village offered no resistance and was annihilated in an instant by the rock village. Second, the grass village turned traitor and willingly surrendered. In Chinyu's eyes, the latter option seemed far more plausible. After all, for a small nation to serve as a buffer, there must be a balance of military strength. Now, Konoha faces the daunting prospect of engaging in 3 battlefronts while simultaneously contending with the lurking threat from the Cloud Village. Any rational being, in such a predicament, would undoubtedly conclude that Konoha is destined for defeat. In stark contrast to the formidable forces of the Rock Shinobi Village, numbering in the thousands, the mere dozens from Konoha appeared rather meager. To pave the way for future victors is the survival strategy of smaller nations. I trust you all comprehend the current circumstances. Since Chinyu has no desire to assume the role of captain, let us pass that responsibility to Kakashi. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, cast a glance at Chinyu, speaking with a hint of resignation. My only hope, dear students, is that after this war concludes, I may yet see you standing before me. If there are no pressing matters, let us commence our journey. Kakashi, along with Uchiha Obito, found themselves entering such a high-stakes battlefield for the first time. However, there was no choice but to muster their courage and proceed. With a swift motion, the 4 figures plunged into the depths of the forest. Chinyu stretched lazily, glancing back at the thicket with a wry smile. This time, I truly hope to catch a big fish. I am weary of only reeling in small shrimp. With that remark, Chinyu did not linger, vaulting ahead. Kakashi, having sprinted several hundred meters ahead, caught sight of the tardy Chin Feng and frowned. Stay close to the team. I am the captain now. Shooting Kakashi an exasperated look, Chinyu retorted, your captainship is something I conferred upon you. Do not forget. I am not one to adhere to conventions. You. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. Minato observed this exchange with a throbbing headache, regretting his decision to pair Chinyu with Kakashi. If he himself struggled to get Chinyu to cooperate, what chance did Kakashi have? Halt. Kakashi suddenly came to a stop, gesturing for silence. Minato nodded in approval, his gaze fixating on a distant large tree. In his perception, enemies lay concealed nearby. Kakashi, let us discuss our tactics. The enemy is numerous, Minato proposed. Kakashi glanced at Chinyu, asserting, there is no need for that. Sensei, we are pressed for time. If we deliberate further, we risk allowing the enemy to escape. I have just developed a new technique, one that shares your name, Sensei. As the words left his mouth, Kakashi began to perform a series of rapid hand seals with a sense of pride. With the final seal completed, crackling arcs of electricity coalesced in the air. Chidori. To develop an A-rank jutsu at such a young age places him among the elite of his peers. Feeling the overwhelming power radiating from Kakashi, Obito and Rin exchanged worried glances. Kakashi, the enemy's numbers remain unknown. While this jutsu is formidable, you will face many unforeseen consequences, Minato cautioned solemnly. Chinyu, would you kindly offer your counsel as well? Chinyu shot Minato a glance, replying, Minato, You truly enjoy casting aspersions upon me. I can honestly tell you that while Chidori is indeed swift, your experience and reflexes cannot adequately support it. If you charge forth now, you will only meet your demise. Listening to this merciless criticism, Minato Namikaze could not help but smile wryly, regretting allowing Chinyu to interject. Humph, this is the ninjutsu I developed. I know it better than anyone. Kakashi snorted dismissively, asserting, there is no need for your baseless evaluations regarding its drawbacks. Sensei Minato, provide me with cover. In but a moment, I shall eliminate them all. Observing Kakashi's resolute determination, Minato nodded helplessly. With a sudden motion, Kakashi plunged his right hand into the ground, unleashing a tempest of electric arcs that shattered the earth beneath him. In the next instant, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, his speed markedly increasing under the activation of lightning release. Chinyu, watch closely. This is my true strength. His words resonated with the sound of thunder. The audacity with which Kakashi charged forth astonished even the concealed behind the great tree. You insolent brat! How dare you underestimate me and launch a frontal assault? His face contorted with rage as he swiftly unleashed a flurry of shurikens. However, as these shurikens neared Kakashi, they were deftly deflected by Minato's own shurikens. Chapter 56. The Varied Thousand Birds 1, 10, 15. Your attacks have revealed your presence. Kakashi's figure darted swiftly, instantly shattering 15 shadow clones. His gaze abruptly shifted, locking onto the area behind a large tree. The scene that unfolded was akin to a thunderous strike, leaving Rin and Uchiha Obito utterly astonished. This was far beyond their comprehension. Someone is coming, Chinyu suddenly spoke, tensing all his senses. Uchiha Obito's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly spotted a figure emerging from the ground. 4. The rock ninja momentarily froze, unable to discern the faces before him. A shuriken sliced through the air with deadly precision. Puffed. The rock ninja dissolved into white mist, scattering into the ether. Minato Namikaze's expression changed instantaneously as he urgently called out, Chinyu, they are in your hands. As his words fell, Minato vanished like a specter. In the next moment, he reappeared right in front of Kakashi. The glaring blade rapidly magnified within Kakashi's pupils. In the face of such a swift assault, evasion was impossible. Puffed. Minato appeared just in time to block Kakashi's chest, halting his momentum. However, the bright blade still grazed Kakashi's shoulder, blood spraying forth in a shocking display. In the next instant, Minato, like a wraith, vanished with Kakashi. Kakashi, are you alright? Rin's face turned pale as she took a half-step forward, only to see Chinyu leisurely stretching as he stood up. It's my turn now. As his words fell, the crackling sound of thunder filled the air, and Chinyu vanished from sight like a ghost. Disappeared? The rock ninja, having failed his strike, felt the memories of his clones flood into his mind. In the next moment, his expression changed abruptly. In the returning memories, he beheld two chilling faces, the golden flash and the blood-colored Azura. However, compared to the golden flash, the recently rising notoriety of the blood-colored Azura instilled greater terror. After lying in wait for over a decade and through 2 battles, he had claimed the lives of nearly 200 ninjas. Such a record could undoubtedly be deemed magnificent in the context of the Third Great Ninja War. Flee. A thought flashed through the rock ninja's mind, and as he turned to escape, the sight before him caused his pupils to contract. 1,000 birds. With his right hand entwined in lightning, Chinyu displayed no embellishment, striking directly towards the rock ninja's neck. Puffed. The massive head was severed and sent flying, along with a tree measuring half a meter in diameter, cleaved in two by the flowing lightning. Beneath the crashing tree, Chinyu's figure remained clearly visible. He grasped the falling head in midair and vanished once more. Disappeared again? This lightning-style instant body technique is astonishingly swift, rivaling even that of Master Minato, Uchiha Obito thought. Growing restless. Are you searching for him? Chinyu's voice suddenly echoed. With a piercing gaze, Chinyu casually discarded the severed head, blood splattering and staining the grass beneath. Simultaneously, an inexplicable stench permeated the air. Observing the sheer terror etched on the face of the rock ninja, one could surmise that he had witnessed something profoundly horrifying in his final moments. Did you just employ Chidori? Kakashi suddenly inquired. Both Uchiha Obito and Rin were momentarily taken aback, while only Minato Namikaze stood aside with a wry smile. To outsiders, Kakashi's Chidori was perceived as an A-rank technique of considerable difficulty. However, Chinyu could effortlessly master even S-rank ninjutsu in an instant. Moreover, he had learned from Jiraiya that Chinyu had summoned the 3 great powers of Mayaboka Mountain during his inaugural use of summoning jutsu. It could be said that the mere Chidori posed no challenge whatsoever for Chinyu. Your vision is commendable, Chinyu remarked with a warm smile. As a crisp sound crackled from his right hand, violent lightning surged forth with rapid intensity. The raging lightning created an overwhelming sensation, as if it threatened to tear apart everything in its vicinity. Chidori, even Uchiha Obito, who had been lagging behind, recognized that this was Kakashi's much-vaunted new A-rank jutsu. In the next moment, the arc of electricity coiling around his hand hesitated briefly before swiftly enveloping his entire body. In an instant, Chinyu appeared to be bathed in radiant lightning. This is the Chidori flow. This is the Chidori spear. This is the Chidori blade technique. As Chinyu demonstrated each variation, Minato's face stiffened, his cheeks twitching uncontrollably. Enough. Kakashi finally lost his composure. Just moments ago, he had been brimming with pride, extolling the virtues of Chidori and boasting of its speed, akin to his mentor's reputation. Now, witnessing Chinyu's intricate display of Chidori flow, he felt the stinging slaps of an invisible hand. Don't take it to heart, Kakashi. Chinyu means well, Minato said with a resigned smile. Chinyu patted Minato on the shoulder and said, My apologies, that was intentional. As a ninja, one must understand the essence of caution. For ignorance can lead to peril for one's comrades. Do you still wish to be the team leader? The expressions of those present momentarily froze. Rin quickly interjected, Chinyu. Kakashi did not intend any harm. He was bound to succeed. Rin was correct. Kakashi had indeed faltered this time, yet it was unjust to strip him of his captaincy, especially since she had also erred. Uchiha Obito hurriedly concurred. Witnessing this rare exchange, both Chinyu and Minato felt a twinge of surprise. The majority rules. I have always prided myself on fairness. If you plead for Kakashi, I shall let this one slide, Chinyu replied nonchalantly. In his eyes, the position of captain was merely a superfluous title, an existence that was neither vital nor indispensable. After all, he would not heed any commands. Noara Rin and Uchiha Obito silently exhaled in relief. Kakashi, you're injured. Allow me to tend to your wounds, if you would be so kind. Rin's gaze was filled with urgency as she observed the grievous injury that almost affected Kakashi's bones. Kakashi, momentarily lost in thought, snapped back to reality, his eyes traversing the crowd until they settled on Chinyu. I shall relinquish my position as captain. However, I shall soon surpass you and master a more formidable Chidori. At that time, I hope you will graciously concede the captaincy to me. Listening to this declaration brimming with determination, Chinyu helplessly touched the tip of his nose, contemplating whether to reveal the truth to him. I possess a lightning technique capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth, an unparalleled Kirin. Chapter 57. This is a trap. Observing Kakashi's resolute expression, Minato Namikaze felt a deep sense of helplessness. He could only hope that Chinyu would refrain from provoking Kakashi's fragile psyche any further. All right, Rin, tend to Kakashi's wounds. We must part ways from here, Minato declared. I was initially quite concerned for you all, but with Chinyu present, I have faith that no serious troubles will arise. With these words, Minato hoisted his backpack and vanished like a specter. Exhaling deeply, Obito Uchiha sat down beside Chinyu, a hint of anxiety in his voice. Chinyu, I never anticipated you to be so formidable. With the Sharingan and your powerful lightning techniques, it is no wonder you have ascended to the rank of elite Jonin, truly superior to certain individuals. As he spoke, Obito's gaze drifted towards Kakashi, implying a desire to leverage Chinyu's prowess to assert dominance. It was rather ironic, given that just moments ago, someone had been rendered speechless in the face of an enemy ambush, despite their constant claims of wanting to protect Rin. Kakashi, clearly irked, directed his frustration at Obito. I was merely distracted by sand in my eyes. It was Chinyu who stole my thunder. Amused by the escalating tension between the two, Chinyu thought to himself that children really did not require a reason to bicker. Rin, has the bleeding stopped for Kakashi? He inquired, turning his attention to Kakashi's wound. Rin, the medical ninja of their team, had a basic grasp of healing techniques. However, mastering medical ninjutsu necessitated precise chakra control, a skill that was exceedingly rare. The fact that Rin had reached this level was commendable. The wound is rather deep and will require some time, Rin said, wiping the sweat from her brow. Kakashi, frowning slightly, replied, Rin, if you're tired, please take a break. Do not worry about my injury, I am not severely harmed. As he spoke, Kakashi reached for the bandages, but just as he moved, he felt Chinyu's hand on his shoulder. Allow me, Chinyu interjected. You are already a burden. If you were to get injured further, I would be distracted caring for you. With a flick of his right hand, he activated the healing technique. As the sharp pain in Kakashi's shoulder faded swiftly and the wound began to heal at an astonishing rate, even Rin was taken aback, along with Kakashi and Obito. Chin, are you also a medical ninja? Rin could no longer contain her astonishment. As a medical ninja herself, she understood the complexity involved. For Chin to heal the wound so rapidly, he must possess at least the skills of a high-level medical ninja. Sort of, he replied casually. As Kakashi's shoulder healed before their eyes, Chin released the chakra from his hand. Now, we must prepare to catch a big fish. 30 minutes later, the group entered the bamboo forest. Sensing the eerie silence surrounding them, Kakashi suddenly raised his hand, signaling everyone to halt. Earth escape, earth spike. Spikes of earth erupted from beneath, densely packed, capable of easily piercing a person like a beehive. Scatter. Chin pressed his lips together, noting that everything was quite similar to the original work. This endowed him with an almost prophetic ability. The four individuals moved instantaneously, dispersing in all directions. However, all gazes, intentionally or not, fell upon Nozawa Rin. As she landed upon the water's surface, her footing barely stabilized. Ripples immediately radiated outward from behind her. The rock ninja, who had employed camouflage and stealth, appeared like a phantom and swiftly seized Nozawa Rin. Heh, three clueless youths, unable to protect even a woman. Rest assured, we shall take good care of her. With this remark, the large stone quickly withdrew. The hidden firelight also followed suit, concealing their movements with earth escape. In an instant, the vast bamboo forest was enveloped in utter silence. Indeed, an ambush was in play. Chin had spoken the truth. The rock ninja had not returned. Their adversaries would undoubtedly find a way to act. Observing their youth, they would be tempted to strike. Nozawa Rin emerged from the shadows. If only they knew they had captured a mere shadow clone of Chin, one could only imagine their feelings. At this thought, even Kakashi regarded Chin with a deeper silence. Kakashi, self-proclaimed genius of Konoha, possessed considerable intellect, believing that most of the younger generation could see through things. Yet, standing before Chin, he felt an inscrutable sense of mystery. Indeed, Chin seemed to possess foresight. What shall we do now? Pursue at once. Uchiha Obito appeared somewhat excited. Just witnessing Kakashi's predicament was already sufficient. No, we must capture the leader first, ensnare them all, Chin replied with a knowing smile. Meanwhile, the firelight and large stone, along with Chin's clone, descended into a nearby rocky cave. This girl is truly quiet. It seems she knows those three cannot rescue her from our grasp, the large stone remarked with a mocking smile. Now, our task is to employ Genjutsu on her and extract intel as swiftly as possible. Once we ascertain the numbers and layout of Konoha, we shall be the heroes of this battle. The firelight positioned Chin's clone against the wall and gestured for the large stone to proceed with the Genjutsu. As the hand seals were swiftly formed, the large stone coldly shouted, Genjutsu, hypnosis. A wave of mental energy emanated from the large stone. Soon, the once tranquil Chin appeared to fall into a stupor. The large stone and firelight exchanged glances, taken aback. The hypnosis was remarkably smooth. It seems we are fortunate. Before the main force arrives, we should be able to extract the information, the firelight expressed with a hint of excitement. As he spoke, he approached Chin, extending his right hand to gently lift her chin. In the next moment, the smile that met his gaze rendered him momentarily rigid. What is the matter? Do I seem capable? The soft voice unfurled like a tempest at that instant. The expressions of Dash and Hwagwang shifted dramatically. Who are you? They demanded, confronted by the girl before them. No, it was more accurate to say that the male voice that emerged made them instantly realize they were ensnared in a trap. Heh, if you step outside, you will soon discover, Chin retorted with a mocking smile. In the next instant, with a resounding crash, her form transformed into a myriad of white mist, dissipating into the ether. The sudden turn of events left Dash and Hwagwang's nerves taut to the utmost degree. Without a moment to ponder, they hastily withdrew and fled. However, as soon as they set foot at the cave's entrance, they were met by the searing blaze that surged toward them. Chapter 58, Blood-Colored Azura Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Lightning Release, Chidori. Uchiha Obito's hands moved swiftly, and the scorching chakra gathered in his mouth before being expelled in an instant. A fireball with a diameter of 5 to 6 meters surged forth, crashing toward the cave entrance with relentless force. Earth Release, Earth-Shattering Technique. The expression of firelight changed dramatically. However, as elite jonin of the Rock Village, their abilities should not be underestimated. Moreover, their extensive combat experience far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. With quick hand seals, they slammed their hands down to the ground. Boom. The solid rocky ground shattered with a resounding crack, and the earth rose up to form a wall, colliding directly with the great fireball. The fireball burst apart, scattering fiery embers like a rain of flames. Seeing the incoming attack thwarted, Firelight and Big Stone swiftly dispersed. However, compared to Big Stone, who possessed camouflage and stealth techniques, Firelight's escape was evidently lacking. As he leapt out of the cave, he suddenly noticed the lightning flash rapidly enlarging in his vision. Kakashi, in a Chidori assault stance, charged at him. "You're seeking death, kid." Firelight's expression changed drastically as he roared in alarm. The ninja blade hidden in his sleeve was swung down toward Kakashi. This attack was undoubtedly a desperate gamble for survival. To Firelight, this seemingly unique kid, in the face of such a life-and-death battle, appeared different. Yet, compared to seasoned ninjas like them, this reckless gamble was fundamentally inferior in terms of mental fortitude. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, two shadows surged toward him at blinding speed. Lightning release, Chidori Shuriken. Two shuriken, crackling with violent arcs of lightning, sliced through the air and struck Firelight's ninja blade. Clang. The crisp sound of metal colliding echoed as the tremendous force sent Firelight's blade flying from his grasp. Witnessing this sudden turn of events, Firelight's expression shifted dramatically, while Kakashi's eyes gleamed with determination. In close proximity, aided by the enhanced speed of the Chidori, Kakashi appeared before Firelight in an instant. Chidori, without a hint of embellishment. Kakashi's right hand, enveloped in lightning, pierced through Firelight's chest like a bolt of lightning. Splatter. Blood erupted forth, creating a shocking scene. Amidst the crimson rain, a sense of dread permeated the air. As Kakashi secured his first kill with Chidori, a rare smile flickered across his face. "Yes, it's you." Firelight's fragmented voice suddenly broke the silence. He turned to Chinyu, who had come to his aid from a short distance away, his expression tinged with madness. "Big Stone. Hurry and escape. Go back and tell Lord Huangtu that the blood-colored Azura has arrived. They must flee at once." His frantic roar echoed through the heavens and the earth. Utilizing a secret technique, he entered the massive stone while cloaked in invisibility, originally intending to draw everyone's attention with a burst of flames before seizing the opportunity to strike at Chinyu and his companions. However, upon hearing a certain name, he hesitated not for a moment and swiftly turned to flee. The blood-colored Azura. This formidable figure, spoken of by the next Raikage from Yunnan village, embodied a legendary battle. The blood-colored Azura amalgamates potent offensive ninjutsu, defensive techniques, and genjutsu into a singular force. Any ninja below the rank of a shadow would find it imperative to escape upon encountering him. Initially, many ninja villages were skeptical of this intelligence. Yet, when they learned of Kirigakure's interest in the strategic stronghold behind Konoha, they ventured to launch a surprise attack, only to face the devastating loss of two members from the infamous Seven Ninja Swordsmen. The name of the blood-colored Azura was thus irrevocably cemented in the annals of the ninja world. What transpired? Uchiha Obito had intended to intervene and protect Noira Rin. However, the sudden turn of events rattled their nerves. "What were you just saying? Who is the blood-colored Azura?" Kakashi's expression shifted as he grasped the collar of the flame-bearer, urgently pressing for answers. Yet, before he could obtain a response, a sound of air being sliced through echoed from behind. "Kakashi, be careful!" Rin cried out in alarm. Obito hurriedly dashed forward. Unfortunately, against the concealed stone, all their efforts felt futile. Observing Kakashi, who was unaware of his enemy's locations, a smirk of mockery crept across the stone's visage. This was a technique he had perfected, comparable to the silent killing techniques of the mist ninjas. In his eyes, Kakashi's moment of diminished offensive strength rendered any further defense utterly impossible. The only option left was to accept his fate as a hostage in the hands of his adversary. "I see you." The quiet utterance surged forth like a tempest. The stone's nerves tightened to their utmost. He glanced hurriedly behind him, only to behold a figure, enveloped in crackling lightning, appearing spectre-like at his back. Their eyes met, and the crimson gaze, reminiscent of a blood moon, plunged him into a chilling abyss. This is the Sharingan." The stone's expression stiffened in realization. He finally comprehended why his opponent could perceive him. Yet, at such a close distance, all seemed futile. With a swift motion, Chinyu unleashed a torrent of lightning, the Chidori erupting forth as a streak of light, piercing through the stone's chest with blinding speed. The sound of blood splattering echoed, transforming into a vast cloud of crimson mist. The stone's eyes widened in disbelief. When they entered the battlefield, they had contemplated the many forms of death that might await them. However, they had never imagined that their demise would come at the hands of a mere child, scarcely 13 or 14 years of age. With a thunderous crash, the lifeless body fell heavily to the ground, blood erupting in a gruesome spectacle. After cleaning the blood from his hands on the large stone, Chinyu remarked, "It is done." In Rock Ninja Village, 3 individuals form a team. Now that we have eliminated all 3, it is likely that they have contacted their main forces. What lies ahead will undoubtedly be a fierce battle. The expressions of Uchiha Obito and his companions were tense. They had just achieved a semblance of victory. However, aside from Kakashi slaying one enemy, Lin Noera had only employed a minor medical ninjutsu, and Obito had merely executed a single fire technique. If the opposing forces indeed arrive in full strength, a dire predicament awaits them. "Kakashi, it seems rain is on the horizon. Should we temporarily withdraw?" he proposed hesitantly. Compared to Obito and Lin, Kakashi was primarily concerned about the ominous flames and the blood-red azura that had emerged. Such a presence could instill fear even in seasoned jonin, placing it on par with the legendary Minato Namikaze. Most importantly, there were only 6 individuals present, aside from the 2 deceased rock ninjas. Kakashi was acutely aware of the animosity between him and Obito. He understood their capabilities well. As for Lin, her proficiency in medical ninjutsu aside, her combat skills and ninjutsu were inferior compared to elite Chunin, let alone instilling terror in 2 rock ninjas. Upon careful consideration, the only formidable figure remaining was Uchiha Chinyu. This individual, who had languished for over a decade in obscurity, suddenly emerged as an elite jonin, garnering respect even from the esteemed Minato Namikaze, who was regarded as the most likely successor to the Hokage title. The mutual regard between them felt as though they were equals. This led Kakashi to firmly believe that the fearsome blood-red azura was inextricably linked to Chinyu. Chapter 59. The Explosive Escape of the Ninja Chinyu. I wish to know, are you truly the blood-colored Ashura they speak of? Kakashi was the first to lose his composure. Uchiha Obito and Noera Rin were equally taken aback, turning their gazes towards Chinyu. The earlier exclamations had stirred doubt within them, and they were eager to ascertain whether Chinyu was indeed the blood-colored Ashura that instilled fear in the hearts of the 2 rock ninjas. Could I possibly claim otherwise? Chinyu thought helplessly. In retrospect, he genuinely wished to confront Uchiha Ai. Why choose such a dreadful name as blood-colored Ashura? Most importantly, the speed with which this rumor spread was astonishing. In a mere span of 7 to 8 days, it had nearly permeated the entire ninja world, making Chinyu suspect that there might be paparazzi lurking in his vicinity. Kakashi and the others were momentarily stunned. Faced with Chinyu's ambiguous response, they felt a profound sense of confusion. However, before they could press further, a series of piercing sounds sliced through the air from all directions. "Be cautious. We are under attack," Kakashi urgently called out, swiftly drawing the chakra dagger from his back. Infused with chakra, the dagger emitted a soft, luminous glow, akin to butterflies in flight. Clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the expanse, accompanied by the sparks that erupted. The sudden turn of events threw Uchiha Obito into disarray once more. Yet this time, amidst the chaos, Uchiha Obito resolutely decided to protect Noera Rin. In a flash, he appeared before her, hands moving deftly as a series of hand seals flowed from his fingers. A searing fireball surged forth, sending the incoming kunai hurtling away. As for Chinyu, he remained the most at ease among the 4. The arcs of lightning crackled around him, effortlessly repelling any kunai that ventured too close. The first wave of attacks soon subsided. Once Kakashi and the others steadied themselves, they beheld a staggering multitude surrounding the basin. 10, 50, 100, 200, 300 figures. Uchiha Obito's complexion paled as he surveyed the densely packed crowd. Their numbers were at least 100 times greater than theirs. Kakashi, could this be the entire reinforcements of the rock ninjas? So many of them. Uchiha Obito could not help but inch closer to Kakashi's side. Noera Rin, too, felt the weight of the overwhelming situation, rendering their trio seemingly powerless. Haha, I did not expect that the 4 of you could defeat the teams of Huaguang and Ashura. It appears you are indeed the much-talked-about blood-colored Ashura. Uchiha Chinyu, a masked ninja, leaped down from a tree. As he landed, a wave of intense steam rose from his body. Chinyu furrowed his brow, quickly searching his mind for any knowledge regarding the rock ninjas. During this moment, Kakashi and the others fell momentarily silent. If they were merely speculating earlier, Now they have received confirmation from each other's words. What is it? Judging by your expressions, it appears that even the recently famed blood-red Azura on the battlefield is unknown to you. The Steam Man chuckled mockingly. It is hardly surprising. Rumors abound of the newly emerged genius of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Chinyu, who has outshone his predecessor, Uchiha Shursui, in the battle at the northwestern stronghold. He reportedly annihilated hundreds with lightning techniques, instilled fear with his illusions akin to tailed beasts, and shook hearts with his black flames, even effortlessly dispatching 2 of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Such a record is undeniably splendid and astonishing. At this point, the Steam Man scoffed, saying, "Tell me, can you truly believe in such tales? I, for one, do not. This is merely a so-called genius warrior conjured by your Konoha in a desperate situation, aimed solely at reversing the tide of battle." His frenzied words carried a hint of madness. Chinyu finally recalled the origins of this rock ninja before him. He had initially expected the leader of this mission to be the favored son of Inoki, the second Tsuchikage, but instead, he encountered a bloodline limit user and explosion release ninja named Sho. Explosion release is a unique bloodline limit. Upon contact with the enemy, it triggers a massive explosion, the force of which is measured by chakra capacity. According to the original text, this Sho possesses strength on par with that of a Kage. Otherwise, he would not have caught the attention of the likes of Bairu. "Kid, it seems you've discerned my identity," Sho grinned menacingly. "You have not erred. I am indeed Sho, the explosion release ninja. I care not whether you are the blood-red Azura or the white Azura. If you wish to avoid suffering, I suggest you surrender without resistance and spare me the exertion." As his words fell, the atmosphere in the field shifted dramatically. Hundreds of rock ninjas simultaneously fixed their gaze upon Chinyu. Much like Sho, they regarded Chinyu as nothing more than a fictional genius warrior fabricated by a desperate Konoha. Chinyu. Kakashi could no longer contain his composure. They did not believe Sho's claims. Yet as fellow Konoha ninjas, they had never heard of any feats attributed to Uchiha Chinyu. In such a critical moment, doubt was inevitable. There were a total of 365 individuals, half of whom were shadow clones. "I say, does your rock ninja village take pleasure in inflating their numbers?" Chinyu suddenly chuckled. "Did you not claim to be unafraid? Why then mobilize such a large force against me and 3 mere children?" His voice, though not loud, swept through the air like a hurricane. The leading Sho's expression faltered momentarily. This basin spans at least several thousand meters of open terrain. The rock ninjas had encircled the area, leaving no room for escape. Moreover, Sho had given orders for everyone to deploy at least 1 shadow clone. While this would diminish their individual strength, it would also enhance their numerical presence, creating an imposing sense of pressure. However, the currently dispersed formation was easily discerned by the opponent. Both in numbers and strategy, it was laid bare with a single remark. No enemy, regardless of their prowess, could achieve such clarity. Is it the Sharingan? Sho met Chinyu's gaze. Yet, he quickly recalled something significant and hastily averted his eyes. His expression darkening as he spoke, the Crimson Nine-Tomo Sharingan is utterly distinct from the ordinary eyes of the Uchiha clan. You are truly exceptional. Chapter 60. Take care of yourself. First, it is indeed somewhat special. Otherwise, how could it stand out? Chinyu smiled warmly. His gaze suddenly shifted, crossing over Sho, and landing outside the encirclement. Are they all ready to slice? It seems the time has come to commence. Commence? Sho was momentarily taken aback, then burst into unrestrained laughter. Kid, are you suggesting it's time to meet your end? Even if you discern that half of us are mere shadow clones, we are the elite among the rock shinobi, far beyond the capabilities of scoundrels like you. With that, Sho raised his hand and made a slashing motion across his throat. Prepare to meet your demise. Kakashi and the others turned pale, instinctively positioning themselves back to back, while their peripheral vision remained fixated on Uchiha Chinyu. Faced with such a seemingly inevitable doom, anyone would feel a sense of foreboding. Yet, Uchiha Chinyu alone maintained his composure. It's about time this comes to an end, Chinyu suddenly spoke. The expressions of everyone present froze momentarily. The leader, Sho, laughed even more heartily. Kid, you truly jest. In this situation, what do you plan to do? Do you honestly believe someone will come to your rescue? In response to this, images of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, flashed through Kakashi and the others' minds. While they were unfamiliar with Chinyu, the deeds and renown of the Golden Flash of Konoha were unmistakable. If they could secure his support, escaping alive might not be an insurmountable challenge. My apologies. It seems I have been too low-key, making it easy for others to overlook me, Chinyu remarked playfully, raising his hand toward the sky. Look closely. It is clear who is truly surrounded. His inexplicable words caused even Kakashi and the others to lose their composure, hurriedly looking up at the sky. The moment they did, their pupils constricted sharply, their eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. Boom! A deafening thunderclap suddenly echoed, creating a sensation akin to thunderous roars. Dark clouds loomed over the sky, forming a massive vortex, with arcs of lightning writhing like electric serpents. Within this vortex, the ethereal silhouette of a Kirin appeared, shocking all present. At that moment, everyone was jolted to awareness. Sho's previous statements were undeniably true. The accumulated lightning in the sky emitted an aura of devastation. It was likely the legendary super lightning technique said to annihilate hundreds of cloud shinobi. Kid, have you lost your mind? If that attack descends, you will perish too. Sho's expression changed dramatically. Upon their arrival, they had been captivated by Chin Yu's fearsome reputation as the bloodied Shura, completely oblivious to the changes in the sky. Kakashi and the others' nerves were taut as a finely tuned string. The scene before them was beyond their wildest expectations. Should it truly descend, as Sho had said, their demise would be certain. Our safety is not something for you to worry about. What you should be concerned with is how to survive this impending attack. Chin Yu chuckled with a hint of amusement, his right hand gesturing as the thunder blade materialized before him. With a swift motion, the blade, infused with Chin Yu's chakra, pierced through the void with remarkable force. A resounding boom echoed as the amassed thunderstorm was instantly drawn towards him. A roar erupted, reminiscent of a primordial beast, as the thunder split the heavens and the earth. In the next moment, the Kirin, lurking within the lightning, burst forth from the clouds, descending with breathtaking speed, leaving no room for escape. Kakashi and his companions turned pale at the sight. In the instant the lightning struck, all that remained was a tempest of thunder. The sound reverberated violently, leaving them with a singular thought, to shut their eyes and await their fate. The thunder surged skyward, erupting like a frenzied tide, wreaking havoc across a 10,000-meter radius. Trees and fleeing rock shinobi alike were rendered powerless against the onslaught. The overwhelming deluge of lightning engulfed everyone, shattering even the formidable mountains into fragments. It was not until a minute or two later that calm returned. The leaden clouds dispersed, and the wandering lightning faded, leaving behind a charred basin and a ravaged forest. The epicenter where the Kirin struck had sunk like a funnel into the ground. A colossal, ethereal figure stood amidst the ruins. Besides Chin Fong, there were also Kakashi and his companions. All right, if you haven't perished from fright, open your eyes, Chin Yu remarked nonchalantly. Kakashi and the others felt their muscles twitch involuntarily, only to realize that they felt no pain whatsoever. We are not dead? That attack was cataclysmic. Obito Uchiha exclaimed, hastily opening his eyes. He gazed at the Susanoo enveloping them, his expression frozen, nearly wide-eyed in disbelief. This scene was overwhelmingly shocking to him. Was this the force that shielded them at the brink of annihilation? Rin Nohara's expression darkened as she beheld the blood-red Susanoo surrounding them. They finally understood why Chin Yu was dubbed the Blood-Red Azura. The power of that lightning technique must have reached an S-class level, yet this Azura remained unscathed, exhibiting even greater defensive prowess. Kakashi's countenance grew grim as he recalled how, not long ago, he had boasted his so-called Chidori before Chin Yu. He felt a pang of embarrassment, wishing for a chasm to swallow him whole. This is Susanoo, one of the ocular techniques belonging to the Manjiki Sharingan. Chin Yu explained with a hint of detachment. However, his brows soon furrowed, revealing an unexpected expression. Chin Yu, are you saying that if I activate my Sharingan, I too could wield such power? Obito's face brightened with excitement. Kakashi, did you hear that? Our Uchiha clan is exceptionally gifted. I will soon catch up to you. Kakashi's expression darkened slightly as he couldn't help but gaze into Chin Yu's eyes. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, it felt as though his very soul was being tugged by an unseen hand. It seemed that with just a glance from Chin Yu, his essence would be drawn in. Kakashi, are you alright? Are you perhaps intimidated by my potential? Uchiha Obito remarked, patting Kakashi on the shoulder, seizing a rare opportunity to assert his dominance. He was unwilling to let it slip away. Enough of that. Kakashi snapped back to reality after a moment of distraction. Casting a glance at Chin Yu, he stated, his Sharingan is not ordinary. If it were so easily attainable, your Uchiha clan would not have been the first to earn the title of Blood Azura. I believe, to reach such a level requires formidable abilities, and in your lifetime, you may never have the chance to achieve it. Uchiha Obito was momentarily speechless with indignation. However, he found himself unable to counter Kakashi's words. He was not a fool. And with Kakashi's revelation, he clearly understood the underlying truth. Chapter 61. The hiding place of Uchiha Obito. Very well, you shall remain here to await the arrival of Minato Namikaze, while I attend to certain matters. Shinyu dismissed his Susanoo. Kakashi and the others were momentarily taken aback and exclaimed, "What has happened? Shinyu? Is there an overlooked threat?" Initially, Shinyu intended to devise an excuse, but Kakashi's prompt concern alleviated his burden. Indeed, there were other ninjas who had been observing from a distance, remaining outside the range of attack. Shinyu nodded and remarked, however, he too must have been impacted by the residual force of the assault and likely sustained injuries. "Let us go together," Uchiha Obito urged, unable to contain his anxiety. Observing his earnest expression, Shinyu could not help but smirk and retorted, "Are you afraid? You wish to awaken your Sharingan, yet you continually evade battle. You shall never succeed unless you confront challenges and your adversaries head-on. That is the only path to your victory." Shinyu patted Uchiha Obito on the shoulder and then turned to Kakashi, stating, "You will be the captain from this point onward. I have no use for this Thunder Blade. Consider it a gift to celebrate your promotion to Jonin. Do not forget. The White Fang of Konoha stands above the legendary Sannin. You must possess a measure of discernment regarding right and wrong. Remember the swordsmanship of the White Fang. If you do not wish to learn it, you may return it to me." With those words, the lightning coursing through Shinyu surged dramatically. In the next instant, he vanished without a trace. "He truly has departed," Uchiha Obito murmured. "Will Shinyu return?" At this, Kakashi and the others felt a sudden stiffness in their expressions. Shinyu's words had carried the weight of finality. "Should we go to his aid?" Lin Noera said anxiously. "We are a team. While we may not possess the strength of Shinyu, we cannot simply stand idly by." Lin's sentiments were echoed by Uchiha Obito, who urgently concurred, "She is right. We must assist Shinyu." However, as he took a step forward, Kakashi halted him. "Obito, do you truly believe we can handle an opponent that even Shinyu deems formidable? Let us not forget that we were utterly ineffective moments ago. Our only course of action now is to await the arrival of our teacher, Minato, and inform him of the events that have transpired here." Meanwhile, at a distance from where Shinyu had engaged the rock ninja, a charred figure emerged from the earth, his face etched with terror. "That was close. So very close to death. Had I not preemptively cultivated spores and retained a contingency plan, I would have undoubtedly perished beneath that Kirin." Black Zetsu's pallid visage revealed his fear. This time, he had inhabited the body of a rock ninja, intending to seize an opportunity to deliver a descendant of the Uchiha clan to Uchiha Madara to further execute their plans. Based on intelligence, he had discovered the presence of 2 Uchiha clan members on the battlefield. In his mind, capturing 2 members from a clan of nearly 200 should have been a trivial task. As he journeyed forth, he relentlessly incited the hunt, willing to pay any price to capture his enemies. However, Black Zetsu was utterly unprepared for the encounter with the recently renowned blood-colored Azura. With an immense power, he swiftly eliminated them all using merely a lightning release technique. Had Black Zetsu not retained a modicum of caution, he would likely have met his demise by now. It was imperative that he inform Uchiha Obito of the emergence of a formidable presence within the Uchiha clan. After surveying his surroundings, he swiftly chose a direction and fled. In his perception, the enigmatic gaze of Shinyu bore a striking resemblance to that of Uchiha Obito. Truly, he was a resilient creature, akin to an indomitable cockroach. Shinyu emerged from the shadows, observing the retreating figure with a bemused expression. In the original narrative, after Uchiha Obito was entombed by the Earth-style technique of H-Ki, Kakashi executed a counterattack and subsequently encountered a formidable force of rock shinobi. Shortly thereafter, Minato Namikaze arrived using his Flying Thunder God technique to rescue him. Regrettably, during the aftermath, Uchiha Obito's body was never discovered, leading Shinyu to speculate that Black Zetsu had been lurking in the basin from the very beginning, perhaps even possessing a rock shinobi. Thus, from the onset, Shinyu had been preparing to present a grand gift to Black Zetsu, which is why he had employed the lightning style, Kirin. Allowing him to retain his insignificant life was all in the pursuit of a meeting with Uchiha Obito. According to the timeline of the original story, Uchiha Obito had already transplanted the Rinnegan into Nagato's body. Furthermore, due to his lifespan and the lingering repercussions from his battle with the first Hokage, his strength had diminished significantly. Nevertheless, facing the legendary ninja, Shinyu resolved to exercise caution. Otherwise, he risked capsizing in the depths of treachery, a situation unbecoming of his usual demeanor. After a considerable time, Shinyu stood before the silent village of grass, momentarily taken aback. He finally comprehended why the village of grass had shown no resistance to the passage of rock shinobi. With Black Zetsu having fled to this locale, it was likely that this place served as Uchiha Obito's sanctuary, with the village of grass firmly under their control. Maintain vigilance. This is a crucial moment. The village chief has ordered that no leaf or rock shinobi may enter the village, a minor leader commanded as he appeared at the village entrance. The two grass shinobi concealed in the shadows immediately heightened their alertness. However, in the next instant, their pupils dilated in shock. A figure enveloped in lightning appeared before the minor leader, and with a flash of lightning from his right hand, a massive head was sent soaring. Enemy attack. This thought flashed through the minds of the two sentinels. Just as they prepared to issue an urgent signal, the lightning-wreathed figure, like a specter, materialized beside them. You ought to take a moment's rest, he murmured. With both hands transformed into blades, Shinyu swiftly struck down upon the napes of his adversaries. The duo barely had time to utter a cry before they succumbed to unconsciousness. Having dispatched the outer ninjas, Shinyu did not linger for a moment. In a mere flicker, he melded into the shadows of the Grass Ninja Village. In stark contrast to the Hidden Leaf Village, the Grass Ninja Village could easily be deemed a mere imitation. The population of the village scarcely exceeded 1,000, with only a little over 100 individuals qualifying as ninjas. Among them, those capable of standing alone as Nin were likely less than a third, and having a mere 10 Nin was considered quite commendable. Thus, the Grass Ninja Village had long served merely as a buffer zone between the Hidden Leaf and the Rock Ninja villages. The audacity of allowing the Rock Ninjas to advance so brazenly was a revelation that far surpassed the understanding of the Leaf. From the earlier hypnosis, it was revealed that the cave ahead was a forbidden area of the Grass Ninja Village, where Uchiha Obito was likely concealed. Shinyu mused to himself. With his current strength, he could traverse not only the Grass Ninja Village, but even the Hidden Leaf Village with ease. Were it not for the concern of alerting the snake in the grass and allowing Uchiha Obito and Kurizetsu to escape, he would undoubtedly have pressed forward to demand the surrender of their leader. A sound echoed, reminiscent of Kurizetsu's voice. Shinyu raised an eyebrow, a flicker of delight crossing his features. Chapter 62. My apologies. I am overwhelmed. Within the shadowy confines of the cave, an ancient figure sat solemnly in a chair. His face etched with deep wrinkles resembling the bark of an aged tree, exuding an aura of imminent demise. A grave situation had arisen. Our plans had been thwarted. Kurizetsu hastily entered the cave. Uchiha Obito lifted his heavy eyelids, his brow furrowing involuntarily. In his recollections and designs, Kurizetsu was merely a replica of his mental essence, expected to remain composed. The current display of panic exceeded his control. What transpired? Why did you fail to retrieve the subject as instructed? What use are you to me? Uchiha Obito admonished sharply. Kurizetsu hesitated, realizing that after his excursion to the threshold of death, he had entirely forgotten his identity. Observing the displeasure etched on Uchiha Obito's face, he felt a surge of irritation. Yet, the thought of resurrecting his mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki, tempered his frustration as he clenched his fist slightly before regaining his composure. My lord Obito, it was my lapse. An unforeseen complication arose. A young man from the Uchiha clan, possessing the same direct Mangeki Sharingan as you, intervened. Not only did he rescue our target, but he also unleashed a formidable lightning technique, annihilating the entirety of the Rock Shinobi village. Had I not prepared a contingency, I may not have returned to report to you. Direct Mangeki Sharingan. Uchiha Obito's expression shifted dramatically. The term referred to a specific designation within the Uchiha clan, synonymous with the Mangeki itself. However, during his period of subterfuge, he had meticulously observed the Uchiha lineage. Apart from Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Fugaku, he had not detected anyone exhibiting the potential for the Mangeki Sharingan. Furthermore, the method to awaken the Mangeki Sharingan was known solely to him. In his quest for dominion over the clan, Uchiha Obito had always been selfish, refraining from divulging such knowledge. Otherwise, if every member possessed a Mangeki, his own worth would diminish. My lord Obito, I only know that this individual is referred to as Uchiha Shinyu. After infiltrating the Rock Shinobi, I learned that he recently revealed his true prowess during a confrontation with the Cloud and Mist Shinobi at the northwestern pass of Konoha. Kurizetsu paused before continuing. It appears he has awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, enabling him to exhibit such extraordinary strength. He even manifested Susanoo. Susanoo? Uchiha Obito's countenance darkened. I did not anticipate he had ascended to such heights. What was once a pawn I expected to cultivate with great effort has now matured into a formidable entity. Kurizetsu. You must devise a means to capture him. Capture him? Kurizetsu's expression shifted in apprehension. This diverged from our original strategy. Possessing the Manjiki Sharingan and having activated Susanoo indicates that he has maximized its potential. Convincing him to serve our interests will undoubtedly prove challenging. In Kurizetsu's perspective, the initial target, Uchiha Obito, had yet to awaken his Sharingan. Suddenly emerging, Uchiha Chinyu, a wielder of the Manjiki Sharingan, possesses an unparalleled mastery of the profound Susanoo. His prowess is such that his first strike resonates with formidable might. Given the circumstances surrounding Uchiha Madara, it seems that the outcome of a confrontation with Chinyu is shrouded in uncertainty. Black Zetsu, it appears you are increasingly diverging from my expectations, Uchiha Madara remarked coldly. I have orchestrated events from the shadows for years, wars, exterminations, and plunders. That incident slipped from my grasp. As long as you bring Uchiha Chinyu back to me, I am utterly confident that you will kneel before me, ready to serve. At this point, Uchiha Madara turned his gaze to Black Zetsu. His Sharingan swirling ominously as he intoned, "Do you understand?" The expression on Black Zetsu's face shifted. He was acutely aware that any further aberrant behavior might incite Madara's suspicion. Given his inherently distrustful nature, should Madara discover that he was not the so-called product of his psyche, the ensuing plans would surely falter. With this thought, Black Zetsu's demeanor transformed. He nodded solemnly and replied, "I shall go at once." With that, he pivoted and strode towards the cave's exit. However, as he took his first step, a sight before him jolted his nerves. Fire style, great fireball technique. A searing blaze surged towards him. The fireball, measuring several meters in diameter, unleashed a torrent of intense heat that dramatically elevated the air temperature. The sudden emergence of this spectacle rattled both Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara. In their eyes, the only individual capable of executing such an overwhelming fire technique was none other than Uchiha Chinyu. Lord Madara. Black Zetsu's expression shifted dramatically, and he could only manage a frantic call as the colossal fireball loomed closer, rapidly enlarging in his vision. The intense heat ignited his garments. Just as he contemplated retreating, a figure swiftly appeared before him. Though Uchiha Madara appeared aged, his movements remained swift. Wielding the Uchiha clan's fan, he struck out against the blazing fireball. Uchiha rebound. In an instant, the fiery orb momentarily stalled. The next moment, it was propelled away with the force of a cannonball, its velocity surpassing that at which it had approached. Crashing into the distant rocky cliffside. With a thunderous roar, flames shot skyward, causing the shadowy valley to tremble violently. The ground scorched in the wake of the fireball, with structures reduced to ashes. The acrid scent of charred earth filled the air as blackened soil and smoke ascended. Standing together, Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu observed the figure descending outside the cave, their expressions darkening. "Apologies, my excitement got the better of me. Upon hearing of your intent to capture me, I couldn't resist making an uninvited entrance," Chinyu remarked with a warm smile. Slightly flustered, his hand trembled as he carelessly tossed a small projectile, adding, "I hope I haven't harmed you." "You." The expression on Kurizetsu's face was shrouded in deep darkness. This marked the second occasion when he had narrowly escaped death at the hands of Chinyu. The first incident may have been a mere accident, yet the second time left no doubt about the gravity of the situation. Had it not been for Uchiha Madara's timely intervention, even if he had employed the substitution technique, he would likely have suffered a devastating blow. "What is it? Are you feeling indignant?" Chinyu gazed at Kurizetsu with keen interest, remarking, "You truly possess a remarkable fate. During the time in the basin, you evaded death, and now, facing direct assault, you have been rescued once more. Truly, you are a creature that has survived for a millennium." Chapter 63. Would you consider me your little brother, a millennial monster? The expression on Uchiha Madara's face subtly shifted. Kurizetsu was no exception. This was a secret. If Uchiha Madara was the mastermind behind decades of wars, genocide, and plunder, then he had been orchestrating the tumultuous changes in the ninja world for centuries. Both the rival Senju clan and the Uchiha clan were masterpieces of his design. It could be said that everything unfolded under his meticulous control, unnoticed by anyone. However, now that Chinyu had directly pointed out this secret, it left Kurizetsu perplexed, questioning whether this knowledge was genuine or feigned. "Are you Uchiha Chinyu?" Uchiha Madara coldly inquired. "The Kurizetsu you speak of is my replica. It is a pleasure to see you come personally. This confirms that I have not mistaken my target. Child, you should be well aware of who I am. I am Uchiha's greatest and most powerful, Uchiha Madara, your ancestor. I possess strength that rivals that of the god of ninjas. Even after Senja Hashirama's demise, I still endure. This signifies that I am the most formidable existence. No one in the ninja world can compare to me." As he spoke, a hint of savagery crept onto Uchiha Madara's visage. If Senja Hashirama were not already dead, with my superior ocular techniques, I would have utterly annihilated him, becoming the undisputed strongest in the ninja realm. "Child, do you desire power greater than what you currently possess? If you are willing to become my instrument of vengeance, I shall reveal the means to achieve it." His words dripped with an alluring temptation. For any Uchiha clansman, it might have held sway. Yet, as a time traveler familiar with the world of Naruto and equipped with a leveling system, the notion of being Uchiha Madara's subordinate was utterly absurd. "What are you contemplating?" Uchiha Madara scoffed, his eyes gleaming with mockery, the Rinnegan surpassing the Sharingan within his gaze. Had he not fortuitously seized Hashirama's cells, he would never have discovered this power. Now, using it as leverage to entice a junior was more than sufficient. "Apologies, but I have no interest in the Rinnegan," Shinyu suddenly interjected. The expressions of Uchiha Madara and Kurizetsu instantly stiffened, their gazes towards Shinyu tinged with incredulity. It was widely known that the transformation of the Sharingan into the Rinnegan was the greatest secret hidden within the Uchiha and Senju clans. Had Uchiha Madara not been fortunate, he would have perished in that fateful battle. Now, Shinyu had effortlessly unveiled Madara's bargaining chip. How could this not be shocking? "Young man, what are you saying?" Uchiha Madara's demeanor grew increasingly sinister. "Where did you acquire information about the Rinnegan? Was it intel left behind by Senja Hashirama?" In the eyes of Uchiha Madara, the only person worthy of his regard was Senja Hashirama. He would never believe that a mere descendant of the Uchiha clan could possess knowledge of the Rinnegan's existence. "What do you think?" Shinyu remarked with a playful smile. "Perhaps if you became my subordinate, I might consider restoring you." This whisper sent shockwaves through the expressions of Uchiha Madara and Kurizetsu. From the very beginning, the youth before them had directly unveiled the secrets they held dear. With no hesitation, as if he were intimately familiar with it all. Had this young man lived for decades, or even centuries, they might have believed he was monitoring them all along. Yet, judging by his youthful appearance, he appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years old, making such surveillance implausible. How did he come to know so much? "What's the matter, unwilling?" Shinyu teased with a smile. "I come bearing sincerity, and if you refuse, things could become quite difficult for you. The only option left would be to eliminate you." As his words faded, the expressions of Uchiha Madara and Kurizetsu darkened, and they shouted in unison, "Attack!" A multitude of white Zetsu figures materialized behind Shinyu, numbering at least 30 or 40. Upon their appearance, they launched themselves directly at him. It seemed that negotiations had failed. Bolts of lightning crackled around Shinyu as he stomped his foot down, shattering the ground beneath him. The violent currents wreaked havoc, obliterating the white Zetsu concealed underground. Simultaneously, Uchiha Shinyu vanished like a specter, reappearing before Uchiha Madara. Reflux. With a powerful clash, his fists came together, enveloped in lightning, unleashing a surge of electric power in the millions of volts. Without any embellishment, the force descended upon Uchiha Madara. What incredible speed! Uchiha Madara's expression shifted dramatically. Had it not been for his Sharingan, he might not have been able to perceive Chinyu's movements. This was a testament to the power he had acquired after bestowing the Rinnegan to Nagato, although the strength might not have matched his peak. He was still capable of utilizing his ocular techniques. Susanoo. A torrent of blue chakra erupted, instantly forming rib-like structures around Uchiha Madara, shielding both him and Kurizetsu. Boom. The thunderous impact of lightning struck down, the immense force and sparking electricity resonating like a thunderclap. The ground crumbled beneath them, and the newly formed Susanoo sank several inches. Cough, cough. A violent fit of coughing echoed amidst the swirling dust, and through the translucent Susanoo, it was evident that Uchiha Madara was spitting blood. Bind him. Kurizetsu's expression changed drastically. At this juncture, Uchiha Madara was already on the brink of death. Merely sustaining himself to this point was quite remarkable. A significant portion of the credit belongs to the cells of Hashirama Senju, which have tenuously sustained his vitality. If faced with a typical adversary, wielding the current prowess of Uchiha Madara, effortlessly subduing the entire hidden grass village would pose no challenge. However, what stands before him is a mysterious young prodigy who has awakened the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, seemingly capable of perceiving all. This implies that the ensuing battle is rife with uncertainties. Kurizetsu, grant me power. Uchiha Madara exclaimed, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His expression contorted with rage. A mere junior dares to show such disrespect to an ancestor. I shall make you aware that even with the Manjiki Sharingan, There exists a vast chasm between us. His frenzied roar sent a jolt through Kurizetsu's senses. In a certain sense, it indeed resonated with the cells of Uchiha Madara, allowing for a degree of shared power. However, once this method is employed, it signifies that Uchiha Madara would be sacrificing his life force, rendering the final plan unfeasible. This could disrupt his meticulously laid plans. Chapter 64. Now discussing Madara Kurizetsu, what are you contemplating? Quickly grant me your power. Only by eliminating him can the plan proceed. Uchiha Madara bellowed. As a being not to be underestimated, even by Senju Hashirama, it was an immense humiliation for Madara to be belittled by a junior in his twilight years. Kurizetsu, should that old fool take my life, I assure you, I shall take yours as well. You ought to think carefully, Chinyu remarked with a playful smile. No, it should be stated that whether he kills me or not, your demise is inevitable. The initial part of his statement seemed to offer Kurizetsu a glimmer of hope. However, the latter portion twisted his expression into one of anguish. Like Madara, who had lived for countless years, he had never been so scorned. Most importantly, the secret he had guarded for over a millennium, which even Madara was unaware of, had been effortlessly exposed by the youth before him. This ignited a murderous intent within Kurizetsu, glaring at the amused Chinyu. Kurizetsu's face contorted with rage. Very well, if you seek death, then allow Madara to demonstrate what despair truly is. Roots erupted from within Kurizetsu, plunging deeply into Madara's body. As the roots writhed, a torrent of power surged into Madara, overwhelming him like a tidal wave. Madara roared fiercely as his once withered form began to rejuvenate. The skin, once lined with wrinkles, tightened as a colossal aura emanated from him. In this moment, Madara, igniting the remnants of his life force, was evidently 10 times stronger than before. While he may not have reached his prime, he could effortlessly dispatch 10 foes of a lesser caliber. This is the sensation of power. As Madara felt the surging energy within him, the murderous intent on his face intensified. He understood this was a battle fueled by the burning of his life. The outcome must be determined swiftly. Fire style, great fireball technique. A searing chakra gathered in Madara's mouth, and in the next moment, it was expelled in an instant. A blazing fireball, dozens of meters in diameter, surged forth towards Chinyu with tremendous force. A commendable display of might. Chinyu chuckled with intrigue. Your current strength is but a fraction of your prime, perhaps 1/10 or 1/20th. Can I assert that such power cannot defeat me? The words, though softly spoken, nearly sent Madara into a fit of rage. As his expression twisted in fury, his gaze fell upon the whirling chakra sphere in Chinyu's hand. Buzzing. The sharp, piercing roar was agonizing to the eardrums. Is this madness? He has refined his form to its zenith and infused it with wind-release chakra, merging elemental and form transformations into a frenzied amalgamation. The speed of that rotational slicing could undoubtedly rend mountains to shreds. Kurizetsu's expression changed dramatically. However, as the energy vessel of Uchiha Madara, he found himself utterly trapped, unable to escape. His only recourse was to watch the battle unfold. With a sudden thrust, Chinyu hurled the wind release, Rasengan, which collided instantaneously with the oncoming fireball. The wind served to amplify the flames. Yet, in circumstances where the wind was strong and the fire weak, the dominant position had evidently shifted. At the moment of their brief contact, the searing fireball was cleaved in two. The resulting explosion of flames was instantly drawn into the wind release, Rasengan. Fire is born of wind, and wind nurtures fire. In this harmonious interplay, the fervent flames surged skyward, descending like a comet of fire towards Uchiha Madara's Susanoo with tremendous force. A thunderous roar erupted as the fiery tempest soared. A violent wave of energy intermingled with flames and wind blades, obliterating everything in its path. The cave collapsed under the impact, reduced to mere rubble. The surrounding cliffs of the valley bore deep, claw-like scars, a sight both shocking and awe-inspiring. Not a single tree in the valley was spared, each one snapped in half. The soaring gusts even pierced the cumulonimbus clouds above. This cataclysmic scene reverberated throughout the grass shinobi village. The few remaining elite shinobi hurriedly assembled under the guidance of an elderly elder. Their gazes were transfixed upon the figure emerging from the inferno, a Susanoo with but a single head. The presence enveloped within it caused their expressions to shift dramatically. Elder. It is Lord Madara, exclaimed one shinobi, unable to contain his agitation as he inquired, who dares to battle Lord Madara? They had long since fallen under the control of Uchiha Madara's Meijiki Sharingan. According to Madara's scheme, should he perish, the illusion he wielded would compel the manipulated grass shinobi to take their own lives. Such a plan was designed to be foolproof, leaving no trace for Konoha or Iwagakure to investigate. However, Chinyu's sudden emergence shattered his grand design. It is a youth, and he wields the same ocular techniques as Lord Madara, one of the grass shinobi remarked, his expression shifting from shock to fervor. In their eyes, Uchiha Madara was a god, an omnipotent being, the very essence of their strength. Yet, in stark contrast to their zeal, Madara's pupils narrowed in silence. The earlier resistance against the wind release, Rasengan had already drained a significant portion of his ocular power. Initially, he believed this to be Chinyu's ultimate technique. But observing the distinct orbs in his hands, his cheeks twitched slightly. As Chinyu had stated, he was temporarily harnessing the power of Kagaya's essence to restore a fraction of his strength. At the onset, Uchiha Madara had thought that with the Susanoo at his disposal, he would remain invincible against this mere junior. Coupled with his unparalleled combat experience and various tactics, eliminating this junior should pose no challenge. However, after personally witnessing the formidable power of the wind release, Rasengan, the sight of Chinyu's water release, Rasengan and lightning release, Rasengan now sent a shiver down his spine. Why did he remain motionless? With a playful smile, Chinyu remarked, if one Rasengan cannot resolve the matter, then let it be two, and if that fails, we shall resort to three. My esteemed ancestor. Do you not agree? In that moment, his words resonated ominously within Uchiha Obito, evoking a sense of impending doom. Observing Chinyu's warm smile, Obito felt an inexplicable illusion. Compared to him, Chinyu seemed more like an ancient monster who had lived for centuries. Young one, perhaps we should have a conversation, Obito suddenly spoke. Kurizetsu was taken aback, never expecting the illustrious Uchiha Obito to utter such words. Yet, the next moment, the words that reached his ears thundered through his nerves like a clap of lightning. Talk? I just offered you a chance to be my subordinate. And now you should take your leave to the underworld and keep your company there. As his voice fell, Chinyu hurled the water release, Rasengan and the wind release, Rasengan with lightning speed. If wind and fire are complementary, then water and lightning are no exception. With the fundamental transformation of the Rasengan's nature, the two distinct elemental attacks were unleashed in an instant. The power of their collision was unimaginable, even to Chinyu himself. Chapter 65. The celestial obstruction and the shaking stars in the desolate battleground, two colossal phantoms stood in stark opposition. Under the astonished gazes of the grass ninjas and Uchiha Madara, Chinyu hurled forth the water release, spiraling sphere, and the lightning release, spiraling sphere. A mere 100 meters spanned in the blink of an eye. The two spiraling spheres collided violently against Madara's Susanoo, perhaps due to being in a weakened state. The Susanoo summoned by Madara appeared only as a singular head, lacking the formidable three-headed form from the original narrative. In the face of the impending spiraling spheres, he could only raise his hands in a futile attempt to block. Boom! The sound of an explosion akin to thunder erupted suddenly. At that moment, the combined forces of lightning and water reached their zenith, unleashing a ferocious power that twisted back upon itself. The water's might, under the intense compression of the spiraling sphere, transformed into countless high-pressure water blades, while the lightning chakra morphed into innumerable needle-like strikes. This saturated assault enveloped Madara's Susanoo entirely. The ensuing force, born from the amalgamation of lightning and water, obliterated everything within a radius of 500 to 600 meters. The fierce winds, laden with shards of the lightning water blades, swept towards the spectators. Some grass ninjas, caught off guard, cried out in agony as blood erupted from their bodies. Others suffered grievous injuries, with entire arms severed at the elbow. Witnessing this scene, the leading elder's expression changed dramatically. Those present were the elite of their grass ninja village. The loss of even one was a significant blow. Fall back, he commanded, glancing at Madara, still ensnared within the tumult of the explosion, a flicker of indecision crossing his face. As soon as the order was given, regardless of their injuries, the grass ninjas retreated in haste. However, just a few steps back, they suddenly trembled as if ensnared by an unseen force. In the depths of their eyes flashed the imprint of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Chinyu took note of this alarming development. It appeared that they had all fallen under Madara's deep hypnosis, manipulated at this critical juncture. Fire release, Great Fireball. Fire release, Phoenix Fire. Lightning release, Earth Walk. A sequence of attacks erupted instantaneously. Even the severely injured grass ninjas were not exempt, disregarding their wounds entirely. In their minds, only a singular voice echoed, incessantly inciting them to attack, urging them that even in death, They must not relent. Boom. The onslaught of attacks rained down upon Susanoo. Regrettably, this cohort of so-called elite ninjas from the grass village possessed little true merit, having been hastily elevated to serve as mere figureheads. Furthermore, the village lacked systematic instruction in ninjutsu. All techniques were mere imitations, cobbled together with disparate experiences, rendering their effectiveness vastly inferior to the complete forms. Shinyu recalled that in the original narrative, a band of wandering grass ninjas had resorted to stealing techniques from others, only to dilute them with their own haphazard experiences. Ultimately, the entire Kakashi squad was vanquished, rendering them akin to a mere band of bombers among the miscellaneous forces. As the echoes of the explosions faded and the flames receded, the group of grass ninjas clearly yearned to launch a second wave of assault. Amidst the rapid hand seals, Shinyu made his move. No, it would be more accurate to say he stirred his eyelids. In an instant, his eyes widened, and the Nine-Tomo Rinnegan began to whirl furiously. The pitch-black flames erupted like spectral fire from the depths of the underworld. Amaterasu, dozens of grass ninjas, including the elder, were instantaneously engulfed by the black flames. The sudden spectacle even caused Uchiha Madara, who was amidst the explosion, to change his expression. He had never anticipated that Shinyu, despite his youth, could be so ruthless. Moreover, this awakened Manjiki Sharingan possessed not only Susanoo, but also this foreboding black fire, serving as a means of physical attack. Originally, Uchiha Madara had intended to use this group to disrupt Shinyu. However, it became evident that such a plan was futile. As he witnessed his last trump card effortlessly dismantled by Shinyu, a flicker of madness crossed Uchiha Madara's face as he roared in a ghastly manner. "You force my hand, boy. Since you wish for my demise, let us depart together." Uchiha Madara clasped his hands together, channeling the scant chakra within him into Susanoo. What began as a single-headed Susanoo surged with an overwhelming presence. In a frenzied motion, two additional heads emerged. A roar akin to a wild beast erupted from Susanoo's mouth. The six arms suddenly expanded, tearing apart the explosive force of the lightning water sphere. As Uchiha Madara's hands came together again, Susanoo's six arms began to move swiftly. A rapid succession of hand seals ensued, causing Shinyu to raise an eyebrow and let out a wry smile. "You old man. Even in death you refuse to grant me respite. Is this the heaven-shaking star?" Uchiha Madara's expression faltered as he cast a surprised glance at Shinyu. He had not anticipated that Shinyu would know the technique he was about to employ. However, utilizing this final move had already drained Uchiha Madara of his last vestige of vitality, leaving him unable to pursue further. When he clasped his hands together, the once dwindling life within him extinguished as his eyes closed, marking his demise. Boom. A deep sonic boom reverberated through the sky. Enormous boulders plummeted from above, invoking an inexplicable sense of oppression. As meteors clashed with the air, they ignited into searing flames, momentarily obscuring the sun. Even from tens of thousands of meters away, the sight was unmistakable. That wretched Uchiha Madara. Next time we meet, he shall not escape unscathed. Shinyu gazed at the descending heaven-shaking star, numerous thoughts flashing through his mind. With his current ninjutsu, shattering that massive rock was beyond his capabilities. As for fleeing, it is worth noting that there are still hundreds of grass ninjas present. Just considering the diameter of the heaven-shaking star and the range of its shockwave, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to escape unscathed. Shadow Clone Technique. Shinyu swiftly formed hand seals, instantly creating 10 shadow clones. This was not due to any lack of desire to replicate the likes of Naruto Uzumaki, who could summon 2,000 clones in an instant. Rather, it was an awkward predicament stemming from a critical shortage of chakra. According to Shinyu's estimations, with his current chakra levels, he could produce approximately 200 to 300 clones. However, doing so would severely deplete his chakra, rendering him incapable of executing his subsequent powerful techniques. Observing the descending heaven-shaking star and the cacophony of chaos from the fleeing villagers outside, Shinyu sprang into action. Chapter 66. The Enormous Wind Release. Spiraling sphere with a swift motion, Shinyu opened his right hand, and the wind release. Spiraling sphere rapidly took form. Simultaneously, 10 shadow clones engaged in synchrony, fervently channeling wind release chakra into the sphere cradled in Shinyu's palm. Originally, this technique had existed solely as a theoretical concept in Shinyu's mind, hindered by a lack of chakra and the fact that his adversaries had not proven formidable enough to warrant its development. However, with the aid of the system's instant upgrade, it was now a reality. Faced with Uchiha Madara's celestial calamity, Shinyu resolved to risk everything. As the wind-released chakra surged into the sphere, its size swelled dramatically, swelling to an impressive diameter of 7 to 8 meters in mere moments. The frantic compression of swirling chakra caused Qin Yu's skin to tingle painfully. A low hum resonated, signaling that not only had the sphere reached its ultimate form, but his chakra reserves were nearly depleted. Observing the fiery meteor hurtling towards him from less than 5,000 meters away, Qin Yu hurled the colossal wind-released spiraling sphere with all his might. The piercing sound of fabric ripping echoed as the immense projectile transformed into a streak of light, racing toward its target. The distance of 5,000 meters was traversed in mere seconds under the meteor's descent. The two tremendous forces collided with a resounding crash. Boom! The sound of the explosion reverberated like thunder, tearing through the heavens and earth. The enormous wind-release spiraling sphere fragmented into billions of razor-sharp blades, penetrating the meteor. Flames and swirling winds entwined amidst a storm of debris, engulfing the landscape in a blinding inferno reminiscent of a sky ablaze. Caught within the onslaught, Qin Yu found it difficult to keep his eyes open as the oppressive shockwaves surged forth like relentless tides. Boom! As the final thunderous roar echoed through the sky, the protracted standoff that had persisted for over a minute was shattered. The colossal meteor from beyond the stars crumbled into countless fragments, scattering like meteors across the sky. Breathing a sigh of relief, Qin Yu felt the weight of the attack lift. The 10 shadow clones beside him, having exhausted their chakra, dissipated instantly. Even the last vestiges of Susanoo, which had withstood the onslaught of debris, vanished entirely. As tranquility returned, the valley lay in utter ruin. The surrounding village bore the scars of devastation, echoing with cries of despair, though it could not be turned to hell on earth. The indiscriminate assault had undoubtedly inflicted greater damage upon the grass ninja village than upon Qin Yu himself. A distance of 10,000 meters away, Kurizetsu emerged from the shadows, gazing in astonishment at the sight of the immense meteor being shattered by Qin Yu, transforming into a cascade of falling stars. He was utterly taken aback, never having anticipated that Uchiha Madara's dying gambit would be so effortlessly vanquished. When Qin Yu unleashed the lightning water spiraling sphere, Madara had realized that, in his current state, he was no match for Qin Yu. Thus, he had seized the opportunity to allow Kurizetsu to retreat underground, intending to unleash his most formidable attack in a desperate bid to ensure their mutual destruction. In his eyes, Qin Yu's strength was commendable, yet he lacked the capacity for wide-ranging and powerful attacks. It seemed improbable that he could contend with Tian Ai Xing. Alas, fate often unfolds differently than anticipated. Ultimately, Qin Yu took a perilous risk, devising a colossal wind-release, spiraling shuriken. Uchiha Madara had once remarked that if that young man had not perished, he hoped to return and deliver the final blow. Should he now reconsider that intent? Heiju muttered to himself, but after a moment's hesitation, swiftly dismissed the thought. He would not be so arrogant as to believe he could face an opponent that even Uchiha Madara could not vanquish. Glancing back at the valley where Qin Yu resided, Heiju turned and swiftly vanished underground. In the ruins, Qin Yu lingered momentarily before letting out a resigned sigh. It appeared that Heiju was truly timid, fleeing without even a glance at the outcome. From the outset, Qin Yu had anticipated that Heiju would never share the same fate as Uchiha Madara. Moreover, Uchiha Madara would undoubtedly seize any opportunity to ensure Heiju's survival. He would find a way to escape the battlefield. After vanquishing Tian Ai Xing, Qin Yu dispelled his Susanoo, not because he had exhausted his ocular power, but rather to lure Heiju out. Unfortunately, that plan ultimately failed. However, it was likely that Heiju had managed to survive for over a millennium precisely due to his cowardice. Ah, and he must also retrieve Uchiha Madara's corpse. Qin Yu mused, raising an eyebrow. To obtain the Rinnegan in the future, he would need to transplant cells from Shinja Hashirama. If he could find them within Uchiha Madara's remains, it would save him considerable effort. Regrettably, despite his search, Uchiha Madara's body seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving only a handful of black ashes and a valley flattened by rock debris. It appeared that Uchiha Madara, even in death, was concerned that his body might fall into Qin Yu's hands, opting for self-destruction in advance. Truly a formidable figure, Qin Yu abandoned the notion of searching further. Observing the scattered remnants of everyday items, he swiftly gathered his remaining chakra to unleash a massive fireball jutsu, igniting the ruins into flames. Since Uchiha Madara had not wished for him to obtain anything, Qin Yu had no intention of leaving any cells for others. The ashes that might have belonged to Uchiha Madara would suffice. He could not risk the emergence of someone like Yakushi Kabuto or Orochimaru, who might resort to impure reincarnation, which would be utterly repugnant. Having completed his tasks, Chinyu did not linger, turning to depart. Minutes later, a hurried figure landed before the raging inferno. His once pale face now tinged with a shade of ashen blue. Damn it, I am too late, he cursed, realizing that he could have discerned what had transpired here. Orochimaru had been tailing Chinyu, but unfortunately, he had encountered some intriguing human specimens along the way and had taken the time to collect them. He had assumed that leaving Chinyu for merely half a day, aided by his snakes, would allow for perfect tracking. I never anticipated being embroiled in such a monumental conflict. Although I had arrived 10 minutes prior, the emergence of the celestial body, the heaven-obstructing star, instantly robbed me of the courage to approach, prompting me instead to retreat. Only when the tumult subsided did I dare to venture closer, albeit with great trepidation. The recent meteorite could not possibly have been conjured by Uchiha Chinyu, could it? If indeed it was his doing, then my forthcoming actions would undoubtedly necessitate a significant alteration. My countenance darkened with dread. Casting a glance around, my unease deepened. This brash youth left no trace of his adversary, even igniting a blaze before his departure. Could it be that he has discerned my whereabouts? In truth, Chinyu had not detected my presence. He possesses the Manjiki Sharingan, but lacks true sensory abilities and does not wield the Byakugan, thus his perceptive range is limited. It is inconceivable that he could uncover the venomous serpents dispatched by me to track him. His precautions were purely precautionary, and I had not expected my conjectures to bear fruit. Chapter 68. The Doubts of Namake's Minato Ding. Congratulations, host, you have mastered the Super Wind Release, Spiral Rasengan. Would you like to level it up instantly? The voice of the system echoed in Chinyu's mind, causing him to momentarily slow his pace. Having just executed the Super Wind Release, Spiral Rasengan for the first time, Chinyu had summoned 10 shadow clones for assistance. Now that he had completed the initial execution, he could utilize the one-click leveling system to fully grasp the technique. For the next demonstration, he would need only himself. Level it up immediately, Chinyu commanded decisively. Ding. Congratulations, host, the Super Wind Release, Spiral Rasengan is now fully leveled. As the system's voice faded, Chinyu withdrew from his consciousness space. Upon leaving the hidden grass village, he hurried towards the Kamikaze Bridge. Although he had vanquished the majority of the hunting party, the mission to destroy the Kamikaze Bridge remained unfulfilled. Based on his deductions, Kakashi and his team had likely infiltrated deep behind enemy lines and were in the process of demolishing the Kamikaze Bridge. Minato, what brings you here? Chinyu raised an eyebrow, surprised by the sudden appearance of Namake's Minato. Minato's expression momentarily faltered as he glanced towards the direction of the hidden grass village and then back at the visibly fatigued Chinyu. With a twitch of his cheek, he couldn't help but exclaim, Chinyu, please tell me that the commotion from the direction of the hidden grass village was not caused by you. In response to Minato's speculation, Chinyu inwardly cursed Uchiha Madara, lamenting, why unleash such a grand spectacle and make it so conspicuous? Such a colossal display could be seen clearly from several kilometers away. Now even Minato had been drawn into this mess. There was no washing this away. Can I honestly claim it wasn't me? Chinyu said, scratching the tip of his nose in resignation. Minato shot him a sidelong glance and retorted, your words only deepen my suspicions. In a place as desolate as this, who else could shatter such a massive meteorite besides you? I am merely curious about the identity of your opponent. With Minato's firm assertion, Chinyu found no desire to contest it. Moreover, he was intrigued to observe Minato's reaction. Playfully, he patted Minato's shoulder and remarked, I fear that revealing the truth may leave you incredulous. Incredulous? Minato paused, then replied, your indirect admission that the recent battle involved you only amplifies my doubts. I am simply curious about who could wield such a colossal meteorite. Upon witnessing the immense meteorite's descent, Minato had contemplated whether he could withstand such an adversary should they cross paths. Ultimately, he concluded that unless he employed the Flying Thunder God technique to redirect the meteor, no other means of attack could destroy it. Furthermore, in pondering who could engage with such a formidable entity, Minato recognized that, aside from the elusive shadow figures who would not easily enter the fray, only Uchiha Chinyu stood the greatest chance. Thus, Namake's Minato chose to temporarily refrain from reuniting with Kakashi and the others, opting instead to investigate the situation further. Upon encountering Uchiha Chinyu, Minato's suspicions were further solidified. Everything seemed inextricably linked to Uchiha Chinyu. However, One aspect Minato had not anticipated was Chinyu's willingness to readily admit his involvement in the conflict. Uchiha Madara. Chinyu smiled warmly. Minato's nerves tightened, and his gaze towards Chinyu darkened with a hint of apprehension. Chinyu, must you jest? In the writings of the first Hokage, Uchiha Madara was long deceased. How could he possibly face you? Minato was certainly familiar with this legendary ninja. Even the second Hokage had repeatedly confirmed his demise, inscribing it within the confidential archives of Konoha. Now, Chinyu was asserting that Uchiha Madara still lived. This was utterly inconceivable. If he were indeed alive, Chinyu rolled his eyes. Forget it. If you choose not to believe, so be it. Aside from him, who else nearly took my life? But let me tell you, the earlier my shocking star was not even during Uchiha Madara's prime. Otherwise, you would have been here to collect my remains. Observing Chinyu's seemingly nonsensical ramblings, Minato felt his mind falter. Yet, Chinyu was not entirely incorrect. If Uchiha Madara were alive, a confrontation with Chinyu was not beyond the realm of possibility. However, both Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Chinyu hailed from the same clan. Why would they resort to such violence? A series of questions rushed through Minato's mind, rendering him perplexed. Ultimately, he let out a wry smile and asked, Chinyu, if you claim your opponent is Uchiha Madara, where is he now? In Minato's eyes, if Uchiha Madara truly lived, his past grievances would pose a significant threat to Konoha. That old man is certainly dead, Chinyu reassured, patting Minato on the shoulder. Even the remnants have been incinerated. No need for you to check. That old fox is cunning. Uchiha Madara is dead? Minato, gazing at Chinyu's nonchalant demeanor, felt as if his thoughts had short-circuited. No, rather, it was as if Minato was questioning the very nature of his existence. Uchiha Madara was a figure who could rival the first Hokage, a being that instilled terror across the 5 great shinobi villages. Now, Chinyu casually declared that the old man was obliterated to the last vestige. This was almost too difficult to accept. Don't believe me? Chinyu shot a glance. Then so be it. Do not inquire further. After this fierce battle, my chakra is nearly depleted. I need to recuperate. How you choose to report back is your affair. Whether they believe you is contingent upon your explanation. Minato felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. The matter left even him questioning the meaning of life, with not a shred of tangible evidence to report. He cast a glance at Chinyu, who was engrossed in meditative contemplation to restore his chakra. As Bofeng Shuemin sighed inwardly, his expression suddenly froze. Something had befallen Kakashi and the others. He swiftly dispatched a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique, its surface glowing a deep crimson and emanating a searing heat. This was a pair of specially crafted kunai, created by Bofeng Shuemin to safeguard Kakashi and his companions. Only when Kakashi drew one to confront an adversary, staining it with blood and chakra, would the technique activate in response to imminent danger. The intensity of the kunai meant that they were indeed facing a life and death crisis. Chinyu raised an eyebrow, resignedly asking, Do you need me to accompany you? Of course, Bofeng Shuemin replied. I would rather expend a bit more chakra than risk you being caught unaware. If you were to tell me you encountered the first Hokage, I would truly question my own existence. How am I to report back? With that, Bofeng Shuemin grasped Chinyu's shoulder firmly. In the next moment, he formed a seal with his left hand and, together with Chinyu, vanished into thin air, perhaps due to the burden of carrying another. The range of the Flying Thunder God technique was limited to a mere 20 kilometers. After executing 5 or 6 successive jumps, Bofeng Shuemin and Chinyu materialized, only to realize that something was amiss. Chapter 68, an accidental collision resulting in the death of 2 Mist Ninjas teacher Minato. Kakashi's voice suddenly echoed. In an instant, Chinyu surveyed the entire scene before him. The ninjas surrounding him included not only the Rock Ninjas but also the Mist Ninjas, with the leader being the formidable Tenzo from the infamous 7 Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist. Conversely, among the Rock Ninjas, perhaps due to their deeper infiltration, only a few lesser-known Jonin were leading. Seeing the sudden appearance of Chinyu and the renowned Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, the expressions of the gathered ninjas shifted dramatically. This was dire news. The Golden Flash of Minato and the recently infamous Crimson Azura, Uchiha Chinyu, had arrived. It was a manifestation of space-time ninjutsu, a technique that, as rumored, Minato excelled at, enabling his timely arrival. Elders in the village had once proclaimed that whenever encountering the so-called Golden Flash of Konoha, the first course of action should be to flee, regardless of the task at hand. The atmosphere instantly became explosive, with tension gripping the nerves of all ninjas present. The presence of these 2 unexpected guests cast a heavy pall over the scene, as if an invisible hand had tightly clenched their hearts. "Run!" a voice bellowed, igniting chaos. The rock and mist ninjas, poised like hawks, erupted like cannonballs, fleeing in all directions. Tenzo, as the team leader, darted away after casting one last glance at Chinyu. Simultaneously, a dense fog rolled in, enveloping the entire forest. "Teacher Minato, hurry and pursue the mist ninjas. They have taken Rin." Uchiha Obito's face was marred by blood, a gruesome gash slicing across his cheek. However, what captivated Chinyu's attention was that Obito had finally awakened his Sharingan. Although it was merely the weakest single tomo, it was a significant development. It seemed that fortune had smiled upon him amid misfortune. Chinyu placed a reassuring hand on Obito's shoulder. "Do not worry. Rin is not in immediate danger. Her unique constitution suggests that the mist ninjas intend to abduct her to transform her into a Jinchuriki." Jinchuriki? Minato was no stranger to this term. Among those he knew was Kushina Uzumaki, the host of the Nine Tails. The ambition of the mist ninjas to seize Noera Rin and make her a Jinchuriki was undeniably grand. "Chinyu, is this true? Please, you must save Rin," Obito implored urgently. In his eyes, Rin held even greater significance than Kakashi. Otherwise, he would not have awakened his Sharingan. "Rest assured, I will handle the Mist Village. Minato, your task is to blow up the Kaminari Bridge," Chinyu declared, and with that, arcs of electricity crackled around him. In the next moment, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, his speed so swift that it dispersed the surrounding mist, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. "Chinyu!" Minato exclaimed, alarmed. The mere thought of Chinyu mentioning Uchiha Madara was utterly absurd. Yet, now that he was acutely aware that the Mist Ninja Village might be a trap, why did Chinyu still possess knowledge of the enemy's intent to abduct Noera Rin? Moreover, when the Three Tails was brought up, a sudden pang gripped Minato Namikaze's heart, as a more ludicrous notion flashed through his mind. Could it be that Chinyu intended to target the tailed beasts? If Chinyu's earlier adversary was indeed Uchiha Madara, then it was indeed plausible that he might attempt to seize the tailed beasts. With this thought, Minato could no longer contain his anxiety. "Quickly, we must destroy the Kamikaze Bridge and pursue Chinyu. I fear he may act recklessly," he commanded urgently. "Sensei, isn't Chinyu merely going to save Rin?" Kakashi couldn't help but inquire. After witnessing Chinyu's prowess multiple times, Kakashi had been thoroughly impressed. It was precisely for this reason that he felt at ease allowing Chinyu to pursue Noera Rin while he remained to complete the mission. Yet, the memory of his father, Tsukumo Hataki's death, still lingered in his mind. "If it were simply a rescue, I would be less concerned," Minato replied gravely. "What troubles me now is the possibility of him targeting the tailed beasts in the Mist Ninja Village. Should that occur, it would undoubtedly escalate the conflict between the two nations." Target the tailed beasts? Kakashi and Obito Uchiha were taken aback. The tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki felt far removed from their reality. Most importantly, to them, the tailed beasts represented catastrophe, while the Jinchuriki were often met with hostility and alienation from outsiders. However, the notion that Chinyu would actively consider the tailed beast was hard to fathom. And had they not heard it firsthand, they would scarcely believe it. Enough of this speculation. We must destroy the bridge immediately and rush to stop Chinyu, Minato urged insistently. Several thousand meters away from the Kamikaze Bridge, figures darted swiftly through the fog. Leading the charge was the formidable Pabai Shirzong, wielding a beheading sword upon his back, closely followed by 12 or 13 Mist Ninjas. "Lord Shirzong, what shall we do now?" one of the Mist Ninjas asked anxiously. "The third instructed us to eradicate all threats. Allowing the Leaf Ninja to return alive may jeopardize our plans." "Silence!" Pabai Shirzong barked furiously. "The foes we encounter are the Golden Flash and the Blood-Red Azura. Faced with either of them, we could unconditionally flee. If you wish to perish, feel free to remain behind. We shall continue to disperse and escape." With that, Pabai Shirzong swiftly formed a series of hand seals. Misconcealment technique. The fog thickened once more, enveloping the entire forest. Listening to the retreating footsteps around him, Pabai Shirzong let out a silent sigh of relief. However, the next moment, an ominous aura swept over him, causing every muscle in his body to tense instinctively. Without a moment to spare, he quickly evaded the impending danger. Boom! A sudden flash of lightning streaked across the sky, akin to a thunderclap reverberating through the atmosphere. The character known as Pai Pa Shirzong merely felt a sting on his cheek, yet he faintly sensed the distant trees crashing down in response. Two anguished cries echoed through the heavens, only to be swiftly extinguished, causing the previously retreating Mist Ninjas to halt in their tracks. Confronted by the pervasive fog enveloping the forest, it felt as though an invisible hand were tightening its grip around his heart. My apologies. Earlier, I received a call and inadvertently caused the demise of 2 mist ninjas. I hope this does not trouble you. Chapter 69. Surrender with a slash. A hushed sound reverberated through the mist-laden forest, instilling an inexplicable chill that surged from the soles of one's feet to the very brain. The expression on Pai Pa Shirzang's face darkened. Blood-colored Azura, do not overstep your bounds, for even a corner dog will leap over the wall. 10 days prior, when the news of the annihilation of the vanguard forces at the northwestern pass of Konoha reached the village of Mist Ninja, Pai Pa Shirzang was taken aback. He was acutely aware that the leaders of that operation, the pufferfish demon Suigetsu and the black Holeya, were formidable members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, possessing strength that rivaled his own, if not surpassing it in certain aspects. After all, the wielders of the legendary beheading swords were renowned for their expertise in silent assassination techniques. In a direct confrontation, Pai Pa Shirzang humbly admitted he was indeed inferior to Suigetsu and Leia. Yet, even their combined efforts had been vanquished by the blood-colored Azura. If it could be avoided, Pai Pa Shirzang truly wished to refrain from engaging with Chinyu. Ah, my apologies. But I happen to enjoy shutting the door on the dog, Chinyu replied with a warm smile. Moreover, I find myself lacking in blue, if you don't mind. Allow me to take a slice. Wind release, wind breakthrough. Chinyu swiftly summoned the sword, Jiao Ji, with a flick of his wrist. Without the slightest flourish, he cleaved through the mist-enshrouded forest ahead. Boom. As the blade descended, an endless gust of wind erupted, transforming into a deluge of razor-sharp wind blades that swept forth. The shrouded mist enveloping the landscape dissipated like a veil being drawn back, with some trees severed in half by the onslaught of wind blades. Scatter quickly. Pai Pa Shirzang bellowed, his voice laced with fury. In days of yore, amidst the vast expanse of the ninja world, the infamous silent killer, Pai Pa Oni, was a name that sent shivers down the spines of ninjas from the 5 great nations. Yet, the current scenario had been utterly upended. As he witnessed the mist parting, Pai Pa Shirzang had no time to ponder. He seized a mist ninja at his side and hurled him behind him, making a hasty retreat. My apologies. But carelessly discarding trash is not acceptable. A mocking voice echoed from behind. Lightning crackled around Chinyu, his form transforming into a streak of thunder across the sky. The Jiao Ji in his grasp writhed ominously, and a colossal head was sent flying. In the next moment, Chinyu caught the head with one hand, absorbing a significant portion of the chakra from the corpse before it dissipated into the ether. As the sounds of screams reached his ears, Pai Pa Shirzang's expression shifted dramatically. He hastened his steps, intent on escape, but suddenly, a figure appeared before him, one he dreaded to see. The head he had just discarded lay in the hands of Chinyu. Please take back your trash, Chinyu said, casually tossing the severed head back to Pai Pa Shirzang. Blood sprayed across the landscape, causing Pai Pa Shirzang's face to twitch involuntarily. In the next moment, his features contorted with rage as he roared, "You little brat, since you are forcing my hand, prepare to meet your demise." Water release, water chaos. Pai Pa Shirzang's hands moved with remarkable speed as chakra surged violently into them. Suddenly, a figure enveloped in lightning appeared before him like a specter. As I stated, when the stakes are high, allow me to strike first, Chinyu remarked with a playful smile, wielding the shark skin blade, aimed directly at Pai Pa Shirzang. The abruptness of the moment caused Pai Pa Shirzang's countenance to change dramatically. Without a moment to spare, he dissipated the gathered chakra and raised his executioner's blade to block the impending attack. Bang! The sound of a thunderous collision reverberated through the air. The tremendous force propelled Pai Pa Shirzang backward, ultimately crashing into a tree several meters away, where he barely managed to halt his momentum. Such immense strength and exquisite swordsmanship. In that fleeting moment of impact, Chinyu had targeted the weakest point of the executioner's blade, near the hilt, allowing him to shift his attack seamlessly. This exceeded Pai Pa Shirzang's understanding of Chinyu's capabilities. In his eyes, Chinyu was undeniably powerful, however. Wielding a weapon as large as the shark skin seemed a formidable challenge. After all, in the original narrative, only one individual was capable of mastering 7 ninja blades simultaneously, Kisame Hashigaki. Thus, even if Pai Pa Shirzang were to acquire the shark skin from Chinyu, he could never unleash its true potential. Haha, I appreciate your chakra, Chinyu said, refraining from an immediate pursuit. His previous strike, executed through the technique of Konoha's 3-day moon dance, not only exploited the executioner's blade's vulnerability to repel Pai Pa Zhang, but also granted the shark skin ample time to siphon away half of the chakra he had amassed. Listening to the sound of the shark skin devouring chakra and feeling its resonance through the hilt, Qin Yu felt his Wunstri cells gradually replenished with chakra. Akin to a parched land receiving much-needed rain. Though modest in quantity, the quality was undeniably excellent. Pai Pa Zhang's complexion darkened as he gazed at Qin Yu, unable to resist tightening his grip on the executioner's blade. The sensation of having his chakra drained was acutely palpable. Based on the previous strike, if he were to endure another 10 blows, it was likely that Pai Pa Zhang would find his chakra entirely depleted. Master Zhang, what shall we do now? Asked the Mist Nin, hesitant to move, witnessing how effortlessly Qin Yu had subdued one of the renowned 7 ninja swordsmen. Their perceptions had been completely overturned. Initially skeptical about the so-called blood-colored Azura, their doubts had been swiftly replaced by sheer terror. Silence. Pai Pa Zhang's face contorted momentarily as he sensed the urgent gazes surrounding him. In the blink of an eye, he executed the body flicker technique, vanishing from his original spot. As Qin Yu observed the scene, his nerves tensed momentarily, but he soon revealed a smile filled with intrigue. The enigmatic Pai Pa Zhang, who had vanished into thin air, not only refrained from launching a sneak attack, but instead reappeared before 3 mist ninjas in a flicker. With a sudden, forceful swing of his beheading blade, the heads of the trio were sent flying, their faces etched with disbelief. This shocking spectacle rattled the nerves of everyone present. The remaining 7 or 8 mist ninjas, unable to maintain their composure, turned and fled in haste. However, it was evident that Pai Pa Zhang had no intention of relenting. With a swift step, the technique of instantaneous movement was once again unleashed, transforming him into a mere afterimage as he pursued them. A mere 2 or 3 minutes later, Qin Yu beheld Pai Pa Zhang returning, carrying 7 heads. I am willing to surrender, he stated darkly. Surrender? Qin Yu responded with a warm smile. You have killed them all without a word. Before you surrender, allow me a couple of strikes. Chapter 70. The most mysterious of the 3 generations of water shadows, surrendering with a slash? The countenance of the formidable Biwa J.Z. darkened ominously. He was, after all, a distinguished member of the 7 ninja swordsmen. In an effort to preserve his own life, he had ruthlessly eliminated all his subordinates, pledging his allegiance. Yet now, Qin Yu demanded that he endure 2 slashes, a humiliation beyond measure. Nevertheless, recalling the demise of the likes of Wataru and the Black Reaper, his expression shifted, and through gritted teeth, he acquiesced. Very well, I shall permit you 2 slashes, and I will share some chakra with you. But you must uphold your promise. As his words echoed, a resolute glint flickered across Biwa Jz's face as he plunged his decapitating blade into the ground, presenting himself as mere meat on a butcher's block, ready for slaughter. Merely jesting. Do not take it too seriously. However, since you have chosen to surrender, I shall leave you with something. A sly smile danced upon Qin Yu's lips as a crimson glow rapidly spread within his pupils. Biwa Jz froze momentarily, and upon locking eyes with Qin Yu, he instinctively sensed the impending peril. Alas, before he could muster any reaction, his very soul felt as though it were being yanked from his being, drawn directly into the depths of the Mangeki Sharingan. This bizarre sensation dissipated swiftly, and as the world around him spun chaotically, Biwa Jz barely regained his senses, feeling as though he had plunged into water, his entire being drenched. Even his back soaked through. Under the weight of Qin Yu's sanguine gaze, his nerves taut, he hastily lowered his head. Rest assured, I have merely left a hypnotic suggestion deep within your subconscious. Unless you encounter someone whose illusionary prowess surpasses mine, you shan't hope to unravel it. Qin Yu chuckled, patting Biwa Jz's shoulder. However, I am a benevolent soul. As long as you do not betray me indiscriminately, I shall spare your life. Hearing these words, Biwa Jz's expression stiffened, yet he remained silent. To impose such an illusionary hypnotic suggestion and still consider oneself a good person, surely there could be no villains left in this world. Moreover, having experienced firsthand how a mere glance from Qin Yu nearly consigned him to the realm of hypnosis, Biwa Jz finally comprehended why Wataru and the Black Reaper had perished. Such a being was simply beyond their capacity to confront. The thought of being subjected to hypnosis within the recesses of his consciousness led Biwa Jz to forsake even the last vestiges of his pride. Master, Biwa Jz shall never betray you. If you wish to locate the girl who was taken, I can guide you. Observing the once proud Biwa Jz reduced to a mere sycophant, Qin Yu remained unfazed. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, where might dictates right. One is left with but two choices, to perish or to become another's subordinate. It can be said that Bwjz was astute, possessing the wisdom to discern the shifting tides. Otherwise, Qin Yu would not hesitate to leave him half dead before extracting the truth. I wish to know the whereabouts of the three tails, Qin Yu stated, cutting to the chase. Baiwa Shizong's expression involuntarily changed. He had initially thought that Qin Yu was merely intent on rescuing someone, but he did not anticipate that he was calculating a move against the three tails. However, upon reflecting on Qin Yu's formidable illusion techniques and the rumored strength he possessed, the desire for the tailed beasts did not seem improbable. My lord, the three tails and six tails indeed exist within our mist ninja village. However, aside from Yu Gao, who often stays outside the village, the whereabouts of the three tails have never been revealed, Baiwa Shizong said in a deep voice. Never been revealed? Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. In the timeline of the Naruto series, he was separated by over a decade from the original plot. He was only aware that Noara Rin had been kidnapped and subsequently became the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. Originally, the Mist Ninja Village intended to release the Three Tails after Noara Rin returned to the Hidden Leaf Village, unleashing it to wreak havoc and thereby drawing attention away from Konoha's rear. This would paint a bold stroke in the canvas of war. Unfortunately, Noara Rin was killed midway by Kakashi, leading to the failure of their plan. Ultimately, the Three Tails was sealed within the body of the fourth Mizukage, Yagura. As for the events preceding this, Qin Yu was unaware. Now, with Baiwa Shizong's mention, Qin Yu noticed something amiss. In the original storyline, the first Mizukage, second Mizukage, and fourth Mizukage had all made appearances, yet the third Mizukage merely made a fleeting appearance before vanishing without a trace, leaving not even a name. Qin Yu had once speculated that the third Mizukage might be the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. If the third Mizukage was indeed the Jinchuriki, for some unique reason, akin to Uzumaki Mido, there might have been a need to transfer the Jinchuriki vessel. Thus, the target was shifted to Noara Rin to execute the rear attack plan. This process could have led to the demise of the third Mizukage, allowing the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, to ascend naturally. It was precisely due to the absence of the third Mizukage that the subsequent fourth Mizukage Yagura fell under the easy control of Uchiha Bido, exacerbating the blood mist and implementing tyranny, during which no one intervened. Shizong, do you know the whereabouts of the third Mizukage? Take me to see him, Qin Yu said coolly. Baiwa Shizong was momentarily taken aback. My lord, the third Mizukage is quite mysterious within the Mist Ninja Village and seldom appears. However, your words have led me to suspect that he might indeed be the Jinchuriki. He is currently in the Danyu Lake within the territory of the Mist Ninja Village. I shall take you there at once. Without a moment's hesitation, Baiwa Shizong was concerned that if he delayed even slightly, Qin Yu might strike him down from behind. Let us proceed. Qin Yu did not hesitate. If the third Mizukage was indeed the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, then Noara Rin would undoubtedly be nearby as well. At that time, it would be an easy matter to rescue her. Currently, Qin Yu's primary concern was to resolve the issue of the missing chakra. In the land of water, Danyu Lake stretched endlessly before them, a vast expanse that seemed to have no end. A dozen figures burst forth from the woods, swiftly landing atop a rock cliff resembling an altar. Looking down, they beheld the surging waves crashing against the sheer cliffs. Three enormous stone pillars towered impressively, standing 20 to 30 meters high. The rocky ground surrounding them was etched with eerie sealing symbols. A hooded figure sat cross-legged in the midst of it all. We have brought back the third Mizukage, stated a man adorned with an ornate mask in a grave tone. As long as it has been brought back, that suffices, replied the third Mizukage, his voice gravelly, evoking an unsettling sensation. Suddenly, as he raised his head, a visage of terrifying scales emerged, causing the ninjas present to instinctively take a half-step back. Do not be afraid. This is merely a manifestation of the tailed beast backlash. The seal within me is nearing its limit. The third Mizukage's raspy voice resonated once more. Initially, there were plans to directly transfer the tailed beast into Yagura's body. But the unforeseen battle at the Northwest Pass had inflicted significant losses upon our Mist Village. The daimyo is now seething with rage. Should our plan fail this time, we will lose the daimyo's trust. The expressions of the ninjas darkened, and the leader among them, a mist ninja, could no longer contain himself. Third, is it true that the battle at the Northwest Pass happened as reported? Did Konoha truly unleash such a terrifying force? If he appears on the battlefield, what are our chances of victory? Even within the Mist Village, the notorious 7 ninja swordsmen had suffered the loss of 2 members. For those among them without titles, Qin Yu was nothing short of a nightmare. Chapter 71. Borrowing your chakra humph. You truly have tarnished the reputation of our mist ninja village. A masked ninja emerged from the shadows. It was the esteemed Lord Kirasame Kuranai of the Seven Ninja Swordsmen. The leading mist ninja's face lit up with joy. In the battle at the northwestern outpost, Suigetsu and Raiga had been slain. However, the appearance of Kuranai, one of the Seven Ninja Swordsmen, served as a powerful morale booster for them. Humph. There are indeed disparities in strength among the seven. Suigetsu and Raiga can only be deemed inferior. How could they possibly compare to me? Kuranai spoke coldly. This time, Piha Shirzong, skilled in silent assassination techniques, has joined me. Even if that person arrives, they will meet their demise. Listening to this boastful rhetoric, the crowd dared not speak out. Piha Shirzong, adept with the decapitating sword, and paired with the silent killing techniques of the mist, could eliminate foes without a trace. However, when combined with Kuranai's long sword, Needle, its power would escalate to new heights. One must ask, in the midst of the fog, who would detect the steel wire, as fine as a hair? Woven by Needle's technique, spider's thread? Should it be discovered, it would likely be too late for the victim. Kuranai, you are once again using my words to boast. The voice of Piha Shirzong suddenly echoed. As the mist ninjas tensed, they soon saw a figure burst forth from the woods. It was Lord Shirzong. The leading Jainin SI sparkled with delight. Earlier, during the capture, Shirzong had been at the rear, and they had worried about potential dangers. Now that Shirzong had returned alive to regroup, it signified the mission's flawless completion. Shirzong, why are you dawdling? It's merely a few youngsters from Konoha. Does it require so much time? Kuranai said irritably. You didn't leave any survivors, did you? If there's anything owed, perhaps I can assist in the aftermath. To the outside world, the Seven Ninja Swordsmen appeared to be a cohesive unit. However, within the Mist Village, where strength is revered and the blood mist reigns, internal strife among the seven was far from uncommon. Indeed, something was owed. Shirzong landed beside Kuranai, his fingers tightening around the decapitating sword. He swung it directly at Kuranai. I still owe you this head. The sudden turn of events startled everyone, and at such a close distance, even Kuranai was momentarily taken aback. He could only hurriedly raise his longsword, Needle, to block the attack. However, against the overwhelming force of the decapitating sword, this defense proved insufficient. One strike would likely cleave his neck in twain. Sambai, the third Mizukage bellowed. A scarlet tail erupted from within his body, crashing directly into the decapitating sword. Clang. The crisp sound of metal clashing resonated suddenly. The immense power of the tailed beast almost caused the decapitating sword in Shirzong's hand to fly from his grasp. With a single misstep, Paija Shirzong had no time to ponder, swiftly employing the mist concealment technique to retreat rapidly. Shirzong, who granted you the audacity to attempt my assassination? It is far too late to flee now. Hirasaki Maru bellowed in a mix of shame and fury. Just moments prior, he had boasted about partnering with Paija Shirzong to effortlessly eliminate their foes. He had never anticipated such a swift reversal of fortune, a resounding slap to his face. Ninjutsu, Earth Spider Stitch. The long blade in Kurosaki Maru's grasp, known as the stitching needle, was cast forth in an instant. Steel threads swirled around Paija Shirzong like a spider's web. Wind release, wind breakthrough. The third Mizukage also made his move, the hand seals executed in a graceful arc. The enveloping mist that shrouded the battlefield was instantly dispersed. As Paija Shirzong dashed forward, barely making 7 or 8 steps, a look of elation crossed his face, only for his pupils to abruptly constrict. A figure, resembling a specter, materialized before Kurosaki Maru, wielding a fearsome blade. Jingyu, allow me to borrow your chakra, my friend. Shinyu remarked with a playful grin, his right hand swelling with newfound strength as he swung the Jingyu towards Kurosaki Maru. With a sickening thud, blood spewed forth as the massive head was sent flying. Kurosaki Maru had just released his stitching needle, completely unaware that another presence lurked within the mist. Moreover, the weapon wielded by this individual was the infamous Jingyu of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon. Did this signify that the person before him was indeed the fabled blood-red Azura? Uchiha Shinyu? Too young. This was the final thought that flickered through Kurosaki Maru's mind as he gazed at the youthful figure amidst the tumultuous world around him. His head crashed heavily to the ground. He was dead. The expressions of the mist shinobi present shifted dramatically. Just a moment ago, the brash Kurosaki Maru, who had boasted fearlessly, was slain in a mere encounter. This was nothing short of astonishing. Shinyu, you've arrived. Noera Rin was jolted awake from her unconscious state. Upon recognizing the figure before her, tears welled in her eyes. While on the battlefield, she had resigned herself to the possibility of death. Captured, she had embraced the notion of her own demise. Yet, at this critical moment, to be saved by another was a feeling beyond words. At least in this instant, Rin's heart felt as though it were stirred by an invisible hand. Is it truly the blood-red Azura, Uchiha Chinyu? Oh heavens, how did he come to be here? Was he the Reaper of the Northwest Pass? The scene descended into chaos. The surrounding mist shinobi hastily retreated. In that moment, they felt a semblance of safety only in the presence of the third Mizukage. Crack, crack. The sound of crunching echoed from within the Jingyu. Waves of chakra flowed into Chinyu as he reveled in the invigorating sensation of his replenishing energy. Chinyu did not continue the pursuit. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the third Mizukage, who stood not far away. In the village of the mist, the third Mizukage is the most enigmatic figure. However, being chosen as the third Mizukage after the mutual demise of the second Mizukage and the second Tsuchikage signifies that his strength is undoubtedly exceptional among the Kage. Yet, upon observing the face adorned with scales and armor, Chinyu finally comprehended why the third Mizukage has always maintained an air of mystery. It turns out that you are a failed Jinchuriki, Chinyu remarked with indifference. These words sent a ripple of tension through many, including even the usually composed Pipa Tenzo. Chapter 72. Do you intend for me to become the Water Shadow? Boss, why do you say that? Pai Pashur Zong could no longer contain his impatience. He had surrendered to Chinyu, taking on the role of a subordinate. However, he remained one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. As a member of this elite group, he was deeply intrigued by the enigmatic third Water Shadow. After all, in the village of Mist, strength was revered, and each of the 7 possessed an untamed spirit. They shared a common dissatisfaction toward the ever-mysterious third Water Shadow. Now, with Chinyu suddenly revealing that the third Water Shadow was a failed Jinchuriki, it undoubtedly struck a chord within them. To Pai Pashur Zhang's surprise, even he, who had always been rebellious, had surrendered. It seems I have truly underestimated you. The raspy voice of the third Water Shadow echoed. As he abruptly lifted his head, the wind swept through his cloak, unveiling a visage adorned with scales. Reminiscent of a merman. Is this the true appearance of the third Water Shadow? The expressions of the mist ninjas shifted dramatically, with some retreating a half-step in shock. Even Pai Pashur Zhang's pupils involuntarily constricted at the sight. No wonder you were so eager to kidnap Noera Rin. Risking so much to infiltrate the land of Earth, Chinyu remarked, unfazed. It appears that the seal within you cannot hold much longer. Soon, the tailed beast will retaliate. The distance between the land of water and the land of Earth was bridged by a small nation, and such elaborate efforts to capture someone underscored the severity of the situation. Moreover, in the original narrative, after Noera Rin was deemed a failed weapon of the tailed beast, she was directly inherited by the fourth Water Shadow, Yagura. Thus, Chinyu surmised that something was amiss, and it now seemed his suspicions were confirmed. Are you the hidden genius of Konoha, the blood-red Azura Uchiha Chinyu? The third Water Shadow, seemingly indifferent to his own appearance, raised his luminescent green eyes and remarked, Among the youth, you truly stand out. It is impressive that you can discern the issues with my seal. How splendid it would be if we had someone like you in our village of mist. His inexplicable words left the onlookers momentarily stunned. Chinyu, with a playful smile, responded, Lord Water Shadow, do you intend to recruit me into the village of mist and relinquish the position of fourth Water Shadow to me? This offer is indeed enticing. You are indeed a clever one, but you will never be one of us. Furthermore, your Uchiha clan carries a fair share of scandals and poses a troublesome presence within Konoha. If I were to grant you the position of Water Shadow, it would likely lead to the transformation of Mist into another village. The third Water Shadow shook his head. Although I cannot bestow upon you the title of Water Shadow, if you join our village, I can assure you a position as a Grand Elder, wielding the greatest authority beneath the Water Shadow, including the power of life and death. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Mist ninjas shifted dramatically. Even among the 7 ninja swordsmen, the likes of Suigetsu Hsuki, Akatsuki Raika, and Kirasame SJ were effortlessly slain by Chinyu. The once untamed Pai Pashur Zong had also willingly surrendered. The 7 ninja swordsmen are now reduced to merely 3. The fact that Chinyu has been appointed as the Grand Elder of the Land of Water, wielding the power of life and death, feels like a nightmare to them. Have you made your decision, young one? The third Mizukage spoke again, with a playful smile. Chinyu replied, It seems I have been underestimated. This mere village cannot quench my ambition. My sights are set on the entire ninja world. No, to be precise, My aspirations transcend this realm. Madman. This thought flashed through the minds of the onlookers. To refuse such a coveted position and audaciously declare such madness is tantamount to challenging the authority of the entire ninja world. The expression of the third Mizukage shifted slightly, his face darkening as he said, "You are excessively arrogant, young one. It appears we cannot reach an understanding." "Indeed, understanding seems elusive. Perhaps we should take action," Chinyu provocatively suggested. This audacious gesture deepened the third Mizukage's scowl, his pupils flashing with murderous intent as he roared, "Very well, since we cannot negotiate, let us meet our end together." A thunderous roar erupted from the third Mizukage's being. In the next moment, three tails, resembling long whips, shot forth from his back, striking directly at Chinyu. With this initial strike, he had fully transformed into a tailed beast. No. It was evident that the third Mizukage had chosen to relinquish control over the tailed beast, allowing it to rampage freely. The ferocity of the assault was overwhelming. And as the tails lashed out, they continued to grow in size. "Boss, be careful." Hachiya Dakuzu's face changed dramatically, faced with the unleashing of the three tails. He felt an urge to assist, yet it was clear that he was no match for the beast's ferocity. "Stand back. This tailed beast is intriguing and worth playing with," Chinyu remarked with a knowing smile. The moment the three-Tomo Sharingan spun wildly, blood-red chakra surged forth like a tempest, instantly manifesting into Susanoo. With a resounding crash, the three massive tails struck the form of Susanoo, unleashing a force that stirred the very winds, shaking the surrounding trees. However, in the face of this onslaught, not only was Chinyu unshaken within Susanoo, but even the construct itself remained impervious. "Black Flame Blade, Garuda?" With a thought, Chinyu commanded. And as the three-Tomo Sharingan spun frantically, the right hand of Susanoo erupted with black flames, coalescing into a blade engulfed in roaring fire. Without any embellishment, he aimed directly at the three tails. This sudden strike caused a flicker of astonishment in the third Mizukage's eyes. With no time to ponder, he hastily withdrew his tails. Simultaneously, he opened his mouth wide, channeling immense chakra, which exploded forth like a raging tide. Water release, great waterfall technique. Boundless torrents surged forth, resembling an angry deluge, racing toward the black flames. However, with a mere touch, the boundless river was instantly evaporated, and the blade of black flames pursued one of its tails with relentless fervor. A crisp, tearing sound echoed in silence. The sharpness of the blade of black flames surprised even Chinyu. Although he had witnessed Uchiha Sasuke wielding Amaterasu as an arrow in the original text, he had not anticipated such overwhelming power. No. It could be said that its current strength surpassed even that of Uchiha Sasuke. The massive tail was severed in half, while the black flames spread rapidly like maggots, engulfing the sides. Roaring with fury, the three-tailed Isabu writhed in agony from the searing heat and excruciating pain. Moments ago, it had seized the entirety of the third Hokage's will, yet it only manifested in a half-tailed beast form. In the eyes of the three-tailed Isabu, facing a mere child was deemed sufficient. It had never expected such a swift and humiliating retaliation. Chapter 73. Not even the tailed beasts are to be underestimated upon the precipice. 2.5 tails writhed in a frenzied dance, relentlessly battered by the ceaseless waves of the ocean. The leaping black flames showed no signs of extinguishment. Although the speed of their spread was diminished by the onslaught of water, if this continued, it was likely that not only the tails would be at risk, but even one's very life. Cough. I advise you to sever your tail like a gecko. As a tailed beast, you should be able to recover swiftly, Chinyu remarked, clearing his throat and assuming the role of a benevolent bystander. Of course, if the two-tailed cat has no objections, you may also take a turn. His voice, though soft, resonated throughout the expanse like an enchanting melody. The mist ninjas, who had hurriedly retreated to a distance, along with Pai Pashur Zong, were left utterly dumbfounded. In their experience, every instance of a tailed beast's rampage was cataclysmic. Many elders and elite ninjas had sacrificed their lives merely to suppress such fury. Yet, here was Chinyu, casually mocking the tailed beast before the eyes of all. His nonchalant demeanor made them feel as though they were ensnared in a dream. Had the occasion not been so grave, they might have been tempted to pinch themselves to ascertain the reality of the situation. "Kid, you seek your demise." The three-tailed Isabu roared furiously. The sound reverberated like thunder, rippling across the surface of the lake and causing pain to the eardrums. However, this bravado lasted no more than 3 seconds, as chakra surged forth from Isabu. A high-pressure water blade materialized, severing the black flames that enveloped its tail in an instant. Blood gushed forth, staining the lake a deep crimson. Witnessing the three-tailed Isabu's choice to sever its own tail, the onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment. Was this truly a tailed beast? Where had its dignity gone? No. One ought to ask, where had the fearsome might of the tailed beast vanished? Feeling the shift in the gazes around him, Isabu's cheeks twitched in fury. Locking eyes with the now-closed Chinyu, it erupted in rage. A ferocious roar echoed, reverberating with madness. As its three tails rapidly swelled, the form of the third Hokage was obliterated, dissipating into a cloud of blood mist across the heavens. A massive and grotesque figure, several dozen meters in size, materialized before the astonished spectators. Its blood-red eyes fixated intently on Chinyu. With a gaping maw, it unleashed a formidable attack, channeling its deep-seated resentment. Boom, boom, boom. 3 water projectiles shot forth instantaneously. At such a close range, their speed rendered evasion impossible. Come at me, Chinyu replied with a playful smile, as wings suddenly unfurled behind his Susanoo, positioning themselves to shield him. With a resounding crash, 3 earth-shattering explosions erupted. The surging waters cascaded like a torrential downpour, wreaking havoc across the landscape. In the distance, the mist ninjas and Pai Pa Zong, caught in the deluge, hastily employed their ninjutsu to defend against the oncoming tide. However, in this moment of life-threatening peril, they remained unwilling to divert their gaze from the battlefield, fearing they might miss this extraordinary clash. They were eager to witness what audacity Chinyu possessed to utter such taunts in the face of the legendary tailed beasts. Cascading torrents of water fell from the heavens, once again revealing the form of Susanoo. Under the relentless barrage of assaults, Susanoo's defenses evidently proved to be far from easily breached. Nevertheless, having recently battled Uchiha Madara, Chinyu's ocular power and chakra reserves were significantly depleted, making a prolonged engagement unfavorable. If one possessed a modicum of sense, one would never challenge a tailed beast in a battle of chakra. Kid, if you have any guts, don't hide inside your shell, roared the three-tails Isabu. Ahem. Are you suffering from cognitive dissonance? It seems you are the one resembling a turtle, Chinyu replied with a dry cough. However, do not accuse me of bullying you. Should you manage to defeat my subordinate, I shall stand still and allow you to strike me. His inexplicable words sent a chill down the spine of Pai Pa Zong. The mist ninjas standing not far from him instinctively distanced themselves. In their eyes, only Pai Pa Zong appeared to be Chinyu's subordinate. In the realm of ninjas, the 7 ninja swordsmen might possess some prowess, but before the three tails, they were utterly insignificant. Being thrust into battle, there was but one inevitable outcome, becoming mere cannon fodder. Zong, don't wear such a sorrowful expression. You can't afford to be so disheartened in this situation, Chinyu chided, casting him a sidelong glance. He bit his right index finger, and as blood surged forth, he swiftly drew a line across his palm, his hands spinning like wheels as he formed seals. Is that the summoning technique? Pai Pa Zong breathed a sigh of relief, yet astonishment filled him simultaneously. In his view, many could perform summoning techniques, but those capable of summoning beasts to contend with tailed beasts were exceedingly rare. The three-tails Isabu was initially taken aback, but then burst into raucous laughter. Kid, do you intend to use such trifles to deal with me? That is rather disrespectful. If you truly summon something, I shall allow you a free hand. His booming voice echoed throughout the expanse. Chinyu, with a playful smile, replied, I fear you may soon regret having insufficient tails. Summoning technique. As his words resonated, Chinyu slammed his right hand forcefully against the ground. Boom. The arcane summoning seals rapidly spread outward, and in the next moment, a billowing cloud of smoke erupted. 3 massive figures loomed, towering like iron towers and seizing attention, observing the summoned beasts that might rival the three tails in size. Even Pai Pa Zong dropped the decapitating sword from his hands in astonishment. The three tails Isabu nearly bit its own tongue in shock. Kid, summoning us so quickly. This is no mere game. If there's not something of great significance, do not blame us for turning hostile. Fukasaku exhaled a puff of smoke, narrowing his eyes to scrutinize Chinyu. However, in contrast, the eyes of Fukasaku and Gamabunta suddenly constricted. Cough, Wenta, I find your words quite delightful. To disregard even the tailed beast is a boldness worthy of the leader of Myaboka Mountain. As for the remaining matters, allow the 3 of you to resolve them. But do refrain from delivering fatal blows. Leave me some room. I wish to capture them alive. Chinyu cleared his throat and chuckled. The frog Wenta was taken aback, realizing only now that a profound silence had descended upon the air moments ago. Hastily, he glanced back, following the gazes of Frog Jian and Frog Guang, and was met with the bewildered expression of the three-tailed Isabu. In that moment, They shared an inexplicable sense of camaraderie. They had all been deceived. At this juncture, the three-tailed Isabu regretted his earlier words, feeling as though he had been slapped in the face too swiftly. The grotesque frog before him might not have intimidated him in a one-on-one confrontation, yet summoning three at once was a display of power not to be underestimated. Moreover, leading the charge was Winta, who, in the original tale, had once taken on a tailed beast without hesitation. Upon his arrival, both sides recognized each other. It appeared that in the original narrative, Winta had frequently encountered the tailed beasts. Perhaps during the Second Great Ninja War, Jiraiya had pitted him against these formidable entities. However, compared to previous encounters, Winta now felt a twinge of sympathy for the three-tailed Isabu. For an ordinary individual, merely summoning one of them would be a considerable feat yet. Shin Yu had summoned the three most powerful warriors from Mayaboku Mountain to assist him, inevitably leading to a team effort against a solitary foe. Chapter 74. Even the tailed beast fears a beating upon the imposing rocky cliffs. Three colossal figures, not inferior to the three tails, gazed intently at the pitiful tailed beast before them. In the distance, the fog-laden figures of Mist Ninja and Pai Pa Shirzong wore expressions of utter bewilderment. At that moment, they grasped a crucial truth. It is better to offend the Golden Flash than to provoke the Crimson Azura. Confronted with the tailed beast, the Flying Thunder God technique of Minato Namikaze would likely prove of little utility. However, against the seemingly inexhaustible strategies of Chinyu, summoning three mighty spirit beasts was hardly conducive to the survival of the tailed beast. Kid, are you trying to ensnare us? Varta the Toad felt no inclination to indulge in his habitual smoking, having just boasted only to be met with a reality check. Witnessing the bewilderment of the three tails, he found little solace. After all, this was a genuine tailed beast. Varta, you've boasted enough. Even if you have to kneel, you must bear the burden. Lest we disgrace the esteemed faces of Masters Shinzaku and Jiken, Chinyu remarked with a smile. The expressions of the three toads shifted, their gazes towards Chinyu now tinged with astonishment. You actually know of the existence of the two masters? Varta exclaimed urgently. In Mayaboku Mountain, the three great sages were enigmatic figures, known only to a select few. Among the numerous spirit contract holders, only Jiraiya was privy to this knowledge, leading to a scenario in the original narrative where, following Jiraiya's demise, had it not been for Shinzaku's personal visit, he would have remained oblivious to the very concept of sages. You insolent wretches, how dare you disregard me? The Three Tails Kai Bai roared in fury. As a proud tailed beast, it had always instilled terror in others. When had it ever been disregarded? With an immense surge of chakra, the Three Tails opened its cavernous maw. Tailed Beast Bomb. An overwhelming wave of chakra surged forth, unleashing an indescribable aura of danger that enveloped the surroundings. Enough of this prattle, we shall discuss it later. First, deal with it, Chinyu stated coolly. Varta hesitated, then with a cold snort, commanded, Kin, Hero, are you ready? We shall execute the special tactic. Understood. The Toad Kin and Toad Hero echoed in unison, appearing more steadfast compared to Varta. Seeking death, the Three Tails bellowed repeatedly. To be underestimated by three spirit beasts was a humiliation. The tailed beast bomb, accumulated in its mouth, erupted explosively. With a whoosh, a gigantic water sphere, measuring 7 to 8 meters in diameter, instantly pierced through the air, hurtling towards the three toads with crushing force. Make your move, Varta barked. Renowned for their powerful leaping abilities, the three toads, under immense pressure, ascended as the cliff shattered beneath them with a resounding crack. As their three silhouettes soared skyward, the Three Tails unleashed its tailed beast bomb, its massive form plummeting towards the lake below. Boom! The tailed beast bomb struck the distant mountain, unleashing torrents of water that cascaded down like a torrential rain. The tempestuous winds rendered the loquats in the mist-laden trees unable to maintain their stance. Even the venerable trees, which could only be embraced by adults, succumbed to this upheaval, cleaved in twain. The rain, descending like a torrent, threatened to obliterate the very mountain itself. This was akin to a celestial conflict, leaving mere mortals to suffer the consequences. Not everyone possesses the fortitude of Chinyu, who could shelter within Susanoo, untouched by the chaos. Engage. Frog's short blade backslash. Twin blades in unison. Frog's flying fork sever. The three resounding roars reverberated, tightening the nerves of the three-tailed beast, which had just plummeted into the lake. Yet, suspended in midair, its colossal form could hardly maneuver with agility. With a sudden flourish, Frog Wentai propelled himself off the cliff, his massive physique hurtling forward like a cannonball. The short blade in his grasp flipped downward, aimed directly at the beast's chest. "You wretched toad, seek your demise." The three-tailed beast bellowed in fury. Its two tails, resembling coiling dragons, lashed out in retaliation toward Frog One-Eye. However, as it initiated its movement, the two enormous blades wielded by Frog Guang struck down upon its back, suppressing its tails with overwhelming force. Simultaneously, the gigantic fork in Frog Jian's hand was hurled with ferocity, finding its mark upon the beast's neck before it could evade. The combined might of the three frogs' assault erupted like a thunderclap. The immense body of the three-tailed beast was sent hurtling backward, akin to a sandbag, crashing onto the shallow banks of the lake. With a resounding boom, the ground beneath them fractured. The gargantuan fork impaled it firmly to the earth. Roar. Disoriented, the three-tailed beast shook its head in a frenzy, unleashing a wrathful roar. Yet, as it opened its eyes, it beheld the three frogs, poised like horns surrounding it from three distinct angles. Their hands moved with dexterity, weaving a series of intricate seals. The vast chakra within them surged with fervor. Combined ninjutsu, frog, 3 water annihilation. The final seal was completed as their hands came together in a swift motion. The swirling waters around them transformed into serpentine dragons, racing toward the three-tailed beast with dizzying speed, binding its limbs and even its mouth in a matter of a breath. In that moment, the three frogs employed their technique, turning the surrounding waters into their finest tool for sealing and suppression. "Young one, we have subdued the turtle as per your request. Whether you choose to seal it or slay it rests entirely upon your shoulders," Frog One-Eye urged urgently. The three frogs appeared to effortlessly restrain the tailed beast, much of their success attributed to clever tactics. Moreover, the three-tailed beast had suffered from the backlash of its Jinchuriki. Had they cooperated effectively, they could have unleashed even more powerful jutsu. Alas, mere hands cannot withstand the might of 4 fists. Even a tailed beast fears being overwhelmed. Confronted by the 3 colossal toads, Sanwei could only glare in frustration, lamenting with a hoarse cry. "I have arrived." The moment Shin Yujio activated his Sharingan, the wings of Susanoo trembled violently, transforming into a cascade of light as they descended towards the battlefield below. Pipa Shirzong and the assembled mist shinobi, evidently forgetting their opposing stance, hurriedly approached the cliff's edge, their eyes wide with anticipation as they peered down. They were eager to witness how Qin Yu would muster the audacity to subdue such a ferocious beast, one that even the third Mizukage could not tame. This very thought mirrored the musings of the 3 great toads, as Fukasaku regarded Qin Feng with a glint of amusement in his gaze. Chapter 75. The dignity of the tailed beast has vanished, humans. With merely 3 heads of toads, you cannot suppress me for long. Once I break free, I shall surely kill you. Though the mouth of the 3 tails could not open, it clearly communicated through other means. Its voice reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth, causing immense pain to the ears. Observing the lethargic demeanor of the toad, Qin Yu helplessly dissipated his Susanoo and declared, "I now offer you an opportunity. Surrender willingly, or I shall be compelled to take action." An opportunity? The 3 tails erupted into laughter, saying, "You can scarcely maintain your defenses, yet you intend to intimidate me? The 3 tails have been raised in fear. Is that so?" Qin Yu shook his head in resignation. "Since you choose to disregard my offer, I shall resort to force." With that enigmatic declaration, Qin Yu abruptly raised his gaze. As the 9-tomo Sharingan spun wildly, the very fabric of reality seemed to warp under its gaze. "Do not look into his eyes." Toad One-Eye hastily bit his tongue. Having previously fallen victim to Qin Yu's illusion, he was quick to react this time. Unfortunately, Toad Jian and Toad Guang lacked such experience and could not respond in time, succumbing to unconsciousness and plunging into the realm of illusion. This scene caused One-Eye's countenance to change dramatically, as the sealing technique required the 3 toads to synchronize their efforts. With Toad Guang and Toad Jian now incapacitated, the seal would inevitably be lifted. Should the enraged tail beast escape, it would spell disaster for them. However, as the seal was released, the previously rampaging 3 tails lay motionless upon the ground, its eyes now bearing the crimson marks of the 9-tomo Sharingan. This sudden turn of events shook Toad One-Eye to his core. "One-Eye, what has transpired?" Toad Jian and Toad Guang awoke from their stupor in the illusion, their faces still etched with fear. The fleeting moment of distraction had nearly cost them dearly, had the tail beast seized the opportunity to strike. Their demise would have been imminent. "It is an illusion. Do not gaze into that boy's eyes, or you shall fall prey," Toad One-Eye urgently cautioned. In that moment, the expressions of Toad Jian and Toad Guang shifted dramatically, compelling them to suppress their curiosity and evade Qin Yu's gaze. witnessing the mighty tail beast ensnared within an illusion. Still unable to break free, an icy dread seeped into their very souls. Within the realm of consciousness, Qin Yu observed the entrapped three tails. To draw the three tails deeper into the illusion, employing his flawless kaleidoscopic Sharingan to cast Tsukuyomi was not particularly challenging. Furthermore, the absence of a Jinchuriki meant the tail beast could not utilize two different chakra types to counteract the illusion from within. This vulnerability was indeed one of the significant weaknesses of the tail beasts, lacking a Jinchuriki. Crimson hues intertwined within the realm of consciousness, as illusory forms of the tail beast began to manifest rapidly. Trapped in the midst of anguish, the three tails, with its limbs and three tails, was pinned to the ground. Savagely bitten, the torment emanating from a psychological realm mirrored that of genuine pain. Kakashi, having fallen prey to Tsukuyomi for a mere fleeting moment, felt as though he had been pierced by countless blades for 3 consecutive days and nights. Consequently, he languished in the infirmary for over a week before he could barely recuperate. This was while Uchiha Itachi, despite being gravely ill and wielding the imperfect Manjiki Sharingan, had yet to attain the eternal form, was capable of executing such a technique. In the original narrative, Madara merely needed to glare to control the nine tails, with Uchiha Obito being no exception. This illustrates that the external strength of the nine-tailed beasts is manifested through chakra, and when it comes to mental prowess, they pale in comparison to those of the Uchiha clan who possessed the Manjiki Sharingan. Now, Qin Yu, with the aid of a system that allows for instant mastery, has elevated the Manjiki Sharingan to its zenith, achieving the level of 9 Tomo, with the 3 great toads initially suppressing the 3 tails. Ensnaring it within Tsukuyomi would be a trivial task for Qin Yu. Release me at once, if you dare, and let us engage in a proper battle. The 3 tails bellowed in desperation. Although it was acutely aware of the illusion, the pain inflicted by Tsukuyomi resonated all too vividly within it, making the beast feel akin to fish laid bare upon a chopping block, relentlessly torn apart, observing its colossal form being gnawed at and then restored repeatedly. It found itself ensnared in an unending cycle, sending chills down its spine. It seems you have no intention of surrendering, Qin Yu remarked, reclining his head upon his hands as he turned to depart. With my current ocular power, you shall remain here for 3 to 5 days. If someone outside comes to rescue you, that would be fortunate. Otherwise, you shall savor the torment at your leisure. As Qin Yu genuinely began to walk away, the relentless agony coursing through the 3 tails became unbearable, even for a creature that had lived for millennia. What is it that you truly desire from me? The 3 tails implored, its voice tinged with concern for a human fading from its sight. Qin Yu halted, glancing back at the creature, which trembled in pain, on the verge of a scream. With a wry smile, he replied, in truth, it is nothing of great consequence. I am naturally lacking in chakra and tend to unleash powerful techniques. Hence my reserves often fall short. If you are willing to stay by my side and indulge me in moments of deficit, it would suffice. The soft words reverberated throughout the realm of consciousness. The 3 tails was momentarily taken aback and exclaimed, You went to such lengths merely for this? Do you not need to forcefully control me to join the battlefield and partake in the war? You? Qin Yu scoffed, casting a disdainful glance. Is it truly worth it? You are weaker than I. In my prime, 10 of your kind would pose no challenge. If it were not for your considerable chakra reserves, I would hardly bother to engage. A disgrace. The 3 tails trembled with indignation. The formidable tailed beast, a presence that instills dread, is unexpectedly referred to as a mere burden, stripping away its dignity. Had it been another individual, the 3 tails would undoubtedly have reacted with fury. Unfortunately, the current circumstances favor others, leaving it ensnared within the illusionary confines established by Qin Yu. This pent-up frustration finds no outlet. Moreover, if matters were truly as simple as Qin Yu suggests, this transaction would not be entirely unacceptable. Very well, I shall agree to your terms, but you must not restrict my personal freedom, nor can you seal me at will. The 3 tails, unable to contain its restlessness, felt an overwhelming urge for an immediate response from Qin Yu. Rest assured, Qin Yu replied with a dismissive glance. But do refrain from speaking out of turn, otherwise, do not blame me if I decide to roast you. Chapter 76. The tailed beasts were quite adorable in their youth. The demeanor of the 3 tails suddenly shifted, though the words sounded like mere jest. Having experienced Qin Yu's prowess firsthand, it understood that he was indeed capable of such feats. From the onset of this battle until now, aside from the initial skirmish, the engagement had been dominated by the summoned trio of toads, although the 3 tails was severely weakened due to the sealing. Qin Yu was able to draw it into the realm of illusion with just a glance, a testament to the vast disparity between them. Very well, let us depart. Qin Yu declared, the crimson hue in his eyes receding like a receding tide. The phantoms within the consciousness of the three tails dissolved into the ether. And in the next instant, Qin Yu vanished into thin air. To the outside world, the events transpiring within the realm of consciousness appeared intricate and prolonged. However, to the trio of toads, it was merely the blink of an eye. As they observed the sudden disappearance of the nine-tomo Sharingan reflected in the three tails' pupils, their nerves tensed. That kid has likely failed. We must hasten to reapply the sealing technique. The toad Winnis shouted urgently. He was reluctant to obey Qin Yu's commands. Yet in such a critical moment, there was no room for hesitation. Should the three tails erupt in fury, they would be unable to withstand the repercussions. What is all this fuss about? Qin Yu's voice resounded unexpectedly. The three toads, poised to form hand seals, came to an abrupt halt, gazing at Qin Yu, who wore an expression of ease. Overcome with anxiety, they hurriedly turned their attention back to the three tails. Upon witnessing the now lucid three tails, who spoke in a surprisingly docile manner, addressing him as Lord Uchiha, the toads were left utterly astounded. This is a form of brainwashing. No, if it were brainwashing, the speed would be astonishingly swift. Merely in the blink of an eye, the thought sent chills down their spines. Very well, calling me Lord Uchiha feels rather awkward. Qin Yu remarked with a roll of his eyes, taken aback by the three tails' lack of dignity in so swiftly changing its tune. From now on, you shall refer to me as Lord Qin. Furthermore, your form is rather cumbersome. You should be able to shrink down to the size of a doll, yes? As he spoke, he gestured animatedly, as if intending to carry the three tails with him. Young man, I have already shown you considerable respect by calling you Lord Uchiha. Now you wish for me to become a mere doll? What of my dignity as a tailed beast? The chakra within the three tails surged dramatically, exuding an air of indignation that compelled the three toads to instinctively take a step back. Qin Yu shot a sidelong glance. Would you prefer to continue reflecting upon your mistakes as a fish on the chopping block, or shall I seal you within a chamber pot? The choice is yours. Feeling a shiver run through its body at Qin Yu's discerning gaze, the three tails quickly adopted a sycophantic expression. Lord Qin, I was merely jesting earlier. Please do not take it to heart. In truth, we tailed beasts were quite adorable in our youth. You may be unaware, but the interactions between the raccoon and the fox were simply astonishing, often culminating in fierce altercations. During those times, I took it upon myself to play the role of peacemaker, otherwise, they would have never matured. Observing the exuberant antics of the three tails, whether it be the trio of frogs or the spectators, Pai Pa Shirzong and the ensemble of mist ninjas, they were utterly petrified. The adept flattery exhibited by the tailed beast left them feeling inadequate by comparison. In the next moment, as it transformed into an adorably mascot-like figure, Pai Pa Shirzong could not resist delivering a playful slap to the mist ninja beside him, exclaiming, Tell me, you don't feel pain right now? This must be a dream. The mist ninja, with a woeful expression, covered his cheek and retorted, Am I allowed to say it hurts? And why is it that you do not strike yourself? Why must I be the one to suffer? Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Qin Yu remained unfazed. He gestured for the three tails to settle on his shoulder, adjusting its size several times before finally directing a satisfied gaze towards the trio of frogs. Wentai, my gratitude is due to you this time. Otherwise, I would have found it challenging to resolve this matter. The frog, Wentai, twitched his cheeks. Having witnessed Qin Yu effortlessly tame a formidable tailed beast as one would a mere cat, he was incredulous of Qin Yu's claims. Enough of your prattle. With your capabilities, you are more than capable of managing the three tails. Wentai exhaled deeply, speaking in a serious tone. Is your intention to use this incident with the three tails to intimidate us? Since you are aware of the presence of Lord Shinzo and Jiken, do you plan to pursue the sage arts like Jiraiya? Observing Wentai's imaginative flair, Qin Yu smiled warmly and replied, You are partially correct. However, I am indeed determined to master the sage arts. I am aware you may suspect my intentions are nefarious, but this matter is not solely within your purview. Perhaps you could discuss it with the two lords, they might acquiesce. At this juncture, Qin Yu paused before continuing, moreover, inform them that this world is on the brink of transformation. Wentai's expression changed, and the two frogs behind him mirrored his surprise. Though his words were shrouded in ambiguity, their extensive lifespans had granted them insight into the implications of Qin Yu's statement. After exchanging glances, Wentai snorted disdainfully and said, Rest assured, I shall convey these matters. Consider this incident settled, but do not summon us recklessly in the future. With that, the trio of frogs promptly dispelled the summoning technique. The three tails, relishing in their mischief, remarked, "I wonder what expressions those bumbling frogs will wear when they encounter other tailed beasts during the next summoning." Chinyu rolled his eyes and said, "I am famished. Go catch me a couple of fish." The notion of having a tailed beast fetch fish was amusing. Pai Pa Shirzong, having just arrived after the battle's conclusion, watched in disbelief as the three tails scampered off eagerly to fulfill the task. He almost stumbled, nearly falling flat on his face. For he was one of the elite 7 ninja swordsmen from the Mist Village. Certainly, it is well known that the tailed beast is revered in the village as a deity. However, the dynamics have completely reversed in the presence of Chinyu. If he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have found it utterly unbelievable. "My lord, may I inquire if you have any further instructions?" Pai Pa Shirzong snapped back to reality. The once mighty-tailed beast now displayed such humility that he dared not act with impunity. "For the moment, there is nothing pressing," Chinyu replied, gesturing dismissively as he seated himself upon a rocky outcrop. He then raised an eyebrow and said, "By the way, it seems that your Mist Ninja Village has a newcomer by the name of Kisame Hashigaki. Please locate him for me. It would be most favorable if you could bring him to me. If that is not feasible, do contact me, and I shall make the journey myself." "Kisame Hashigaki?" Pai Pa Shirzong paused in astonishment before responding. "My lord refers to the shark face under the command of the pufferfish demon, correct? That fellow is rather straightforward, often being misled by the pufferfish demon, yet he possesses formidable strength. It is said he is qualified to compete for a position among the 7 ninja swordsmen. As one of the few S-rank rogue ninjas from Mist Ninja Village, Kisame Hashigaki's distinctive appearance and exceptional prowess make him a shining gem. True to the saying that gold will inevitably glimmer. Shirzong, you are mistaken." Chinyu shook his head. "His strength surpasses that of you all. Someone is approaching. You should take your leave now." Chapter 77. This is absolutely unbelievable. How could his strength surpass ours? The expression on Pai Pa Shirzong's face shifted slightly. However, in the face of Chinyu's words, he dared not voice any doubts. With a heart full of confusion, he turned and fled. As for the possibility of betrayal or whether Pai Pa Shirzong would vanish without a trace, Chinyu paid it no heed. If he was not afraid of death, then perhaps he could give it a try. "Chinyu, are you all right?" 3 figures rushed out from the woods, appearing weary and disheveled. Throughout their journey, as the Wave Wind Watergate had never traversed this area, they had not left behind any Flying Thunder God technique marks and could only push forward hastily. After nearly a day's frantic journey, Kakashi and Uchiha Obito struggled to catch their breath. It could be said that they had arrived at the battlefield, yet possessed no strength left to engage in combat. Rest assured, it has all been resolved. The person is over there. Chinyu glanced at Kakashi and the others before leaping toward the broken cliff. Earlier, during the confrontation with the 3 great toads and the 3 tails, Chinyu had seized the opportunity to discreetly conceal Noera Rin with Susanoo and had set up a barrier. Considering the time, she should be awakening soon. "Watergate Sensei, wait for us." Uchiha Obito gasped for breath, taking a few hurried steps. Unfortunately, just like Kakashi, he stumbled and collapsed to the ground after a few steps, utterly devoid of energy to move even half a step further. "Ah, you all stay here. I will go check." Wave Wind Watergate sighed helplessly. Although Chinyu was 2 years older than Kakashi and Uchiha Obito, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. "Chinyu, thank you for saving me." As Wave Wind Watergate steadied himself, he saw Noera Rin sprint into Chinyu's embrace. The softness of her presence momentarily caught Chinyu off guard. It seemed this was the unexpected reward for saving a damsel in distress. "Ahem, how long do you intend to hold on? If those two see this, I worry they might not withstand the shock." Wave Wind Watergate coughed lightly. As a teacher, he could certainly discern the affection between the 3 students. If they were to discover that the woman they rushed miles to save was now in another man's arms, the feeling would surely be more unbearable than death. "Watergate-sensei, what are you talking about?" "There is nothing between Chinyu and me," Noera Rin replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. Indeed, there was nothing more than 2 acts of rescue. No vows of devotion were exchanged. Chinyu chuckled awkwardly. "Chinyu." Noera Rin's face reddened further, her head nearly buried in her hands. Wave Wind Watergate shook his head in resignation and said, "It seems those 2 boys stand no chance against you at all. Let's return to the main topic. What caused that massive explosion?" On their way, they had caught sight of the tailed beast bomb's impact from afar, which had overturned entire mountains. Such a large-scale attack was visible to anyone with their eyes open. Upon the sudden appearance of Chinyu, inexplicably lost consciousness, remarked Noera Rin with an air of embarrassment. However, one cannot entirely blame her. Throughout the journey, she had been abducted and continuously subjected to illusions and hypnosis in preparation for becoming a Jinchuriki. For Noera Rin, her mental fortitude was utterly exhausted, and merely regaining brief consciousness was already quite commendable. Here, I encountered the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist and the 3rd Mizukichi. Chinyu did not conceal this fact. He was acutely aware that the relationship between the 3 great toads and Jiraiya would inevitably lead to the clandestine disclosure of these matters. Rather than being exposed, he preferred to divulge the truth himself. Chinyu was also curious to observe how Konoha would react next. Are you referring to the most enigmatic 3rd Mizukichi of the Mist Village? The expression of Namikaze Minato shifted dramatically. In his perspective, a Kaga-level powerhouse would not casually appear on the battlefield. Firstly, they would stabilize the rear and orchestrate the entire situation. Secondly, they would avoid ambushes from other ninja villages that could lead to adverse conditions on the battlefield. Now, Chinyu informed him that not only had he encountered the 7 ninja swordsmen, but also the Mizukichi of the Mist Village, specifically the most mysterious 3rd Mizukichi. Who would believe it if not for hearing it firsthand? However, in the next moment, Namikaze Minato was taken aback. If Noera Rin had indeed been captured by the Mist Ninja led by the 3rd Mizukichi, then it stood to reason that Chinyu's adversary would be none other than the 3rd Mizukichi. Given that Chinyu stood here unscathed, the implications could only lead to one conclusion. Chinyu, did you repel the 3rd Mizukichi? Namikaze Minato inquired, astonished. No, Chinyu shook his head. I accidentally killed him. The hushed tone of his words swept through the assembly like a tempest. The initial part of his statement had allowed Namikaze Minato to exhale in relief. Yet the latter part crushed his heart. Noera Rin stood beside them, utterly bewildered, unable to process the revelation. The 5 Kages, as the mightiest of the 5 great ninja villages, each possessed extraordinary power, and their presence on the battlefield could undoubtedly alter the course of a conflict. Now, Chinyu audaciously claimed to have inadvertently slain the 3rd Mizukichi. Such a proclamation was truly astounding. Chinyu, this jest is hardly amusing. Namikaze Minato forced a smile, his expression betraying his disbelief. Why did the 3rd Mizukichi retreat? Observing the incredulous countenance of Namikaze Minato, Chinyu gave an exasperated glance, stating, Do I appear to be jesting with you?